Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party!
We're ready to party, we're ready.
I hope you bring lots of spaghetti.
I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing,
Fiesta!
romancing,
Siesta!
samba,
La Bamba! Ay caramba! Disguises! Surprises! And pies of all sizes!
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Ah, yes, second time's a charm. This is the first time we're starting the stream. We didn't just have a disaster stream that doesn't exist. No, I don't know what you're talking about. The stream is beginning for the first time right now. How many times did I restart the stream? At least 3 times. I have Ludwig's invite, so I will accept it, and then I believe I'll need to send him an invite all the same. Delete the VOD? Yeah, we'll have to. Yeah, perfect from the very start. Think about it. Think about it. If I'm having issues with tech stuff, you know it's going to be like hell over there, right? Whenever DSP does his stuff. Okay. Got desktop audio enabled, but it is muted for now. Can you tell I'm shaking? My whole body shakes. All right, start the virtual cam. This puts the lady over here. Just make sure she's good to go. Okay, I should have everything. You guys shouldn't be able to hear him right now. Let me see. Thanks to everyone being patient with me. Let's see if we can do this. Okay, I am backstage. Give me one moment. I will go mute here for a second. I need to set up his browser source. Give me a second. I'm working on it, Carl. Leave me alone. All right. We got it working. We got it working. We got it working. I need to switch audio sources over, so allow me to do that. Are you guys able to hear the music? Please let me know. This will let me know if I did what I did right. Alright, thank you, Sentry Slayer. Oh, I think he's got me muted.
because you decided to have me on your show as a regular guest to put up with 2 weeks of drama and nonsense. I'm hoping this again will put some closure to it. About me, it's about you guys also being able to say, okay, we did. Can we get back to normality? I love your show. I am your show. I am a longtime fan of Screw Attack. I used to watch putting out in the mid 2000s before YouTube was even prominent. I've watched every episode of your show. I'm so upset that this has become. I'm done with it. Like, that's why I want to apologize to everyone. Never intended, and I hope that we can move on from it today.
You like how he's kind of
by giving us an endorsement. Thanks, man.
He's kind of repeating himself there because of how I need to give this second buffer.
You guys. Oh, you're gonna ask me terrible questions today. I really hate you guys.
All right.
I really hate you guys.
All right. Well,
This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Leave me alone.
let's get into some of these terrible questions, and I think this is something that I've heard. The questions that I'm going to ask today, they're a good mix of questions that have been on the internet. They've been questions that I want to know. There's questions that some of your biggest detractors have asked me to ask you. So they're and I think that's important. I want to get all sides of this. So I think a great starting point for here is when you're streaming, Phil, who is streaming? Is it Phil or Darkside Phil?
Well, it depends on, it depends on what I'm streaming. It also depends on what time period you're talking about. Today, you're pretty much almost getting 100% the real me. Of course, every once in a while, it's funny to over-dramatize something that's going on. I have a segment on my podcast called Old Man Yells at Cloud, where, you know, I really ham it up if it's a dumb topic I'm talking about, and I over-dramatize like I'm so concerned about it. Or if I'm playing a game that really is, I'm dying a lot, or I'm playing an online fighting game, I'll emphasize the fact that, oh, it's unfair, it's bullshit, you know, I'll always ham it up. But that's kind of my shtick. That's always been kind of my shtick, and I think my actual fans know that. But, you know, the internet wants to pretend like otherwise. As if you have never watched my content over the past 15 years that I've been a content creator on the internet, you would have seen this is kind of the shtick that I do in certain situations. But today, I am so different than how I used to be. You know, when you've made content for 15 years, you go through several different stages and evolutions. And, you know, when I started on YouTube way back when, it was all about being a character. It was about over-exaggerating. It was about being dramatic. It was about saying the risque thing that's going to get people talking. What did Darkside Phil say in his playthrough today? Are you kidding me? I can't believe he said that.
DSP is so quiet compared to Craig.
Change, you know, and there was really, how can I say, almost like an epiphany to me. In 2017, a lot of different things changed in my life. I had a lot of things that kind of rebooted. And business-wise, one of the things that rebooted was I went from being someone who focused on on-demand content, you know, videos that you would digest and watch offline, versus being an interactive online streamer. And when I became an interactive online streamer, I realized, wow, wait a minute.
Yeah, I know he's
I've been doing
usually
this wrong
quiet
the whole time, because, like, for, you know, 8+ years, I've just been talking to a camera and pretending like I'm the only one in the room. I have an audience live watching me. What the hell am I doing? I'm ignoring them. And once I started having an interactive conversation with my audience, it became so much better. This social experience of having meaningful conversations, seeing their live.
Anyway, I believe Ludwig's idea is to for us to listen and then gather our marbles at the end of the interview, which is why I'm pretty sure I'm muted on his side too. We're gonna come back together and recap after the interview itself. We were supposed to use the hour prior to the interview to talk about what we think would happen, but it didn't work out because
transparent with my audience with the discussions we have.
Like, you know.
Although every once in a while, yes, there's obviously everyone wants to every once in a while ham it up and be a cartoon character, joke a little bit to get a little laugh or a little rise. But for the most part, I would say what you see today in my content is more.
If you go on his side, you can see he's actively taking
notes. So Darkside Phil is your hamming it up, and right now you're just Phil.
Yes and no. Again, I mean, it's cool to be.
Well, what is it? Like, well, you know, like what does it when you say there are times that I'm over the top? Give me an example of what that means. What does it mean when you say, well, I'm over the top, and why would you, if the internet has changed, right? There was a point, you are correct in saying that back in the early 2000s, into the, when you kind of rose to prominence, there was, you took your personality and you put in a little, it would exponentially make it a little more over the top. But the internet has changed to authenticity. People want to get to know, and I don't disagree with you there. But when you mix up, and it's almost like you're sending mixed signals to your audience, and most people, they haven't watched you for 15 years. You know, the idea of saying like, hey, I've been on the internet for 15 years. You should know how I act. But the reality is that most people see you through clips, through Twitter or YouTube.
You missed literally nothing. I had technical difficulties for the entire
how long you've
first
been on the internet.
16 minutes or
I've been doing
whatever.
this forever, and
I've been on longer than that.
Vast
I had a
majority of
20-minute
people
VOD
watching
where
right now
I
have
had
no idea who I
difficulties
am.
turning on desktop audio.
You know, you treat every viewer like
Ludwig is here,
new viewer.
but he wants us to stay kind of to actually pay attention to the lies.
Provide me with an example
and we'll
of
regroup after and talk about
DSP
what we heard.
is versus Phil.
It's a different kind of reach.
Right now, I'm playing a game. It's called Wolong Fallen Dynasty. All right, it's one of these.
Oh,
games
the
made
virtual
by
camera's
people
on,
who are
huh?
not from
It was on the whole
It's very
time?
much meant to be like a from
Yeah,
software
you missed
style game
nothing.
like Dark Souls.
I finally got it
or
working.
Bloodborne or Elden Ring. It's ultra challenging. Things are gonna kill you.
Honestly, you could miss the whole interview and you'd probably miss nothing.
In my opinion, this is my opinion. It's not very good. A lot of people disagree with me. They love this game. Okay, I don't.
Hey,
like it. I think that it's a cheap knockoff.
Thank you
I
for
feel like
choosing
it's
the
very
Swollen
wonky, it's not
Dingus
polished.
channel as
I
your
will say those
designated
things in
restream.
my content. But
I'm
at the
sorry,
moment,
it's been a
if I'm
nothing
running through a
burger
stage
so
and I get,
far.
"Oh,
Both
instant kill
the
cheat,"
restream
I
and the
freak out.
interview
"Oh, you
itself.
son of a bitch,
I
this
did
game
my best,
sucks
you
ass.
guys.
It's the worst game
I
ever.
just
The team
I
guys don't
didn't
know
think
what they're
Guest Star
doing,
was
blah,
gonna
blah,
be
blah.
this difficult.
That's the dark side Phil over the top persona kind of coming through. I could just sit here and say nothing and be like, "Ah, that sucked that I died." People don't really tune in for that. In fact, the reason people are watching me play that game is because they want to see that over-the-top reaction. So I'll ham it up every once in a while. I don't hate the game. I don't hate the game devs. Of course I don't. You know, they tried to make a good game. I think it's decent. I don't think it's great. But, you know, you'll go over the top every once in a while. Now, just like you
But
say,
is that just something that Phil would do also?
Right.
Well, Phil would do that, but Phil wouldn't be like, for example, okay, the game killed me. It's a cheap death. Do you really think that I'm that upset about it? It's a game. You know, it's a big deal. Oh,
Everyone gets triggered by games. I mean,
I get exactly, and I allow that to flow freely. A lot of people put a filter over what they say and do when they put out their content. Why? Because they're trying to be marketable, right? They're trying to say, I want that sponsor. I want that opportunity. I have never filtered myself on the internet. That's why a lot of people don't like me, because they don't want truthful reactions. They want Mr. Marketable, Mr. Smiley. And when I say things like, oh, this game I really don't like because this is unfair, do you think that game companies are happy about it? Of course not, you know, but
Phil, hold on. Like, do you think that do you think that those game companies are like looking to establish a relationship with like they're not. I mean, the reality is that these companies are looking for streamers who stream to 5,000, 10,000 people.
Correct.
as opposed to, you know, a couple hundred. And
that's right.
Like whether it's you saying or DSP saying it, I think that if people were watching to see those over the top reactions, I think they were watching for that a decade ago. And I really mean that, right? Like so look, I had a character named Evil Craig, right? And Evil Craig was meant to be the essence of just the internet troll, right? I did it for 10 episodes, 12 episodes, whatever it may be. And I stopped doing it because I realized that I was growing an audience of people that were negative and trolls, right? And it was funny, and it was so silly. But by you starting with the idea of saying like, look, I'm going to overreact big, I think there's two prongs to this question. Number one, if people were really watching to see your over the top reactions, don't you think they'd be making clips of that instead of other clips that they were making, and those would be going viral? And number two, if you're really not enjoying the game, why play it? Why play it in the first place?
That's a great question. That's something that's actually been.
But start with number one though. Start with number one. Like, why if people were watching to see your over the top angry reactions, don't you think they'd be clipping those as opposed to
the course correction there?
In truth, yes. I don't know what they clip because I have so much.
Here's Phil to
stuff on
tell
the
you
internet
more.
about me that I don't really watch a lot of it. I hear it secondhand from my viewers or in a chat or whatever. No, I understand what you're saying totally. Case in point with Wolong, there's totally some people who are turned off by this playthrough, and they're like, I don't want to watch Phil play it because he's going to get angry and he's going to turn into this rage ball that we don't like watching. We like seeing the real Phil. At the same time, there are people who I've told my audience, I don't like this game. I would like to move on. This kind of does meld into the second half of your question as well. I've been very transparent with my audience about this game. So I don't like it. I feel like if I'm going to play a FromSoft game, why don't we just do a second run of Elden Ring, a new game plus run? And a lot of people are down for that. And others are like, no, Phil, we like seeing you rage. This has been a part of your shtick for 15 years. This is a lot of the reason why we tune in. I'm seeing more attendance on my Wolong streams, and I'm getting more, honestly, more support on my Wolong streams because they want to see that rage come out of me, as opposed to me playing a bunch of games where I'm more laid back and relaxed and chill. I have a bunch of those in my rotation. That's my core fan base will show up for that and support it, but you will always get a different group of people. That really, I feel, is one of the reasons why I'm still here 15 years later. I have different audiences. I have one audience that'll come and watch me be the real Phil, the relaxed Phil. I just sit back, I'm chilling, I'm playing a game. I'm not gonna rage. The game's, nothing really too challenging, right? I'm playing Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion right now. That's exactly what that playthrough is. It's relaxing, right? But then when I play Wolong, now it's time for that old dark side Phil to come back out, and now a whole new audience shows up. It's funny because you'll watch one of my streams, you'll say, well, Phil gets around 200 to 400 viewers a stream, okay? But in reality, when you look at my metrics on YouTube or my analytics, actually, those are like thousands of different people. One stream gets 200 viewers, the next stream gets 300. Those are 500 different people because people are coming for different kinds of content. When you've been around as long as me, you realize you get people from all over the world and for different reasons. If I were to,
but are they sticking? Are they staying though? Because if you have 500 people come in and they're just kind of coming out, that's actually bad for the algorithm. That's bad. You want people to stay and subscribe, and you have these new people coming in because they want to see a new game, not necessarily because they want to see you, right? They're interested in the game, not necessarily you. If you're playing a game that's topical or new or something along those lines.
Again, yes and no. I would say back in the day that was the case. Like new releases, I would get ginormous spikes in attendance because I actually used to have DSP Gaming, which is my gaming channel, used to be one of the more prominent gaming channels for Let's Players on YouTube over a decade ago. I was in the algorithm. I play a new game, I would see my attendance double, triple, just because I'm playing a new game. I don't get that anymore. It's been, and there's some of the things we'll probably talk about today. One of the reasons was why that happened. Trolling activities, false copyright strikes, it kicked my channel out of the algorithm. So today, it doesn't really matter what I play, honestly. I mean, yes, I'll play a new game and I'll get a little bit of a spike, but as for audience retention, it really depends on what I'm playing and who's there for what. There's some people that don't care what I play. I could sit here and play.
Right, you got your hardcore. You got your hardcore. You can play Tiddlywinks and people will show up, right?
Exactly. But
right,
then I will get an increase when I play a rage-inducing game or a multiplayer game where there's going to be an element of challenge where I can either persevere or I can really fail miserably against people online in a competitive setting. People like that, and that's the variety that I bring in. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. It would be great if maybe I was just one kind of content, but I found in the 15 years playing kind of both sides, it gets you different audiences, and it's worked for me. At least that's what I feel is one of the keys to my longevity is tomorrow, if they never made another FromSoft game, I'd be okay because I still play everything else.
I would not be okay with that.
I wouldn't be okay with that either. I love those games too. As much as I rage at them and I'll be angry in the moment, I absolutely appreciate and love them for what they are.
Well, clearly you just need to get good. I'm just,
Exactly. I'm a terrible player. Everyone knows this.
Well, let's talk about something real quick. So you early on had this perception of the King of Hate. That was something that you marketed, you created, or whatever, right? Whatever it is, that was your thing, the King of Hate. You had the kingofhate.com and all that stuff, and now you're Phil, right? But do you feel that that still follows you around? This idea of built around, like, look. James Rolfe, angry video game nerd. He's clearly a character. People know that there's the angry video game nerd and then there's the character. But your perception is that there's this hate around you, this negativity around you, right? Do you think that has followed you to the point to where, regardless of if they're coming to watch you, Phil, or DSP, that is been a negative detractor for you, the whole hate moniker?
Absolutely. And of course, I guess this would be a good time to talk about what the moniker means, because a lot of people think the King of Hate means, that means that he's a hateful person towards games and game developers and everything else. He's just going to rage on his stream and just hate everyone.
Why do we got to waste time on
Anyone who
this?
does 5 seconds of research.
All right, I think I should
what
take
does the
notes
King of Hate
too.
mean? I've answered this
Well, I
question
was
so many
mentally,
times in
but
15 minutes of content
I'm a
creation,
forgetful
everyone wants to
person.
hear the answer.
Let's get this
The answer
pen
is,
down here.
I used to be a competitive Street Fighter player. back in the 2000s, okay? And back then it was a really weird situation because Street Fighter wasn't big like it is today. Street Fighter was on the downturn. There were no new fighting games out. So the way to get attention on the competitive Street Fighter community was building up drama. So I would go online and I would be the biggest internet troll to everyone in the Street Fighter community. I would make fun of them. I would just destroy them online. And everyone
let's fast forward, right? This has been well established. This is a decade ago. Let's talk about today, though. Like, do you feel that this has followed you around? Do you feel that people? Do you think that the King of Hate moniker is still relevant?
Today, it is not. It was because when I started, the meaning behind it is when people hate on you, you don't use that to become a victim. You don't use that to crawl into a ball and hide in your corner and, oh, I'm defeated. People don't like me anymore, so I quit. Instead, you use that as a way to motivate yourself to do better. For example, when people say, you're never going to beat this game because it's so tough. You say I can't do it. You're hating on me. Say I'm a bad gamer. I'm going to beat that game just because you said I couldn't, right? You say I'm a bad content creator. I'm going to fail. No, I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to use that hate around me. And I'm going to be the king of it. I'm going to motivate myself with all that hate to be a successful person. This is a mantra I've used in my entire life to continue on and be successful. And that's why I have so many haters on the internet. I use that to fuel myself every day to come back and say, no, I'm going to put out a great, meaningful stream for people, regardless of what these idiots say on the internet about me. But it follows me. You're absolutely right, because people say the King of Hate is not that Phil owns the hate against him and motivates himself. They say, he's a hateful person. Take a look at that thing he said 10, 15 years ago, that racial joke he made, that ridiculous sexual comment he made. You know, that's what the King of Hate is. And then they'll say, look, he used to have a website, thekingofhate.com. And then they'll reference that stuff and say that I'm a bigot.
Top haters?
Or I'm
Why does he never bring up top haters?
Sexist. You know, they say it to this day. They're probably saying it right now in chat. You know,
okay.
It's not true.
Top of like the hate mountain and claim to be the king of hate. Don't you think it's almost inviting people to try to take you down? Your thing in the Street Fighter world, and then as time went on in the YouTube realm, that's what you were, I guess, made your position on the internet known. You're the king of hate. So like, you can almost expect people to come back at you and try to use that same kind of vibe. Clips of random shit throughout the past couple weeks, because I didn't know who you were, right? So I'm still kind of new to this YouTube realm, and you know, I've seen the way sometimes that and of course this is what people share, right? So what I've seen is you kind of letting it get the best of you in some cases, where you're letting that almost get under your skin, where, I mean, if you want to be that person on the internet, you kind of have to be able to take it as well. I just wanted to point that out. You know, it's almost like you kind of asked for it by being the king of hate and making that your thing. It kind of was like, all right, well, if I'm going to dish it, I got to be able to take it as well.
I 100% agree with you, Adam. Today.
No, you don't.
I've been on YouTube for 15 years, and when I started on YouTube, there were no successful Let's Players making a full living doing it the way that I ended up doing. I'm almost kind of like a history lesson. Look at what Phil has done, and don't do it, right? Look at all the mistakes Phil just made in the last 15 years, and if you want to be someone who makes gameplay content on YouTube, don't do what that guy did, because he screwed up. You know, when I started 15 years ago, I was like, I'm just going to roll with what I do in Street Fighter. It worked there. Why not do it on YouTube? I wasn't doing it for a living. It was my hobby. I had a 9-to-5 job. And this was something I came home and did 2-3 hours a night. I would pump out some gameplay. I never took it seriously. I never thought it would be my job or anything. So I was the king of hate. I just rolled that moniker over on YouTube. But now I'm the king of hate. Everyone knows me as the king of hate. For 2.5 years, this is my shtick. This is my moniker. What do? You know, how do you erase the past that you've already established? And that's what you're known for. And so it's been rough. It's been rough. I'll tell you this. 2 years ago, about a year and a half ago, I had a revelation. I was like, I have to move on from my past in any way that I can. I have to try to get rid of this moniker. This is something that people were actively using to weaponize against me. They were going to businesses that I was associated with and telling them, you have a bigot on your website. Do you know that? Look at all these things that he did. And they would link to things, little one-off jokes from 15 years ago.
Right.
if it's something I did today.
Well,
And they would say, he's the king of hate. So I said, I have to stop this. I have to get rid of the website, rebrand myself. And now that's why I do not live by that mantra anymore. I don't even mention it. You know,
So, but what have you done? What have you done, Phil, to change the perception of that? What have you changed the look of your streams? Have you changed your production value? Did you take a break? Did you say, look, I'm leaving and I'm gonna come back, but I need time to kind of rethink this? Like, did you? Because you're still going under it's the same, still the same channel, still DSP, still Darkside Phil. What have you done to change the perception of that? I mean, it's been a consistent line the entire time of Phil. So what have you done to change that? Because it sounds like you're saying, well, you know, woe is me, but ultimately it comes down to your actions.
Yeah, and if you were to watch my content, you know, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, hell, 2 years ago, and you were to watch my content today, you would see a difference. Like, for example, look how everything looks behind me right now, right? Up until just, 6 months ago, I still look like shit. I'll admit that, but it's because I don't have the know-how. I don't, I'm very much crowdfunded by my viewers and fans, and it's they who contribute to everything. And in this last year and a half, there's been kind of a reinvigoration. Let's change everything I'm doing. Let me listen to feedback. Just in the last year, I started doing React content. I was the biggest critic of React content. I crapped on it constantly, saying it was terrible content. It's the lowest form of content on the internet. I hated it. And then I started listening to my viewers. They're like, Phil, why are you so ignorant about this stuff? You got to start to open up and be a more laid-back guy about all this crap. If you don't want to be the king of hate, you got to listen. And I started listening. I started doing different kinds of content. I changed my setup. I'm trying to change the perception around me. But the problem is, it wouldn't matter if I went away for 2 months and rebooted my channel and renamed it or whatever. There is such an overwhelming stigma against me on the internet.
This audio is so fucking bad.
These trolls
It is so
would
bad
just
compared to
follow me no matter
Craig's.
where I go, what I
Oh,
do,
my bad,
no matter
Craig.
how much I change. They don't want to believe it, or they pretend like the change hasn't happened.
I'm
So
trying
they
so
keep
hard to
rolling on with
focus,
their
but
hate
it's
train.
going in one ear and out the
It
other.
sucks. I would
I
love to do a full
actually
reboot
do
and
want to
DSP.
focus,
It wouldn't matter. Within
but
a
it
day.
is so
That's
difficult.
DSP gaming. Don't be fooled. It's the same guy. So
Well-
I have tried to change and do better things and make more laid-back content. You watch my
Hopefully
content
Ludwig has
today,
better notes
Way
than
less of that
me.
rage kind of stuff. Way more chill content, interactive stuff, meaningful content with my viewers, I feel. But the stigma remains.
Well, let's talk about something real quick that can add to that stigma, right? And I think this is important. You said the light bulb went off, about a year ago. You got to change. You changed your background and stuff. But
I say a
wanna
lot.
bring up,
I
there's
say it a
still
lot, but
jokes
he's
that are made that
he's talking a lot,
um,
but he's not
that
saying anything.
don't necessarily they don't fit today. And I want to play one for you really
Sure.
quick and just kind of get your reaction to this. Okay, so this is
Oh, here
this
we go.
is yeah. So you know where this is going, and I want to watch
Oh,
this
yeah.
so we all understand what's going on.
Ah!
All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling her right off for profit. You know how much I love you. Right.
All the way to the moon.
Scared you just look up at the sky and remember that, okay?
Okay.
Put the kid in the vehicle. Stay with her.
Right, she's too valuable to escape.
I can hear
Lots of
whatever
money.
background audio
Okay.
Krug has going on while
Yeah,
he
so-
plays
so-
this.
So what's going on there, man? Like let's talk about that. Like how does that?
What's going
when-
on
when
there,
you
man?
see
What's
that-
going on?
When you see that, how does that make you feel? What are you thinking? Do you regret that saying that? Like, is that edgy
Sure.
humor?
Well, first of all, I have an honest question for you guys. You've now seen it. I don't know if Adam has ever seen that clip before. Okay.
No, I
Is that
haven't.
the first time? Okay. What do you think the joke was there? I'm just curious. What do you think I was trying to joke about?
That you're selling that girl.
What do
Slave
you
trade?
think I was joking about,
Sounded
motherfucker?
like, and that's pretty fucked up.
Okay. Now, from what reference do you think? How can I say this? Okay, I'll approach it from the detractor perspective. Okay.
All right, I have a good
From
note
the
about
detractor
this.
perspective,
No,
the
I want to
joke-
hear your perspective of what you
Yeah.
Look at
meant.
Ludwig.
Right? Yeah.
What is he
like-
doing?
It's
We'll do
it's
both.
pretty obvious what the
You're
detractors
supposed to be
mean.
the
Like,
co-reporter here.
Like for me,
I guess
that
he's
would've put
wilding
me
out on
the
his side.
detractor side because it sounds like you were making a joke about selling that little girl to the slave trade. How is it not that? Like, what did you
Oh
mean?
no,
that
that's absolutely, that's the joke. But there's a difference between saying that's okay and it's funny, or the ridiculousness of the situation. See, you just saw that clip completely out of context, correct? You don't know what's going on in the game right there.
Okay, explain the context then.
That sheriff is a corrupt sheriff. He is actually orchestrating a situation to try to murder people inside a building.
It's
to
out of
protect
context,
his
Groob.
secrets. He's like a dark guy who controls the whole town, and no one knows this. Everyone thinks the sheriff's a squeaky clean guy. So this is being revealed throughout the plot of the game. He's a scumbag, right? So the joke is, this guy's such a scumbag. He's saying to the dad, I'm going to save your daughter. Give me your daughter. Let's take him in and rescue her. But in reality, he's such a scumbag, he'd probably do something like that. He'd probably, traffic people. That's the joke. Now, is it a joke that's acceptable by today's standards? By 80% of people, probably not. I agree with you.
Do you think that's a joke? Like, do you think that's a joke acceptable by any standards? Like, I don't.
Even a decade
Craig is
ago,
vaguely right wing,
decades
by the
ago,
way.
3 decades ago.
And it's like, I just want to hear your thoughts on that, because I think there's edgy content, then there's inappropriate content, and we've all been guilty of edgy content before, So
I think it's dark humor. It's definitely skirting the risque. Okay, not to say that I've heard much worse. Obviously,
It's
from other
skirting
people,
the
that doesn't
risque.
make it okay for me to do it.
It's just
I know
dark
that.
humor.
And there's
well,
things...
especially with what's following you around, your reputation, right? Do you think that if the light truly went off in your head to say, like, I gotta change, don't you think it would be like, well, maybe I should bite
Did
my
he just
tongue on this one.
imitate
I may be
DSP's
thinking
voice
it,
there?
But how about I bite my tongue?
I wasn't the only one who heard that, right?
I
Right.
100% agree with you. And it's a working process. It's something that has to happen naturally over time. It's not something that can be a switch that's flipped, because, again, I was someone who's done this for 15 years back in the day. That's what people came to watch. That's the content they wanted from me. That's what got me popular on YouTube. That kind of ridiculous, unacceptable, over-the-top, dark humor joke, okay? Today, it's not acceptable. I know that. But the thing is, those jokes still click in my head. I absolutely should have not done that joke. I will tell you that right now, 1,000,000%. But it's a working process. And here's where you have to have some kind of an air of fairness, or at least you have to see the big picture. All right? I've been doing this for 15 years. I've been doing it full-time for a job since 2011. I do it 6 days a week full-time. 6 days a week I'm here, full-time streaming. I have over 100,000 videos on the internet, okay? People will always find something that moment of weakness, that stupid thing that I said, stupid Phil, why the hell did I make that joke? But once it's out there, it's out there. And all you can do is apologize for it, say you're gonna do better and try not to do it, and move on. Now, there's a reason why I'm on the show today, okay? This is what, March 16, 2023, and you had to show a clip, one random clip from last summer. You didn't show something I did in the last week, the last month. You showed something
Last
from
summer.
the one moment of weakness. Whenever I do something stupid on the
a couple
internet,
months ago.
it gets hyper analyzed, looked in with a microscope, and blown away. This is what Dark Side Phil is. Have you watched the last 5 years of content I've put out? There's probably, okay, yes, I'm a human.
Wait.
I make errors. Absolutely.
We
And I'm
vouched for the
stupid,
last
and I
5
do
years
dumb
of
stuff when I
content,
get
and then we
over-emotional.
like
This is not
lambast
the
him for
norm on
having
my
to go
stream.
back to the last
People see
summer
that
for a
out of
clip.
context, like you guys just did. And if all you knew of Dark Side Phil was that joke,
If he's
you
citing
would
the
hate
past
my
week,
guts.
then
You'd be like,
that would
what a scumbag.
imply
He had a
he
joke
literally
about
just
child trafficking.
improved last
What kind
week.
of a horrible person thinks
But
child
we're
trafficking is
lambasting him for
funny?
going back to having to go
Watching in
all
context,
the way
it's
back
not as
to
bad, but it's still
dot
bad.
last
But
summer for a
when
I
you
don't know.
clip.
watch all of-
The context that you explained didn't make it any better. I'll be honest.
That's fine. I agree.
Because I'm not sure which character you're even like portraying. So were you acting as the sheriff in that
Yes,
situation?
that's why I did. That's why I did like the accent. Yes.
I don't know. I think that, like, in a situation like that, like, we live in a society now where, like, look, I understand that going into this interview that
live in
literally
a
every
society, huh?
second of this is going to be analyzed, and Adam understands that, and you understand that, right? But and literally everything you say, there's a camera on you at all times, especially when you're a live streamer, and I mean, for somebody who does this for a living, I just feel like you have to be able to bite your tongue at sometimes, and you need to know better. You said it yourself, the switch was was flipped. And
I think he'd rather bite his fingers.
I understand that. I
Much.
understand. I am very forgiving of mistakes, right? But when there's a pattern of these things that go back over the course of time, like it's no longer a mistake. It's a continuation. So I don't know. I think, look, if you're saying that I'm also a big believer in taking people at their word, right? Up until their actions show different. So you're saying that over the course of since that joke, you've been pretty squeaky clean, and you haven't made inappropriate jokes like that are that edgy, I guess.
I don't. Here's the thing. I don't want to say that because I'm here 6 days a week full time. That's a lot of my life. And I guarantee you, if I say, man, yeah, that was it, Craig, that's all I remember, immediately There'll be other examples tossed out right now, they'll find it, right?
I understand.
And that's the problem is when you are 100% on the internet at all times, with the amount of content I put out on the internet, they will always find another example or whatever. I am actively trying to change. What I will say is this. You would be challenged in the last maybe 2-3 years to really find a running pattern of me doing really bad jokes like that. Okay, maybe you'll find a few. I'm definitely a flawed individual, but you're not gonna find it as like you wouldn't say, oh, here's 47 times within a year that Phil did that. I know for a fact he's a scumbag, right? You'll find one time here, one time here, one time here, and then they blow it
Phil,
up on the internet.
You just gave so many different people a reason to do exactly that.
Oh, they will. I know that, but the thing is, they do it anyway. It doesn't matter what I say or do. This is what they do. So
now you said that the switch in your brain, was off, so that you made that joke. Like, do you have it in there that it's like thinking like when you said that you're like maybe that was too much, or you were just free flowing, and that's just kind of you.
Let me put it this way: if I'm streaming and a joke pops into my head, and I feel, oh man, that's probably too much today, I usually will not say it. Usually, it would be maybe an extenuating circumstance, or just for a second, a momentary lapse. I feel like what that was a momentary lapse because I've done it for so long. I get this weird observational humor in my head. And
so he gets racist jokes in his head regularly.
Here's a joke.
Right? Usually he
but
stops
do you think
himself
that's
from voicing
observational
them.
humor, though? Like that's I don't like it's I don't know. Like I'm not one to like. There are people who make there are comedians who make jokes and they're edgy and such like that. I guess. Do you fancy yourself as a comedian? Like because you're telling us that people come to your streams to watch you, rage react to streams and things like that. I don't necessarily, and I don't know. I'm asking, and I think this is probably a better question for your fans. Are they coming to watch for those edgy jokes, or are they coming to watch you rage? Because I don't know, man. It doesn't fit. That's
I
a
agree
really.
with you. I agree. I actually agree with you today. I should not have made that joke. I know that. That today you're 100% correct. 15 years ago, even 10 years ago, it was a different climate on YouTube, and people were looking for that. That's who I was, and now I'm not.
So this was last year, you said?
That was probably summer of last year. Yeah.
So, because it just feels like a big leap from going from a sheriff who is like trying to kill people to seeing a little black girl and thinking a slave trade. You know what I mean?
No, now you said it.
See what?
You said black girl.
It was on
that's
screen.
That's correct.
Yes, it was a black girl. Is this the gotcha?
What?
I didn't think that. In my mind,
it doesn't matter. It
doesn't matter.
You're right. I agree with you.
But we're right.
In my mind,
doesn't
I
matter.
didn't see that. I didn't think that. That's
okay.
The joke.
Taking note about that attempted Phil
scumbag
gotcha.
Sheriff. He's literally lying to everyone. If he's going to traffic someone for profit, I wouldn't be shocked. It wasn't. She's a black girl going to the slave trade, and that's stupid of me. Why the hell did I not make that connection in my head?
You're the one who thinks it's racist, motherfucker.
I'm dumb.
I don't know if I believe that.
You don't have to. That's fine.
Okay.
You don't have to believe me. I can't make you believe me. I didn't think of it at one moment. Did I ever think, oh, she's a black girl, make a slavery joke? Absolutely not. It was about child trafficking, essentially, and that this guy would have probably done that because he's such a piece of garbage.
Okay.
Let's talk about your. I feel like we can.
Okay.
I feel like we can go on for, for an hour about this clip, but
Let's move on.
12-hour show coming up, folks.
Right. Let's talk about this. So it seems like your biggest
tugging his
detractors
shirt collar here.
are some of your earliest fans. They were fans who have turned into detractors. Why do you think that is?
So, I mean, this might be a long answer. My fans will know it, but again, I've been doing this for 15 years. My first 5 years that I did it, all right, I had absolutely no effort to make it professional at all. I was being a jackass on camera, okay? And I didn't even have direct capture. For 5 years, I was having a camera pointed at my TV. Everything looked like junk, okay? But it was a joke. It was like, I don't care. I'm just some normal guy filming games. I'm terrible at them. I make risque jokes. I'm swearing at them. That was the shtick. That's what everyone liked back then. And then, basically what happened was after doing it for about 4 to 5 years, someone made a video. And the video was called, This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 2. And this was a playthrough I had done of Metal Gear Solid 2, where I did my usual shtick. And my usual shtick is, oh, I suck at the game. Is it my fault that I suck at the game? Of course not. It's the game's fault. It's Hideo Kojima's fault. So I blame him. I insult him massively during the playthrough. I'm just raging at this game constantly. My viewership loved it. But someone made a parody video essentially taking out the moments of me doing that. Taking out all gameplay moments that would have been considered good or fun or entertaining and only focusing on basically the cringeworthy moments. They made this montage and it blew up with popularity on the internet. Okay. And essentially what happened was all of my shortcomings as a content creator for 5 years, these things that people liked now became, oh, Phil is not like his contemporaries. He's not putting effort into his content. He's just a jackass. Look at him. He's a joke. So now let's make fun of him. And what ended up happening was people would take every playthrough I did moving forward and make a This Is How You Don't Play video about it. And my fan base turned on me. Admittedly, if you would like, I'm not going to go into a giant explanation.
So your fan base turned on you because of what a video that somebody else did highlighting, like if that doesn't make sense, Phil.
Man. They turned on me
when that happened because when I hear,
oh my God, yes.
So do you think that bitterness changed the way that you were a content creator? Did you like add that into your shtick, as you say?
I don't think so. I think what happened was I reacted so bitterly to it. In hindsight, today I look at it and I'm like, that was an opportunity. I could have taken that and run with it. I could have done my own, or I could have highlighted those and laughed at them. But instead, again, it was a different climate. Today, everyone who makes content has all these methods of making a living, correct? We have Patreon, we have crowdfunding on our streams. That didn't exist back then. Back then, I was someone who had a full-time job, and the job was putting videos on the internet with monetization on them. That was my only revenue stream.
So this was after 2011 when you lost your job.
Oh, correct. Yes, I lost my job in late 2010. I was doing YouTube for a living for about 2 years when the This Is How You Don't Play movement started picking up. And basically, the way I saw it, and this is, now I know this is stupid, I thought people are stealing my content, man. If someone takes my content without my permission, edits it together, and only shows the worst of me, that's going to highlight myself and my business in a very negative light. That's going to make me look like crap. And instead of people laughing with me, now they're going to laugh at me. And therefore, that's theft. I outright said this in my videos. You stole my content without my permission. How dare you? This is bad. This, today I realized how dumb that was. It's many years later. And let's be honest, the bubble was going to burst on ad revenue on YouTube one day anyway. I don't think that was ever going to last forever, but I was an idiot. I thought I actually went 1,000,000% bitter against it. And when that happened, people saw that change in attitude of me. Wow, Phil used to totally just not care about anything. Now, all of a sudden, he's always bitter about people joking about him and stuff. And that just goaded them on to do it more and more.
Well, now, that's what you just said right there. So you're admitting that you added this bitterness. But initially, like 2 minutes ago, you said that's when they turned on you before admitting that you actually were getting bitter. So don't you think that like that kind of correlates? Like maybe it was that moment when you didn't own up to the fact that people were making fun of you being this king of hate guy, now going to, they're stealing my shit, I'm fucking pissed about it, what the fuck? And now everyone's like, well, who the fuck is this guy? You got to own it. If you don't own it, then like why then you're just a joke. So it felt like you just kind of like let that run your ship that you were sailing.
Correct. I have nothing I could say to counter that in any defensive manner. It's a mistake I made. My reaction to This Is How You Don't Play directly fueled the fire for more people to keep doing it and to escalate further, because it started as just a movement of Phil's a bad gamer. He doesn't deserve the success he has on YouTube because he has no production quality. He's a rager. You know, there's no, you're not going to watch a Dark Side Phil playthrough and get any kind of knowledge of really how to play a game at a good level because he's not good at games. You watch him rage and make bad jokes and stuff. But it became, instead of watching his raw content to reward him with ad revenue, watch the This Is How You Don't Play video so he doesn't get paid for it and just make fun of him instead. And my reactions 1,000,000% fueled that. I will admit that. Now, over the years, it got worse and worse. And that's, I'm sure we're going to get into how it wasn't just about Phil's a bad gamer anymore. It became everything else under the sun. And we can talk about how that evolved over time. But it's my fault. It is my fault that people have originally turned against me on the internet. 100% it is.
Okay.
So you feel that your reaction to the This Is How You Don't Play is what really parlayed your fans into becoming detractors?
Yes. And it's not all of them, but absolutely back then, I saw people who had been longtime supporters and fans disappear, only to years later crawl back into, you know, as someone who was crapping on it. Like, whoa, what happened? The way I saw it was, and this is, again, I'm such an idiot. I admit this today. You know, after 15 years of doing this, you realize how you change as a person and how you can see from a different perspective. My mentality was, I'm the popular YouTuber. I'm the guy putting out all these videos and everyone's watching, I'm making money. My shit doesn't stink, man. How can you say that I'm doing something badly? I'm the one who has the successful business, not you. So who are you to throw criticism at me? That was my attitude. What a dumb attitude to have. What an idiotic attitude. Everyone knows that you need to actively be listening to your viewer base and your fan base and working with them to create a product that's meaningful to them. And at that point in my career, it was just put the same shit out every day. And hopefully people watch it. And you know, hey, up to that point, 2012, 2013, I hadn't seen any plateauing. I hadn't seen any decline. It was still going up. So I'm thinking, hey, everything's good. If people are saying I'm bad, I don't believe them. That's bullshit. That's just them trying to ride my coattails, right? But in reality, they were all correct. They were 100% correct. My shtick was tired. It was old. No one wanted to watch someone with a camera pointed at their TV, raging at Hideo Kojima. They wanted to see meaningful content, and things were changing. There were people coming to YouTube with better production quality, much higher quality stuff, interactive streams. I let all that pass me by. I was an innovator at the beginning, and I was a dinosaur 5 years in, and that's totally my fault. And
what would you say you innovated at the beginning?
At the beginning, the improv commentary style and the ability to basically do a full-length playthrough with commentary over it.
I feel like they're gonna call him on this.
There's other people, everyone will argue. There's actually argument between it was either Slow Beef or someone else who originally was like the big first Let's Player. But I was the person who started doing it rather than, back then when I started on YouTube, 2008 is the year where I really started doing active playthroughs. The people who were doing gameplay on YouTube were mostly known for being like a guru in one genre. This is the Call of Duty player. This is the fighting game player. I was the jack of all trades. I could play any game, do commentary over it that was kind of improv commentary, and people thought it was funny because of my mannerisms, my jokes. Yes, back then that kind of stuff was funny. And
you say that kind of stuff. What do you mean?
Well, we just talked about it. You were talking about risque jokes. You know, back then my commentary was like 90% sexualized content. It was making fun of every woman.
He's making him think like he slurped the N-word around on the regular.
That's stupid. That's dumb. That's lowbrow comedy. But back then, that was a big part of my content. I watch now. I couldn't even stomach watching stuff that I did 2008 to like 2011. I'd be like, it turns my stomach to listen.
I'm liking how Adam looks here. Doesn't he look pissed?
Look, we all.
This is the guy that was Elijah's co-host, right?
Totally understand.
So
he's. I guess
I would have to assume he's based.
What have you done?
I don't think he's.
So you've had these light bulb moments, right? You said
bullshit.
you had one last year. You had one, in 2012, 2013, where you realized that you're getting left behind from a technological standpoint, and you're doing gameplays that are. The big difference for Phil was Phil could play all games, not just fighting games or Call of Duty.
For some reason, I got Elijah Schaefer.
What has changed? What are you doing differently now in 2023 that you were doing that you weren't doing in 2013 when you had this realization? Because it sounds
I feel like he has
you're doing
the
exact same thing, Phil. It sounds like I'm the guy who plays different games. and occasionally kind of
Notice
my
how
channel to get some sort
I
of
should have brought this up. He doesn't
shock
have the
value
other
joke,
co-hosts here.
right?
He has 2 other
What
co-hosts.
differentiates
I believe
you now
one was
from
even
who you
capping
were
for Phil a
a
little.
decade ago?
Okay, wow.
Interesting.
Geez, first of all, full-time streamer, I wasn't back then. I was just a YouTuber. Now I'm a full-time streamer, 6 days a week full-time, you know, mostly gameplay. Now I do React content as well. We'll talk about that in a second. Those jokes, I don't really make anymore at all. Now, when I turn on a stream, it's about having a relaxed social conversation with my live audience. You know, I have people who come by and who are regulars now, who I recognize in the chat, and I can talk with them, and as if they're a friend. Okay, back then I didn't know anyone. Maybe I knew, you know, people who helped me with moderation and stuff, but I didn't know my viewers back then. I didn't have any personal relationships with any of them. Now it's like a friendly community. It's a totally different vibe watching 2023 Dark Side Phil than 2013 Dark Side Phil. That's for sure. And you know, having that now when I play a game, it's a community effort. I'm playing Oblivion right now. I don't know anything about Oblivion. It's the first time playing it, but people help me with the game, and because of that social aspect, the game is a relaxing chill session. There was no way I could have done a chill session in 2013. That wasn't what I was. I was a rage, you know, risque commentary kind of guy. Today, that's all gone mostly. Now, yes, there are moments of rage. I'm playing Wolong. There's definitely moments of rage that come back. But for the most part, you know, watch a stream today versus all the things that people say that I am, and you'd be like, I don't get it. I get this all the time. Someone will come by a stream of mine, and at the end of the stream, they'll say, Phil, just so you know, this is the first stream of yours I ever watched. I've heard all these things about you. And I don't get it. I just watch a 3-hour gameplay stream. None of the stuff that people say about you just happened in the stream. In fact, it was very relaxing. So what just happened? I'm like, they highlight the moments that are the shortcomings. That's what they do.
That's why they
today.
call them
Or
highlight
they reference
videos, ironically.
2013 Dark Side
But,
Phil as
okay.
if that's today. And say
Would have
that's
been
the
insistent on
content
being
I
on the
got.
stream.
It's
They
just
probably
not.
convened
It's just definitely
beforehand.
not, you know.
I'd have to
I have
assume
a
that's
whole
why.
new channel
Otherwise,
where
the
I now
other
do
guests,
React-style content,
the other
which
co-hosts would be
again,
here.
I used to be an idiot. I hate React content. Reacting, that's lowbrow, that's minimum effort. And people are like, Phil, people are interested in your thoughts. They just want to hear you react to random stuff from the internet. They want to hear you talk about a new stuff. Why would you think that's
Hey,
bad?
Kuma.
And
I like the
don't know.
detractors,
You
but
know
being
what?
offended by jokes
Let me
shouldn't
give it
be.
a shot.
I'm not offended by
React
anything.
content, people love it. So that's on me for years being an idiot and saying dumb shit on the internet. And now
I wouldn't
try
even
it,
call
and it
Craig
works.
or
It's
Adam
more relaxing and it's
detractors.
fun,
I
it's interactive with my audience.
wouldn't
That's
even-
the difference.
I definitely
is that
wouldn't.
I've now become a more laid-back guy. I want to put out meaningful
You have
content
to
for
understand
people every
from
day.
my
It's-
perspective,
what's the
I think
difference between,
people
I did one rage-inducing thing, everyone
people
laughed at it and
pretend
talked
or
about it,
lark
versus,
like they're
wow, I just
offended
put
by
out
the
a
jokes
4-hour
he's made
stream,
in order
and
to
people
put
told me
him
that they were
down.
able to separate
I see this a lot with people
from
who claim
their
that
daily
Wings is
lives and relax
a
with me
P
and have a
word.
good time. That's more meaningful to me than getting one rise out of a stupid joke.
It's not that these people actually believe
What is
what-
a
believe in
what's a
the
day like look for you?
in the
Like when
slight.
you wake
It's just
up,
to make him
what is your
upset.
average day like? Walk me through a day of Phil.
And I'll
Like,
not
when you-
put it too.
from
It's
the
also
time you
to
wake up to
highlight
the
his
time you go to
hypocrisy
sleep.
and the contradictions.
Usually I don't wake up.
Bill
usually
has
my cat
changed
wakes me up.
allegedly, but he still makes jokes about the
And,
slave trade.
you know,
Now,
I
when
get
you
out of
point
bed
something
and
out
get
like
ready for
that,
the
it's
day,
not that you're
you know,
offended by
just
the
like a normal
joke. It's
person.
more that,
Shower,
well,
eat breakfast, have
if
coffee,
if you've really
chores around the
changed,
house,
why are
but,
you still
you
making
know,
jokes
depends on
like
the day.
this?
Some days my wife
It's
said,
not
"Look,
even.
it's not."
We're divorcing
You
the
know,
fact
going to
whether
the office
I
here.
find that
So
offensive to me
you know,
personally or
time-wise,
not.
you know, I probably get up between 8 and 9 a.m. every day. I get into the office usually between 10
Yeah,
10:30 a.m.
Kirimazawa. I'm definitely gonna
I'm
bring
setting
that up
for
when
my
we
stream for the day.
reconvene.
I'm reading news
But
off of Twitter to
yeah,
try
I'm
to
sorry
get
if
stories for
it
everyone
may
to talk about
came
on
may have
podcasts
come
like I do
across
every
like that,
day.
Akuma. Personally, I don't
My
give a
stream
fuck about
usually
whatever
goes on
jokes he
about
tells.
10:45
He can
a.m.
say
my
the N
time.
word on the stream, and I would
You know,
say,
we do a little
dude,
bit of
that's actually
pre-stream,
the
you know,
most base thing
people on
he's
the
done
stream
in
for
the
15,
past
20 minutes,
15
listen to music
years.
or whatever. And then I do what I call the level 1 podcast. This is about an hour to an hour and a half long.
I
show.
believe
It's
most
just
detractors feel
discussion,
the
and it
same.
can be
I know there
a
are
wide
some
variety
that
of topics, whether
genuinely
it's my game
believe in
schedule,
the
for the next week,
that
whether it's
like
special events coming up, getting
they
feedback from
do
my
feel
viewers on
offended
how
by
you
the
like
jokes,
the
but
things I'm currently
for
doing,
my sake, I'm
news
not one of them,
stories,
and
all
I don't
kinds of
think
stuff.
Ludwig
This
is
something
either.
that just started about a year to a year and a half ago that I didn't used to do, and I realized this is meaningful.
You hear the
to
shit that
doing my
Ludwig plays
content.
on his stream?
So I do the podcast.
He doesn't care
I do
about
the
these
podcast,
fucking
it ends
jokes.
around 12:30ish Pacific time. You know, maybe take another few minutes break. Then we start with gameplay. So we'll do about a 3 to 4 hour gameplay stream. Games are, as we talked, are wide variety, and I have a set schedule I do every day. I'll post it up everywhere on my socials so people know what I'm doing. That gameplay will usually run about 3-4 hours. Then when that's done, I have to upload all that content. So, you know, another half an hour roughly setting up uploads or whatever. And then usually I spend some, if my wife's home from work, I'll spend about an hour with my wife having dinner, you know, running errands around the house. Again, depends on the day, anything I could squeeze between streams. I'm right back on stream again around 6:30. I'm in the office again. and I'm streaming again for another 2 to 3 hour, gameplay stream. The late night streams are more chill streams. What I say is the daytime streams are more. Let's say there's a major new game coming out. In a few weeks we got Resident Evil. Actually, next week Resident Evil 4 remake. That'll be my daytime streams. That's the one everyone wants to see. More people can watch usually on an early.
It'll be his night stream too. So at least on the premiere.
My late night streams are chill. You just want to relax with me. You don't. Care
Every
about
stream he does is chill.
You just want to relax with Phil. Come to my late night stream. That's like 6:45 p.m. every day, and that runs about 2-3 hours, and it's just chill gameplay. It's not about the gameplay. It's about me talking with my audience. And if there's gameplay, great. We'll advance with the game, but it's more just relaxing. And then when that's done, that stream probably runs till around 9:30 p.m. Then I got to upload, and then of course I'm closing down for the day, setting up streams for the next. I'm probably out of my office between 10 to 11 p.m. So all in all, we were talking work day wise. My work day starts roughly around 9:30, 10 a.m. and ends around 10 to 11 p.m. Then after that, I maybe have an hour to spend with my wife and relax at night. Watch a movie, watch a TV show or whatever. And, and then chores around the house. It's time for bed and on to the next day. And that's 6 days a week. That's my life. 1 day a week I take off from streaming and content creation. And that day is essentially every possible thing you can think of that I need to cram into 1 day. Whether that's
CP Spoons.
grocery
Yeah,
shopping,
here at the perfect time.
doctor's appointments.
I'm
running
mostly being
errands,
quiet. I'm taking
everything you
notes
think
with
of. By the
Ludwig
way,
here.
that's the 1 day I have
We'll
off to spend some
reconvene
time
and
with my wife,
talk after the.
other than an hour here and an hour there. So if we're going to do something, we try to cram it in on that day. And that's my life.
So let me ask you this. Just based off of what you're saying right now, that doesn't seem like the most healthy lifestyle. It doesn't seem like the most conducive, from a streaming perspective or a content perspective. Yes, you're producing a lot of content, but it doesn't seem like a very healthy lifestyle. Do you feel that your community and the people who donate to your streams are enabling that lifestyle? Do you feel that they are encouraging you to live that lifestyle that may not be the healthiest lifestyle?
So you're saying through people showing up and supporting my streams, they're making me work more. Is that the question?
Maybe you have a pressure that you're putting
Get in
on
there,
yourself
Adam.
to do that because this is your only job, and then you're therefore working as much as you are because you are, working for the support that you have. So it's like cyclical. Like they come and then you're like, I need to be there, and then like now you need to be there and do it all day, and then if they're not there for you, then it's kind of like this mental addiction almost. I mean, I've been doing YouTube for about 3 years, and I know that it's a thing. Getting addicted to super chats, numbers, analytics, like the way that you spoke about analytics about 20 minutes ago. No, 40 minutes.
Yes,
I don't know. Earlier in the
analytics. I
stream,
love my Twitch analytics.
You're clearly very
Yes.
much like watching it and attuned to it. So it's obviously on your mind.
Right. I think the biggest thing is, we talk about mental health, right? Mental health, physical health, and how they're so tied together. And the one thing I didn't hear during there is a time to, whether work out or have time for yourself. Everything that you're doing right now seems to be from a streaming perspective, from a content perspective, right?
Oh, hanging out with his wife.
Right. Well, but an hour at the end of the day,
chill.
right? And that's awesome. I'm just thinking once again, like it seems like you're in this never-ending, I don't know, for lack of a better metaphor, like a hamster wheel, where you get up and you start running, and then you finish up at the end of the day, and you finish up running, and then you get off, you go to sleep, and you wake up, and you do that 6 days a week. And I understand we all have our hamster wheels and our rotations and our schedules and the way we do things, but it just appears that just from the outside looking in that if you weren't making the money that you were making, you probably wouldn't live that lifestyle.
Okay, fair enough. I've talked about this many times over the last several years with my viewers. They say, what would you change if you could improve anything about your life? What would you do? And the answer would be somehow to take financial pressure off of me so I could spend more time with my wife. We've been married since 2019. We never went on a honeymoon. We haven't been on a trip since we got married. Can't afford it, and I'm sure stuff will come up. I went through a bankruptcy. because of really bad choices in my past and a combination of online trolling ruining a lot of my financial income with my business. And a combination in tandem of that.
What do you mean by
ruined
that?
A lot of stuff for me. Since the bankruptcy went through, I have not been able to fully recover because of it's always something else, and I'm tired of it. I really am. I'm looking, where's the light at the end of the tunnel? So I can have an extra day off with my wife once a week, which I think I deserve and she deserves. But every time, and again, I want to make something very clear here. I am not trying to put myself out as a victim, all right? The reason that a lot of the things that happened to me over the years is because of me. I know that. I'm a flawed human. I'm sorry for some of the horrible things I've said and done over the years. I publicly apologize.
I'm not a
That's why
victim,
lot of
you
people-
guys.
But every time that it looks like things are getting better, these people will do something horrible to me or my family that ruins financially things for me. This has happened several times over the last few years. It was 2 years ago, all right? There was a light at the end of the tunnel. I was still on Twitch. This wasn't when I was full-time YouTube streamer. I was a Twitch streamer. I've been streaming on Twitch for 4.5 years. I built up my viewership and my subs on Twitch were at like 900 subs a month. Things were going good. I said publicly to my audience, guys, this is great. You know, the bankruptcy
Make the
went through
most
last
money
year. That's
from
not
your
great, but that
subscriptions
took a
out of
lot
anyone
financial
else
burden
on
off of me.
Twitch at the
If
time,
things keep
according
going
to
how they're
Twitch's
going,
own data.
I see a light. I'll be able to improve my business. I'll be able to maybe take time off.
If you didn't
spend
hear
time with my
Akuma,
wife, reduce the amount of
Craig, the
stream.
guy
This
on the
is
top left,
outstanding.
was emailed by
happened?
Almighty_7,
My
and
trolls
it's a Gundam,
took the
among
King of Hate
multiple
mantra, which we
other
just discussed
detractors.
earlier, and they got me kicked out
Like
of
they
the Twitch
literally
partner
sent
program.
him questions.
Now I've been with the Twitch partner program
I don't
for
think
4.5
DSP knows
years.
that.
Twitch had no issue with me. Twitch, knowing who I was in my past and the kind of content that I put out and everything, willingly took me under their partner program. They signed me up for promotional opportunities. They had me promoting different things on their streams and stuff. And then they actually campaigned to get me kicked off of Twitch, and they did. So I'm not kicked off of Twitch, but I can't make money on Twitch anymore.
What
So
what
happened?
did they
Reapplied to
do?
the
What
partner
do you
program.
feel that they
could easily
did
make
to
affiliate.
you to get you removed off Twitch specifically?
They organized a campaign.
Tevin sent
They
some
did
good
it, and
questions
the
in.
thing is, these people
He
are
showed
so-
me.
They,
Well, he
everything
didn't
they
show me.
do,
Well,
they try to do
he kinda
publicly
did.
so that way they can get
He didn't
laughed at
show
it or
me.
at least get credit for it.
He typed
So there was
out
an
what he
organized
asked and
movement
then
against
sent
me,
that
what
to
they were
me.
gonna do was say that 2011,
Asked him an
excuse me,
interesting question
2021
about
Phil,
the
that's when this
Halloween
happened, is
incident
the
of
same
Ket.
as
Basically, something that he
2009,
can't
2010
defend by
Phil.
saying
They
it
took
threatens
out of
his
context clips,
family.
They took those bad jokes from back then, which I've already publicly apologized for, and I don't do that kind of stuff regularly anymore. Okay, I've grown from that.
Apparently, the
Well, I just
question
saw
is
a bad
worded in
clip
such a
from
way
a
that
year
it'll
ago, so
appease
that's pretty
Tevin no
recent.
matter what answer
That's
he
correct.
gives.
And again, I'm totally fallible. I make mistakes from time to time. Okay, but for the most part, that's not me anymore. You can. Watch
I
my
know,
content, you won't see
but
that.
but what you just said was just disproven because you had just made it that same kind of racy joke. I'm not trying to like make it a big deal, but I'm just pointing out that what they were saying is 2021 Phil is the same as before. When you just told me in 2022 you made a joke, so this was after they'd said this, and you're making the same kind of like inappropriate jokes that you were back then.
Correct.
So it's kind of they're right.
Dude, Adam
they
is
right or
in
are
on
they wrong?
this.
I
What
mean,
the hell?
They're right in saying that I still make mistakes and I'm a flawed human. They're wrong in saying this is who Phil is all the time. This is his content, because that's what got this happening. And by the way, it wasn't just the Twitch partner program. They basically did this exact same thing to all these different business relationships that I had. They said he's the king of hate. He has a website called thekingofhate.com. Here's a bunch of bigoted, racist, sexist, horrible jokes he's made over the years, and they compiled this into like a montage. And they basically had hundreds, if not more, people pummel these businesses with it, to the point where they said, listen, it's not that, we had Phil on our site for so long. We knew this was him, but we can't have people constantly harassing us for this. So we have to end it. That way,
I'm actually going to write that down, Eddie. That's a
Did
good
Twitch
point.
tell you that? Did they say that to you?
Twitch told me, here's what they told me. We launched an investigation into your history, and we found that over the years you have used, what was the word? It wasn't racial, it was
Hateful slurs.
harmful slurs. Harmful slurs, as if basically I'm saying really nasty racial.
Correct. They looked
or
into your
things that I
history,
do
Phil.
not say.
You've kind of
I do not
felt
say
it
those
yourself
things.
by saying
You'd
that.
have to go back so far to see me say something like that, and it was a one-off comment that was, again, I'm sure people will bring it up what it was specifically, and we could address it individually if you want to. But the way they're portraying, oh, we found that you said this 100 years ago. Sorry, you're gone. Like, what? I was on their site for 4.5 years making money. You know, you never had an issue with it. Now you find something from the past, and that's not acceptable.
Yeah, they have
All
a
of
million
sudden, what's
affiliates. They
changed
can't
overnight?
pay attention
And the
to all
funny
of
part
them.
was, it happened to me. It happened to another streamer called Wings of Redemption and others all at once. Almost as if Twitch was having a culture shift, where they decided they wanted problematic people
Yeah, 2
off the
streamers
site.
kicked off.
They
Why
wanted-
don't you
That-
cite
that is
LTG
true.
being
I mean,
kicked off
there-
next?
That happened to plenty of people.
Right,
I know
so-
people who got booted off of Twitch because they're Christian and they're proud of it.
Wow.
And it's pretty crazy. So I don't
Right.
like Twitch.
So here I am. I've never received any kind of a warning. I never
Ooh,
got a
deduct
community
5
strike.
points
Everything
from
I'm
Adam
doing
for that
according to
remark.
Twitch terms of service is fine. I'm not banned from Twitch. I could stream there right now. But according to their partnership criteria, all my past actions are unforgivable, and therefore you can't make money on our site anymore.
Did
So
you go
Wings
to them
was
and bring
departnered
them
around the
did
same
you
time as
explain to them
DSP.
like this comment was made? Have you had any sort of discourse?
But he
with-
streamed
with
afterward.
Twitch
He
to
could
kind
have
of
easily
explain
made
these things?
affiliate if
'Cause
he
if you're
kept
saying that
streaming with the
these,
numbers
these
he was
comments
getting.
were made a decade ago, 5 years ago, 7 years ago, whatever, and culture was different or whatever it is you want to say, have you had that opportunity to speak with Twitch about these things? And if you did, do you feel, well, no, we'll start there.
Hey,
Okay.
Swin.
And by the way,
Interview
it's
is
not just
going
Twitch, this
terribly
happens
for
to
Phil.
several other businesses
He's
too.
starting
I don't
to
wanna talk about all of them publicly
he's starting to
because
spin his wheels
it's
here.
just gonna open
I have
content.
Ludwig here.
But basically,
He is
these
live,
businesses, the way that
but
they
we
approach it
are
now
muting for the most
is,
part. We're
well,
gonna
we have
reconvene
terms of
afterward. I'm
service.
taking
If you break
notes,
'em,
trying
too
not to
bad.
talk as much.
We
I
have
wanna
absolutely no legal
I want Phil to
obligation
speak for
tell you
himself
what you did
here.
wrong, because we just don't have to. I don't believe that's true. I think if you do something wrong, they should tell you what exactly, specifically, what you did and how.
Not
you
in their
remedied it.
terms, Phil.
'Cause
They
if
don't
you're
have to do
telling
that.
me I did something to break our legal agreement, obviously I want to fix that. I don't want to keep doing the wrong thing, but they don't care. I tried reaching
For
out
sure,
to the legal
Aces.
team of
Thanks for
Twitch,
showing up.
and essentially that we have no obligation to have further contact with you. If you'd like to reapply for the Twitch Partner Program, come back in 365 days and reapply, and at that time we'll reevaluate the situation. So
Well,
now
let me-
I'm out of income for a year.
Okay, so can you still be an affiliate?
Nope, I was completely out of the partner program for a full year.
So it's been a year. Why don't you try to rebuild the affiliate
should be.
side of things and try to reapply? And I mean, it's been how many years now? I mean, and
It's
if
been
you go the
almost 2.
affiliate, so if you go the affiliate route, I mean, being a partner on Twitch, and let's be real, being a partner on Twitch, it allows you nothing. There's no benefit of being a partner on Twitch at all outside of them
It's
wanting
actually
to.
worse because
Right.
you can't share your content in multiple places. You have to be
Mm-hmm.
exclusive on Twitch.
Right. So it would seem like the best route would be go the affiliate route and not be a partner on Twitch. That way you can stream to YouTube and cast your net as wide as you possibly can and grow your audience as much as you possibly can. I don't know. Like
He doesn't even really
Why-
have
why
to do
not
it
do
wouldn't
that?
30 days. As long as
Well,
he streams on 12
I
different
told you one
days
half of
and
the
has
equation.
over
I'll tell
75
you other
viewers
stuff
on
that
those
was
12
also
days, he could easily
Within
do it
that same
within
time
a
frame of
month.
that happening
Less
for a
than
whole
30
year,
days.
Twitch had basically
It's just within a 30-day period.
several times shut down my business entirely for things I never did. So for example, it was the summer before I'm streaming a game and my stream just goes offline right in the middle. What happened? Oh, you've been hit with a copyright strike. Copyright strike. Someone lied, said they worked for the company that I was playing the game of and impersonated an employee, and Twitch doesn't vet it. They just shut your whole stream down. This happened probably 3 to 5 times within a small time frame. And I'm like, wow, I hope it goes away. Eventually it did, but they left me with basically no avenue to really fix this issue besides going to their support and saying, what are you doing? Do you actually have confirmation this is real or not? Then at the same time, okay, that I got kicked out of the Twitch Partner Program, I decided I'm going to, just what you just said, Craig, I didn't just quit Twitch that day. I stuck around for about a month after that. I said, you know what? I can't get super chats. I can't get paid subs right now. I'm going to roll with it anyway. Let's see what happens. Can I make a living? I had a Patreon. People were sending me tips, direct donations, as you call them. Maybe I could still make a living doing that. And you know what? More power to it, because if I can, now who cares if I'm not in the partner program? What are they going to get me kicked out of, right? As I'm streaming, I get shut down again. What?
Making a note about that
you
donation.
said a racist term.
Citation.
No, I didn't. And then I repealed it.
What did they say you said? What did they say that you said?
I believe it was the N-word, but I don't know because they don't say that in the log that they submit. They just say, oh, you were caught saying a racist term.
Did
And
you
if
say
go
the
back-
N-word?
Oh, no. I was playing Returnal, and when I was playing it, I was in the middle of saying something, and then like an enemy attacked me, and it was like a jumble of words that just happened to maybe sound like that. If you were not,
that is not what
context,
happened.
You might say, "Oh my God, I heard it out of context. It sounds like he said it," but it was actually like me getting tongue twisted. You know, everyone, and it could happen to anyone. And then they mass submitted, my trolls mass submit that to Twitch. Oh, he said the N-word. So now I get kicked off of Twitch temporarily. My whole stream gets shut down. It took about a day. I got
please, please have the returnal clip ready.
At one point, when am I going to realize this business is not being professional? They're going to kick me out of their partner program for stuff I did 10 years ago, not give me any recourse to appeal it or stick up for myself. We don't have to do that legally. So, you know, oh, so now I'm out money that I was making for a living. Now you can shut down my stream at any time for something I didn't even do. And then I have to go out of my way to correct your mistake because you're an unprofessional business. I mean, and I was there for almost 5 years building a community. I had so many people who loved me being on Twitch, and I lost a lot of viewership and a lot of income moving from Twitch and coming over, becoming a full-time streamer on YouTube. YouTube is not as profitable to stream, man. There's no real discoverability over here. It's very hard to get noticed on YouTube. I lost a ton.
But there's no discoverability on Twitch either. Yeah,
why do you want to even be a streamer anymore? Like, what is your reasoning? And I like streaming. I understand. I love being on stage. I'm a musician as well. There's something about having an audience that I really love.
Dude, Adam's cutting deep.
That, you know, I'm successful.
Why do you even want? Why do you even want to be here, Phil?
You're facing this, like, wouldn't it be better for your well-being and like your relationship with your wife and your family to just stop doing this for a little while, get a normal job, and just, you know, kind of take a breather?
A lot of people have said that to me. My mother said that to me when I got married. She's like, you know, look how things are going.
Choking
on
up.
The internet, everyone's crapping on you, and you know, don't you think that maybe long term things should change? And at that point, and that was around 2019, before the bankruptcy and all of that, I kind of agreed with her. I was like,
that cut him deep.
You know, I'm trying my best. I'm trying to improve.
He basically said, "Why do you even exist? Why do you want to be here?"
No matter what I do. And my mom said something really important to me. She said, "You're not beholden to anyone but yourself and God. Like, as long as you're okay with who you are in the morning and that you feel that you're okay with God." And my mom's religious. I'm not, okay? But when she said that to me, it was like, she's right. You know, why do I have to answer to an angry mob of people every day? Why can't I just live my life like everyone else on this planet, right? But, and of course, there's always a but, a lot of things changed between 2019.
My mom said I should feel good about myself, so I do, so I win.
At one point, I will openly say this, I hated what I did for a living. Around 2016, a lot of things were going really bad for me. YouTube had really started to just totally hate me. I was getting, you know, all kinds of horrible things were happening to me behind the scenes. My personal life was falling apart as well. This is before I met my wife, by the way. And I didn't know what to do. I felt like I was trapped. I was like, I'm so much debt in my name. There's no way if I quit YouTube, if I'm gonna if I'm gonna get a 9-to-5 job somewhere, I'm gonna lose everything. I'm gonna lose my house. I'm gonna lose everything because I can't afford it. If I get a 9-to-5 job, I would never make as much money, you know, as I do on YouTube or Twitch or whatever.
So that's really what it comes down to is streaming is more profitable than getting a 9-to-5.
That's 50% of it, I would say, about a 50% weight, because the other half is since I became a full-time streamer in 2017 and I changed my formula. It's not just about pumping out a ton of videos a day. Instead, it's about having meaningful content with an audience that I connect with. This now, I would say, for 2017 till today, has been the absolute best time of my life, professionally and personally, because I met my wife and I have a great personal life. As little time as I get to spend with her, it's the best experience I've ever had in my life. It was a life-changing experience.
This doesn't answer Adam's question, by the way.
And then becoming an interactive streamer and leaving that past behind, I have to fill dead air constantly with a stupid, risque joke and dumb commentary, and growing up and maturing. You know, I'm 40 years old. I'm not some teenager or 20-year-old being an idiot on the internet. My audience today is not the same audience I had 15 years ago. Now, if you look at as Adam says, I'm Mr. Analytics, right? If you look at my analytics, you'll notice I get almost no teen viewers. Almost like less than 1% of my viewership are teens. It's people in their mid to late 20s, 30s, and 40s. Why? Because now you come to my content and it's chill, fun. You know, every once in a while the rage comes out, everyone laughs at it, but it's more meaningful stuff. I love that connection I have with my fans. I really feel like my fans are in some ways, and not that I'm going to that level of personal connection, but they're kind of like my friends. They're really good acquaintances who I know, and we can chat. And we can.
We've had multiple segments of Phil telling people that he's not their friend, that we have no parasocial relationship.
And now I look back at my past, like what a dummy I was. I had this amazing experience I could have been having for years and years, and instead I sat there making dumb jokes instead of actually making meaningful content. So I love my job now.
What does meaningful mean? What does that, like, walk me through? What does that mean? Do you feel like you're like, is this, you say you have your audience is your friends, right? You
it's like they heard you, Akuma.
Now, I've seen clips of you say that, you know, your audience is not your friends, right? So like, are they your friends or are they not your friends? Are they, because you're kind of speaking of, just based off clips I've seen.
Sure.
You're kind of speaking of both sides of your mouth here.
My audience are not close personal friends. I'm not going to come on stream and tell you about super important behind the scenes stuff in my life. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, I'm here 6 days a week. This is my social interaction outside of my wife and the one day a week that I leave this house to do stuff when I'm not streaming.
Hey, you guys here, you're all my friends. We're all pals here. Ah, yes.
The world. So that is me.
I'm not gonna be all weird about it like this dude. Oh yeah, you guys are like you're like my friends, but you're not like my close personal friends.
Right? You walk in, you hang out with them or whatever. It's kind of what it kind of feels.
Get
like
over yourself, dude.
With regulars, and you know, there's people who come in and out all the time, and that's the nature of the beast. But
I have to agree,
really
Hula. I'm actually pleasantly
it's
surprised.
More meaningful what I do. There's again. Back in the day, people would say, Phil, I loved your content because I got to laugh today watching you rage. Today, it's like, Phil.
I mean, some people are going to call it shit anyway, but this is way far and above my expectations.
And I hung out with you for 2 hours today. You were playing Oblivion. We talked. I helped you with the game. We had fun conversation about something going on the internet. At the end of that stream, I felt so much better. You know, it was such a fun, meaningful experience to me. And when people give me that feedback, that lets me know that what I'm doing is worthwhile. With all the hate and all the shit that gets thrown at me every day, that what I'm doing is meaningful. Since I've become a full-time streamer and I've taken ownership of who I am and the content I put out rather than just making dumb jokes, I feel like now this is the best time of my life because I'm helping people. I don't know if that sounds crazy or not, but that's what they tell me. And I love it. It helps me. You know what I mean? It's like kind of reciprocating back and forth.
Okay.
Let's I think that every streamer has a relationship with their audience that's unique, right? As somebody who's doing it, I don't know your personal relationship with your audience. Is that you, Adam? Was that you toasting? Okay, just making sure.
You were talking about a relationship with the audience, you know, and
right?
Just giving them a shout, giving them a toasty.
Okay, just making sure. So, but it seems like your relationship is a little different when it comes to, you know, you're very open that you are funded by your audience, right? You've said many times that, you know, you don't want sponsors, but you started talking today about how no sponsors will touch you, right? Because of, for a number of different reasons, for your reputation, right? What is it? Which one is it? Would you rather have sponsors? What's wrong with having sponsors compared to, like if a sponsor is going to come and pay you $500 to talk about, you know,
I thought he got sponsorships all the time. He tells us.
Wouldn't that be better than,
does this look like he's gonna cry?
To rely on crowdfunding or your audience on a day-to-day basis?
Oh, you know, it's a double-edged sword. It really is, because I could say right now, if I had a bunch of sponsors on my stream, absolutely would things financially be better?
Yeah, that was a good question.
Would pressure be taken off of me to earn on a stream? Yes, absolutely it would. But at the same time, and again, this is something that people will bring up that feels stubborn. You know, I agree. I have always in the 15 years that I make content, always been critical of people who shill. And there's a difference between, oh, I have a sponsor today and I shill. There is. I know that. You know, you can watch people out there who they put out a 30-minute video and 2 minutes of the video is a plug. I think that's acceptable, right? But then there's people who, like, they try every opportunity to monetize everything they possibly could. Every aspect of what they do is a monetization. I've seen in my React content last year, I watched someone who apparently is supposed to be doing a heartfelt message to about something going on. They're crying on stream, and on top of the stream, there's ads running. Like, you can't turn that off for 5 seconds to do your heartfelt message to your audience, right? For me,
but hold on, Phil, because because there are times where you say, look, hey, I really need, I'm in a really tough spot now. I got this coming up, and on the same screen you have a tip tracker. It's the same type of thing. Like you're tracking your revenue on the stream, and I don't have any problem with that. That's done by millions of streamers, but it's the idea of saying like, hey, I'm in a really tough spot right now. I really need you guys to help me out. And in your words, I'm going to be eating, lunch meat sandwiches, right? Like, what's wrong with lunch meat sandwiches sometimes?
There's nothing wrong with lunch meat sandwiches. I eat them a lot.
Oh, don't hang on this. Don't hang on this. Answer the question.
For the tip tracker, that's really there for rewarding my audience. And I know that sounds weird. I would prefer not to track tips, because if I didn't have to track tips, I wouldn't have to count all stream. I could just kind of focus on what I'm doing with my audience. But there's incentives, there's rewards that they like.
That's an
like
interesting thing. I might have to note that he
ideas.
doesn't
Not me.
want the tip tracker, but he needs it. I think this is because he doesn't count the tips himself after the fact. He doesn't know how.
To look like an idiot, and I'm okay looking like an idiot.
Or he doesn't want to count the tips after the stream because it would be more work.
They're supporting me. It's a way to give back. No, I hear what you're saying. The difference is, all right, there's a tracker on the screen. Okay, big deal. I'm not going to sit there and talk about it constantly. If you watch a 4-hour stream I put out, yes, every once in a while I'll hey guys, it'd be great when you get some more support on the stream or whatever today. And then we move on, right? And I'll hit it upon it a few times during the stream. Some people say I hit upon it way too much. And I understand that. Everyone has different perspective on that. I agree that sometimes I do it too much. I'm trying to get better at that. But there's a difference between that and you could tell that a stream is being done because someone is enjoying themselves and having a passion, or someone turned on a stream today to make money. You know what I mean? There's people out there that I feel like the only reason that they're in it is there's no passion. They don't love what they're doing. It's because they saw dollar signs and they want to monetize as much as
sounds
they
like
can.
projecting right now.
Take a note on that. Thank you.
Phil, you just said a few minutes ago, and I mean this with all sincerity, man. You said just a few minutes ago, the reason why you still do this is because you can make more money than a 9-to-5 job, right? And it's
right.
Right. So like that's a pretty big half, and I don't know, man. It doesn't seem. It seems like when you're asking your audience for money consistently. Look, Adam and I have both worked with people who like the worst thing you can do is look at your audience as a dollar, right? And and this is something that I don't have a whole lot of, I've left companies over this, right? And this is something that I don't agree with. But I would say that when money comes in and you reach a goal, let's say you reach a goal and you put on your vest or whatever, how are you taking that money and are you reinvesting it into your content? Are you reinvesting it into cameras? Are you doing special streams outside of just your day-to-day gameplay stuff? What value are you adding by people? I mean, I get you have to pay bills. I get it, right? What value are you adding to your audience's experience to further that meaningful relationship that you're offering?
Yeah, we've had big goals. Like for example,
that was a good question.
If we hit a monthly members goal on YouTube, if we hit a sub goal on Twitch, now instead of just doing our normal routine gameplay, I do an interactive event with the viewers where we'll talk for a series of weeks. What do you guys want to see? Do you want to see a big React event? Do you want to see a special party atmosphere? We just did one a couple of weeks ago with Super Bowl event. I'd never. What is
a React event? What does that mean? Is it just you watching stuff or?
Well, React would be, for example, let's say there's a documentary, a long form documentary out there that people really want to see me react to. It's like 2 hours, right? But for me to react to it, it's going to take like 3-4 hours. Well, that's going to take a major chunk out of my normal schedule to do. People also don't want me to get backlogged on the games that I'm playing. But you hit that event, now we're going to do special things. This big React event, it's separate from all my other content. A lot of times it's hyped up. We set special things around it that I normally wouldn't do.
Yeah, I'm noting that, Eddie.
Gets reinvested. I have a series. I know this sounds stupid, but my fans love this. It's called Feasting with the King. Basically, I order a meal and I eat a meal with my audience. They think it's funny.
That's so
They think it's funny to see
silly.
me eat. I look
No, you
stupid.
love
They say I
feasting.
look like
You
I'm-
love
I'm
feasting with the
in
king.
pain when I eat. They like making fun of me, right?
When you
But
say
You're
the
still-
king,
you're still using the king moniker. I see.
right?
Uh-oh.
The king of pain.
Oh, wah, wah, wah,
Well,
wah.
that's the thing.
Doesn't matter. You say the king, and you know, that's what it was. So people are gonna make that connection.
You're 100% correct, and I need it. The thing is, I do need to try to fully phase it out. Feasting with the King and Ask the King are two leftover shows or events that I do that have the King moniker. in them
Wrong.
That I probably should try to phase
Pretty
out.
sure
or
wasn't
change
Feasting with the
name,
King
but
after
I
he
do have
dropped the
things that
moniker?
have been running for
I might be
so long, actually,
misremembering.
Pushback.
No, wait,
Like,
no,
don't
it
change
was
it.
right
We love
before.
it. It's been like that for so long. Those are my true fans saying that, not my haters. You know, but you're
It's
right.
the brand
you're right, I
identity,
agree
man.
there. But anyway, no. Yes, I try my best to invest. You know, there was.
How?
Well, like I just said, doing something above and beyond. I'm gonna.
Well,
order
that doesn't
this
cost
meal.
any money though. You know, doing another stream, reacting. That's just
Correct.
making you more money.
But correct, but then you know, the ordering of a giant meal that normally I wouldn't order. No, I'm talking ordering 2 entrees and stuff, getting DoorDash. You're talking $50-60 out of my pocket that I normally would not spend. You know, it's not budgeted, but because you know we did the special event, and I know I hear what you're saying. What you're saying is
It's compensated
you
by
have
the
these
money
goals
you
every
make from
day.
the
Where's the
goals,
money?
from hitting the goals. It's making a good point here.
Would you really like to know? Do you really want?
It's not. It's not. Honestly, it's not that we are asking. It's that you. I feel like the people out there that have been supporting you, that now have turned against you because they feel you lied to them or you
Nervous,
saw
take a
them as
sip.
dollar signs, and that's all you that they were to you. It's like, I feel like they want to know most.
Well, then let's talk about that. Let's talk about that for a minute, right?
Set up.
There was a, you know, you went through bankruptcy, right? And that's pretty public. You went through bankruptcy, and there was this, the $5,000, you know, business expense thing has been talked about by your detractors quite a bit. They say, what could you possibly be spending $5,000 on? Look, a month. You are a streamer who streams, you know, by your own schedule. You're active 12 hours a day doing this, right? And there's.
And by your own
you know,
admission, you said like you didn't fix the set at all. It's been just a shoddy set for most of your decade of doing this.
Right. So there's this whole like what do your business expenses look like? I mean, I've done this for a long time. The business expenses are your initial cost of setting up your camera, your lights, and that's about it. And then after that, it's your cost
Internet
is your
bill?
time. Yeah, it's
Wobble,
your time,
wobble
right?
to
And
and fro,
so walk me through. What does that
there
look
we
like?
go.
What is it specifically? You know, there's this $5,000 business expense every
Right.
month. So
Right.
what
Looking away,
what is
looking
this?
away, looking away.
Okay, so first of all,
Here's
we're
the
talking about
deal.
things that came out publicly during a bankruptcy proceeding, correct? And I believe that the $5,000 a month number came off of I believe it's from my a tax return. Is that correct? That it was filed or you know the data? I'm trying to remember exactly where it came from. You guys probably know more than me because you've probably been inundated with this for 2 weeks. While I'm so
don't.
far removed from this.
I want to hear it from you.
I think again, I'm just speculating. I think what happened was when I
Dude,
filed
Adam
the
is
bankruptcy, a lot of
pissed.
information goes public, and so they look at a public filing. I guess there's certain information that's made public. I don't think it's all your tax returns. I think it's like 1 year's worth or something. And I guess there was a number that was thrown out there that it looks like Phil spends $5,000 a month on business expenses. Now, number one, I don't do my own taxes. I have a tax guy to do. I pay him to do it. Okay. Here's what I can tell you. All right. When I can tell you right now because I'm working on it right now for this year. What are considered expenses that a tax attorney wants to know you're spending every month? Geez. Your mortgage.
You want the
'cause
business
if you work from
expenses,
home, I guess
not your
that's part of
personal
it.
expenses.
I don't know. Again, I'm not a tax guy, but your cost of your mortgage, all of your utility bills that apply to you operating the business. Correct?
Hold on, Phil, you've been doing this for 17 years and you don't know what your business expenses are. You don't know what you get tax write-offs on and stuff. I mean, like,
Specifically, no, I don't. I give it all. I pay him a lot of money to a tax guy. I have a giant, spreadsheet of data that I provide. They work it out because every year it's different. I get to feel the tax laws change and stuff, and they figure it out. I give them all the data. In fact, just got an email from a tax guy the other day. He's like, "We still need this data for you for this year's tax filing. If we need, how much do you pay for utilities? What's your cost of internet this year? What's this? They need all that information." and I got to get them to, and then they do it. So here's the thing, all right? Everyone, we're really going to get to the meat of it, is this stupid WWE champion bullshit, which I cannot wait to talk about.
Well, we'll get to that, but I want to stay on this.
Don't worry, Phil. We'll get to that.
Walk me through this, because like I'm trying to put myself in your shoes, and I'm trying to think
Craig,
through
while you're piecing it together, building that up. I just want to remind you, Phil, like you said at the beginning of this stream, you want this to be where people can go to finally like. Oh, you just go watch that video, right?
Yes.
I don't have to say it anymore. So
Correct.
like this, you said like,
Correct,
what do
but
we want to
Kermit,
know?
I believe
this
that's what
isn't
he
for
said.
us. This is for the people out there that are like, what
I mean,
about
why
the
else would he mention
$5,000
his
a month?
mortgage?
So what about?
You think I put that
WWE
as
channels? We'll get into like, what about these?
That's
things?
not a business expense
like,
for like me.
This is your chance to now say, all right, it was the freaking business expenses, whatever. I mean, it was the mortgage, it was this. I don't know if that's actually considered a tax write-off. I don't want you to get in trouble, but I don't know. It just feels.
No, and see, that's the thing. Again, when I went into that bankruptcy, oh my God, that was the craziest.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Because
So much filler words
my
here.
tax attorney,
You can tell. It's like you can read him like a book. You can taste the sweat rolling off his fucking forehead. He's getting so nervous.
And there were things you can do, I guess, to protect from online harassment, which they did. I tried to explain. They didn't really understand who I was or whatever. And so when all that went public, that was the most drama-filled bankruptcy hearing ever. The judge was inundated with thousands of messages from my haters about stuff. But anyway, let me answer the question first, and then we can get to anything you want to talk about there. I would assume that the expenses are including everything that I do. Okay, that's related to the business, and that could include mortgage, any insurance that I'm paying that relates to the business, health insurance and or medical costs, legal costs, and that what I'm talking about is my tax attorney, but also other attorney and things that I've been involved in over the years, which maybe we will get into that today, or maybe we won't. I really can't talk too much about certain things. We'll get to that, about identity theft and stuff. I know it's the first time I ever mentioned that, you guys. So, among other things, all the normal things in a month. Like I said, utilities and all of that. It adds it up. Here it is. Here's my tax return. All of a sudden, I'm being accused that was a lie or something. All right, here's what I can say. Because I'm not going to sit here and go back to a 2010 tax return and say, here's what my accountant said or whatever.
Right.
This is from 2010. That's $5,000 a month.
Oh, excuse me. Did I say 2010? I meant 2020. That's totally my fault. I meant 2020. My bankruptcy was 2020. So I think the tax return that must be referenced is like 2019, something like that. Okay. Here's what I know. Because of the amount of trolling that happened to me, this judge that was involved in the bankruptcy hearing was attacked online with so much shit. I had to go into meeting after meeting with both my bankruptcy attorney and this judge. Hours of work. We went through line item by line item of all of my expenses. I had to explain.
Whose fault is that?
Who has no idea what live streaming is, the entire concept of being a live streamer, and showing every single expense and line item and rationalizing what it was to my business. This is this, right? And it took so much work. At the end of the day, after all that,
you like how we have to set the foundation before we answer any question?
The judge understood. I showed them.
We've got to set the scene,
anything,
like we're the play director here.
Line item by line item, what my business expenses are. Should probably be the judge who's going to make a ruling on if I should be granted bankruptcy or not. Right? That's the government, a government representative. Correct? They saw it all. They went through all of it, and at the end of the day, they said this all makes sense. Approved.
Well, but in the vast majority of time, winners in bankruptcy experience like some sort of relief, right? Whatever the debt is that you were paying,
I'll be right back. I'll have the
it's
stream on
gone,
my phone.
right? So why do you feel so? Why do you have to go back to the well, going back to your audience, and ask your audience to crowdfund your content when you claim and you still say that nothing has really changed financially for you?
Great question. Thank you for asking it, because this is one of the ones I get hit with every day. We just talked about 2021 and what happened with Twitch. Okay, so the bankruptcy goes through around mid to late 2020. I'm relieved of all this revolving debt that I had in my name, but there's still debt that remains. There's still my mortgage. There's still my car payment. There's still taxes. And taxes is a big thing because for years there, I was not able to pay my federal taxes properly. And
well,
it came back to bite me.
you couldn't pay them, or you didn't prepare to pay them properly. There's a difference. Because
I thought you hold on. I thought you said that you paid a guy to do your taxes.
I do, correct, to file the taxes.
Because I think the one thing that people need to understand is that you are acting as an independent contractor with YouTube and Twitch and whoever, right? So when you're paid, when somebody gives you $1 super chat, YouTube takes 30% of that, right? And so you get 70%. That 70% then needs to be taxed by Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam comes in and they take however much of that. So you by the end of it, you could be getting anywhere between 50 cents of that or 35 cents of that, depending on what your revenue is for the year, and you're the tax brackets you're in. It sounds like, Bill, that you didn't necessarily plan accordingly for that, and you didn't save your money to ultimately pay. And if you have a tax person to do this, a CPA, which is for any online creator, that's like the number one expense is having a CPA to do your taxes. That's the number one thing, because going through and that's extremely important. But your tax, has your tax person ever came to you and said, hey, you should probably prepay your taxes. You should be paying quarterly instead of having one big lump sum at the end of the year? Because seems really irresponsible for somebody who works online and has done so for 17 years to have a tax person who hasn't suggested that and haven't had you prepaid.
Do not, please. That my tax guy is great.
Okay.
He I have an estimate of what I should be paying, not even quarterly, monthly. Like, basically, can I make this monthly payment? And some months I can easily make it no problem, and other months I can't. I have to pay less, depending on the income that I make that month.
But that income is based off of your tax for that month is based, and your quarter and your year is based off of the revenue that you're making that month. So if you make $10,000 that month, then you're going to be, then you prepay whatever, $2,000 in taxes, however much it is, right? So the money is already in your account. So why would you have trouble spending? Why would you have trouble with that? I'm really having a hard time following this, because if you have the money, it's either being spent before it's time to pay taxes, or I don't know. I don't know. Please walk me through it.
Whew, okay. So I have two revenue streams.
Ooh, buddy.
One revenue stream is very much
it's getting hot in here.
daily income that I get from my viewers.
I think he was nail biting earlier too.
Let's say. Okay, that's pretty much tips on a stream. The other revenue stream is the other income that I get from YouTube. That's ad revenue, super chats, memberships, and all of that. Okay. Daily I get tips, and that essentially is the money that I'm using day to day to pay some bills, go grocery shopping, buy a new game for the stream coming up, all that kind of stuff. The YouTube money that comes in behind the scenes is what I use to do all my ongoing recurring payments, my mortgage, my car, health insurance payment, or whatever. Here's what's happened, okay? The bankruptcy happens. Great. End of 2020, things are looking up. I'm actually getting more popular on Twitch. I'm starting to make good money. I announced to my audience in early 2021, hey guys, guess what? There's a light at the end of the tunnel. You guys are supporting me so much. The bankruptcy went through. It's looking like if you keep this going this year, not only for the first year in many years, because now the bankruptcy's over with, now I can pay all my taxes properly for the first time in a long time. Because, my problem is we have that much debt and everything. I couldn't do it. It was my fault. I was in financial ruin. All right, 2021, things are looking up. And then what happens? They get me kicked out of the Twitch partner program. They shut down.
Yeah, the Patreon and most other streams of revenue never get brought up when he
later
talks
on
about this
that year.
kind of stuff.
Identity theft, which we might not get to today. I don't know if we'll talk about that. That's a huge one. Identity
you clearly
theft,
want to talk about it.
And we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, it cost me so much money to fix the identity theft thing. So now I went from I'm good to, I immediately have lost a revenue stream from Twitch. I have to go to YouTube. I'm making way less money on YouTube now than I was on Twitch. All that money that was going to make everything even, I'm good to go now, is gone again. I'm way reduced income again. So you're right. As it adjusts now, nothing else adjusted. My mortgage still exists. My car still exists. All those regular expenses still exist, and now I'm making way less. So this is a running pattern, and I hate this shit. Every time in life I feel like I'm getting ahead, something happens and screws me over. I'm serious. It's like a comedy of errors. It's
but once again, Phil, then why not remove all that shit and just do something different. I'm not telling you what to do, but like if you keep running into a wall, eventually you need to take a different direction, right? And like I love that you love what you're doing right now, but if you're still struggling with this so immensely, at a certain point, don't you need to like self-reflect and say like, look, man, I'm running into this wall fucking 5 times. I should probably not be doing this or change my approach to it.
I hear you. And like I said, I had that conversation with my mom in 2019 about changing it and, you know, not be beholden to people, do something different with my life. I mean, yeah, let's be honest. A major factor is money. Have to be honest here, right? That's what this is about. I'm going to be transparent.
Major factor. I mean, it sounds like it is the factor.
Gotta be honest.
I mean, it sounds like you're just spending the money as it coming in instead of saving and preparing for the next month where it might not be as profitable, so that you could be like, I'm saving. Maybe I'm not going to buy that new game. Maybe even though it's probably a write-off because you're doing it for a business, doesn't matter.
Right.
You know, it seems like you just got to start saving money, maybe be a little smarter for the future. I mean, I'm not trying to like lecture you
no,
on
you're
money,
right.
but
you
it seems like you need it. So
yeah, I need what I need. And I've said this before. I'll just say that.
Sure, Phil.
I need like a year, and here's what I mean by that. I need 1 year to make content and not have my trolls fuck with my income.
It's never going to happen.
I agree
Never.
with you. I now agree with you. I know that now, but that's what's happened is every time something happens that screws my income again. Well, wait, here we go. I worked my ass off. I changed who I am. I'm a different kind of content creator. All the things that they had issue with me. This is why they do it to me right there. We don't like Phil for this. Okay, I'll change all of that. Nope, still do it anyway. Ruin his income.
So why change? Why change? What's the point? It's not doing anything. Why wouldn't you just stay the person that you were and that you are, whatever, instead of like trying to like adhere to people on the internet? Because the people on the internet are gonna hate. The haters are gonna hate. Like, who fucking cares? So what's the point? You're doing it for nothing.
I agree. I understand what you're saying. At the same time, I feel like that a lot of the changes have been very productive. I like I said, now I love what I do for a living. I didn't before. I do now. I actually genuinely wanted to be here every day with my audience. It's fun. I wake up in the morning energized, ready to go. I used to wake up in the morning like, oh, I gotta go play games and film again. That was a horrible mentality. Who wants, you know, I treated it like any other job. This now, I love it for the last 4 or 5 years. But, I hear you. But yeah, if I were to quit YouTube, let's say right now, cold turkey, I quit YouTube. I can't find a job out there that's going to pay what I'm doing now. You know, in addition to that, there's always the factor that I've been out of the job market for a decade. Who's going to hire a 40-year-old guy that hasn't done anything besides, you know, operate an online streaming business for 10 years?
Nobody with that attitude, though. You know, so it seems like you're already defeated, not even worth trying. So you're putting yourself in this hamster wheel that Craig was mentioning earlier. It's just like there's no option. This is it. So I have to grind. I have to do this. And like that sounds miserable to me. Even though you say you're having fun, it seems like you're just trying to convince yourself that instead of
actually
it might be true. It might be true, but these two things could be true also. I'm just pointing that out what I'm seeing.
And I just like to kind of continue on with that, right? The idea of like, do you have a business plan? Do you have what it looks like what your business looks like in a month from now? Do you have a business plan for a year from now? You have a tax guy who runs your numbers, but are you saving money? Because it doesn't sound like you are, because just based off what you're saying, and it very much sounds like you're going to be doing this when you're 60, right? And if you want to be doing it when you're 60, that's fine. But this doesn't seem very forward thinking. You know, when you seem like you're living day to day as opposed to thinking about long term. And you know, dude, you're 40 years old, and at a certain point, you got to look at things and say, like, well, do I want to be doing that? Like, will I ever have enough money to retire? Will I ever have enough money to not do this? You know, so walk me through that. Walk us through that. The idea of like, and it's okay to say you don't have a business plan. It's okay. It's like, we're putting it all on the table here, Phil. And if you don't, that's fine. Just kind of walk me through it, man.
Currently, do I have a business plan? No. Have I had business plans in the past? Yes. And every single one of them has been destroyed by my income over and over. You know, to have a plan, a long-term plan, you have to know at least what the stability is going to be today and depend on a little bit of that stability. And it sucks. Like Adam said, YouTube, Twitch, any kind of online content creation is a constantly fluctuating thing. Tomorrow, everything could be turned off for all of us. We can't even stream, right? It could be a new law that says we can't do it anymore. In which case, then I guess I am boned, and I got to go out there and get an offline, job, right?
Pretty extreme.
Well, how can I lay out a business
take
plan
there
when every month is different? When it looks like there's consistency to my life. Oh, here's what I'm making every month. That's exactly what was happening in 2021. There was a series of months, like the first 3 months to 4 months of the year. Things were going great. I had a business plan. Here's what I want to do. Let's do this for a certain amount of years. Let's expand. Let's improve the setup. Let's try new things. Let's do this. And then if it keeps going, you get to the next stage of the business plan, right? And what happens? I lose my partnership, identity theft, income's destroyed. Now what do I do? Business plan's gone. So how can I set a plan when these people won't allow me to even have any level of stability in my life for even a few months?
You know what you do?
Stuff that they're doing.
You make another business plan. You move forward. That's what you do.
Like I mean, I don't.
What choice do you have?
Right.
The only choice is to make a new one and continue moving forward.
I agree. Like, I will not be beaten by these people. You know,
it's what you just said sounded like you were.
Oh
like
no,
you have been over and over again.
One of the
I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know what you what you had just finished with. You know, I had a business. He asked what your business plan is. He was like, I had a business plan, but they kept shitting all over it. Like that was your response instead of this is my business plan. Right? You don't have a future vision. I think that's what Craig was going for.
Okay. I spoke. I do have a future vision. The problem is, if I fully explain it, they're going to try to ruin it. You understand?
That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
I should have said that. I'm sorry about that. Like, do I have an idea of what I'd like to do? Yes. I know exactly. Actually, I have steps in place to know exactly what I can do to try to fix my situation. I don't want to listen.
Sounds good.
I don't want to be here on stream every day saying to people, toss me a few bucks. Oh my God, that's the worst feeling every time I effing do it. I don't want to say,
oh my God, I don't want to effing do it.
And chill with my audience. And this is the funny part that my detractors will never mention. Before my income kept getting screwed over all these different times by them and by my choices. It's not just them, it's also my bad choices that did this. I never had any kind of crowdfunding. It was always just Phil's making a living on YouTube via ad revenue. I had no sponsors. I didn't take any money, extra money from anywhere. I wasn't asking my fans for crowdfunding. Everyone else was. I wasn't doing it. It wasn't until the revenue started to get hurt by that I decided to do crowdfunding because everyone told me to do it, right? Now, my income's ruined over and over by these people, and what's their number one critique of me? You beg too much. I wouldn't beg if you didn't keep messing with my income. The only reason I have to do it is keep ruining my financial income. You keep
go into it. Don't go into it. Dig in.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Phil. Begging for money is never a good look for anyone.
Completely agree. I can't dispute it.
Well,
it's indisputable.
Okay, then look, we all established. Look, the idea of like going on stream and saying, I really need help for these taxes. I really need help for whatever. I got a big thing coming up. Trav, can you please kill it with the chats, please? The biggest thing, and people asking, is this live? Yes, this is live, right? Of course, it's live. You had an opportunity with Keemstar and Drama Alert to go on there for it was $50,000 was being offered to you to go on this podcast, right? $50K. Why not do that?
Dude, they're hitting.
Like that's a giant amount of money. And yes, there's taxes attached to that. It's after it's all said and done, it's probably $30K, right? But why not just say, okay, I'll take your money and I'll spend a couple hours on your podcast. And that would clear up so much of your financial burden.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Keemstar story. Here we go.
Well, no, just answer that question. I don't want to hear the story. I just want to know, like, why would you not take $50K?
Because that's not what happened. You've been told a story that's not true. I have to tell you what actually happened.
Please.
So there's a history with Keemstar where, over the years, this guy has a horrible reputation on YouTube. Everyone knows it. I'm not going to crap on the guy here, but just go look on YouTube. You'll find out all about him and the things he said and did to people and things over the internet. I've had a little bit of history with him, but not a lot, And
Can't answer
basically,
the
he
question
had been
without
pretty nasty to
establishing
me
the
a
scene.
few times, tweets and things like that. What it is people will ask me something on a stream. What do you think of Keemstar? And I'll be like, it's not just Keemstar. It's a lot of guys. I don't like these drama YouTubers. I call them misery brokers. Okay? What they do is, if you have a bad day, they're having a good one because you had a bad day. What kind of content is that? To me, I feel that's the worst kind of content. You're benefiting from someone else's personal drama and misery. Keemstar's definitely one of those people in my eyes. You can disagree. That's okay. That's what I think of the guy, okay? So I said this one day, casually. He starts insulting me and everything on the internet. So we have a little bit of bad blood there, okay? All of a sudden, it was last year, okay? Unbeknownst to me, people start telling me, Phil, Keemstar is trying to contact you. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? I have a public Craig knows. Craig emailed me.
Dave's
I have a
body.
public email. If you want to talk to me, contact me. Let's talk. Let's figure out, it's a business
Everything.
relationship. No email, nothing, okay?
He didn't contact my
he's sitting
business
on his
email, you
Twitter,
guys.
And he's making public tweets. Someone tell Darkside Phil I want to talk to him right now. Contact him. Tell him I need to talk to him. There's $50,000 on the table and he needs to contact me right now. First of all, is that how you start a business relationship? Is you scream on your Twitter to have someone come talk to you? If he has something to offer me, should he not contact me? So I only know about this because people come to my stream to tell me about it. Okay.
So to answer your question, I think that in a traditional environment, no, that's not how you start a relationship. When you deal in the space that Keemstar does and kind of the drama, like look at me space, yes, that is how you would start it. Because you throw out $50,000 on Twitter, people go, whoa, I want to get this attached. So is traditionally no, but we're not dealing with Coca-Cola. We're dealing with Keemstar, right? And that's what he does for a living. So he wants to put eyes on his product and drive interest. So I would say, yeah, he did do it the right way in his world, in his interest.
It's the same thing as the people making this is how you don't play a video game. It's the same shit. They're using your, I don't know, for lack of a better word, clout to make content, and it works. So Keem did it, and you're doing that same thing. You're bitter that he's not approaching you respectfully. You if he actually wants to get you on his stream or whatnot, he maybe should have reached out to you, but he's basically using you. It's like the right thing would be is to use him back,
right?
Instead of getting all upset.
Right, and if there's 50 grand on the table, what better way? There's no way he's gonna make 50 grand back off an interview with you. Like, why don't just take it, cash the check, and then you're golden?
Okay.
Or even if it's 10 grand, even if it's 5 grand, even if it's $1,000, like, why not just be like, yeah, I'll take it, sure.
Okay, let's continue because this isn't what happened actually.
Please.
It wasn't an interview.
So explain that part, because I just want to know about that. Like you said, that's not what happened. So what did happen?
Correct. So eventually, I had to DM him on Twitter to even get his attention because he wouldn't contact me. I learned it from.
It feels like when he says that's not what happened, what he actually means is that isn't the full story. Let me deflect by explaining the story.
Right now, I was like, I can't. Just tell me what is this about? I'm streaming. I'm busy. Just let me know what this is about. So I'm serious. I had to go back and forth with this guy so many times for him to just tell me in a DM, what I'm interested in is I want to do a show with you. I want you to host a show. This was not an interview for 2 hours. This was some kind of like a big project he wanted me involved in. I don't know exactly what. Let me explain. So he says, well, I don't want to talk about it in a DM. We got to have a phone call. I'm like, okay, that's reasonable, right? Let's have a phone call. Here's my number. Here's when to call me. I'm available at these times of the day. Okay? I wait. The call never comes. It's been like 2 days. The call never comes. Maybe he's not serious about it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in this guy's head. All of a sudden, I'm on streams. He starts calling me when I'm on streams. I'm like, is he? I don't know what's going on again. So I DM him after the fact. I'm like, hey, you want to? So basically, it's like stupid phone tag. The guy won't even contact me to talk about what he wants to offer me when I'm available, right? So at that point, I'm like, let me figure out what this is. And I talked to my wife about it. And we sat down. I was like, sounds to me like he wants me involved in a project. I don't know what it is. And my wife says, you know about him, right? I was like, of course I know about him. Everyone knows about Keemstar.
I'm actually going to take a note on that,
about it
Eddie.
Seriously. And we're like, right now, $50,000, if this was real, would be hugely helpful for us. It would put us, back, jump ahead, almost square one.
They claimed that they did not pay him for his appearance.
Financially behind the scenes, and you know, at the end of the day, you got to do what's best for you. You got to do what's best for the business. You got to do what's best for everything. Everyone's good interest. And if this were someone who
you did not do
had,
what's
like my best
in the best interest of your
or
business film, not in this situation.
Had the history that he has, I probably would have done it, you know. But this is a guy who has a history of online. He gets you involved in something, and then everything he does is for his own personal gain, and it doesn't matter how much he hurts you, as long as he's still benefiting from it. Okay? There was no offer to me of being on an interview for $50,000. That's a lie. Right?
So what? Okay, and I'm just for if it sounds like there's miscommunication here.
Yes.
Right. If we were to get Keemstar on the show right now and kind of walk
the claim
through
isn't
this,
that you offered it
very
personally,
intrigued by this,
the 50,000.
right? I want to know more about
he said
this
it was
project.
50,000.
Would you be open to that?
He said it.
Absolutely not. Not after all the stuff that happened after that.
Okay, so you would not be open to talking to him.
Semantics.
I'm never going to do business with Keemstar. Not after the things I now know about him and the other things that he said and done. Absolutely not.
Okay. Then I'll delete my tweet that I was about to send asking Keemstar to come on the show. I didn't send a tweet out, just so you know. I was going to.
Here's the thing. You could say it's a difference between short-term gain and long view, right? I feel like having any association with that guy in the long term is just going to hurt rather than help. I feel like it's going to be even more trolls, more toxicity towards me than I already have, because I've seen documentaries on this guy. It's factual evidence that he creates.
I don't want to worry about. I don't want to talk about Keemstar.
Yeah,
I want to say you should use that mentality towards money. It seems like, you know, you're holding him on that, but instead in your own world, I'm just saying it's just gonna help you out. I feel weird because it feels like I'm like lecturing you, but I'm just like, I'm the type of person. My friends called me an honest asshole, and I'm cool with it. Like, I don't mind. I'm blunt. I'm freaking vicious sometimes, and it just seems, you know, you're being really raw here, and honestly, props to that. So
yeah, major props for sure.
This is who I am. So I just feels
Dude,
like
no, I take no offense from anything, and I appreciate all of the input. I really do. Having conversations like this can only help.
Well, so how do you square the idea of not taking Keemstar's money, but taking it from your audience, who you may not know? Maybe they're slinging crack. Maybe your audience, you don't know where that money's coming from, right? They may be getting it morally in a way that you may not agree with morally. How do you square yourself with that? You know, maybe that I think everybody. You know, if you have a sizable audience online, you deal with people who are favorable people, and you also have some unfavorable people in your audience, right? And they may get money from other ways. So how do you square that in your brain with Keemstar versus unknown money?
I don't equate the two. Like, Keemstar money is, I'm taking money for a direct project that apparently is going to be a long-term business relationship with this guy. I'm associating myself with a guy who I don't respect, don't like the content he puts on the internet, versus people who watch me, like who I am, like what I stand for, want to support that effort to keep it going. You know, my crowdfunders are the people who allow me to do this for a living 15 years later. I'm a small-time guy, but I can still make a living doing it while others of my size can't, because of the amount of support that I get, and I appreciate that so much. They know that. I tell them every day, thank you so much for allowing me to keep doing what I feel is meaningful for you guys, and what you tell me is meaningful every day. But here's the thing, and this is an interesting point. As someone who's crowdfunded, mostly, you know, it's mostly income coming in from streams, ad revenue from people watching ads, all of that. This is a question for you guys too, I guess. This is interesting.
Sure.
Can you be held accountable for your viewership? Correct? Like, for example, right now, the G2s. I would hope that they're all upstanding individuals, right? You always want that, but you don't know what they're all doing, right?
Sure.
Do you micromanage your G2s and say, well, you know, there's someone who's nice on my stream and they come by every day, and I just found out, I went to their Twitter to find out that they're a horrible person. They say racist things on their Twitter all the time. If someone came to you and said that, would you say, oh, I gotta ban them from my community now because they say things on their own personal Twitter?
No, it's censorship.
Yeah, that's censorship, and I don't agree with that either. But I do think that it starts and stops with expectations, right? Your expectations, and it starts with leadership, right? Whether you like it or not, I think that you are the leader.
This is a setup for a Derek tangent.
You are the people that everyone looks to on how somebody should act, how somebody should interact with other people in your chat. how you are the flag bearer of how what
They
the
need to
community
dig in
should be
on,
like,
on
right?
Derek. They're gonna bring up Derek, but he's gonna
I
say
think
that Derek
ultimately your
doesn't pay
community
me,
emulates
so
the
they need to
host.
dig in on who
And,
cares about that.
That being said, I do say I absolutely understand not wanting to go into business with someone that you don't respect.
Yes.
I personally know many different people that are very successful that I don't respect, and I'm like, couldn't be happier not working with them, right?
Exactly.
I mean,
That is exactly
real
my
ones, no.
mentality there with Keith.
Yeah, I mean, I
Absolutely.
get that.
So let's kind of let's kind of dig into this a little bit, right? So where's the line, right? When you have, let's just say you have a community member that you know via their Twitter, let's just say they are selling coke, right? They're selling illegal drugs, whatever.
They don't want to say it.
Don't
They don't
you
want
wanna
to
be
say.
like,
We know who this
Hey
is
man,
about.
like I'm not into that. Like there's visual evidence of them doing something bad or at least alluding to something negative, something that would be shunned in a normal society, right? But you know they're a part of your community. And once again, they're coming into their community potentially bleeding that into the community. I don't think you censor them, but maybe have a conversation about it.
I agree. It's a line of, is it influencing you and your content in your community or not? So I think we're going towards a certain topic. I don't know if there's a particular person you may be referencing.
Yeah. Who are we referencing
I'm
here?
not going to reference any specific community members. That's not what this is not about. This is not about specific community members. We're here to talk to you.
Okay.
Fucker.
I want to actually address something real quick. So Keem actually just tweeted and responded to what you just said, and I want to hear your thoughts on it. I'm going to read his tweet. Keem, he said, DSP is lying in this live interview. I called Phil at the agreed times, and he ignored my calls and claimed later he was at work. He ignored my calls for $50K up front for the Low Cow podcast to stream to under 200 live viewers, begging for them to pay his rent and his utility bills. Both Wings and Boogie agreed to Low Cow podcast. The only reason it didn't happen was because of DSP. Thoughts? Response?
It's a blatant lie. He called me when I was on stream. I looked at my phone when I was on stream, wondering why I was getting a phone call. After the fact, I realized that was Keemstar calling me when I was on live streams. It's just blatantly false. I gave him the times. I said there was time frames between streams he could call. One day, I actually sat here for an hour in my office after a stream waiting for him to call, and he never called.
Well, if it's not true, he's gonna post, when you were streaming and the phone call, and if not, then it's pretty easily provable.
Yeah, that's fine.
So,
he never. I'll tell you right now, to my knowledge, he never actually called me when during the times that we talked when he was available. To my knowledge, so that's all I can say. And then after the fact, to my knowledge, I just wanted to have the conversation. As I told you guys, I personally have issues with the guy and the content he puts out. I do. So at the very least, knowing it's in my family's best interest to have the conversation, find out what the conversation is about, at least to find out, but he wouldn't even have the conversation. So if the conversation doesn't take place, of course I'm not going to say, if you can't even have the call, how on earth could you ever enter a business relationship with someone for a big amount of money, for a big commitment of time or whatever it was going to be? It just didn't make any sense to me at all. So that's why it never happened.
Okay.
And by the way, Boogie, I've talked with Boogie behind the scenes. He really wanted me to be on the show, but I told him personally, I can't do it, man. I can't do anything with Keem. I just can't do it. I can't be involved business with what he stands for. It's kind of like the same thing. I know this is going to sound crazy. All right. I'm the kind of guy that if I can help it, I won't shop at Walmart. Okay. Why? Because I hate that company. The company has destroyed small businesses, little towns, right? Now everyone shops at Walmart because it has the best prices. If I can help it, I won't. Once in a while I go there. But for the most part, I can't. That's the kind of guy I am. Maybe that's a huge flaw with me, right? But I'm not going to take money. I would feel like taking a paycheck from Keemstar is kind of like blood money. That's money he made on the backs of people, drama content he put out, people he's hurt to earn it. I'm not going to do that.
Didn't you start your career on?
You have an iPhone,
like drama and hate.
But not against people. I will say this: I never, if I could help it,
the people in the Street Fighter community, like that's who you said you were targeting.
Oh, okay, that's different. And here's the thing: you're right.
How's that different?
It's different because I've changed now. I will agree, and I've talked about this in documentaries about me.
I'm sorry, you sound like the abusive ex-boyfriend trying to get back with his girl. I've changed now. Don't worry about it.
Adam, you're talking about something that happened the first half of the 2000s.
I know. I'm just calling, as I said, it just sounds funny, like hearing that.
Yeah.
That I changed now. That line is so, I don't know, overused by the
I was
wrong
an online
people.
troll in the Street Fighter community. Absolutely, there was online harassment that happened. Absolutely, I've learned from that. I've been through it myself now, and I realize how harmful that is and why you would never do it. Especially when you're someone in a position of power who has an audience, to actually troll people, to do drama against people. That's so harmful to them. I would never do that for personal gain anymore, ever again. And taking that money from Keemstar, I feel like I'm taking money from other people who've been hurt in order to benefit. I can't do that.
Have you reached out to anybody that you feel that you wronged in the Street Fighter community to let them know that you changed and that you're sorry?
No.
Well, the people from back then, I would have absolutely no idea how to contact, but I have publicly said things. For example, last year I did a react to the Down the Rabbit Hole video about me. This is by Frederick Knudsen. It was millions and millions of views. It's one of the videos everyone was watching. It was made in 2017. It covers all my early years as a YouTuber, but also my career in the Street Fighter community. And I admitted publicly how bad I was back then, what an awful person I was, just to get over in the Street Fighter community.
Yeah, I made sure to pick the best beats, Book Hermit.
For no good reason, I told them. For no reason. I'm just an asshole. And I apologized in that video. I mean, do you want me to name names? I mean,
well, sure. Yeah, because I want to know who's so hard to get a hold of.
What's his name? Shady K. I don't even know if he's even around anymore in the Street Fighter community. I mean, in the early 2000s, I destroyed this guy for no reason, no good reason. I don't know, I latched on to people because look, the more I make fun of this guy or the more I try to attack these people, I get over, right? And it caused so much drama. We almost fought at Evo. It's so stupid. Now I look at it, I'm like, boy, I was dumb. What kind of dumb shit was I? I thought I was a pro wrestler. I thought, oh man, I'm talking shit, and we're gonna have big rivalries at fighting game championships. It's the
Why does it always come back to fucking wrestling? Oh, is that the guy?
I don't know. You tell me, because that's the thing. Like these people are not hard to get a hold of, and his DMs are open. So like I feel like that's pretty disingenuous to say like, well, it's more like you don't want to put forth the effort in saying that. I'm going to say this publicly, and it's a big blanket to cover all the things that I've done wrong. When if you know that you've done things that you regret, you should probably reach out to people and say like, hey, I'm sorry for what I did. I'm sorry for what I said. Because the reality is that on today's internet, it's not impossible to find these people. It's very easy. And it just comes down to like a little bit of effort. And I'm not saying that you're not, but I'm saying that maybe there's an opportunity to provide a little more effort.
You know what, Greg? I never even thought about it like that. Here's why. Little mini story. When I was in high school, I was bullied a lot. Okay, and years later, one of my bullies actually contacted me, like probably around that time frame when I was in the Street Fighter community. And he found me online. He contacted me out of the blue. He's like, I just want to let you know,
we got to stick together. I'm just kidding.
No, he basically said, I'm sorry for what I did to you in high school. Like, I think back on it now, because I've grown and I've matured and I realized what an asshole I was. And I responded, I said, thanks, but I don't really care. I moved on with my life. You don't have to worry about it anymore. And that was it.
This explains a lot about Phil. This segment here, I need to note on this.
We're talking 20 years ago. Does this guy care to hear from me 20 years later in a DM?
Yes.
Never even crossed my mind, but you know what? You've made the point. And now I'm going to have to think about it. I have to think about who are those people that I wronged back then.
No, don't think about it. Do it. Do it.
He's definitely probably number one. Because that was one of the people who, man, for no reason. It was just every day hammering that guy to the point where at the end of Evo, we had a grudge match on stage. And then when it ended, I wanted to shake his hand. And he was so upset, he refused to shake my hand. Because I had trolled him so badly on the internet. He basically was like, irrevocable harm that you've done to me. I'm not going to shake your hand. You're a piece of garbage, right? Now I look at that and I'm like, I probably would have felt the same because I've been through that shit. I'm on the other end of the show.
People are gonna run to that Shady K dude, by the way.
But you're right.
Well, I think like
makes sense.
What you're talking about. You're talking about growing as a person. I think those are things that people you can absolutely learn from. And absolutely should learn from. And those are things that are incredibly important to do. And to answer your question, does he want to hear from you? I guarantee he wants to hear from you. He doesn't know he wants to hear from you. These people don't, but taking time to just say, hey man, I messed up. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. especially if you know you messed up. Like people
Such
say,
a-
"Oh, Craig, you
it's
messed up," but
such
I
a
don't know
good
why I messed up.
point
They just,
here
they
by
just point their
Craig,
finger.
but
you know?
at the same time, it's
No, I
like
know why I
it's so
messed up. Those
simple.
were the
every
worst years of
single
my
day.
life.
It's sad that
on
he
this
has
show
to
with-
be
with-
that he has to
a
even
consistent
make
theme with
the
Adam.
point.
He's always pointing his finger. You really messed up. All right. Oh, wrong way. There we go. I'll say this.
Don't point your finger at me.
I'm not pointing any fingers. No way.
Damn straight.
All right.
Like those crossed arms.
Let's continue on. All right. So we've made mistakes. We're gonna attune for them or do our best. Let's
Don't you soy point at
go into WWE champions.
Ah,
Let's talk about
sure,
this, 'cause this
sure,
has been
sure.
a
Let's go
consistent
into it.
theme, with all the detractors. They want to know about your experience with this game. Just a real simple
It's
yes or no.
WWE Champions
Do
time.
you currently still
I
play
love it.
WWE?
I love it.
Yes.
Yes,
you do.
Da, da, da.
Why are you so why are you so hesitant to talk about that or to talk about WWE champions? And we'll start there.
Oh, why am I hesitant to talk about WWE champions? Well, the thing is, I wasn't at first. I did talk about it publicly.
No, you talked about WWE
When the game first
Supercard.
came
That's a
out,
different game.
instantly Talked about playing it casually. That I was a fan of wrestling. This is a game that I played. And over the years, every once in a while, I will casually mention a mobile game I'm playing or whatever. But, it's nothing that I would think that my audience would be super interested.
He's mixing up
to
the
hear
two.
about what mobile games. I casually will talk about them. That would be like something I would mention on my podcast. Oh, let's talk about I'm playing a new mobile game today or whatever, right? But what's ended up happening is over the years, every little thing that I mention that's not directly related to my content or my business, what
You're
I'm
gonna
doing on
use it
stream,
to attack me.
somehow gets twisted into something distorted or messed up by my detractors to make me look bad. And this is a prime example of them, in my opinion, and you can disagree, trying to orchestrate something. Well, just one of the many things, because we can go through a lot of the things they've done that have been completely disproven. But this is one of the things that I never went out of my way to disprove because it's stupid. It's ludicrous.
Can I ask you, Phil? Have
Sure.
you ever spent money on this game?
Of course I have, yes.
Have you spent a lot of money on this game?
Good question is, what does a lot mean?
Anything over $100 is too much on a mobile game. So
Probably when the game first came out, yes, I spent over $100 on it. That was
Okay.
2017 when it first came out. Trust me, I'm versed on this game now for all the wrong reasons. So yes, in the first year.
Wait, did you just flex on how good you are at the game? What'd you say?
No. I said I'm versed in the game because I have to know about it because they're freaking put me in conspiracies about it and shit. It's ridiculous.
Okay,
I don't
well,
want to know about it.
Then,
How much money have you spent?
But you
in
play
this
the game.
You mind-
That
do you
implies
mind
that you
saying?
don't play the
Total, I
game.
couldn't tell you. It's definitely total under $1,000 over the years. For sure.
Okay, not over $1,000.
No,
Because
absolutely
that's not what people think.
That's
They
correct.
think,
they
I
know.
that you're some sort of.
Oh, I know.
Oh, I know.
I know.
I've seen every video. I've heard it all. First, it was like thousands. Then it was 10,000. Then it was 20. Then it was 40. Now it's 100. I think 100,000 supposedly I've spent on this game.
Well, we started talking about it, and you instantly went into just attacking other people. Like, we don't have to, like, your detractors. Like, they may deserve it. I don't know, but we can have this conversation without even bringing them up.
Sure.
Right? We'll bring them up if they're
Okay.
you're saying
He's
you're
pawning
instantly
off
going to
responsibility
they're
again by
making
bringing up
shit.
that the
But
only time you
do
ever
play
spent
this
this
game.
much
You
money
have
was
spent
again
money
a
on it.
gajillion
And I
years ago.
think what's happening is when you're begging your audience for money and then complaining that this King's Feast is too expensive for a $60 meal, and you're
This King's
stressing
Feast.
for money, and then putting money into a game that is a mobile game that is, I mean, let's face it, mobile games are not necessary in life.
No kidding.
Spending any amount of money on a mobile game, I've never played this WWE. I don't even know. I saw like a picture of it, and it looked like Candy Crush or I don't know what the hell it is, but it just feels like they feel like you're just
Keemstar
using
wants
them
on
to,
Sidescrollers.
like using your audience, and
He
like
just
I
tweeted.
don't want to be used. I personally, I don't like feeling used. I've been used by people in the past, and I don't have time for that in my life. So when people are watching someone online and supporting them, and then feel used, like when you say you beg too much, and you're working on that, which is good because, as I said, it's not a good look. But even talking about, hey, this other game that they believe you're a whale in. Why do they think you're a whale? Where are they getting this?
See, here's the thing. I don't exactly know. There's been so much to this thing over the years that, you know, I'm just going to briefly in my head try to go over what I remember.
Briefly in my head.
Apparently, at first, it was that...
So again, pawning off responsibility. It's all up to your memory.
That's the name of the account was They Call Me DSP. Okay?
Which is also your Twitter handle.
That's correct.
Hey, look,
And
kitty
so
cat.
just by that association, they're assuming that's me in the game. Okay?
Is that
Now,
you? Can we ask
what I
that
don't
question? Is that
understand
you?
After I guess it's
Because you would know your current
on a
username.
stream or whatever. Is this you? And I said, no, that's not me in the game. It is not, by the way. That is not my account in the game.
Yeah, it's down from the rafters.
What is your
Then-
account in the game?
Uh-oh.
That I'm not going to say.
No, why
I'm gonna
not?
Say why? Because back when I signed up for that game in 2017, there had never been any drama around mobile games or anything like that I had been involved in. No one ever asked me the question of what's the name of your account. I have an account name on basically my Apple device that kind of crosses over a lot of different accounts, okay? And if I were to tell you information about my account, these people will absolutely use that to hurt me. They will try to use this data to get into other accounts. They will probably try to commit identity theft, impersonate me with Apple. I can't do that. I've already been through that 2 years ago.
So on the record, you're saying that that account, They Call Me DSP, is not you.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well,
Now,
okay, but here's the thing that I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around, right? Because apparently that name was changed later to Down from the Rafters,
Uh-oh.
right?
I didn't want to hear that.
Why would somebody, if this is a troll that is a whale, right, that in this game,
To make it
why
look
would
like it was me,
somebody-
you guys.
after let's say after this was brought to your attention, the name is later changed, right? And they're spending all this money on this, right? And they know it's being, it's being tracked in this game. Why would they change the name if they're just trolling you with They Call Me DSP, this name? Why would they then change the name?
I don't
if
know.
it's
I
just a
can't look
troll
into
to
the
begin
hearts
with?
of man.
What's the point? I'm trying to wrap my head around this idea here.
I agree. I don't know why.
Theory number one is, like you just said, this person was actually a troll who was trying to make me look bad.
Me take note on these theories.
That was the theory until the name changed. But I agree with you. That doesn't seem to make sense, does it? Why would you try to change your name if you weren't,
What's the
Maybe.
second theory?
Again, this is me just
Can I
guessing.
hear the
have
second
no
theory?
proof. This is not me. Maybe this person was a legit player. Maybe it was a fan of mine. Maybe it was, who knows? Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's complete chance. This is not Darkside Phil. This is not DSP Gaming. This is They Call
It's
Me
Darkside
DSP.
Patrick.
Again, who knows? You're right.
Oh, come on. Look, Adam gives him an out. He's so nervous he doesn't want to take it.
Or whatever. It was
Theory number 2.
one
It's
name that I used
Darkside
on
Patrick.
Twitter account. So maybe this legitimately was someone who was playing the game and over the years was getting harassed. I don't know. Here's what I can tell you. Since this started happening, all right, I was afraid that my actual account name was going to get out there, and they were, like I just told you guys, they were going to try to harass me or change, harass my Apple account, hack my Apple account, whatever. I reached
Phil,
out.
I gotta say real quick, if that whoever They Call Me DSP changed it to whatever the hell they changed it to, why haven't you changed it to some?
That's what I'm
obscure
about
thing?
to say. That's exactly what I'm about to say. I asked they have the help chat or whatever. I asked them. I said, "Listen, this is happening, and I'm really afraid." And they told me they don't do that. I was like, "What?"
You
Yeah, we
asked
don't
them
do
once,
that. We don't
probably
do
like
that.
years ago. You probably do it
There's
now.
evidence that there is. They wouldn't do it for me. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe this person, because
Maybe need to
the level that
recontact
they
them.
spent supposedly in the game because they're a whale. Maybe the company did them a solid because they keep spending, and so they did it for them. Apparently, you can't just change your name. There's no option in the game to change your name. I've tried. It's not there. And you contact support, they say we won't do it.
Okay, look, there's a lot here. And look, I'm of the mindset of once somebody gives you money, you can do what you want with the money.
Ah, yes.
But-
Yes.
True.
I think that we're here to put all the cards on the table here and work through these things. So when you play this game and you have this whale that has the exact same Twitter handle that you have, that is pulling this elaborate elaborate troll on you, right?
If they are, if that's what it was, I don't know.
Right. But, and I look, I hate to bring this up. But I'm going to, because I feel like it needs to be addressed.
Go for it.
People have been very aggressive with you to the point to where they have leaked bank statements from you, right? And that's obviously not cool at all. It's ridiculous that somebody would go to that length, and it's honestly upsetting, but it's out there, right? And there have been, according to these leaks, there have been dozens, hundreds of transactions to
It's not true.
to the Apple Store. Some many over hundreds of dollars that had been there. Were those your transactions?
No.
So those were not tied to you at all.
No. Those, okay, the bank leaks. Now we have to get into the identity theft thing, okay?
Okay, it feels like you want
Let's
to
just
talk
talk about
it.
the bank leaks first.
Well, they're tied to that.
Okay.
What I mean, like, they go hand in hand.
Okay.
Those bank
Go ahead,
leaks.
explain it then.
Sure, the bank leaks are not accurate. Those are
Yeah,
not.
what?
That is not my account.
So it's the person who took your identity was spending money on the Apple Store?
No, that's not my account at all. Whatever
So-
that is not me. That's fabricated. Or it's someone else's account. I don't know whose, but that's not my account that was leaked. I've had a lot of issues that happened with identity theft that same summer, but they used that to run with some kind of this crazy conspiracy theory and say that was me, and it's not.
So you're saying, just so we're on the same page, you're saying
I'm lost. He got me
this
lost in the
account
weeds. That
that
wasn't
is
his
not
bank
yours,
account?
that had thousands of dollars of fees to the Apple Store consistently, that are these amounts just happen to tie to exact amounts
Did he
in
just
the
say it's
game that
not
we're
his
talking
bank
about,
account?
WWE Champions. And it's a game that you also play. Just so we're all on the same page.
Ludwig says
You're
I'm
saying
seeing
that
through the
is
body
not your
language. Yes,
account
I am.
at all, and they were unsuccessful in hacking your bank account.
They did not hack my bank account. They did not have access to my bank account.
It seems awfully convenient.
They did not hack my account the
And
whole time.
Just
It
right.
does sound awfully convenient. But
It does
You can
sound
understand how
convenient. It
us
does
looking from the outside in
awfully
looks at this
convenient.
and raises an eyebrow and
Okay.
doesn't quite buy it.
Thank you,
right?
Bookworm. So
To
he
me,
said it's not his bank
from
account. They
an
linked
outside
linked
perspective,
bank statements from an
who
account that wasn't
doesn't know
his. They didn't
anything,
leak his
would
account
look
the
like
entire time.
You had to go.
So how can it be
and
identity theft?
File for bankruptcy. You had all these issues and people calling you out for spending way too much money on this game, when you should have been saving for taxes. And then, this shit comes out. And
Yeah, doesn't he
you're like-
have
you're freaking
regarding the
sweating, you gotta
identity theft?
freaking
Doesn't
do
he have
something
clips
about
of
it.
him
It's like,
saying that he
oh, I
had to
was
change a
hacked.
lot of stuff with his bank?
That's identity theft. Like, maybe the identity theft happened. I'm just like painting a picture for like these people on the internet that hate you and are trying to convince the world of what happened. And then, like Craig said, I mean, you are playing it. It is your username. There are all these bank statements that actually correlate perfectly with this game. I'm leaning more towards that side of the story because it makes more sense. I mean, you needed an out. You have money issues and have had money issues for a while, and it's just like it's hard to believe, dude.
The reason that this story has not died out like every other one is because this is the one that I really don't have a way to prove my innocence without further exposing myself. You understand?
Do you have a police report for the
a police
identity?
report?
You don't.
Oh,
you
no.
could redact certain things.
I
No, I don't
want
wanna do that.
Geez, how do I?
Did you not go to the police when your identity was hacked or
No,
taken?
I went to all my financial institutions. I went to the credit bureaus.
You
and
didn't go to
notified
the
them.
police though when someone
No,
was
I didn't.
stealing your identity. Why wouldn't you do that?
What do you think to do? I don't think. What would they do about it?
What would they do about it, idiot?
Try to fucking get the person and arrest them for stealing your identity?
I mean, I guess maybe, but here, okay. I guess what I got to do is tell you.
The
a little
fuck
bit
do you
more.
mean? I guess. I guess they'd go after them.
I have contacted the police about the harassment. No, listen. I have contacted the police about harassment over the years.
Why won't the
you know,
pig contact his brethren?
Years later, when someone was actually doing tons of fake transactions against my PayPal account that were all fraud. They were actually fraudulent credit card transactions. I contacted our police here, and I had a big conversation, and they said, listen, I swear to God, this is the conversation. We don't do that. We don't have an online task force for this stuff. They said the only thing we deal with is human trafficking. That's it. That's all we can do. Here's the number to the FBI if you want to call them. But unless you're talking about ginormous sums of money being tossed
So
around,
you did contact them or you didn't?
Not about identity theft. I contacted them years earlier about other issues.
And you talked to them about identity theft?
I talked to them about a lot of different things that had happened or could happen. And they
But why would you have talked to them about identity theft years earlier if none of that was even happening to you?
Well, I don't know if we specifically said, oh, you know, identity theft. But like I said, there was a case where, first of all, I received death threats, like pretty serious death threats. Someone saying they're going to come to my house and murder me with a gun.
Well, that's a completely different subject.
Correct.
Right.
And I contacted them about that. And while I was talking to them, I also brought up PayPal issues that I was having with fraudulent transactions. And other
Yeah, he's
things.
really gonna need to
They
decompress
basically
after
said,
this.
We don't handle that. We can't. We don't have the capacity. Local PD doesn't care.
Your stream's gonna be
Go,
nice.
you know, if you want to go to the FBI,
We might not
they
get
even
Kirby
said,
today
"Here's
at
the
this
number.
rate.
If you ever get into something really
I think
bad,
we're gonna be here for a
afraid
while, gentlemen.
for your life or something, you know, call us 911. Outside of that, anything else, it's, you know, big transactions or whatever, like you lose $1 million, you call the FBI. That's it. So I didn't think, you know, I didn't file a police report about the identity theft because I didn't think they could do anything. They had told me years previously nothing's going to happen about it.
Well,
You know?
it didn't seem like you were talking about identity theft with them, so.
Well, so let me ask this, right? You addressed the bank leaks on a stream.
Mm-hmm.
Why? If they're not yours, why? Why did you feel the need to talk about the bank leaks if they weren't yours?
Well, what do you mean by that? Like, are you referencing a specific stream that I did? Or
Just in general. I mean, if somebody hacks an account and they say this is Darkside Phil's bank account, right? Why don't you say, well, it's not mine? What are you even talking about? And like, I did. Okay.
I'm sure that was it. I never said that was my account.
Then how come? And this is, you know, the internet doing what it does. There's been matchmaking based off of your life, going to restaurants, big events in WWE champions, things like that line up perfectly with this bank account. Like, and I think I said, it's your money, dude. You can do what you want. I don't care. But why? Like,
he admitted to playing WWE champions, and he claims it wasn't his bank account
bring
the
all
whole
this
time.
evidence
We'll give that two.
in front of
Two
say, like,
bombshell
look,
reveals,
hey,
as they say.
there's a bullet here. Here's the gun that he used. It has his fingerprints on it. This person is dead because this person pulled the trigger, and the other guy's like, "No, I didn't do it." Well, like, there's clear like DNA there, and like, I think that's the thing that I'm really struggling with here, man. Is it just seems like if you would just say, "Yeah, it was my bank account. It was really fucked up."
This was supposed to end the drama, by the way. We're not going to bring up the drama ever again after today.
Champions. I have a hard time quitting it. Those games are addictive. And he just kind of said, yeah, these things are accurate. I think people would like just be like, okay, and they'd be cool with it. But it just seems like you keep digging and digging and digging. And I mean, walk me through this, because there's just evidence here, like mounds and mounds of evidence. And that say
you claim that it was someone else, but why do a lot of the things on the bank statement actually correlate to things that you actually did and paid for?
Right, and the only evidence that you're putting out is, well, no, it's not, or that's a lie, you know. And just walk me through this, man, because this is the whole purpose of this thing was not to make you look bad at all. But I just want to walk through this here, man, because it doesn't make sense. This doesn't add up.
What specifically, like you said a couple things there. First, you said big events in the game correlate to money being spent on the account.
No, I don't think he meant in the game. I think he meant in life.
Well, in life and in the game, apparently there's like special events that happen in the game, and it's, you know, a certain character's released or whatever. I don't know enough about the game, right? I didn't do a deep dive into the game. Just there are special events that happen. Hey, you know, it's like you see this on any game, Call of Duty, Apex. For this time only, you can buy this character or whatever. That's all. I'm just trying to walk through this, man.
But here's the thing. I don't know specifically what you're referencing. I guess what you're saying is there's transactions on that account that correlate. That's something that's been proven that I spent money on. How would that even be proven? What does that mean?
Well, I mean, maybe you went to a restaurant and you said, hey, I'm going to go to dinner tonight. And then there's a transaction at a local restaurant for an amount that may add up to a couple people dining at a restaurant. You know what I mean? That's all. Like I said, I'm just trying to walk through this.
Yeah, I don't know. That sounds. I mean, first of all, from your perspective, if I were sitting where you were right now and hearing this story, you know, I'd be like, he's probably lying. I don't know how to defend. Again, I don't know how to defend myself without putting myself and my family at personal risk, and that's the problem. I don't know how that lines up. I wish I knew. I wish I knew I could explain those transactions. I guess, man, I'm trying to figure out how I can tell you from my perspective what really happened that summer. And why? Because
I'll tell you. Here's something very easy, very simple, very simple. You have my email, and this is a small ask. It's also a big ask. You can say whatever you want. Will you? And you can say no, and I'm totally fine with this. But just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
I would put out.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the thing, I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see what's the risk, you know. And I not say that I think you would do anything with it. I don't.
I think you got to look at what's to benefit more than what's to risk.
You have no idea the levels, how this has gone.
I do. I see it. I'm well aware. I have chat up. I mean, I know. I mean, people have been tagging me relentlessly since it was announced that you were coming on the show. And I didn't know who you were. I had never heard of you before. Before this moment when Craig was like, hey, so do you know who DSP is? And I'm like, no. What's the deal? And everyone's like, oh, we got to freaking tell Adam who DSP is. You know, it's like, I see the amount of attention that you get in a negative light, right? So, like, I understand. That's why I'm like, I kind of understand that you don't want to be too forthcoming with your any more information that isn't public already, because as there's a lot out there. So, you know, but you're in a pickle, man, because the internet is a fucking pulse, and it's a new brain that humans are still learning how to adapt to. And right now, there's a big chunk of the internet that has a target on your head, and you know, you've said it multiple times that you fucked up. You held your hands up. You said, I didn't handle this right. I fucked up multiple times. You did this and that. So it's like, if you want to remain on the internet, which you seem to enjoy streaming, you like what you're doing now, which is good. I'm glad you like what you're doing. But it's like, if you want to move in a direction that's going to alleviate some of these haters, anything might help. Obviously not giving them more ammo, which, I mean, I've grown to trust Craig. Of course, you know, don't tell him I said that. But, you know, I think that would actually do more for you than you think. If Craig came out and was like, all right, guys, he sent me the proof, and I can confirm to everyone that his account is not, they call me DSP, the whale account, you know, like,
or the other name, Down from the Rafters,
or what it changed it to.
Right.
Like, almost at this point now, it's like, it's almost suspect that you're not wanting to just do whatever you can.
Yeah, again, I hear you. If I was sitting in your position right now, I would feel exactly the same way. But just as the levels of shit that I've been through, and people who betrayed me, not that I'm saying Craig would. I don't think he would. But I have no interest.
Phil, to be honest,
How can
really
he
clear with you,
agree?
man, and just like this, we
How
were
can
talking
he
about this,
continue
I
to
have
agree?
zero interest in making you look bad. Like, I think there's a tremendous opportunity here for you to be humanized to a lot of people who don't see you as human, you know, and to err is to be human, right? That's the old saying. Like, everybody fucks up, and you've owned up to a lot of those things. But there are certain things here, man, that I just, you know, they don't add up. And you're saying, hey, if I was in your shoes, I'd be saying the same thing. It doesn't. I don't know, man. It's not connecting. It's not connecting. And I'm trying to help you out here, man. I really am. And
I hear you.
And so
I feel like there's
help yourself.
I feel like there's nothing else to be said then, you know, because
Could I bring up one point about these bank statements?
Sure. Yeah.
So I've seen limited amounts because
I agree with Craig.
You guys just said,
you can't help him out because he refuses to help himself.
Someone else brings it up, and there's like, it's such a loud fervor on the stream. People are talking about it in the chat. I'll address it. Okay. I did look into it. I saw some of this supposed bank statements that are mine.
Mhm.
There's a couple things that don't make sense to me. All right. Number one, if this is me, okay, there's a bunch of transactions on there, I guess, from like pet stores, okay? And
For
people
Jasper,
are like, well, that's because Phil has a cat. Yeah, but those transactions are like big. You're talking like hundreds of dollars a week or something like that. I have one cat. Now, again, that's he said, she said. It's not going to prove my innocence. But
Cat
everyone knows I
food,
have
toys
one
for
cat. He's been
Jasper.
on the stream.
Not all the toys
have
for
a
Jasper
secret
came
herd
from
of
the Dutch
dogs in my
brothers.
basement. I don't even have a basement. So we're, some of the transactions in that I've seen don't make sense at all.
Vet
for what
visits?
it's funny because you say,
I mean,
circumstantially,
what do you want me to say?
some of
It's
these
up to him
transactions
to
could be
explain
yours if
the
you went out,
fees, not me.
and ate. Okay, you're right. But some of them also don't make any sense. Like, okay,
Cat
there's
litter?
a bunch of transactions on there that say iTunes. Okay. Now I don't know, but here's the thing: the narrative that they have.
Oh my God! Is he gonna say
that I'm
iTunes means he buys
begging,
it's for music,
shilling to my
not for
viewers.
games?
The viewers give me tips every day, and that money goes right into WWE champions. Correct? Like that's the narrative that they say.
If that was the case, I would be instantly out of house and home.
Why are there bank transactions for iTunes? Right? The money is in my PayPal.
He's doing it.
Why are there bank transactions for iTunes? It doesn't make any sense. Why would I take money out of a PayPal account that I have, that I get my tips from, transfer it to my bank account, where then I take a hit because there's a transfer fee anytime you transfer money from PayPal to a bank account. So I'm taking a big financial hit on that money. Then I'm making transactions in the game off the bank account. Why wouldn't it be made out of the PayPal account? That doesn't make sense to me. It makes no logical sense. To me,
Well, there's a lot of things that haven't made a whole lot of logical sense here, Phil. I mean, let's just be real. There's a lot here that doesn't add up, right?
Well, isn't the iTunes like where the microtransactions from games get charged? So that actually would make sense.
It would make no. You're correct, but the point I'm making is the money's in the PayPal account. So if there,
yeah,
if
but
I'm,
hold on, I know what you're saying, but on PayPal you can actually use PayPal, and you could click use balance or use your bank account, and it'll just pull the money from your bank account, but using PayPal as the payment service. So that's irrelevant because you can choose where the money's coming from on PayPal.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But I was going off of their narrative, and their narrative is every day I'm begging my audience for money. It goes to my PayPal, and then I immediately spend that on WWE champions. That's the narrative.
I didn't believe that narrative, but it does seem that you do get money and you just spend it on the things that need to be spent on instead of, planning for taxes the next month or whatever.
That's that is absolutely correct. Yes.
Right, and
it's better than the explanation I thought he was going to say. Oh, it's iTunes, so that implies that I'm spending on it. I'm spending it on music.
But it could be.
Do you feel that you said you still play the game? Do you play any other mobile games?
No.
Yes.
Do you feel that you're addicted to them at all?
No. I play them casually. I play them, for example.
I would call that a bombshell reveal.
My wife and I are watching a TV show.
I play other mobile
Watching the
games.
show, I might just open it up. And, these mobile games are not big
I don't
narrative
feel
experiences. They're just like
I'm being addicted. Like I'm addicted.
Games, right? You mash a little bit. You do like Adam said. This stupid
Play
WWE
them.
Champions is just a freaking puzzle game, like Candy
my
Crush.
wife.
It doesn't take a lot of intelligence to do them. They're more.
He
like,
would rather play
casual
mobile
players
games than interact with his wife.
Just under $1,000.
No,
I don't know. I feel like
right.
you elevate your level when you actually put any money into it. But then when it goes over $100, you kind of elevate from casual to all right. I'm one of the core players.
He said that after the WWE Jester revelation.
History. This all started many years ago.
I'm still gonna count it.
Before there was tons of financial issues that were public. I was playing a different WWE game. It was called WWE Supercard. All right.
Okay,
this one
Supercard.
I actively spent a lot of money on. I will tell you guys this. I can't tell you the exact. I got addicted to that one. Everyone.
So you were addicted at one point.
So you have been addicted to mobile games.
Yes, I have. I've publicly admitted this. That I spent way too much money on that. And there was another one that was called Dragon Ball Z Dokkan battle.
What's up,
that
Tevin?
one as well. This was before, way before the years before.
If you can hear me, Tevin, what are your thoughts on this?
I was spending too much money on them, and at that point, I stopped. I cut off. I stopped playing WWE Supercard and Dokkan Battle completely. When I saw what I was doing, I stopped myself from doing it, and then
I'm later in the
casually
interview
played
than you
other
are,
mobile
so
games over the years.
You're in spoiler
Basically,
territory.
what happens is with my, and I know you guys are gonna say you're changing the narrative. Please bear with me with this.
No, it's not helping your case at all, though.
I know, but I'm being honest. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This is all.
I'm not gonna lie, you guys.
I talked about those games in the past, and with these detractors,
Gonna need another coffee at this statement.
They find a narrative and they stick with it. If I can dispute it or disprove it, or if it gets somehow
I'm an addict, you guys.
then they drop it and they latch onto the.
But
ones
I'm
that
not.
they can't,
But what if I was?
that I haven't been outright been able to disprove. This particular one, they've been looking for something to get me on for years and years and years, and every single thing.
You don't have to look hard.
Or just forgotten about. This is the one I can't find a way.
Use Craig. Use Craig. Send him a screenshot.
I haven't found a way.
Haven't watched a minute of this, but the
without
Discord
putting
keeps
myself
pointing out crap, so
frustrated
hopefully
up
you're
and
hanging in there,
And
Deacon.
so this is why the narrative.
You're hanging in there? Yeah, we're hanging in there. Yeah, it's great. It's great, Ann. This is much better than any one of us ever could have hoped. Pretty much, the Nothing Burger people got blown out the water. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but it was still a troll W either way. If you want to talk about it later, I actually wouldn't mind hopping on. I have a lot to say. I'm taking notes. Ludwig brought out the notepad, and I was like, you know what? Let me take notes too. And I'm actually glad I did. Adam is the foil. Adam is not buying any of the bullshit. And actually, you know what? I'll give Craig props here too. Craig has been pushing. No, neither one is softballing this. I'm pleasantly surprised.
To Connecticut to get married with my wife, and I played it on the plane. And then people use that as a
yeah, Adam was pretty much done after the slave trade joke.
So let's.
But yeah,
okay.
I'm glad I've decided to take notes.
So
me
you
and
say you
Ludwig
play
will
the
have a lot
game.
to talk about.
You say you're not addicted.
And if you want to talk about later,
Ann,
I wouldn't mind hopping on.
And I'm just gonna lay this
I have a lot to say.
all out in front of us. All right. So
the stream
you
has
used to play a
rebounded
mobile
too.
game that was
This started
WWE
terribly.
Yes.
The
you were
first
addicted to
the
that
first
game.
20 minutes, and I wasn't
Fast
connected at
forward,
all.
new game
I
comes
booted up
out,
too late
right?
because I had
You
to
play
fix
that
the
game,
audio.
And by the way, you
and
separated
I
yourself
had to get
from
a
that
we had to
game
get guest
because
star
you knew that you
working, and
were
we got it
addicted to
working. But by the
okay?
time it started,
Usually in
we
the
had
case
to
of
mute.
addiction, just usually
Ludwig's route
there's
is
some
that
sort of
we kind
intervention
of
in life.
take the notes
Some
and
sort
then
of intervention
reconvene
that
after,
happens,
which
whether it's
I
brought
have
on
no
by
problem
friends,
with.
family, or just
It's
personal,
definitely allowed me to just listen and
you look
take
inside
notes
yourself and you
here.
realize something needs to change, right?
Right.
Do you feel that you're addicted to these games? I've already asked you this, but I just feel like once again you have transactions
care
that
about
line
Krog.
up
Adam
with
was the only one
major
that needs to be
events.
there.
I'm getting
Oh, for
DM
sure.
pictures
But
of
I'm
you
still giving Krog his
of
props.
your Discord, your Discord handle in the WWE Champions Discord, right? I have, and
I
it
know when
just
you're
seems
free.
there's all
Okay.
so. Make
I'm probably
going
gonna
to
have to felt gameplay today
like,
at this rate.
doesn't make sense. Make it make sense.
But if you do a YouTube
I have such a
boot,
hard
I don't know,
time
later in the
believing
evening,
that
yeah,
there
sure.
is a group of people that are so hell bent, this evil plan to make you look bad, that they're willing to spend thousands and
thanks for
thousands
stopping
of
by.
dollars on WWE champions just so they can make you look bad. I don't buy it. And once again, there's an easy out here, Phil. I'm offering you the easy out. All you got to do is just take a quick screenshot. You can email it to me. It's done. We all move on. The detractors move on, and everybody goes, okay, you know what?
Shouldn't have said that, because now I was going to say
we
the
all move on.
detractors
That's
won't
it.
move on.
That's it. It's very simple, man. And we want to make this happen. Like I want you to be able to move on from it. I want the detractors to be able to move on from it. I want the internet to move on from it. I want all the WWE content to be done. Like it's there, man. It's there. Like let's make this happen. Like, and then we all move on and we can start talking about other things.
Like I said, I'll think about it. I gotta see how I can do it, and again, what liability. I'm not gonna 100% agree to it, but I'm very strongly considering doing it.
Let's see if we can do it before the end of the stream. We have a captive audience here. They want to know, right?
No, hold on.
Now, hold on, you
I'm not
guys.
doing anything with my phone or anything on the stream. I'm definitely not doing it today on the stream.
Okay.
It's just, you know, you gotta understand there's liability here. This is not just a discussion for me either. I'm talking to my wife, you know, everything.
We're not talking about your phone.
Account gets out.
We're talking about the email. Just take a screen cap.
Okay.
Take a screen cap of your phone.
Family,
send it. Email it to yourself.
Okay.
Look, I've had to boomer myself. Take a screen cap of your phone.
You can
email it to yourself.
The email
receive
will
that
only be
email
seen
on
by
your
me,
desktop,
not anybody else.
and send it to Craig.
And I will delete it immediately after.
I'm not even calling them Krog anymore. Fuck it.
And I will.
My expectations have been shattered, you guys.
In this process. So, all right. Well, let's
wrap it up.
I mean, I don't really know how to move on. From this. I don't know. I just feel like there's this mountain of stuff here, and it just.
Phil,
all right, let's talk about Almighty
Tevin. I got a show
Tevin.
name that you can do. This is how you don't game. I think you need to own it, man. I think you need to fucking take back what they took from you and just fucking lean into that, dude. Fuck them. You know, I mean, just do what you want to do.
Dude, where's Adam been all my life? He has dingus energy. Fuck it, just own it.
To whatever, right?
Put your dingus on the table. Put your big dick on the table. Just own it.
I think Craig has given you a good out. If you want to use it, like I understand, you got to like think about it. That's fine.
This is how you don't game.
Yeah.
This is how you don't game.
The identity theft stuff of what's happened to me.
What happened then? Tell us.
It almost ruined me. You know.
Ah!
Just doing this is a risk.
Like as pointed out in the chat, several people have said like the charges to your bank account or to the bank statement that is not yours.
The alleged account.
That is not yours. They include shops that are around where you live. And
this was not brought up.
Like
before.
that just seems like
this was brought up in my
Phil,
chat, but
help
this
me
wasn't
out,
brought
man.
up here.
Like we're looking at an account that just so happens to be around where you live. That just so happens to be shopping and dining where you're at. That just so happens to have
in Renton,
your
Washington.
a social security number that is extremely close to yours. Right? That's how they accessed it. Not like I said, we talked about how we totally disown that. That's ridiculous, but it's out there.
Let me ask you a question. This is interesting. Let's say, the screenshot. I send you a screenshot. You see it. Okay, this is his account. This is not what he said was true. So then, how did that happen? How did they make this bank? How did they do that? I don't know how they did it. I wish I knew. Just like you just mentioned, the Discord chat stuff. I don't know how they did that. I have no idea. I guess I'm stupid. I'm a dinosaur, right? Like I don't understand how they faked all that stuff. I really have no clue. And people say, well, how could they have done it? It's like they took advantage because I don't know. I don't know about Discord enough to answer how they could fake those logs. How do you fake a bank account? Or is it a real bank account that they somehow had access and found one that's close to it? I don't know. How could that be possible?
Do you think that somebody went in and created a fake bank account and made 12 hours, 18 hours, however long it was do you really think that somebody dislikes you that much that they're willing to make a 12 to 18 hour audio recording of every single transaction from a bank account that just happens to be right where you live, right in the same area, at shops you may or may not you visit? Like this just seems like dude.
Do you hear my honest answer?
Yes,
I believe they hate me that much. I have other situations that are similar that have happened to me, and I can tell you about them if you want, or we don't have to. It's your call.
It's just way too elaborate, man.
I hear you. I've had people who've catfished me for 2 years, saying they were someone to get into my group. They moderated for me on my chat for 2 years, saying they were a person. They had a whole persona of who they were. All my other moderators were friendly with them. And then after 2 years, they revealed, I'm a secret detractor and I was here to try to ruin Phil. Like, what? You spent 2 years of your life doing this? And you're like, that can't be true. It's true. It's documented.
What about Phil? What about that these accounts, the Down from the Rafters, the DSP account, why are they tied to your phone number?
That I don't know, and I don't know what that means. How could they be tied to a phone number?
Well, when you register an account, you have to put a phone number attached to it, right? Why would that be?
No, to my knowledge, if you're going to play any mobile game, you don't ever enter your phone number into it. It's tied to your, well, I guess it could be tied to many things.
Line?
It could be tied to, what's that?
The Line app?
Line,
perhaps?
That's one of the apps, correct. There could be, well, wait, hold on. I'm trying to think like currently, okay. I'm trying to put it in perspective of a game that I played today. Like, for example, WWE Champions. I believe it's your Apple account, it's a Facebook account, or there's a third one. And I don't know because I don't think I use the third one. So I use the Apple account. That, I mean, I never entered my phone number. You know what I mean? Like, it was just the Apple account you log into and you download anything off the Apple Store or whatever. There's no phone number entry there. So I don't know how that would happen or how you would even tie it to a phone number. I have no clue. I've never entered my phone number into any mobile game that I've ever played. If you bring up the Line account, that's something else entirely, which we could talk about.
It is not.
They've tried to spin that in.
It is tied directly to WWE Champions. No.
We have almost been going for 3 hours.
We have? Holy crap.
And
Wow!
it's been a great interview.
Nice
I know it's been
deflection.
tough.
Adam with the save.
I'm certainly taking the
See, Line
stance of
account
being very
mention.
critical.
I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to be muted. I'm having too much fun here.
But I think that we should move to super chats because
Super
man,
chats.
I don't know if we're gonna have time to read them
you
all
better let
because
him hop
I
off.
saw super chats going the entire time.
No way.
Right.
No.
Well,
let him hop
there's
off.
a lot more
Let
to
him get
to
out of here.
And I
Are they
I
reading
think that
super chats?
those who are contributing, they will be read and they will be appreciated. But I feel like there's more substance here that we need to hit on before we talk about that. And I think those who are contributing will contribute because they want to contribute and they appreciate that this is happening. And Phil, I want to be clear. Like, dude, I told you all along, man, I really appreciate you doing this. Like I said, you had other offers. This was not meant to be an interview to start with, but I appreciate you coming on and being a part of this. I know that those who want to contribute, they will contribute. They will give memberships. They will super chat. They will buy merchandise, whatever, because they want to support. But I think that there's more substance here. So let me continue with this really quick, if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah, it's your show.
Right. It's our show, buddy. It's our show. Let's talk about this, man.
Dude, Ed is going so
we'll move on
hardcore
from
in the
WWE.
Discord.
And
He wants
talk
him
about
nailed.
something else.
And you're
you
supposed to
have
be
been-
the good guy.
You have been doxxed. You have been doxxed, and that
And
is
no.
ridiculous, right? Now, to be clear, there's been a lot of, the idea of what doxing is.
Are we even
right?
gonna have
leading up to
gameplay
this, I was
tonight?
asking people, like, I want to know who I'm getting my information from. People are like, you're doxing us. Well, no, I was asking to see who I was speaking to. I feel doxing is putting personal information out on the internet for people to find, for people to see, and that normally wouldn't be available to people, right? And you have been doxed. Your personal information has been put out. Like, why do I know that your personal phone number is tied to this account, right? Like, your address, all these things. It's insane.
I hope
But
they
you
answered
have
Tevin's
also been
question,
accused
Eddie, but I
of
don't know if they're gonna get to
not
it.
necessarily doxing.
I think Craig would have brought it up by now.
But holding the information that you have over people's heads. And I wanted to kind of show you this clip real quick, and then we can talk about this. So let's.
The fact that his fucking Twitter account is the same exact avatar that he's fucking using for this troll account on my website. Oh, by the way, I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address. So, congratulations. You fucked up. You really did. Be awesome one on Twitter. I have all your fucking personal information. Now, I'm going to say this up front. I'm not going to give it out. This is not a doxing video. I do not condone it. I will never give out someone's personal information or anything like that whatsoever. However, understand something. I got you. How about the fact that his fucking Twitter...
Do you think that's okay?
No.
It sounds like a threat, right? That's the first time I've
Sure
actually heard
does.
this clip since I said it.
Pretty sure it was a threat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is definitely a threat.
That is, I mean, okay. No, it's not. Again, this
It's
is
not
kinda
a
goes
threat,
back
you
to how I
guys.
was, you tell a dark joke. You
Yeah,
made
it was.
One way, it came out a different way. What I was getting at in that clip was, this is someone.
It's
who
not a threat, you
had
guys.
hurt me. I don't
Better
wanna
take a
get
sip.
Specifics of what they had done. It's kind of a moot point, right? Really badly. It's actually one of the things that have actually hurt my business overall financially since then. Okay, I've never.
So
really
it justifies it.
No, it doesn't justify.
That's
it
what
because
you're. That's why
That's-
you
it's
wouldn't
pretty
have
much
said
what
it
you're
otherwise.
It got me that angry. It got me that angry. They had actually hurt me so bad for no reason. I don't even know who that guy is. All right. And
Hey,
the only
Dimitri.
reason I knew is because someone had found that information.
Is that
sent it to
referencing
me.
Fire Emblem, Dimitri?
I didn't find
Dude,
it
I love that
myself.
guy.
And I said that on the stream.
Welcome to
because
the
I was
shit
so
show.
upset. And essentially, what I should have said was,
I'll
you know,
be reconvening
this
with
situation, you
Ludwig
hurt me
here
so bad, I
after the
don't know who
interview
you
to
are,
talk about what
and,
we just
you know,
listened
I
to.
think I'm going to go to the
And then
authorities.
I'll be talking with
That's what I
Ann
should
Lee
have said.
later
I
tonight.
shouldn't have said, "Oh, I got all your information."
I don't
You're
think
right.
we're playing Kirby today, guys.
100% you're right.
I don't think
I
it's
never
gonna
got
happen.
So
that
it
guy.
was a threat. So you admit that it was a threat.
It was me venting anger.
That's a
So it
threat,
was a threat.
dude.
It was me correct. It was me venting anger.
Correct, so it was a
in
threat.
threatening manner. Yes. But I
It was
never
me
did
venting
anything with
anger
it,
in
nor
a
did I ever
threatening
dox that
manner.
person. Their information never went on the internet publicly, or if it did,
And I
it was
never
me
did
that did it. Like I
anything
said,
with
someone
it.
sent me the
Please bring
information.
up PW Dubs.
But you understand, like that's not something that you should.
Admits that it was a threat.
Oh, Craig, you're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Craig, your audio.
Yeah, what happened?
Oh, nice save.
Not sure. His mic seemed to have been muted.
Oh, nice save.
Yeah, I mean, I have people that support me. I have a few different companies. I have a coffee company, and like I have people's information,
Goggers.
and I would never.
I
ever
know
use
you're
it,
in the other
ever,
stream, but yeah, this has been
because-
crazy.
And I would never.
Dude,
claim
luck of the
to-
fucking pig.
Even if someone pissed me off, even
write
if,
that
if they
down,
bought my
Amazon.
coffee company, I knew where they lived. That just feels like a weird, like you say, your anger or whatever, and it just slipped out. It's like, is there things that go on that, like, in your head that might, because the way it sounds, like it seems like you kind of just fly off the handle sometimes and do shit and say shit
Correct.
that you're, that gets you in trouble. Like, I mean, it almost
Yeah.
feels like I need to be worried about you, dude. Like, what's gonna happen next? You say you've
Did he switch
changed, but,
thermoses? I actually
turns
haven't
out
been.
that,
I haven't been paying
racist
attention to
video
what he's
with
been
the little
sipping.
girl was only like
You know what?
7
I thought he
months
was
ago. It
sipping
wasn't
out
a
of
year
the-
ago. That's
the metal one,
pretty
though.
recent, dude.
You
know, so
again,
it's
you
like-
can say it's you can say it's racist. That was not what I was making a
Bro,
joke about.
bro,
Bro.
I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. The internet and thinks it's racist. I saw it, and it's fucking racist. So you're talking about a killer who's killing people in their basement, and then so you're bringing up the slave, like sending a little girl off to the slave trade. I don't know. It's pretty obvious. All right. So I know you claim that it isn't, but it really did sound that way. But that's whatever. I don't know, man. It just feels like,
I don't know, you
No, Craig,
guys.
we can't hear you.
yeah, I still can't hear you, Greg.
What the heck happened?
Nice deflection by Phil.
I got tired of his bullshit. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but anyway.
Or bullshit in
to
general.
Phil
follow up on
deflects
what
to
you just
being
said, so
unable
that
to hear
clip, just so you
Craig
know,
to dodge the
2015.
question.
You know, that clip is
Okay.
from 2015. Not to say that that means
What?
anything. Yes, I will
Check,
admit
check,
I
check.
made. There you go. You're back, Craig.
All right, got it.
No.
So
Wait
that
a
clip was from
minute.
2015. That's
No, it's
again,
not.
one moment
Huh?
in my 15-year career that maybe I.
Am I
made
hearing
a
this
threat of
correctly? Did he
doxing
say
and
the
I didn't.
slave trade joke was
Well,
from
I shouldn't have done it.
2015?
I openly 100% admit that. I didn't even know I had ever done that. I don't remember that.
Or the
I really don't. I
doxing?
never know that even happened. So I apologize
Huh.
for that. I should never done that. You know, the guy should also have not hit me with false copyright strikes. That
Okay,
destroyed
he's
me
talking
at the
about the
beginning
doxing.
and
He's
cost
talking
me
about the doxing.
Tens of thousands of dollars that year and onward and to this day, but that's a moot point.
Okay,
I
okay.
did the wrong thing. Oh, you can't fight a
Because
wrong
I thought they
with a
were still
wrong,
talking about the
correct?
racism thing.
You can't fight fire with fire. It just makes things worse. And I shouldn't have said
It's like they talked about
You're
it,
right,
and then
you're right,
Craig
but I
came
feel like
back on the
that-
mic, so
that
they
statement in
switched
itself, the idea of,
over
like, you
back
can't
to the
fight fire with
Viacom
fire,
one.
You can't fight, you know, like I feel like a lot of this conversation, Phil, has been you, like it's been deny, and it's, you know, I don't know, you know, that's not true. That didn't happen. But you haven't really given any facts to back it up. I feel like just across the board, there's this entire mountain of evidence here that's saying, you know, that's saying these are the things that Phil does. These are the things that has happened.
Yeah, Ding
and
is
you're just
muted.
saying, well, no, it's not.
Ah.
And
Oh, I
What's
didn't
up,
say
Dog?
no, it's not. I said
or that's not true, or that's not my account. That's not me. That's
Oh,
not
okay.
my. You know what I mean?
That
Like,
It's
that's
been a
all I'm
good
saying. You know,
Dingus
it just-
W style day.
just when there's a mountain of evidence, you can't just say like, well, no, that's not true. You
There
know?
is
That's not
definitely a reason
true.
why I'm in the position I'm in. This stuff doesn't happen overnight. This is 15 years of me all day, every day, putting myself on the internet, making mistakes. When I started 15 years ago, there was no groundwork of seeing, oh, here's someone who's done it, and here's the right things and wrong things to do. And I've made tons of these mistakes over the years. Like I was just saying, that clip's from 2015. When that happened, I'm sure everyone called me. I said, how dare you make threats against that person, even if they've hurt you?
You think he has the chat pulled up,
right,
Book Hermit?
I shouldn't have said that. And now I won't do that stuff anymore. And then maybe I did it again. I don't know.
I don't know, you guys.
I'm doing my best to improve and not make those same mistakes.
Why would he have their
I do
chat
slip
pulled up?
I absolutely do. What I would say, and I, Craig, I have no clue if you did this or anyone else. If you just watch a stream of mine, just come by one day, watch
No.
I have,
half an hour.
He
of the
has.
stream.
He has already.
Did
So you can't
see
use
anything
that
like
point.
on the stream. Did you actually see me? You know what I mean?
No, look, there is something to the idea of people picking and choosing things that people say during interviews, during streams, during whatever, right? There is absolutely something to that, and it only takes 10 seconds to screw things up, right? I totally understand that, but just Adam, you said something yesterday when we were talking about this. Do you want to? You're talking about
God, I might have to make more coffee at this rate. I'm gonna do a DSP and make that second pot. I'm sorry, guys.
What we were talking about.
Well, you're saying that
I'm gonna have
in the event of these collections that your detractors put together of you saying these things, there's a lot of them. Like there's a lot. And if you were to go through most people over the last, most people just in general, there wouldn't be as many. They wouldn't be as long. There's just a lot to sift through. And maybe you have a more watchful eye on you than most people. But it just seems like there's a lot there, man. And I think that's probably the biggest thing here.
I think you're right. I think it comes with being one of the most prolific content creators of gaming that have been, over 100,000 videos.
There's that illusions of grandeur.
No, I don't care. I'm not saying it's good content. I'm saying it's just habit. You can say it's shit if you want. I don't care. But when I put myself out there that much, there's just that much more to microanalyze. And when I'm a small-time guy, and you see concretely, if we make that video about Phil, number one, you're getting the clickbait views. You're getting money because you're probably running ads on the video, or people are donating to you to continue to make fun of me. This is how you don't play. I became the whipping boy of the internet. People made entire channels that were profitable based off just making fun of me, right? So when I'm out there as the target and people realize, well, people have been doing this for years and they get away with it. This started making fun of my gameplay. Then it became make fun of him and his mannerisms, make fun of his family members, make fun of, it's just it kept going big, as much as you can, as toxic as you can. And that's what I mean. Like, I feel like I'm the one, it's me and others. They call us lolcows, correct? It's a term that's used, lolcows.
Right, lolcows, yeah.
So you got Wings of Redemption, you got Boogie. We're targets because we make mistakes repeatedly. We all do. And sometimes we make the same mistakes over and over. I feel that other content creators make those same mistakes too. Maybe not as much as us, maybe not to the extremes that we do. But those other content creators are big and they have ginormous audiences that back them and defend them. The crazy stuff. I mean, the other day I saw a video of Moist Critical picking up an assault rifle in his video. If I picked up an assault rifle, I'd be off the internet. That would be ending for me. I'm out of here. Right? It doesn't even matter what the context is. If I pick up a weapon,
but I think it does.
I'll be off the internet.
But it very much does. It very much does matter the context, right? Like if what he was doing was he was making a point. I saw the video you're speaking of, and he was talking about some beef he has with some other guy. I don't really know the whole deal, but the guy that he was talking to was talking about clips. He was talking about clipping streams and clipping, and the guy who was kind of threatening him with a gun, who was talking about the clips, and he's like, no, listen, that's not a clip. This is a magazine, and he was explaining these things in context for what was going on. I think context very, very much does matter.
It is against terms of service on YouTube to be live while holding any gun.
Well, he wasn't live. He wasn't live. Yeah.
Oh, he wasn't live. It was a video.
Live. Yeah, it was a video. So
then there's nothing wrong with it.
He may be demonetized and such, but so let me say this, Phil. You have your detractors. You have people who very much want to see you fail, or enjoy seeing you fail, or laugh seeing you fail. That does not sound very fun to me. Right? It doesn't sound like something that I would want to be a part of. Have you thought about going to therapy or anything along those lines to help you get through this? Because this is obviously not an easy easy life that you've chosen for yourself. I mean, there's a lot to talk about, and I would imagine that going to talk to somebody, therapy is not a bad word. It's a very good thing for a lot of people, where you can just go and get these things off your chest and talk about these things. Have you considered that ever?
At one point I did, for sure. I would say probably around, like I told you, around 2016 was one of the worst years of my life. I hated my job. My personal life was falling apart. But I've never formally talked to anyone. I'm not anti-therapy or anything like that. But no, I just never gotten to that point where...
Okay, I got my coffee.
Seriously, pursue.
God, am I gonna need it? Thanks to people who are here
because
and chilling with me, of course.
It's not you.
Sorry, I'm not
else?
talking more. I'm
No,
definitely getting
that's
a
the
little bit more
feeling I get.
excited
I'm
now
a
that we're
flawed
getting into the
human,
meat of
man.
it.
I know you.
I'm
You've
so flawed
admitted
as
your
a
flaws
human.
from the past.
Don't worry.
Like you say, like
we'll have
yes,
all the
back in
commentary
2015, I said that fucked up
you
shit,
could
and
want
I took
as
that,
soon as they finish, if they ever finish
this
at
is
this
how
rate.
not to play way wrong, and I admit that now, but it's like it's really easy to do that, right? To convince someone that you've changed. Not saying that that's what you're doing, but it could be. All right. So it's like, it feels kind of like you're.
Hey, Chalupa, I'm glad you're still
you
here.
can do no wrong.
Hola,
almost.
mi amigo.
And
Ay,
that's
wait.
the vibe I'm getting.
Whoa.
And
You're probably the most
No,
confused out of anyone here.
no.
Like,
Like,
I didn't
not in your
think it
past,
was that
but
deep,
it does
man.
feel like you kind of have like.
It
changed,
was,
so people should
idiot.
understand that, and like, I don't know. It's just a vibe that I'm getting that you're, because there's been so many times where we've asked a question and your response was instantly blaming other people, and that was a consistent answer throughout the entire 3 hours and 10 minutes that we've been live. So it's like a dish in responsibility elsewhere.
I think that's like, if I can echo what Adam is saying, right? Like, Phil, we want nothing but good things for you, right? We don't want.
Thank you,
negative
Carmen.
things
It's
to
just
come from this. The
I'm a
whole idea
little
of this was,
antsy, of course.
to
You know,
allow
the
an
whole stream
opportunity to
started
kind
off
of talk and
disastrous.
talk through things.
We've kind of rebounded.
Do you? I mean, and
Look, it's
Adam
going
is
better
correct.
than theirs.
Pretty much. What about this? Well, my
Thank you, Carl.
detractors, or the people who are after me, at what point, you have taken accountability for some things, right? For this is how I was in the Street Fighter community. This is how I was then. But I feel like there are other things that have yet to be, you have yet to atone for, whatever the word is, that are just. I just go back to it, man. It just seems like there's just this mountain of evidence, and we're talking fucking JFK level conspiracy theory here.
I know some people are still gonna hate on Craig. I know Ann is still
all this stuff lines up the way it
not
does.
partial
And
to him, but
if you were just to
I
say,
gotta
like,
personally
yeah, I played
give
WWE
him
Legends.
props.
Yeah, I'm
He could have
addicted.
easily
yes, I have
just
a problem with
softballed.
spending money on it. Yes, I.
It's turning more into a therapy session.
I need to improve. I think people will be like, yeah, cool. Let us help you, instead of stop lying. And that's what it feels like right now, man. It just, look, only you know the truth in your heart, right?
Right.
And the evidence attached to it, right? Which there is a mountain of, right? It's.
Craig, you sound like a detective right now trying to get a confession. I'm just
No,
saying.
well, no. And it's not trying to. I'm not trying to. I'm more trying to sound like fucking Dr. Phil.
I know, but
like,
there's a fine line between the two, and
I understand
I'll be honest,
that.
it feels like you're trying to get a confession, and I don't. I'm not trying to like make it weird and
right. And I apologize for that.
You've already been there a couple times.
I think you're trying to make it
but
weird.
I'm just having a really hard time getting through it, and I apologize if that's what it sounds like. That's not what I'm trying for.
You might not be able to get through it, Craig.
You're right. I may not, and for that, I understand why people would be critical.
Right.
It just too much lines up.
With the situation I'm in, it's a lose-lose. There is no win. There is no win in this situation. There just isn't. No matter what I do, there's a risk. There's a liability, and just like you said, even if I send you this screenshot, they won't care. They will not care.
It honestly, it depends, right?
Yeah, I don't agree with you.
You might not even be
don't
able to
agree
do a
at all.
cope stream at this
There's
rate.
people
Like,
out there that would.
okay, here's what I
be
think,
like,
because it's
"Damn,
already
would
2
be
o'clock.
Genuinely shocked.
If they go
myself
on the
included.
super chats,
'Cause I
we're
don't
not
think you're
even.
gonna
We're
send
not
that
going to get a
super
cope
chat,
stream.
but I truly
the cope
believe
stream will
it
be
would be for the
tonight. Well,
better.
we are
I
going to get a
think
cope
that,
stream, but the cope stream will be tonight.
I
Gameplay will
mean,
be felted.
I don't know how many people who hate you know who Craig is, or can even trust Craig, or think that they'll probably just be like, oh, he photoshopped it, He edited out
exactly
his thing.
1,000,000%. That's
whatever.
it. That's the explanation.
So
I photoshopped it today.
so FaceTime with him. FaceTime him. Pull it up, and Craig will be like, "We FaceTimed." And he opened the. I saw him open the app. I mean, there's ways around it that Craig would be like, I saw him do it live, right? I mean,
Okay.
There's ways around that.
I will. Can I tell you a quick story as to why I am so not convinced that anything I do will help at all? Can I please just tell you a story? Will you bear with me for a couple minutes?
It's your show. Phil,
Escort
man.
time?
Absolutely. Go
It's
crazy.
not my show.
Let's talk about the escort.
Come
Our
on.
show, Craig.
Well, listen, we've
Can
provided you a
I tell you a
platform for you to
story?
do it, and listen, you have thousands of people ready to listen to you right now. So,
By the way, you guys have been great. You've been great interviewers. You've been completely fair with me. You've given me.
Yeah, I
thank
think
you.
it's time
You
for the
guys have been
escort.
The fairest shake I've ever gotten on the internet right now. Seriously, and you should be commended for being as neutral. I know you're saying he's trying to get a confession out of me. I don't feel that way. I don't feel pressured.
No,
This
he's
is
trying to
great.
help you. That's really
I
what I'm
know.
saying. But he sounded like it. So
All right. And the thing is, he's not going to get a confession because I'm telling you, it's just what I'm telling you. Is
I know,
true.
but
I'm not gonna confess to anything.
it's clearly Craig trying to help.
Okay. So here's the story. Okay. When I was first talking with my now wife, okay, I was so scared that people were going to harass her or do things. We didn't live near each other. We had online communication. After talking for several months, we started dating. Okay, she flew out here on her own dime, by the way. It's another conspiracy.
Yeah, here it
That
is.
way. No, that's not true. Started dating, and after a few months, she visited for Christmas. Okay, this was Christmas of 2017. I took some pictures while she was here, but I didn't take a picture of her face. I just took a picture of her back, decorating my Christmas tree, saying, here's someone nice who's in my life now. My life has changed because I had previously been in a relationship that was very public, and sadly, it turned out toxic. We broke up in 2016, or excuse me, early 2017. So this was like something new.
Can't even
positive
say-
that I
we
wanted
can't
to
even
share with
say,
everyone, but I was
Leanna.
apprehensive about showing her face or anything. So all I showed was her back, decorating my Christmas tree. I talked about what we did when she visited. We made some brownies together. We did this, we did that. Very, very basic stuff. I'm not making this up. It's documented. You can look this up on the internet. I wonder if you guys have come across this. There were people, my haters,
Every detractor.
made
Yep.
up an entire
Rod Rush.
fabricated story about that was not someone I was dating. That was an escort that I was paying. The money that I was bringing in on streams, I was paying for a European escort and flying this escort across the globe to spend Christmas with me. All right?
Well,
They had evidence.
What does that have to do with anything, though?
Well, let's continue, okay?
Oh,
They had
let's
evidence
continue.
of it. Documented evidence. Oh, look at this. There's a whole social media account of it, of the escort. Here's the logs of plane tickets. Here's the recipe for the brownies. It's well documented. Everyone said I was guilty. I maintained my innocence for about 3-4 months as she continued to visit me, and we had a relationship blossomed and all of that. Eventually, she moves in with me, okay? What ends up happening is, guess what? The whole thing was fake. It was all my haters. They had made the whole situation up.
Well, now
Sounds
hold
like
on,
Craig is already
because-
familiar.
Because you're talking about the narrative is that your detractors actually cleared you of that and said, like, no, this doesn't add up, right? They're looking for
Phil never says this. The detractors are the one that cleared it up.
And they're the ones who apparently put the evidence out that said, like, hey, this is not the case.
Yeah, Phil never
That's
concedes
fair.
to this.
What happened was for 3-4 months,
detractors
they're
were the
making my life
ones
a
who
living
cleared
hell,
the
just
story.
like with this WWE Champions thing. Phil is guilty. Look at all this.
Imagine if the haters didn't
all
disprove
there.
it.
It's outright. And then, basically, when she moved in with me, well, now what are they going to do? Now the narrative has to change. Okay? So now they figure it out. It's fake. You're right. They did research. They found out it's these two people in Europe who apparently they do this all the time with other streamers.
Yeah, Jim popularized
There was even
it, but
a possibility
you
they
know,
were gonna try to
Jim.
extort me for money. Try to get
Taking
them to
shit
shut up
from
about it or
dreads.
something, okay? So, to give you some perspective.
Yeah,
did
the proper
anything
probably hit him
change
with that.
Positively when that was disproved? No, nothing.
'Cause it's
They
just
were
the
on
one
to the next thing
situation.
already. They had already created 2-3 more narratives that they went on to. This is something concrete.
Hit him on
almost
that. I don't
exactly
understand what he
parallel to the
means.
situation.
Oh,
All this
I understand what
evidence,
he's doing, but-
corroborating evidence, proving that it was real, it was real, it was real. And then all of a
In
sudden, oh yeah, we
goalpost.
found out it was fake. Oh well, move on to the next. There was someone who made a video about it. Okay.
Secret Limited.
You probably
Say his
know him,
name.
Craig. Did you watch the Secret Limited video?
Secret
about the
Limited?
$100,000.
Yeah, sure did.
You
Yeah,
watched
sure
it?
did.
Secret Limited
That's completely
is
fake.
someone who once a year makes a very negative video about me,
All right.
highlights all my
Secret
mistakes,
Limited, shut up.
puts it into one video. They made a video documenting this. They called it the escort saga. Okay, the thumbnail for the video was me, my ex. I don't know why she was in it, and the escort's face, supposedly who it was. This gets disproven. 3-4 months later, did my detractors say, sorry about that, Phil, mea culpa, yo, we made a big mistake, let's forget? No. You want to know what he did? This is
That wouldn't be funny to do.
WWE Champions video. He took the face of the escort and put a horse's head on it, and he said, my wife looks like a horse. He never took the video down. He never
the fucking internet, though. DS.
I know.
Come on,
but
man.
When these things
I love Adam. It's the internet, bro.
It's the next thing. I will send.
So wait. So what does this have to do with it, though?
Because I will disprove anything, and they will just move on to the next. It will never end. That's what I mean.
So it's the internet. So who fucking cares then?
So then why even bother? Why bother with any of it? And that's the attitude I've taken. Now, Adam, you just hit it dead on the head.
Ah, yes. Ah, yes.
This was
yes, thank you, Adam, for giving me that out.
I was supposed to be a guest.
Ah, yes.
It wasn't my intention to ever come out and have it be like this. On my streams, we don't have this. That's why I wanted this to be the end-all, be-all. You want my actual answers on this stuff, you watch this show, and that's the last thing I'm talking about, right? So this is off my streams. I'm making content. I just want to be left alone. They won't leave me alone. They're the ones who continue the narrative. I'm with Adam. It's the internet. It's going to go on forever. So then why even bother? Why disprove anything? It's on to the next.
Why
anyway.
even be a streamer at this rate? Why even do anything? Why even exist?
Personal risk, okay? On to the next. And by the way, now something might happen to me because I
whatever.
Myself.
It's just said, why even exist?
I've really become.
What do you care about?
Years I've been a content creator. I have become so desensitized to this stuff. It's like, what's the next one? I don't care.
If you truly don't care, then you won't bother sending him a screenshot because it doesn't matter to you then.
It doesn't matter either way. If anything, if I send Craig the screenshot, it would be out of like respect that he gave me his time today on the show. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, that's something to think about.
That's a lot of trust too, because again, I'm not saying Craig would ever do anything dishonest or expose me. I'm telling you, there's been times this exact situation has happened, and then something bad has happened to me because I did it.
I haven't. I'll tell you this. I haven't done anything to dissuade your trust or lose your trust. So look. Ultimately, this is your call, but the offer's there, and I know you said you didn't want to do anything, with your phone during this. Respect that. That's fine. But you realize that by leaving the door open, by even doing this after the stream, there still allows the opportunity. It goes back to the picture didn't happen. Like if somebody sees you pick up your phone right now on stream, you were to then email it to me right now on stream, and it was this was to happen literally right now in real time as people were watching.
It's on his bucket list. It's on his bucket list. But seriously, it's like number 3 on Craig's bucket list for that to happen right now. I'm just saying.
But once again, I think this is all done. It's all done. It's all done. All right, let's continue on, man.
Bro, Phil, how the fuck did you not know the camera was on? You know what I'm talking about.
I wasn't going to talk about this, but
nice segue.
Dude, what the fuck, man? I mean, come on.
Does he even know what they're talking about?
Happened, I tried to.
He looked like he was lost.
I tried to spin it in a very positive light, and I rolled with it. It's one of the rare times where I learned that you roll with it and it'll go away. It never went away, but at least people, it's just something funny now, right? Imagine if I had reacted to that the same way I reacted to "This Is How You Don't Play." Like that would have been the end for me. Like, this guy, what's he gonna say? He didn't do it, or whatever? Of course, it happened. It's something stupid. But the truthful story, sadly, is not happy. Okay, here's the truth. I've told it before, but never in this context. So in 2016, it was probably the second worst year of my life. Everything was falling apart in my personal life. I moved out here to Washington. I used to live in Connecticut my whole life. I moved to Washington in 2014 with my then girlfriend. Our relationship was great. Over the course of 2 years of systematic harassment on the internet, being swatted, doxxed, all this stuff, her family members being harassed, my family members being harassed, our whole relationship fell apart. Okay? In 2016, I was living with her, and we had 2 separate lives. It was like 2 roommates rather than a romantic relationship. It was messed up. Like, we were supposed to be together, and we're really not. It got to the point where she went off and had her own life. She had her own friends, her own job. I was doing my thing. Well, no one knew this. Everyone thought everything was fine. We pretended, we smiled, whatever. No one knew that. I was depressed. I was really messed up in the head at that point. The way that I saw it was, this room was the only place in the house where she never went. She never came in here. Okay? So this room was like my safe space. I know that sounds stupid, but it was like, this is the one
Was
place
she
I can
fucking
be away
beating you?
from
What the
that
fuck?
and I can have my own safe place. And in particular, I couldn't tell you the specific day when it happened, but I guarantee you it was something awful that happened, an argument, a fight, whatever it was. And I came in here, and back then, I was very different. Today I'm professional. I have layouts blocking the screen and everything. Back then I just had, you know, my
You
dashboard.
got like a couch in the corner that you
Exactly.
can go do that now.
Yeah, so I had the camera
In my safe space.
Back then I didn't do face cam like I do today. Today this is a common thing.
Any
to have
major
face
gold
cam on every
dust?
single screen. Back then it was a rarity. I only did it
past
for
30
like
minutes.
FromSoft games where I was going to get really upset.
Scroll
People
up.
like to see me rage on.
Just talks about how he's
So, yeah,
desensitized to all
Dark
this
Side
shit. They
Field
talk about the escort
character.
saga.
I
I'm
left
gonna
it
go
on.
over this with
And so I
Anne
come in
later
here and
tonight.
I'm feeling like
So
shit. I feel awful, like,
this is
probably
gonna be a
depressed, awful
networking
thing.
style
And
day.
I you know, I beat one off to relieve myself before a stream. And then it's all over the internet. And I'm like, oh, the camera was on, huh?
So it was depression.
Oops. It was part of
Essentially.
it. It was definitely part of it. Like, obviously, you don't sit down in front of a, you know, why would you even do that? I mean, what an idiot to do that.
That
even
was
in a
by
situation where
depression.
It was probably something so horrible, you know.
Yeah, he's swaying a lot now.
Many of those.
I'll note
So you
that.
said the camera was on, and then you started the stream and then did that, or like you were prepping for
Yeah,
a stream,
Anne,
but the
Anne
camera
is
was on, so
actively
it
refusing
just-
to listen live, and
Yeah,
I
yes.
told him that's
So
he probably
basically,
should
I have a
wait.
question. I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Other
I'm
people
just trying to
want to know what Anne
walk my
thinks.
okay. What was the
But
lead
he's
time
glad to
between
hear it's
starting
not
the
a nothing
stream
burger.
and completion? Because that's pretty fucking impressive. I'm just kidding.
Not long. Not long, man. It was, you know, I would turn on the stream. I call it the pre-stream roll or whatever. So you had
No,
the secret
I don't-
message.
Oh,
I really don't care. I really don't care. I really don't care.
the pre-stream.
The
roll.
pre-stream roll. The whole
Oh my
routine.
god!
Oh Lord. All right.
So it's
that's
a normal
awesome.
thing.
No, it's not. Obviously, no. It was.
You got a name for it, Phil. You got
No,
a
no,
name
no.
for it.
The time that I turn on the stream to let people come into the stream.
Oh, thank
is called
God.
The pre-stream.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
That's not a
'cause
routine I do every day. No, no,
that's-
no.
I mean, it'd be a hell of a pre-show. I'm just saying. Like, you,
So
you
here's
could,
the
you could
thing,
probably,
here's
hey,
the-
hey, you could monetize as our friends from Geeks and Gamers say. You could monetize the haters. You could
Right.
start a wicked OnlyFans, Phil. I'm just saying, a wicked OnlyFans.
Oh man, what an out
Oh,
for
my
him.
jeez.
We've
Here's the narrative.
segued
Here's
from
the
all
truth of
the
matter.
all
First of
the
all, it took place on
uncomfortable
YouTube,
shit.
Not on Twitch. All right. There was maybe 20, 30 people there when it happened because I just turned the stream on, right? And it was right, you know, laptop in front of me or whatever, cameras on. So embarrassing. But what's the narrative now? Darkside Phil masturbated in front of thousands of people, including small children, on the internet, live on Twitch, and didn't get banned
Thousands
for
of
it.
small
When did
children.
that
I mean,
happen?
Well,
It was-
CNN rehired Tubin after he jerked it in a friggin' Zoom meeting. So I
Right.
mean, things can happen, dog. You know.
Thankfully, the camera was not panned down. That would have been very, very
Jeez.
bad. Thank God it was, you know, the angle that it was at. No one wants to see.
Okay. Oh,
Anyway.
so it doesn't
All right.
it doesn't show anything because I haven't seen it and
Oh,
I don't
no,
want
no,
to see
it's
it.
just-
Oh,
it's
for
actually
sure.
like
It's an
from the
easy
neck
question
up,
for him to
and it's
address
kinda
without
just like
feeling too
tilting my head
uncomfortable.
back and
So
forth.
Yeah,
if you
okay.
if you feel like he's
Okay,
gonna
so
bounce,
it's just
bring
my
that
O,
one
my
on.
O face. It's just my O
Hey
face.
man,
That's it.
there's been worse videos of
Look at that, look at
prominent
that. We love this dude now.
YouTubers with their heels above their heads, and
But I understand what they're trying to do.
It's been worse.
But I'm the
Wow.
one. That's sadly that's the association.
Probably
a lot
felt
of
like
people
Dave
always
was ready
have
to
with me.
tell him to
That's-
cut it.
That's how I became known on the internet in 2016. And, you
All right,
How
all
am I
right.
ever going to live that down? If anything, here's what I learned from it. That's going to always, no matter what these idiots say about me, that's always going to be my most embarrassing moment.
All right, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to give you some advice. All right, I want to give you some advice right now. You need to own it, and you need to have a box of tissues behind you.
And a t-shirt.
As a fucking
Like-
joke, dude. Troll
Yeah.
them back.
Here's
Fuck
the
it.
thing. Here, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. However,
Yeah.
again, you have to understand something. We're joking about it. It's funny to joke about it and own it, but actually, it's representative of a really bad time in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
Okay, that
depressing-
makes sense. Yeah, sure,
it's a
sure.
depressing thing. My wife doesn't ever want to talk about it. You know, she knew. I mean,
Hey.
think about this. She met me after, and
Get
she
it?
still likes me. She married me
Yeah.
after that. So obviously, she's moved past. She doesn't want to talk about it. It's like, why am I going to
Phil,
monetize the most
Phil.
embarrassing moment?
Phil,
You know.
beat Damn it, that would have sounded so bad.
Yes.
I was gonna say beat your demons, but in this context,
Pretty good. Pretty
it's
good.
like shit. I mean, conquer your demons. You know what I mean? Like you're like, I don't wanna like go there, but it's like, no, fuck that. Like face it and conquer your demons. I didn't mean to make that pun. That was unintentional, but it was so good. But you know what I'm saying, right? I'm trying to like. You say you don't want to go there, but like conquer it, dude. Own it. Own that shit.
The problem is, again, when you focus on a focal point like that and it becomes your end all be all, I don't want that to be what I'm remembered for. It probably will be, but I want people who come to my content every day to remember that awesome stream they had or that cool game playthrough that we did. I don't want them to think about the guy who had an old face beat off on stream. Like, it's so stupid. And it's such a dumb thing that I've moved past. I'm not in that part of my life anymore. I'm so much happier now that I don't need to dwell on the past anymore. I don't need to think about that moment. It was stupid, and I don't want to be there forever.
If you're not going to monetize it, we will. Later tonight, the Beat Your Demons t-shirt will be available on the store.
Oh my god! And it's no, that's terrible,
I'm
dude.
Totally good. I thought it was really funny. All right.
Oh my goodness.
So there's a few things that I want to circle back with you on, Phil. Phil, you still there? You look like you're frozen.
Did we lose him?
I hope not. Oh, well, if he drops, well, he can come back in.
I don't think he's coming back.
And such. But
I was just kidding. I mean, I couldn't help the puns. They wrote themselves.
Phil, make sure you pop back in. I'm sure that he will. I doubt that he quit because he would have been dropped from the thing. It's definitely an internet issue of some sort.
Must be frozen.
I do not think that he rage quit or anything like that. So Phil, you can just pop back in whenever you're ready, and we'll keep going. But there are a few things that I want to circle back on, mainly on the 5K. Okay, let's see, he dropped, so he'll pop back in. I do want to circle back on the business expense because I feel like Phil kind of skirted that question a little bit. No, we didn't really get, the idea of. I don't know, man. Like I said, it's if we can have a little one-to-one here, I feel like there's just so much here that doesn't add up,
Man, I mean, I don't believe him. I mean, I don't. There's just too many things. I mean, I caught him live, and then he admitted like a minute later that I was right, and it's just like,
he's not coming back.
That your whole credibility was already shaky, and
that joke.
I'm not saying this now because he's not here. I mean, you guys have been very blunt to his face. I'm not gonna like, if he hears me, it's not like I mean, I straight up told him I didn't believe him about that joke that he made, and it's just like, dude, that's such bullshit, So,
while we have a second, hopefully Phil's going to rejoin us. I did want to thank everybody for your super chats today, and I see a lot of people.
It sure would be great if he came back, wouldn't it?
Genuinely, greatly appreciated. Appreciate everybody allowing us to have this conversation. I appreciate Phil allowing us to have this conversation with him.
Honestly, I gotta give him props, dude.
Yes.
Because it's not easy to fucking do what he just did. I wasn't being easy on him, and I wasn't going to because I said earlier.
Oh, sorry,
I'm an honest asshole, dude.
I sipped unmuted.
If I don't know you and I'm like, and there's shit, and it's a serious situation. Like I'll get serious. Like this is the most serious show we've ever had on this channel, right? We're constantly laughing, and like when you said you were going to bring him on, you read his email that he said you could read publicly, and it seemed like he just wanted to be
I don't know if
joining and doing a regular show, and it kind of evolved through the weeks of it's going to be an interview, and now we've done this interview today, and I mean it was tough.
Right. Well, I'll say this. Phil just emailed me and he said, hey, I'm still here. I might be getting DDoS. Not sure. So I will say this. Look, we do have. So while we have a second and Phil's not with us, I'm actually going to invite somebody to the chat right now. Keemstar is going to join us to give his side of the thing. And when Phil hops in,
oh my God.
We'll see. Like I said, I don't want to make this weird for Phil, but I do think that while we have a second, we'll bring Keemstar in. Keemstar has the link, and he should be joining us any minute.
Oh my God, this is
I
day.
will say this. I will
What a
say
day.
this, guys. I appreciate everybody staying with us. And while we have you for a second, I want to remind you guys we do have some other guests coming up, including Mark the Cyborg and James Rolfe, the Angry Video Gamer. They're coming up here in the next few weeks. If you guys are new, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button, of course, and come join us. We are a daily podcast Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock Central Time, and we're usually pretty fun. We have a great time. And if you guys really like it, you guys can head over to patreon.com/sidescrollers and support us over there. But joining us now,
I gotta say, I really didn't mean to make that pun beat your demons. It was just so funny.
Great,
I couldn't stop laughing, and I jeez.
All right.
All right.
Keemstar is joining us. Hello, Keemstar. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Good. It's nice to meet you. You guys have absolutely crushed this. I think you've done more than a fair job with Phil here, and especially like how difficult he is. But with him talking about the $50,000 offer and the Lol Called podcast, I just really wanted to get on to say my piece because he's just dishonest. And I think you guys experienced this, right? He had an opportunity to clear his name so easily, and he just put it off and made excuse, and then goes on to bring up some other situation with hookers and some other lies. And it's like, every content creator has been lied about, right? But in this one issue where he could just prove his innocence so quick and he doesn't take advantage of it, then it's like, and
I told him,
Keemstar. Oh yeah, we're definitely not. He's not coming back.
Story less that you're not like, you know what? I want to fucking prove this shit. Like, I'm sick of these lies. Let's prove it. You know.
Well, I'll say this. Look, Keem, we appreciate you hopping on. Phil has rejoined us. Phil said he didn't want to be on the show if you were on it. So I'll say, can we invite you back on after we're done with Phil?
Sure. Sure. Absolutely.
Okay. I appreciate it. Okay. We're going to bring Phil back on. We don't want to make things weird. So appreciate you understanding, man. And you have the link. I'll DM you when we're ready. Okay, buddy?
Sounds good.
Thank you, Keem. Appreciate it, man. All right. Boof. All right. Phil, welcome back, man. Sorry, we had a second.
Okay, he's back. He's back.
He reached out and he wanted to share his side of it. So we appreciate you running with it, man. So let's continue. Everything okay?
I don't know. I have absolutely no idea what just happened. My whole internet went down and came back up, and I don't know if it was my ISP or if I've just been DDoSed. I would not put it past them to DDoS me.
Okay, he's back.
I've never, to my knowledge, my IP address has never leaked. This one, but if it happens again, I guess we kind of know, right?
Well, I hope that's not the case.
I hope not either, because that's a lot of work for me. I have to call my cable company then to get it fixed. It's not pretty.
All right.
It's not pretty, guys.
Let's circle back on some stuff here, man. And
did I miss anything? Did I miss anything?
Yeah, there's a few things that I feel like we kind of went through, and I feel like we do need to kind of address. And I want to circle back to like the business expenses, because we talked about the 5K, we talked about that, and but we didn't really get an answer, right? Like, and this kind of all ties in together. The idea of like, as somebody who works online, I've been doing this for a long time as well. I understand that spending 5K on anything is a lot, and the idea of a mortgage being a business expense, that's not necessarily true. You can from a tax perspective, you can allow me to tell you, because from a tax perspective, you can take the square footage of your office space in your house, and that can be deductible, right? And you can use that as a business expense. You can take the internet and do those things, but your entire house, your entire mortgage is not something that can be a business expense, right? So I didn't think that was
legal. I don't think that's legal.
Right. It's not. It's not the way it goes. But with all that said, I feel like there's with everything lined up, right? There's still a lot. Like, are you spending that money on food, or what are you spending that money on it? Because you can pay for meals out and things like that, as long as you technically talk about business. And I've done that hundreds of times, where you go out to a meal and you say, well, we're gonna have a business meeting, and it's just you and your wife talking about whatever, right? It's just one of those things. But
they're doing it again, where they're trying to wrangle them back.
What are your month-to-month business expenses? What are you paying for as a streamer who works 12 hours a day? Kind of walk me through this.
Well, again, I could tell you what I'm doing now. I mean, we're talking, what people are referencing is something from like 2019, I think, right? Is that a tax return from my bankruptcy proceeding?
But I want to know about today. Like your expenses that you have on a month-to-month basis. What do those look like? Are Are your
Okay.
expenses?
You know what? How about this? Give me 1 second.
Sure, do your thing. Yeah,
Watch this.
this should be fun. All right, Phil is off, and it looks like I wonder what he's. This could be a surprise. We'll see what happens. So.
I'm an old man. Okay?
Yes.
I do something that no one else does. I use paper and I write on it.
Oh, not
Subtract it.
this fucking.
No one
Okay,
else
now-
does this, right?
Now hold on, Phil. Before you show anything, I want to.
Oh,
make
I'm not
sure...
going to show. I'm going to read.
Okay.
I'm going to read some things. Don't worry. I'm not going to
Okay.
show anything. I'm going to read
Okay.
some things. What I'd like to do is kind of go through here because people say every day, "Where does your money go?" That's what essentially that's what you're asking, right? Where
Yeah.
does the money go?
Yeah, sure. That's fair.
coming in.
That's fair as a creator
100
who
Uh-oh.
does this
You
much
guys are
better.
shopping. Tell me.
No,
it's
you're
not
good. You're
DDoS.
good. You're good. You're
I'm
good. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
Yeah. Tell me it's not DDoS.
Here we go. I'm going to go through this. I'm not exaggerating. Line for line, this is what I'm.
Whoever's
paying
doing
this
it, let him
month.
fucking
And this
speak.
is
If
all-
his
all
if
my
what he's
money
saying
goes,
is true, just let him
plus a few
speak.
other things, okay? And this is literally all of it.
Great.
I have a subscription to Hulu. It's $10 a month.
Okay.
Business expense. Okay.
Definitely
Hulu
not a
subscription?
subscription. Expense. I'm just saying this is where our money goes. This is everything. I'm serious. I'm going to cover
Why?
it
Okay.
all.
Sure.
I have my internet. I have 2 internet lines.
Why don't you
that I
watch
pay
things
for.
on
They're
Hulu
very
then,
expensive
for
'cause
your
they're
fucking
unlimited
thing?
internet.
We never
You know,
brought
it's
up
not
Hulu
an
before.
hourly rate. It's like you have to pay a ton of
Interesting.
money.
Hourly? Who pays for hourly internet?
No, not hourly. I said unlimited.
Oh, I thought you said. Okay, you go ahead.
I'm sorry. I meant to say data rates, not hourly. My bad.
Got it.
Data rates. You know how much you use.
Okay.
I have my dues here where I
My
live. I live
dues.
in a community, a condo facility community, so it's the dues, monthly dues.
These
Um,
monthly expenses.
I've got. Let's see here.
I mean,
Game Pass.
but you're reading off
Game Pass.
personal expenses, and that's no one's business.
Right.
I'm reading
It's-
off
it-
everything.
it-
I don't care. I'm reading off
Well-
everything so you know where my money goes. Because this is what they want. They want to know where all my money goes. I'm gonna tell you right now.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think it was about the $5,000, the business expenses that they were like, what is going on with this? Like, how is this the case? So you're now giving them more shit when you were very
Adam
seemingly very
recognizes
nervous
that
about
personal expenses
giving
are not
anyone
business
any more
expenses.
information that isn't public. You know what I mean?
Or
I'm just trying to, before you continue, it just
cannot
seems like this is counterintuitive
receive
for what
that DSP
where you have
understands.
said your stance is
Oh,
on
wait,
like
no.
revealing
DSP
public
sees
information. So like,
personal
Well, I'm not
expenses
going
as
to tell you
business
any
expenses.
account name. I'm not going to tell
yeah,
you
no,
what
I
businesses or
understand.
anything.
Yeah,
You know
I
what I'm
get
saying?
that. But still, it's still personal stuff that it's like, all right, well,
There's some
I don't
fundamental
understand
miscommunication
that's
in
not
this direction
what the
here
subject
that
was
may or
about.
may
It
not
was
be
about the
intentional.
business expenses.
Right.
These aren't business expenses that you're reading off. This is personal stuff.
Some of this would be considered business, and some wouldn't. You know, like I was just going to say, Game
Well, they
Pass,
want the business
that's
But what's the
expenses.
point? Is kind of where I'm leaning. Like, what is the reason for giving us your personal expenses?
Because people want to know where my money goes. You're asking me
Your business, the business
Okay,
expense
you're
money. That's what
specifically
that's what they're
asking me-
talking about.
You're
That's what
specifically-
I've seen that on the internet. That's what I've seen that people are upset. There's the business expenses, the 5,000, and then like I don't know where this like $500,000 thing is or what that even is. But there's some questions.
$500,000.
Yeah, I don't know.
Holy shit.
I heard. I've seen. I didn't look into that much because I have multiple shows that I do, and you know I couldn't dedicate too much to learning.
He's getting
about you,
a little
so,
bit.
I figured I'd come and just hear
Little
from
bit
you,
heated.
you know. But like, that's from what I've seen. It's the business expenses that's what people want to know about. Like, how are you spending that much money on the business?
Here's the thing: if you were to nickel and dime every single transaction I do, when it comes to like video games and stuff like that, I don't think it gets close to that. I think I don't know how it was divvied out in those, you know, in that report.
Okay,
or
if
whatever they
basically
used
Phil
for the
doesn't
bankruptcy.
know
I don't know
how they
it's
got to
calculated.
5K.
You know, I'm not my bankruptcy attorney. I'm not my CPA. I know it's done right because I went through it with the bankruptcy judge, line by line. So
is
I
that
know
is
it's
that where
correct.
that large number comes from? Is the bankruptcy number like how much debt you had?
Oh,
I'm just
maybe.
I'm trying to
maybe.
take a. Oh, I mean, you know, right? I mean, if that's what
I
you're-
don't know the total number of debt.
Seems like a pretty big moment in your life that you would know.
And he could have been a good
I
guy,
didn't- I
Eddie.
never-
You gotta let him
It's
speak.
not a milestone. Oh man, I'm so happy I got $500,000 off my bank.
I'm not
Oh,
saying
no.
it's a good milestone.
No, it's a
but-
horrible milestone. Something I want to move past and forget and get, you know, put in the past. But I don't know. Maybe that's what that number is. But again, I don't know. I can't go line item by line item. I don't know. It's from years and years ago. And guys.
Oh,
Still there?
guys, hello,
Yep.
hello.
Okay,
You're
freeze
good.
again.
You're good.
Jesus.
You're good.
It's
You're good.
freezing.
You're
Yeah,
good.
okay.
Well, they call me Mr.
that's me.
Freeze, so
Okay. But yeah, like I can't, I don't have that. I don't
Is
know.
this a bit?
I
What is
would
he
assume,
doing?
This is my assuming that data includes anything that's considered associated with the business or not. I don't know. again, I can without going through it because I'm not.
Guys.
Anyway, that would be exposure to talk about all that stuff. I feel. Okay. A couple things that no one knows. I guess I have to. I didn't want to do this. I really didn't want to do this, but again.
Right?
Phil, you do what you're comfortable with, man. I think that's the biggest thing. Is
I really didn't want to. Let me go put the paper away. I'm gonna tell you. Okay, hold
Oh
on.
no! What is he doing? The potty don't start till Ding walks in.
All right, I don't want to talk about shit, but I have to.
Oh no!
No, you don't. You said like 30 minutes ago you don't give a shit, and it doesn't make a difference. So
no.
Pick a point.
Sun reveal.
Pick a place to stand.
Yeah, I know. I don't.
Either you don't
He's
give
gonna
a shit.
cry.
You're gonna move on.
He's
and
gonna
let
cry.
The haters hate you no matter what because there's nothing you could do, or try to appease them. It's not. You can't be somewhere in the middle where you're like, I might appease you. I might actually do this. I'll think about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Adam, I don't care
one
about
or the other.
I care about you guys. I care
So you're
about my viewers. I care about these neutral parties out there who've heard so much nasty stuff about me. At least have a place to listen and hear my side. That's what this is. And
He's choking up.
I appreciate you guys so much for giving me this time. I really do. I'm sorry I'm getting emotional now thinking of, but, all right, I'm just going to, fuck this. I'm going to do it. All right, I'm going to tell you a few things that no one knows without specifics. Okay, so it doesn't really put anyone under the bus or anything. I've been involved in a few different, legal things over the years.
Okay, legal things.
I've been involved with medical issues, my own health and my wife's. All right, and it's not stuff I should talk about with my audience.
Choking up when he mentions.
I don't want my audience to come to my stream and be like, I want to give you a tip
issues.
because I found out that you have maybe a medical issue or something going on. That's no one's business. I've said to let me explain. I said to my audience, if you're gonna come to a DSP gaming or a DSP React stream, please come support me because you like me and my content. Okay? Don't come support me because you want to stick it to the haters. I don't want that pity party. Keep that,
And it sounds like a pity
let them
party.
Celebrate whatever. Come and just support me for my content. If I tell
Man,
you
can we
stuff
get the
that's
sun
going on
reveal?
that are expenses, medical expenses, legal expenses, and it's again,
He's
I'm not
brought
gonna
these
tell
up
you,
before.
I have some medical conditions. Okay,
then this is your forum.
debt.
Like this is your forum, Phil. Right? If there's some sort of like medical condition that is causing you to live, paycheck to paycheck or stream to stream. And you pride yourself on transparency. I can't think of anything more transparent than just telling your audience you have something going on. And like
if he's literally going to die,
they'll understand that.
Yeah, I think it would be pretty pertinent to the audience to
I had cancer
on this.
or something.
Why
bad
hide
happened,
it?
It's not that. It's definitely not that. Okay, I don't want to make anyone think that I'm trying to. Again, this is not a pity party here.
Right.
It's not that. It's that I have.
It better not
a
be
few
gout.
Chronic lingering things that come back over the years, and then.
Piss the fuck off if
there's
it's gout.
Medical costs. There's deductible, of course. You have to pay to a certain amount. In a nutshell, I've been involved with a few legal things, and I've been involved with some medical things. Okay, and essentially what's happened over the years is I can't really pay them because of the financial situations that I've been in. Okay. And
did you pay any of those? Did you pay any of those things as business expenses?
No. I believe, and I don't know if this is true or not. Isn't it true that certain, like your health insurance premiums and stuff is covered or is a tax deductible? I don't know. Again, I get asked this by my tax guy. I do. He says,
your tax guy was asking you this?
He said, I just got an email the other day that said, we need your breakdown of what you paid.
Now you have to know this.
Medical expenses, if you had any of this, we need all this to file your taxes properly.
That doesn't sound right, dude.
I don't know. Again, no, listen, please. Here's the problem.
Please, you guys, please.
Tax guy, you know what I mean? He knows what he's doing. He's a professional.
But he clearly doesn't because you've been in tax
doesn't
issues.
Sound like it.
No. My tax issues are not, or from before this shit. They really are. I used to have tax issues with an old account. You might be getting the stories mixed. I used to have an old guy who fucked everything up. This person I have now has fixed everything. Okay. I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. This guy is great, and I want people to understand that. Okay. But basically, I have a few ongoing things. When you don't have credit anymore, okay, but you still owe. Some things can get erased, some things can't, all right, by a bankruptcy or whatever. And I'm in a situation where I have ongoing costs that I'm on payment plans for.
Okay? This has been brought up before.
Credit card. I can't get a credit card. I have no credit. My credit sucks because I have bankruptcy. No, I have payment plans. So, for example, I incur a legal cost of several $1,000s. Okay, Phil, you don't have to pay that today. You could pay it slowly over time. Here's your payment plan, right? With the IRS, I owe them back taxes. Phil, we understand.
Back taxes?
As long as you're in repayment status, you're paying.
Dude,
this
King
amount
Jod
every
probably
month.
has like a dozen
You know what I
bingos
mean?
by this point.
So that's where my money goes. I'm embroiled in all these ongoing things behind the scenes that absolutely no one needs to know about. Medical stuff, legal stuff that I'm going through, and tax stuff. And where does your money go? And then just think about this. I'm streaming 6 days a week.
Yeah, none of this has
Stress,
nothing
you
to do
know?
with his credit.
And then I got to come on my stream and hear you blew all your money on mobile games. My wife and me are feeling so much stress with this going on. And, you know, we didn't go on a honeymoon when we got married. We haven't been on a trip since 2019. We haven't done anything.
Phil, I get it. We understand, which is why, you know, we talked about therapy. We've talked about all these things.
You're
we
right.
understand, right? We've talked about all these things.
It's time for Phil to
But
spend money
you
on
still haven't,
therapy.
like,
We
you still
gotta.
haven't answered the
We
question, but I'm gonna
know
ask you
the
this really
dents have to pay
directly,
for
okay?
therapy.
On a month-to-month basis, how much money are you spending on WWE mobile games and or any other mobile games on
Zero.
a month-to-month basis? Are you spending on
Yeah, Adam's
iTunes
done. I
or
think
any sort
Adam's
of
checked
mobile
out.
device?
Or he's
Okay.
charging.
Just a
He's
straight
listening. He's
dollar
supposed to
amount.
be me. He's
And
taking it all
whatever
in.
it is, it's okay.
Okay. Do you want? Okay. This
Okay.
month,
Okay.
I have spent probably $10 to $15.
Okay.
That is an honest answer. And by the way, it wasn't on WWE Champions.
Okay,
What was it
another
on?
mobile
Just
game?
curious.
Well, here we go, because you know if I tell you, they're just gonna blow it up. They're gonna.
No,
go
okay,
after
don't
it.
worry about it. Don't worry about it then. Don't worry about it.
No, no,
They
no,
already-
no,
they
no.
already said
No, press him on
it's a
it.
new game. It's a Street Fighter game.
Okay, the new Street Fighter.
Street
Got it.
Fighter.
Okay.
That's a bombshell.
Is it good?
What?
It's all right. It's one of those you build a team of fighters. They fight against each other. It's not. You don't even actively
Oh,
play.
it's
You just
it's
build
like
a team.
tap RPG. crap.
Similar, yes.
Okay,
And
I
you know,
have-
that was just for
Okay,
experimental.
that is
purposes.
a
I'm not
bombshell.
playing it a lot.
I'm giving
playing it
that.
once in a
I'm
while.
adding that.
You know, I spend I'll spend $1 and get a bunch of stuff. You know, so I spend a couple dollars here or there, and of course, I will get destroyed for saying that I spent $15 on it. You know, I will. I'm going to get destroyed for it.
So
But-
let me kind of move this along. We've been going for a long
God,
time.
I thought
Thank
his
you again,
phone
Phil,
wouldn't.
for your time.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
I
We've been
gotta
over close to 4
apologize.
hours.
I thought
got a few
his
things that
old ass
that I wanna make
iPhone
sure
wouldn't
we hit
even
on
be able to
before we
run
go.
that game. We were talking about that
before we
on a
you know,
stream. Shit,
do
earlier this
before.
week,
So,
I was like, well,
number one,
who's to say it can even
Keem
run
is
on his
here.
old phone?
And Keem has said that he will be respectful.
I didn't bother to check.
and he would love to talk. I think this is a tremendous opportunity to bury whatever hatchet or whatever it is you guys have and mend a fence. I think this is a tremendous opportunity. Are you open to that?
If you want him on the show to talk, I'm not doing business with this man under any circumstances.
Yeah, you established that. That's fine. That's not
Yeah.
what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm not trying to broker a business deal or anything like that. But are you open to talking with him now?
I'm curious what he even wants to talk about. I'm not being on his stuff. I refuse. So
Well,
Keem Sotan?
okay, I'm gonna bring him on. Right?
Wait. So you're okay with him coming on to talk?
as long as he's not going to sit here and insult me or do, you know, you guys have already asked me so many questions. I don't want him
Right.
interrogating me too. It's your
Oh,
that's-
get in
that's
there,
not-
boy!
I mean, Keem, you know, he's watching obviously, so it's like that's not
Rage
the
quit.
case. We're,
He
we're
rage
the
quit.
interviewers. He just said it. He agrees.
Yeah, he agrees. So look, we're gonna bring him on, and like I said, I think this is
Let
not a
him
tremendous
cook.
opportunity for friction. There's an opportunity to build a bridge. So let's do this real quick. Keemstar, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Dude, he
Thank
came
you, gentlemen.
instantly.
I appreciate it.
Keem
And Phil,
came
thank you
instantly.
for letting me on to talk to you directly.
Keem's audio is so much better than everyone
I do mean
else's.
what I said here in the chat, that I will be respectful. I'm not here to interrogate you, but I desperately want to represent my point of view in this situation between me and you. Because what
It's
I've
Monday Man
heard
all over
listening
again.
to this podcast or this interview or whatever
Oh
you
my
wanna
God,
call
the
it,
MSI is giving up.
you describing problems that you have in your life, paying bills, being
Okay, I'll be
harassed
quiet.
by your detractors or whatever, and I actively went out of my way to solve major problems in your life, and me and you are not friends. In fact, before I put together this business opportunity for you, me and you were fighting back and forth. It started with you on your podcast out of nowhere reacting to me retiring when I turned 40, and you said, well, that guy's evil, and all these horrible stuff and blood money, whatever you said about me, because you don't like my show Drama Alert. And many of your detractors picked up on right away that the reason why you don't like my show and you don't support me is because we covered the fapping situation in 2016.
Well, that's
that is
completely
the
untrue. Dude, you covered it fairly.
Go ahead, respond, Phil.
You covered it fairly. You didn't even really harp on it. One of your guys contacted me behind the scenes, said, do you have anything else to add? Do you want to be on the show? I was like, no, you covered it fairly. I don't think you were unfair at all. That's not the case.
Thank you, because I don't think I was unfair either. You know?
No, not at all. Who told you that? That's bullshit. That's the detractors making shit up. I didn't ever say that.
Everybody jumped to that conclusion why you had such a hateful response to me retiring was because of that. Because we have no previous history, Phil.
Correct.
I've never
Really
talked
need
to
to
you.
take notes here.
The only interactions I've ever had with you is just covering this one story about you.
Mm-hmm.
And just, this is a great example of why I wanted to bring you on, because there's clearly a miscommunication somewhere along the lines, right? Clearly. So, Phil thought Keemstar did this. Keemstar thought Phil did this. All right. So we're in a better place, which is great.
So to move on from that,
Sure.
I see a clip and it's on Phil's stream. He's reacting to my retirement and he's saying I'm this horrible, evil person, and he doesn't support me. And I responded.
Hold on, Keem, is that true, Phil?
I don't know. I'm sure I've criticized him. I don't know specifically what he's talking about yet.
Okay, continue.
I don't know exactly what was said. I'm going off of memory, but it was something along those lines. The clip gets sent to me by multiple people. So I respond to Phil because the only thing I know about Phil is him being a lolcow, right? Him on stream begging for money to pay rent and stuff like that. That's all I know about him. So I responded to him on Twitter, which I thought was pretty clever. In
possible that
terms,
Phil's lying here, but
honestly,
it's pretty understandable if he forgot about that
age.
pre-stream.
We've been doing
Keemstar
YouTube
definitely
for
doesn't remember
15
it.
years each. We started at the same time.
Another
And
pre-stream,
I'm
not of many.
retiring now, and I don't ever have to work again. So I have completed this video game of YouTube. And I said to Phil, you're still on level 1. All right. You're still on level 1 and you're restarting, level 1 over and over again, like a video game, and you're getting nowhere. You're still at the point where you're begging people on stream to pay your bills and whatnot. And I thought that was a good response, right? Even though I am talking trash and, we got a little drama going on for Twitter and whatnot, I thought that I was actually giving you good advice. And,
I was gonna say that
is that advice or is that more like, because in text
felt like
form,
a backhanded smack
right.
with internet Twitter battles,
100%,
Okay.
but it's also advice, right? My point in those Twitter videos was that Phil needs to do something different. Imagine you're playing a video game, you're on level 1 and you try the same technique over and over again. All right. And you're dying and you have to restart the level over. Like, you're never going to beat level 1. And that's the situation that Phil has been in.
Right. And Phil, what are your thoughts on that? Do you feel like there's any truth to that? Or do you feel like that Keemstar is out of his way to kind of make you look a fool?
They're both the same age.
Well, first of all, the best way to give life advice is to, say it in an insulting way, for sure. I mean, makes everyone very receptive to it, correct?
Right.
Well,
do a nice
fair point, but
slap it.
Let him finish, Game.
On Twitter. Is there some truth to it? Yes. Okay. But here's the thing: if you have a criticism of me, then criticize me fairly in a way where maybe I have a chance to.
I don't know if Keemstar's account was run by one of his guys back then. It's possible that's what Phil was referencing when he said someone reached out to him in that DM, and then he said, no.
A couple hundred people. Yes, my detractors then echo it.
Maybe he agreed to contact and then walked back into the DM.
Correct. But I'm the little guy. You are a big guy, Keem. You're huge. You have a giant reach on the internet. Do you not understand that the stuff that you say and do has repercussions for everyone around you? You seem to be someone that you're not self-aware. You don't understand that when you say something like that, now I have to live with that shit for months on end. I get, you're on level 1. Phil, level 1. You've been for 15 years. You're just on level 1. Do you think I need that? I already have enough shit in my life going on. So much stuff. I don't need Mr. Big Time punching down on me, which is what you do.
Your show's name is
That's
the
why
Level
people
1
don't like
podcast.
you, man.
I didn't
How do you not understand that?
I didn't see it that way. I saw a clip of you talking all kinds of shit on me, like unprovoked, and I just responded, talking shit back, but also giving you advice. That's the way I saw it. Anyhow, after that incident took place, months went by, and this bothered me because I saw the solution the entire time, that Phil needed to do something different. All right. I am a person that recognizes entertainment. I really, really get it. You got to understand, Phil, you have haters, you have detractors. So do I, but I have more. I have more than Wings of Redemption, DSP, and Boogie combined. I have way more haters, but I'm still successful, and I still have new business opportunities, and I'm still making money. I was supposed to retire a year ago, and I'm still doing new stuff and being successful in this platform because I understand this business very, very well. And even though you have that hate, you know, they are viewers, they are your customers. The detractors are your customers. The haters are your customers, and they're more loyal than the people that give you money, that donate on your stream. The people that hate you are way more.
By the way, Jordy's live.
That's like, you can't
Jordy's watching this shit. Ah!
I mean, look at how many people are here. 2,500 people are here. It's just, it's you have a legitimate fan base. Those haters, those people that don't like you, are your fans. And I wanted to solve this issue for not just you, but Wings and Boogie. I looked at all of you guys, you're lolcows, right? You have more haters than like supporters, right? But really, they're all fans. They are all fans. They're all obsessed with you and watching your content nonstop. The solution really is to get the three of you to do a podcast, all right? Those haters are going to watch. They're going to absolutely love that these three guys have come together to make content. Now, between the three of you, you guys don't have the business sense to like really figure this out and make this thing actually happen, but I do, all right? And you guys don't even understand how valuable you are as individuals, as entertainers, because you look at the numbers and you're looking at everything and like, oh, well, I've fallen off. And, you know, that's the mindset that you have, right? But I have a different mindset for each and one of you, that you guys are amazing entertainers, just not in the way that you want to be, right? You're lolcows, but there's so much value there. By putting the three of you together, and, you know, each one of you would own 25% of this podcast, all right? We never got to have this conversation, so I do want to have it now, even though I know you're not going to do it, all right? I would also own 25%. I would do the business aspect of it. I've had many success selling podcasts to exclusive deals with Spotify and other companies, multi-million-dollar deals, all right? I wanted to put the three of you together for this show. I would do the business side of the things, and I knew that all three of you would be in a situation where you didn't really trust me, or you're like, I don't know if this is going to work, and you'd have a lot of doubts. So I was just going to take my own money and take $150,000, give you each, just to start off before we even filmed an episode, 50 grand up front to let you know that I was serious and I believe in this concept and this idea. Now, I call Boogie first. I instantly get on the phone with Boogie, all right? He loves the idea. He understands it. He gets it. He reaches out to Wings. Wings is down. And now it's time to talk to DSP. Boogie, the way I understand it, called you, contacted you, and told you what was going on, right?
He DM'd me on Twitter, and we had a brief conversation back and forth in DMs.
And he told you that I wanted to do a podcast with the three of you, right?
Yes, I had no idea that's what you were trying to contact me about, because we never talked. But he said that there was this idea for a podcast, correct?
So you did know.
so Boogie told you or didn't tell you?
Boogie told me that he and Wings had spoken to Keem, and that Keem wanted to do a podcast with all three of us. No money or anything was discussed. He just said, you know, he wants to do a podcast with all three of us. I didn't know that's what Keem was trying to reach out to me. I said maybe that's what it was. I didn't know because I never spoke with him.
Phil, hearing this and hearing the business opportunity that was laid, I don't even know if it's still there or not, but what are your thoughts right now, given what Keem has said to you?
Thoughts? Like,
yeah.
You mean?
Yeah, just as he's laid this out, like lay out your feelings based on what Keemstar has laid out for you?
I have absolutely no problem doing anything with Boogie or Wings. In fact, I had the conversation with Boogie back and forth a little bit more later in the year.
Welcome,
Would
welcome.
he be interested in maybe doing a podcast
I'll be talking with
me,
Ludwig
or maybe
as
on
soon as
his
the
show or
interview's
whatever,
over,
whatever
if it
may
ever
be.
ends. And then
These
I
guys,
believe I'm
I
supposed to
covered,
be
I did
talking
a
to
big
Ann
thing
about this too.
Wings last year
I
about
have
the
a lot of
documentary.
notes to go over. I don't think we'll be playing
that
games
me
today.
Doing a collab with them, just doing a fun podcast, is not out of the question for the future.
But your issue is with Keemstar and his business principles.
Correct.
Okay. So understand. So even if there's an opportunity for you to remove yourself from quote unquote level 1 and potentially have an opportunity further down the line to potentially sell the podcast to something and put 50 grand in your pocket initially, that's a 100% no-go for you.
Oh man. See, I didn't know you put me on the spot. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what we do. That's
this
an
is
interview, man.
This is a discussion that cannot be just made by me. It has to be made by my wife.
My wife.
To talk about it, because this was the discussion we had. That, sorry, Keem. Can I criticize you fairly if I'm reasonable and don't, not under the belt? Can I be honest about you?
Sure, you can say whatever you want about me.
Sure.
But I just want to represent how I feel about the situation. I'm not done, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Keem, you are someone who, when you look at your history on the internet, it's very interesting. And I'm impressed with what you've done. You know what I'm saying? Like, I watched a documentary about you last year. You started off trolling people in Halo. I mean, holy shit. And you turned that into an empire of money on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. That's so admirable. And if anything, one of the things you absolutely need to be praised for is your determination. You were shut down time after time. False copyright strikes.
I get the impression that they cleared up the misunderstanding, so now
you're still there.
He wants to suck Keem's cock.
Damn, that's a success story.
Phil, it sounds familiar, dude.
Yeah.
Yes.
It literally sounds like you.
Ooh.
I don't.
It's
really
true.
Think about it
We just heard your story, and you.
Ooh,
it is. Craig's
dude.
absolutely right.
Okay.
Oof,
now, at the end of the day, all right.
Skips
when you
over
look
that
at
point.
What Keem has done and what I have done, I'll probably be forgotten. I'll just be a fart in the wind, right? I got 100,000 videos on the internet. No one's gonna remember Darkside Phil besides the guy who jerked off on stream, and probably this WWE Champions thing will go away eventually, just like everything else. Who cares? But Keem, has a big body of work. He's known. But when you look at how Keem made his money, okay? Again, I'm going off documentaries and things I've seen. I mean, Keem, you have to openly admit that there were a lot of things that you've done that you probably have no issue with whatsoever. You always feel from your perspective, because there's always two perspectives on everything, right?
Holy shit, Phil! I gotta say, this is fucking rich coming from you right now, though.
Yeah,
you're getting your information from the detractors that Keem has, and that's where you're basing this on. When this whole episode, you have been talking about how much shit your detractors have made other people think about you. Like, do you hear yourself right now?
Indeed, I do. That's the nature of the beast. That's how YouTube works, man. That's how all this works, right?
Fuck, man.
You're right. So, from what I've heard and seen about Keem, I call them a misery broker. All right, Keem, on a day when you have a good day, it's because someone else is having a bad day. Someone else has drama going on. Someone else has horrible things happening in their life. It's your good day, man. It's time for you to blow that up, and then you interject like a shoe wedge. Get into that life. Get into that drama, right? You gotta be a part of it. And now get them on your show so that you can pull this out to be not just a one-time thing, but now it's going to be pulled on for weeks and weeks. If there's something,
Phil, do you know the internet at all? Do you know the internet at all?
Yes, I do.
Do you see who's
You're right.
who's
I am a
successful
hypocrite,
on the
man.
internet? I mean,
Yes.
yeah, I would probably be more successful if I talk shit on people, but like I don't, and I do what I can because that's just where I'm at, So it's like you can't be upset when people use the algorithms for their advantage, which Keem seems to have figured out.
You're right. And at one point I was a really stupid, jealous guy. Man, I feel like I'm putting out content that's not harmful to anyone. I'm just doing gameplay. I'm dicking around on the internet here with my viewers. And this guy gets over and he's doing this drama content. People are saying it's hurtful. You're right. At the same time, everyone has what's called a moral compass, correct? And, I've been talking about this on my streams recently. I was raised a Roman Catholic. All right. I'm not religious anymore, by the way. So this is not like an excuse, but I grew up with certain morals, all right, and values. And to me, if the only way that I can get over on the internet and or just get over in life is by stepping on other people, I'm not going to step on those people. I would rather be.
I don't think that's what Keem's doing when he's making videos. You know,
Jim is
see,
commenting on it on his post, but he's not directly asking
Shout out to him. I saw him in chat earlier, you know, and tweeted us out. Thank you, buddy. He talked shit on anyone. Like he freaking, you know, he monetized the haters better than anyone I know.
Right.
Well, I've talked to him personally off air, and he's a fucking great guy, and like has a good moral compass to me. I don't think talking shit about people on the internet somehow changes who you are.
Oh, if he super chatted, that's
right?
a different story.
As your moral compass. I mean, you said moral compass. It's like, come on, dude. Like,
can I ask Phil a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Phil, listen. All right, if me running Drama Alert is like taking advantage of people's misery, right? Because the way I understand it, for how you're explaining it, is like a YouTuber will get canceled, and then I cover the story on my platform, or you know, you had the fappening, right? And I covered the story on my platform, that I'm making money off of other people's downfalls, right? That's the way you see it?
Yes.
Well, there's people on YouTube that run documentaries on important things that happen on the internet. They're also in the same situation, correct?
What do you mean by that?
They're making money. They're making money on a newsworthy story on the internet.
Like factual reporting of things that are happening, like a news network? Like, what do you mean?
Of course. And then I inject my opinion on these stories as well. But there are YouTubers, right? They're commentators, and then there's commentators that do like documentary style stuff that cover drama on the internet. You're saying that every single one of them is accepting blood money because they're voicing their opinions on what's going on.
Well, simply voicing your opinion is one thing, Keem, but let's take a look at your history here. There's been documented cases where you've actually staged stuff and extrapolated drama in situations where it didn't really exist. There's evidence of this. People have admitted
Explain
to
that. Explain that.
Yeah, tell me more. I'm not aware of these.
The documentary I watched last year, about June the King, made this one. And I guess there was a situation with a YouTuber, and I forget if he was a Minecraft YouTuber or another YouTuber. And, you know, originally he appeared supposedly as an upfront, honest guest on Keemstar's show covering this drama. I think it was allegations that he had been...
Curious that he's able to remember this so clearly.
Okay. Come to find out, later on, the whole, or at least part of it, was orchestrated.
It's something he would have forgotten about.
Behind the scenes, like I guess he wanted to get back at someone, his ex or his current girlfriend, and Keem participated in that setup situation.
I have no idea what you're talking about. That doesn't even sound legit whatsoever. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You have the right to deny it. That's fine.
But,
you know what? It's out there. Just so you know, that shit's out there, man.
But I just want to say, like, you participated in supporting a YouTuber, all right, that covered a story on my misery, right? If I supposedly did something wrong, you watched and supported another YouTuber doing exactly what Drama Alert does.
It's a good point.
Well, like, and on top of that, just to kind of reiterate this, like, once again, Phil, you're telling Keemstar that he has the right to deny that because he's saying it didn't happen, even though you're saying there's a mountain of proof in this documentary, right? The same thing is being said to you right now about your WWE legends and everything like that, and you have the right to deny it too, even though there's a mountain of evidence through documentaries online.
Correct. But the difference, Keem, to respond to your point, sorry, there's a lot of points that just came up. The documentary is not just negative stuff about you. Okay, you understand? The documentary is actually covering your entire history.
So is Drama Alert.
A lot of things about you that
Drama Alert isn't just negativity; it's also factual coverage.
It really did cover factually your rise and all the stuff that's happened and some of the.
How do you know that? No, factually. How do you know it's factual? I'm just curious. It's on the internet, so it must be true.
I know. Phil, real quick. I mean, I see documentaries on DSP, but you on the show said half of the stuff's not even true. So I'm confused. Is the internet 100% trustworthy or not? Because when it's about me, it's all facts. When it's about you, it's all lies. I'm confused.
It's not all facts and it's not all lies. It's always somewhere in between, right? We all know that. We're not stupid. We're not born yesterday. When you watch that documentary, you gotta kind of suspend your disbelief. Say, hey, okay, believe it or don't, right? Make your own judgments based on.
So you chose to believe this one when it came to Keem.
In a couple of particular cases, I'm not saying that one documentary is the only thing I've ever heard about Keem. There's been lots of people who've
That's what you're referencing a lot so far. So that's what I'm going on.
Can we come to the conclusion that me and you both have a bad reputation? We're controversial figures, but one of us is wildly more successful?
Oh, I'm not. I wouldn't even say I'm successful at all. So
Okay.
like, yeah, sure.
Keemstar, continue with what you were saying. Okay, I think we've established this. Keemstar, continue with what you were talking about leading up to this. You reached out to Boogie, Wings, and DSP. 50 grand on the table to start the podcast. Continue.
So, knowing how
Nice
to help
finger
all
munch.
three of
And
them,
the sip.
all right, and then also creating a business opportunity for myself, right? You know, it is all these things combined, and not only just helping DSP, Wings, and Boogie and myself, because this is a brilliant idea, but it's also helping every single person that's in this chat right now. It's also helping every single one of your haters, every single one of your guys' actual supporters. Everybody wants this content. This is a win. This is a golden opportunity. So knowing this and wanting to reach out to help you, I found you to be so incredibly difficult to work with. Boogie already contacted you and told you that this was about a podcast. I publicly tweeted, reach out to me, $50,000, and you ignored me. Then we finally start talking in DMs, and your response is, well, email me because I want to set up a call. We're already talking in DMs on Twitter. Why can't
Craig
we
has
just
been
jump on a
amazing
call
as a
and
middleman
talk
here.
right away? We're already communicating. You tell me to go email you. That is so weird from my perspective. If I reach out to the biggest YouTuber on the platform, Mr. Beast, and I text him, hey, we got to get on the phone. I got to talk to you about something. I'm going to talk to him within 12 hours. And this is a wildly more busy guy than you, Phil. All right. And that's the biggest YouTuber on the platform. This is how content creators communicate with each other. We don't, email each other. Like, we have managers to do that stuff. We have lawyers to do that stuff. I have a team of people that will get in an email. I don't get in an email ever. I'm never in a Gmail ever. You know, this is, what are you talking about? That was so disrespectful to me when I'm just communicating you in Twitter DMs. We're talking back and forth and you're telling me I have to email you in order to get on a call. I was so confused by that, but I play along. All right. I think one of my people may have emailed you or something. I got a phone number. We set up a scheduled time when we're going to call and we're going to talk about this. And I call you during the scheduled time and you don't answer the phone.
Wouldn't it be funny if this was like a time zone difference? This was like a mistaken, like they have different time zones?
Well, even if that is true and you were streaming, that stream is not more important than my phone call and my opportunity. It's not.
Phil, what do you think about that? Do you think that's accurate? You have an opportunity to put 5 figures in your pocket and you kind of give us your mindset there, because
it's all semantics, because who cares how you're talking or whatever. First of all, Craig knows how to contact me. He contacted me to be on this show. It was pretty straightforward. Wouldn't you say, Craig? It was pretty easy to reach out to me. It wasn't hard to reach me, was it?
No, I emailed you. Yeah, it was easy.
And when we were able to talk back and forth pretty reasonably with no
same
issue,
time zone.
correct? I don't think we ever had an
Thought
issue.
he was in New York for some reason.
I think what we're hearing here is...
hold on. You think Craig is a big YouTuber, though? Come on. Look at this guy.
Oh, no. I'm not even saying...
Hey,
it has nothing
once
to do with
upon a
size.
time, buddy. Once upon a time.
This has nothing to do with size. This has to do with just being reasonable. If someone has a business contact line, says, this is the best way to contact me, please do it. But instead, you go to your giant audience on Twitter and you just scream, I want DSP to contact me immediately, $50,000 on the line. It's hostile, it's disrespectful, it's unprofessional.
So you got triggered and were on the defensive immediately when you saw that from
Exactly.
Keem. You did not see that he was actually reaching out to help. You know,
No,
even
not
though
at all. I didn't even know. People had to tell me in my chat this was happening.
So according to like what I've just heard, you were talking shit about him retiring, and he jokingly responded and kind of slapped you a lighthearted slap with a glove, but said, you know what, I'm gonna hook you up anyway. That's the vibe I'm getting. And you were stuck on that. What year was this, by the way? Just because I kind of have a...
Yes,
so
I did get triggered.
Yeah, roughly a year ago.
Wow. Okay. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a little further back. I mean, it feels like, Phil, you're in this time of like, you're trying to find that way past this spot that you're in. And I don't mean to like call anything out, but it does feel like that's being stuck on level 1, right? And it feels like, I mean, shout out to Keem for like actually reaching out after you were talking shit. Like that's not something that happens. And if he was truly trying to help you out, like that's kind of surprising. I wouldn't, if someone was talking shit about me and I was as successful as Keem, I'd been like, fuck this person. I wouldn't even acknowledge them, especially as you say, it was just some small time. I don't remember what wording you chose, that you weren't even successful in your own mind.
But him talking shit to me isn't a personal thing, right? It's an opportunity for me to make a Twitter video and make some entertainment for my audience. Like when I go on the internet,
that's how you internet right there.
When I go on the internet, I am not thinking about, will people like me? Will people hate me? I'm thinking, let me make a piece of content that people will enjoy watching, whether they like me or hate me or whatever. Let me make some piece of content that people are interested in. That's all I ever think about when I come to the internet, is serving viewers. All right.
Phil, hold on real quick. Phil, are you okay with this? You know, I don't want, just with this conversation, you know, I mean, you came on to do an interview with me and Craig. You know, it was a tough interview. You know, we dove deep into throughout, you know, what was going on, and you weren't prepared for, I didn't know that Keemstar would be on the show today. I didn't know either.
Neither did I.
This is all just kind of happened naturally.
This is the internet.
As the guest on my show, I just wanted to ask you if you're cool. Like, I would love for this to continue. I just want to make sure you're cool with it.
I'm okay with this, but I mean, obviously, we want to get back to the other topics too, right? I mean, we kind of put everything on pause. Came and...
Sure, but I think something good is happening here, right? We're working through things. We're understanding what each perspective is. I understand your perspective, Phil. I understand Keemstar's perspective. So I got a question for you, Keem. Is this, you don't mind if I call you Keem, do you?
No, that's fine.
Okay,
Everyone calls me Keem.
All right. All right. Is the offer still there for this to happen?
I mean,
if Phil is open to it,
I would say potentially, but not really, right? You know, I took Wings of Redemption and Boogie 2988, who were willing to work with me and understood this business opportunity. And I'm setting up a boxing match between the two of them, and I'm going to break the internet with this. All right. This is an awesome opportunity for Wings, an awesome opportunity for Boogie. This is going to be broadcasted on May 13th, and I haven't even announced this anywhere yet. This is an exclusive. It's going to be free to watch.
Whoa!
It's going to be free to watch.
Oh my lord!
And can I ask a question?
Yeah,
of course.
This is it. I am the guest, right?
Of course.
Please ask. Yeah.
Keem, you know, again, I understand your reasoning here. You're saying I'm just making content people want to see, right? Is there any line that you won't cross when it comes to content that you think people want to see that you can make profit on? Do you have any kind of restraint? Do you ever feel that morally something is too far? Because I personally and many others hear this about this boxing match coming up. Okay, now let me give you my perspective. Okay. Wings of Redemption, Boogie, two desperate guys. We all know they're down on their luck. They could definitely use some money, right? We all know this. They publicly project that to the internet. They're both, technically, from what we can see
I'll watch
and
it with Ann or something.
They're kind of unhealthy. Maybe not. Who knows? But you only know what they project.
No commitment, of course. I don't want to force Ann to watch something he doesn't care about.
Having two people like this, overweight, possibly unhealthy, doing
DSP's moral grandstanding
against each other, so that everyone on the internet can laugh at them.
Maybe if you accepted the podcast deal, he wouldn't have to move on to this point.
Either putting them in harm's way, or maybe be considered morally reprehensible because of the repercussions that could happen during this match.
Do you not think they're adults that they can make their own decisions, though, Phil?
That's
I'm
fine.
just curious.
I mean, anyone can make their own decisions.
I'm sorry, Keem. Please answer them.
Let me respond. All right. Every single influencer boxer, whether they're healthy or not, is putting themselves in harm's way.
And in
for
Dinga's boxing match, I think Ann's
they're,
a big
they're
girl.
all
He might
warriors,
crush me.
and they all deserve respect. Wings of Redemption and Boogie haven't gotten any respect. In fact, it's disrespect. Very similar to you. All right. And by doing this, they will get respect. Whether people laugh or not, they are going to get respect for jumping in that ring. But you mentioned that they're unhealthy. Of course they're unhealthy. But I can tell you right now, behind the scenes, and nobody knows this, both of them have actively already lost weight training for this fight. This is a positive thing in both of their lives. And I don't think either one of them have the ability to seriously hurt the other. Do you? Do you think they're in real danger by fighting each other? I think these are equal opponents.
This is not a serious boxing match, Keem. They're not boxers. They don't know anything about boxing. These are two overweight guys that are going to go at it, swinging. You know.
Are you going to watch?
No.
Yes, you
No,
are. Yes,
I'm not. I don't watch
believe
that
you.
crap. I don't watch your crap.
Phil,
Are you out of your
Phil,
mind?
you know who is gonna watch it, Phil?
Everyone else.
Everyone. Great answer. That's exactly what I would have said.
I just don't believe you. It really comes down to what I just said a little while ago. When I look at like making content for the internet,
That's gotta be a new
and doing
redeem.
stuff like this, my question is, will this serve viewers? And I know it will. I know so many people are going to tune in. I know so many people want to see this. And I don't believe you when you say you're not going to watch this. I think you are going to watch this fight.
You're so
Phil-
mistaken. You have known
Phil-
nothing about me then, dude.
Well, let's ask this, Phil. And this is just my morbid curiosity. If there was an opportunity for you, Phil, to do something physical, box, whatever, I don't know, whatever it may be, that was a kind of a YouTuber versus YouTuber opportunity. Would you be open to that? Open to anything like that?
Wouldn't do it.
No.
That's not what I'm about. I'm on the internet to share my passion for games, to have a cool social interaction with this, my viewers, my fans, whatever you want to call them. I'm not here to make a mockery of myself or, do a publicity stunt. I don't do that kind of stuff. People will say I do, whatever.
You know what? Keem's right.
From my perspective,
Here's how I know
just wanna
Keem is
be
right.
in my lane,
Phil will
with
get
my
paid to
viewers,
watch
doing
it.
Good fun stuff. I have no aspirations of grandeur or anything like that. I don't want to blow up because I did a stupid internet boxing match with someone. It's so
DSP
stupid to me.
reacts.
Immature,
That's fine,
honestly.
Phil. If I could finish why I'm frustrated and explaining myself.
Continue.
Because look, this all started with me retiring and you having, a bad opinion on me, and then us having that metaphor of, you being on level 1. Like I really did retire like a year ago. I pretty much did retire. Now I'm doing DLC, but I'm not paying for the DLC. The DLC is paying me, and I'm doing more and more and more and more stuff in this space because I just love it so much. And it comes from a place of you absolutely
Dumbass's
loving
points,
what
it
you do,
sort of makes
loving
sense.
these video games.
Ah!
I don't. You know who else likes video games? Wings and Boogie. You don't think the three of you on a podcast would be a good thing? You guys talking about games, giving your opinions, talking about current events and whatnot. You don't think that's a positive thing?
Keem, I just said right here on the show I would.
Oh
love
yeah,
to do
absolutely.
shows.
Jordy would have backed up
I'm
Keem. I
friendly
believe
with
that.
them. Behind
So-
the scenes, I have conversations.
So when I couldn't get a hold of you and I called you multiple times, it wasn't once and you ignored, it was multiple times. I kept calling, I kept DMing you, and you said, "Oh, I'm streaming now," and da-da-da. Couple weeks went by.
By the way, that's
And-
false what he's saying, but I'll let him keep going. It's fine. Whatever. Believe it as fact,
No. We want to hear your perspective. That's what we're doing here.
Did he not call you multiple times?
He called me at least once, maybe twice, but I think it was just once. It could have been twice.
The amount of times
Wasting
that you said
time.
during this interview that you don't really remember is shocking.
Because I don't document this stuff. Why do I care?
But how can you say with such certainty that it wasn't you, or that he didn't call, or that all these things if constantly I'm just calling it out, or, I'm not trying to come
Semantics.
at you.
Can we
but
continue?
I've just noticed
Adam
that
with
a
another
lot.
great point.
So now
That's
you
fine.
say actually he called maybe twice. Could it have been 3 times? Could it have
Again,
been 4 times?
It definitely
that you
wasn't
didn't even
3 or
notice?
4. It was 1 or 2. It
How do I
definitely wasn't
know?
3 or 4.
I'm just
Well,
I
regardless,
specifically remember when he called me during a stream, and I'm like, "Who's calling me?" And then when I went on a break, I opened my phone. I'm like, "This must be him," because I don't have his phone number. I'm assuming this must be him because of you get locations tied. to
Adam
phone
with
numbers
another
or
great
whatever.
point
I'm like,
regarding Phil's memory
why
or
is he
lack thereof,
calling
yet
me
his
when I gave him
insistence
these
on
specific times to
factual
call me? He's calling me when I
recollections.
said I was busy.
But
Why
even
would you
then,
do that?
Phil, you may be busy, but there's a call worth potentially 50 grand plus more on the backside of this that could take 10 minutes. I mean,
Change your life.
and once again, your true fans will understand. Look, I had to get on a phone call. This is a really important business call. I appreciate you guys. And you know what? They're going to stay there with you. They're going to stay there watching because they want to know what's happening. They want to know more about this. Like the idea of not taking a call just because you're streaming, like your fans will understand that, man.
No, and again, I didn't even know that was him. I didn't have his number. I'm checking after the fact during a break or whatever. But the fact that this guy can't call me when I'm giving him the times to call was baffling to me. So first, he won't. The true interaction here, I had to DM him. He wouldn't contact me. I had to DM him. He would not talk further in the DM about what this was until I demanded it. I'm like, dude, just tell me what you're talking about to see if I'm interested. I don't want to get on a call with you unless you just say, what if he had said something I'm totally not interested in at all? I can say, no, we're not even bothering with it. He wouldn't. I had to like pull strings to get him to even say, okay, I want you to be like a host on a show. And then he wouldn't even talk any further. He demanded a phone call. I give him my number. I give him the specific times to call. He calls the wrong times.
Well,
right?
guys,
guys,
according to what I hear from Keem, hold on, I just want to say this real quick. According to what I'm hearing from Keem, he was going to put up $150,000 to do a show with 3 guys. Like, that's a risk. That's him investing a lot of his income to try to help these guys, for including yourself. And I think a phone call, wanting to do it over a phone call, is like that's nothing in comparison to what he's trying to do. All right, I just needed to say that, Keem.
And Phil, listen.
Do you want to know why I don't like the phone call idea? Why I wanted it in writing? Would you like to know?
In just a second. Keep, sorry, go ahead.
Phil, now that we're talking about this and we're communicating for the first time back and forth, all right, I can tell just by how you're reacting and what you're saying back to me that you actually understand that this was a great opportunity. And that's why we needed to be on the phone, is so we could actually communicate. We could hear each other's voice. We could talk this thing out. You can ask me questions. The text conversation, the emails back and forth, all right? That's not like really how business gets done. That's how contracts get done. That's how managers communicate back and forth and do deals. But like when we're at the very beginning of an idea and we're trying to figure out what we're going to do with this business, it has to be like real communication back and forth in a phone call, like it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it was so important for me to get on the phone with you.
Okay.
Do you agree or disagree? Does it make sense to you, Phil?
What I was going to say was the reason I wanted it in writing was very simple. All right. Again, you have to understand, Keem, you have a lot of stuff that's said about you on the internet. You know that. We've agreed to that.
But
right?
so do you.
I'm so sick of hearing that from you.
It's so frustrating.
If I'm going to deal
that.
with this guy, if I'm going to deal with this guy, I want our conversation in writing. Because what's to stop me from getting on the phone with Keem, having a conversation, and the next thing I know, he completely lies about what we just talked about to get drama on his content.
Phil, that's like me going to Craig. Like, hell no. I hear all this shit about Phil. I don't want him to come up here and start fucking wanking it on the show live. You know what I mean? That's like me believing what is on the internet when I think this was actually it was a tough, but it was a good show, you know? And it was a chance for you to come clean and like really try to tackle some of the shit that's out there. But it's like you're using the same kind of shit that people have been using against you, but you're using it against Keemstar. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't listen. I don't trust
you
the
you
guy.
do hear it. You do see it, right?
Him. I do not trust Keem.
But once again,
you don't know me. We've never even talked.
How do you not trust the man when you're getting your information from the internet? The internet is not a real place.
I can tell you this. I do business with the biggest content creators on this entire planet. All right. I don't just run a show called Drumler. I develop video games. I represent YouTubers. I get them brand deals. One of my companies represents the biggest streamer on the planet. I have a long business history with FaZe, Mr. Beast. Like, you don't know anything about me. You don't, right? But if we had a conversation and you got to learn about me and what I've done and the business opportunities that I've created for this industry for the last 15 years, your opinion of me would be wildly different than you watching a drama documentary about me, something that you're against. Like, this is blood money, but that's where you got your information from.
It talked a lot positively about you. Why do you think I watched a drama video about you? That's not what I watched.
So it talked positively about me, but by watching it, you had a negative view of me. That doesn't. It's
no,
not.
I told you. I respect you immensely. But
get him.
It's not just that. There's other things.
How can you respect him but you don't trust him? That's what I want to know.
With you, I have to kind of be protective of myself and my business and my family.
Was there ever a
being involved with you? I do. I feel there's a risk that I could be, hung out to dry somehow.
I know that there's multiple multiple things that I've done wrong in my career, like 1,000%. I have said outlandish things in the attempt of making entertainment and entertaining people. You know, in 2015, one of the biggest things, my team got a story wrong, and I went on air with the story wrong and falsely accused someone of being a pedo. It was wrong identity. It wasn't even the same guy. All right. You know, if you look at that story and actually look into it, the person that exposed Keemstar for that and brought that to the internet was Keemstar. I exposed myself for getting it wrong. I right away tried to make, you know, it right with that guy, offer him 20 grand. This is like back in 2015. If you actually look into any of this stuff about me, you're going to see Keemstar saying wild effed up stuff, and he's definitely wrong. But you're going to see Keemstar making mistakes and trying to make amends for it if you actually take the time to look into it. Now, you're on this show asking these audience, this detractors, these gentlemen running this podcast to treat your story and what's said about you fair. I should have gotten the same respect from you, or at least a respect to get a phone call just so we could better know each other.
Phil,
but that didn't happen. And if I could finish, because I'm almost done with representing, you know, my point in all this. I called him multiple times. I couldn't get a hold of him. It rubbed me the wrong way right from the beginning when he was trying to send me to an email, which made no sense to me. And I think 2 weeks roughly went by, and I went on YouTube, and because I was looking up DSP stuff, you know, doing research for the podcast, the algorithm like sent his live stream in my feed. So I tune into it. And I'm telling you, the minute I tuned in, I saw Phil begging for money to pay rent and utilities. And I just lost it in his chat. I'm like, I cannot believe that like you're doing this right now. 2 weeks ago, I was trying to get a hold of you, offering you the greatest opportunity you've ever been offered in your entire career. Phil, if this podcast was a success, all right, everyone in the chat and you are looking at $50,000. It wouldn't be
Eddie, how are you feeling? You're one of the old guard. Does this feel good?
Millions. It would be a wild success.
I probably can't share the same kind of
This is something that would
dopamine
be clipped on TikTok.
Like I feel good today.
Shorts,
but I think you're feeling really
talk
good.
this.
Is that
Just
true?
like you're being clipped
Am I
on your
correct
little
in this
live stream now,
analysis?
except for we would have an opportunity to monetize it.
Ah, yes, Dingus. I'm feeling amazing.
Phil, do you understand kind of the you know, obviously I think what Keem is saying, he has this business experience, right? He's offering you an opportunity, you turn the other way. But there's a lot of things that you're saying today. You're talking about you know, Keem making mistakes, saying things, doing business the wrong way. That can also be said about yourself. And the things that you're saying are very I mean, it's like holding a mirror up to yourself, because I feel like there's actually a lot of similarities between Keemstar making mistakes. You've made mistakes, things that we touched on during this podcast, right? You do understand the similarities between what your argument is for not wanting to work with him and the reason why you have so many detractors.
Sure. What I would say is the difference between me and Keem, outside of wild amount of popularity difference, is that if you take a look at the body of work that I've done in the 15 years I've done it, all right, you would say, has Phil ever really outright with anything he's done?
Super chat that came in basically saying Phil was successfully worked and set up.
You know,
wow, that's kind of true.
Person. People will say that about Keem. They will say that about Keem, okay? And at the end of the day, when I have to make business decisions about who I'm going to associate with and who I'm not going to, that's a factor. And it's a moral factor for me. It has nothing to do with Keem's business sense. Keem, you are a great businessman. Everyone knows that. I think you would actually run the podcast very, very well. I do. I would love to do this podcast with Boogie and Wings. I have a problem with you morally, dude, with the content you put out. I do. And
I'm gonna let him respond. Let him respond to that.
Listen, you just said that you've never hurt anyone, right? And you talking trash doesn't hurt me. That's just an opportunity, right? But when you treated me the way you did behind the scenes, this sounds like bullshit coming from me, but you hurt me. I was offended. I was hurt. Like, why are you treating me like this? Why can't you treat me like a man, and why can't we have a conversation? If you came to the conclusion that no, I don't want to do this, this isn't right for me, that's fine. But you really showed me no respect at all. It was so disrespectful how you were treating me, making me email. I have to call at a certain time. I'm calling and you're not answering the phone. And then when people were asking, your fans asking online, why didn't you do this podcast with Keem? During this whole time, I forgot to mention this, he was still talking bad about me publicly.
Keem, you just said it. Like, just what you just described is probably the main reason I have a problem with you. You are someone who has no self-awareness, and you think that you're the most important thing. You tweeted on your Twitter that I should contact you about a business opportunity. No one does that. They contact a person about the business opportunity directly.
We all do it. We all do it.
Yeah,
it's the internet, Phil.
Phil, it's
like,
the internet, man.
You
Yeah.
said you've been doing this for 15 years, but like, do you not understand the way algorithms work, the way anger is addictive, and how people are hooked on crazy shit? Go ahead.
I want no part of that drama. I
Phil,
don't want to be on a
Phil,
podcast that is going to be about that. I don't want to be involved with someone
That's not what he was. I
That's
don't even
not
know
what
what
the podcast
podcast
would be
was going
about.
to be about.
He's being egomaniacal. I have to just listen
Phil,
to what he
I'm
just said.
not.
Keem,
Phil.
you just said my whole life should have stopped because you wanted to contact me. Really?
I did
my
not say
whole
that.
life. You
No,
just
he
said
didn't say that.
answer
I
the
did
call
not
at
say
any time, even though I
Phil,
gave you the times to
he
call.
did not
Answer
say
Can I
the
that.
give you
call
some
at any time at
context?
all.
Can I give you some context? From the time I wake up to the time I go to bed, every single day, I talk to at least 20 different content creators. And this is true. This is not an exaggeration. You know, I run an influencer boxing, Happy Punch. We represent fighters that do boxing. I have all my staff. I have YouTubers and content creators that we represent business-wise with brand deals and stuff like that. And then I run Drama, right? So I have to get on the phone with different content creators to validate stories or get people's takes so I can, inject that into the story to make sure that like what I'm reporting and what I'm talking about is accurate and have a full perspective, right? How all this business operates, right, between content creator and content creator is like Twitter DMs. It's like a tweet, DM me. Let's hop on a phone call. When we're talking about contracts and stuff, then you have lawyers, you have managers, they're in emails, emailing each other back and forth. But the content creators, which we are both content creators, we are on the same level. I'm not higher than you, you're not higher than me. We have a mutual respect as content creators. We should be able to be in Twitter DMs and then get on a phone call. And you didn't treat me like that. You treated me like dirt. This is not about me thinking I'm God. This is about how you treated me in those Twitter DMs.
Keem, I gave you the times to call. You called at different times, and we never had another interaction ever again. How was I disrespectful to you?
So when they asked me, is this opportunity, still available? When I say maybe, because like, I don't know how I could work with you. You are very, very difficult to work with, to even communicate with, firsthand.
Because I didn't drop everything to talk to you, I'm difficult to communicate with, even though I have
what are you dropping?
Publicly listed ways to contact me.
Please explain to me what you're dropping. Like, what is so important that's happening that you can't get on a phone call with me?
My work, my job. I'm here 6 days a week, full-time streaming to make a living.
But this job that I'm about to offer you would pay wildly more and solve all these problems that you have going on.
First of all, you don't know what it's going to solve. That's a huge assumption. Second of all, I didn't know what the thing was because you never told me. You didn't call at the time you were supposed to.
Didn't Boogie give you?
We are going in a loop. You're right.
It's happened a lot on this episode so far.
Right. So look, I think let's leave it here, right? A bridge has been gapped. We brought a bridge together, right? I don't know if something's going to come from this with Keem and Phil, and there's obviously still friction there, and that's fine. But I'm glad you guys had an opportunity to talk, and I think more than anything, Phil, you're learning more about business in 2022, 2023, and how interactions, and the importance of being quick and nimble and things like that along here, because that's in reality that's how business works now. So
Let me put it this way: if it weren't keen, because again, I already had a negative association.
Sorry, I was gone for the past minute or two.
I had really.
I hope they broke some new ground. I hope they getting along.
You know, that's the association I had. I had a moral issue working with the guy, so it wasn't a big deal to me that he was reaching out to me.
Before I leave, because I'm pretty much done, I've expressed everything that I want.
I appreciate it, Kim.
Can I give you some criticism?
Me?
Bill, is that okay?
Yeah, because I came in saying that I'd be respectful and I wouldn't dunk on you or any of that stuff, but I do have some criticism that I desperately want to express to you.
It's
as
up to
long
Phil.
as it's respectful and it's not, you know.
I'm going to do this in the most respectful way, and then I'll go. And of course you can respond, but I don't condone people harassing you, people doxing you, people going into your private, you know, life and doing all this horrible stuff that they've done. But I believe the reason why this has happened is because people don't trust you. You don't come across as trustworthy. So when you're on stream and you're asking to pay utilities and rent and all that stuff, the audience is getting frustrated and they look at you like you're a scammer and they want to know where this money is going. Well, how is he always in this situation? What is he spending his money on? And that is the motivation to dive into your personal life. You had an opportunity on this show, and I watched it, to just pull up the screenshot and show the WWE account, and you didn't do it. Your internet cut off. At that point, when your internet cut off and you were DDoSed and you were gone off stream, the opportunity is now gone. It's gone because while your internet was out, you could have made a fake screenshot. All right. You're never, ever going to be able to prove what your WWE account was or is ever again, because people will say he just photoshopped it. He just made it up. You're never going to be able to prove that
anyway.
You had one opportunity to do it right away with these guys, and that was it. And you didn't take advantage of it, because I personally, watching it, and so did the audience, thought that you were lying. And if you are lying, if it is true and you're not being honest, if I were you, this is the best advice I could give you, right? Is just be like, look, this was my account. This is that. I would ask for a clean slate and I would do things different, because this restarting level 1 over and over and over again is the root of all your problems, if that makes any sense.
At least Phil hasn't cried yet.
I appreciate the input. It's not true, so I'm not going to do that. But I appreciate the input. If it were true, I would fess up to it.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for having me on.
Okay, sir, thanks. Appreciate it, man. I'll appreciate you hopping on. Really appreciate it.
Definitely.
All right. Hey, Phil, you've been throwing curveballs today, which I did not see coming. All right, I did not see them coming at all. But
Story of my life, Craig. Story of my life.
Hey, yeah. I appreciate
you. Still being here.
Do you want to keep going? I've got till around 4 p.m. We could keep going. If you have more questions, I'm down for it.
So, let me say this. I
it's
reached
almost
out
10 p.m. for me, and I haven't had dinner, and so I can't go much longer.
Give us 15 minutes. Let's go 15 more minutes.
15 minutes. 15.
And if you guys are new, make sure you guys
good.
hit the subscribe button. Once again, we stream Monday through Friday at 11 a.m.
Tevin's not going to want to come on.
We have some great interviews coming up. Once again, Mark the Cyborg.
Come on, I don't care. I don't care about these people.
So make sure you guys are here for those. We'd really appreciate it. Once again, you can
Tevin
follow
is
us over on Twitter.
always content to just watch from the distance.
You can follow me at, you can see down there, and Adam as well, and obviously Darkside Phil as well. Okay, so Phil, I reached out. We only have like 15 more minutes, and once again, I appreciate everybody hopping in, being a part of the day, being a part of the stream, and all your super chats have been amazing. I want to let you know that we will definitely take a look at them. I don't think we're going to read them on stream, but during our post show over at patreon.com/sidescrollers, we'll bring
if Tevin was not to
in,
speak
we'll
for him, but I think if Tevin was really interested in collaborations, he would have gone on that being said.
I wanted to play
ago.
some audio. This is actually I reached out to several of your detractors.
No,
and I thought it would be fair to allow them to ask questions. So I wanted to play this for you,
is
and
podcast best.
And we'll just kind of go from there. Okay, does that sound good?
Okay, detractor question segment.
Fire away.
Are you okay with that?
Remaining.
I don't know who they are. I don't know what they're saying, obviously. So
detractor
this
question segment.
This is from It's a Gundam. Are you familiar with that name?
I'm familiar with the name, and I'm definitely familiar with the voice.
Okay, well you're gonna know the
it's
voice.
a Gundam here. I'm over It's a Gundam. No, he doesn't sound like that.
Hey there, Philly cheesesteak. Guess who it is? Your favorite YouTuber. We're best friends.
I guess I was
Remember
a little
that
bit
time
close.
You thought it'd be funny to put a restraining order on me, Filbert? Well, Philly, my question is, what the hell did you spend $500,000 on? You didn't pay off your house. You didn't pay off the condo. You didn't pay off any car
this
you
might
own.
cut deep.
You're in
I don't
debt.
know about
Where
this.
Where did the money go?
No.
Why did you take business loan?
Hell.
What did you use the business loan money
Hell.
for? You never improved your content. You've been using the same camera for nigh on 5,000 years.
No, you slipped up there.
The
You
Dutch
slipped up
brothers
there.
giving you a new web camera or like
Okay,
LEDs
he brought
in
up the Dutch
background,
brothers.
You'd have no ideas. Where'd the money go? You're like a politician
don't cry, don't
in
cry.
San Francisco. If I went to the man, I
Look
said,
at
mayor
Ludwig.
of San Francisco,
Look at
where did all
Ludwig.
that money go? That $120 million you defunded the police with and put into black communities. Where did it go? You know, Phil, you screwed up. You never should have been a YouTuber. You should have been a politician in San Francisco.
DDoS,
You would have gotten
DDoS.
away with it, baby. If it wasn't for those meddling detractors.
Is he gonna end at some point?
All right, it's over now.
It's
All right.
actually not too late. I mean, politicians tend to be older.
Mm-hmm. Look, that was a long question. I think my first question after that is,
I think we handled that though already. We talked about that shit.
But the 500,000. That's the first I've heard of that figure. Where is that?
No,
coming from, dude?
I mentioned it earlier. We talked about it. And
Could be the bankruptcy. I'm not sure.
And I asked him, and if it was the bankruptcy, and I think that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you taken out any business loans? And if so, what were they used for?
Business loans? No. Everything that all that debt that got written off was credit cards and stuff. You know, now I'm trying to think. Oh, I had personal loans, not business loans. I've never taken out any kind of loan officially in the name of the business or anything like that. No.
Okay. Is there anything else, like, you know, I don't know. It's very rarely do you have an opportunity to kind of interact with.
Did he used to be on the Howard Stern show? His voice is so familiar to me. He used to be was he that clown guy? Seriously, he sounds just like him. He sounds just like him. Now, I don't know. He's one of the many detractors who make videos about me. I've literally never watched a video of his, so I really don't have anything to say.
Do you think that
his video content isn't entirely
by not
Phil
watching
stuff?
his videos, you're like, do you think that if you were to spend time watching their videos, you'd be able to react and you know, you have a reaction channel? Don't you think there's an entire niche market of you reacting to negative content about yourself?
Perhaps in the future, yes. Now that I'm doing that, it's only been in operation for a month. It's something that I would consider dabbling in the future. The thing is, there is something with these detractors. The more attention you give them, just the worse it gets. It eggs them on to do more. So my opinion is, people are not coming to my channel to see this. They don't care about that. They want to see gameplay. They want to see whatever. I don't want to inundate them with that stuff, so I don't address it. You know.
Okay.
But maybe,
I was going to say a new show
reaction.
idea: the detractor reactor.
Yeah, maybe that should be something we do. A whole
Pretty good.
show where I react to detractor stuff.
I've given you 2 good show names so far.
I did react to the original This Is How You Don't Play last year. So just we want to talking 2 sides of the fence of how it's completely unfair how I'm treated. The guy tried to take it off the internet, so I couldn't react to it. Everyone else had done it, but when I went to do it myself, no, you can't do that, Phil. Like, what are you talking about? It's fair use. You
gotta download it. Gotta download it next time.
Well,
So-
someone gave it to me, so.
Can we talk about that though, real quick? Have you ever tried to remove reactive content for your business that people have reacted from?
Reactive content. So you're saying someone actually watching my content and reacting to it?
Or just posted clips of it?
The only time that I have tried to ever take anyone down was straight up ripping the raw content and illegally reposting it with absolutely no transformative work whatsoever added to it. The moment that someone's there and they're talking about it, that's transformative. I know, because everyone does it. There's a judge that made a ruling on that. The only way that really legally you should be able to take anything down is if they just right now, if they rip this raw podcast from Sidescrollers and put it on their channel, no context, no commentary, that's illegal. Everything else is fine. So no, I've never tried to do that at all to anything that's reactive content or reacting content like that. No.
So I understand that, right? And technically, legally, you are correct, right? But this goes back to, like, this is the internet, and the internet. I know that people are going to take this episode and, like, if I'm sure Gundam and Keem and all sorts of people are going to go and they're going to make content based off of this content. But ultimately, and we could get upset about that because legally, right? But ultimately, that's going to help the show. That will benefit Sidescrollers because more people know about Sidescrollers, right? So, I just feel like I feel like I've kind of zeroed in on what's happening. Like, Phil, the internet has changed, and you haven't necessarily changed with the internet over, you know, whether it's the things that we've talked about today. And so there's big opportunity for you to adapt and change with the internet. You've changed some formats, you've changed some, you know, changed your content and such, but the internet still is adapting, and it's adapting literally exponentially fast. And it's something that, you know, needs to be done if you're going to be, you know, a relevant content producer online. And I don't know. I would just love to hear your thoughts on that. That's just a reoccurring theme that I've heard today.
Well, of course, what I'm going to say is, well, today I've changed and I'm much different. He said that a million times already on the show, right? I mean, I really am trying to be different and more receptive to criticism and being open. Like the React stuff I'm doing right now that I just started doing last month, that's something I was so against for so many years. And that's a running pattern with me. I'm stupid, I'm ignorant, I say dumb stuff. Then someone finally says, hey, Phil, wake up, stupid head. Check this out. And actually, there is some meaning to doing that. You can add context. You can add, you know, your own perspective. You can make a React that's not just being dumb stuff, but instead intelligent content. And now I know that. I need to keep doing that. I feel like I'm getting better at it. It's a work in progress, just like everything in life. And with any person who's trying to grow or evolve, it's a work in progress for me to become more open-minded. I feel I'm a lot better at walking in other people's shoes now. I'm a lot better at listening to other perspectives and suggestions for improvement. You're right. I need to adapt and be open-minded to change in the future. Correct.
Phil, I gotta say, it took a lot of balls to come on the show and handle the questions.
If anything, that's the one actual positive thing I hear is that Phil never gives up. Phil is the unbreakable rock that the waves crash against, and he's still gonna be here at the end. You know what I'm saying? Like, I put up with all of it, and I'm not going anywhere, man. I'm gonna keep making content. I'm not gonna give up on it. I love it. You know, it's my passion. It really is my passion. Best job I've ever had, and I'm happy to be here with you guys and be honest with you as much as I could. You know, thank you. You guys were great hosts. I know it sounds like we're ending now. It was a great opportunity at least to get my perspective out there. Thank you.
Well, and we appreciate you coming on. We still got a few more minutes because I want Adam to be able to get food. But is there anything that you feel that you need to touch on before we leave, before we part today? Is there
There's so much. I mean, we could go on for hours and hours. The things people have said about me grooming my ex-girlfriend is so
Is that
ridiculous.
what you want to focus on, though? He asked you specifically. Is there anything that you want to bring up?
Okay, well, let's do this. Phil, would you be open to coming back on again?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, cool. We could do like a part 2, and just kind of hit on more of those things, right? Because I want to be conscious of everybody's time. All right, well, let's do this. We'll schedule a part 2 for some time down the line, right? And you know, get you on for a part 2.
Man.
But
Ding
in the meantime,
SP
what is the one
reacts.
thing that you wish you could address right now that we haven't addressed today?
Oh my gosh. You know,
Well, the first thing you just said was that grooming shit. Like, what's up with that? Because I don't like it.
It's blatantly false. It's my ex I met. She contacted me. I never contacted her. She contacted me via YouTube DMs when they were a thing. That's how long ago this was, over a decade ago. She was an adult, a legal adult. We spoke for months before we ever started dating. People say I met her when she was like 16 and I groomed her for years. I never even spoke to her until after she was 18. It's a complete and bold-faced lie, okay? Another thing. I'm sorry that I have to bring this up, but I talked with my wife about it. I want to get this out in the open. People say that I'm some kind of a horrible woman abuser, and basically I groom these women and I bring them into my.
Most of that is just joking around.
My wife and I met online.
I don't actually think DSP beats Cat every day. Does anyone here actually think that DSP beats his wife?
Basically, she was in a really bad place in her life, an abusive relationship. She got out of that relationship, and once she did, then we started talking a little bit more romantically, and then things pursued. People made stuff up and said that I basically stole her from her ex and that he's a victim. It's funny because when you look on the internet, they will find all this public information about me and my personal life. They'll find my bankruptcy. They'll find all these statements. Did you ever find the restraining order that she had against her ex because he was hitting her? Right? But, you know,
is that what she told you? Maybe they didn't find it because it doesn't exist.
What they've done, trackers have actually done this. They've gone
I'm believing
into
it one way or
personal
the other,
life
though.
of her family. She has nothing to do with me or my content. Stop. If you're going to mess with me, that's one thing. Leave my family, leave my everyone out of it. make fun of me, put the brunt on me. It's one of my biggest regrets as a content creator. I never meant for anyone to get hurt doing this. Never. I feel awful that my wife every day is feeling awful about things going on. Like, why are they saying these things about her? She has nothing to do with any of this. Leave her out of it, all right? Just all this stuff. I mean, I'm sure there's a million other things. There'll be a part 2.
Crying?
We'll get to it then. But those are 2 things that have always been horrible to women. If anything, you will never, ever, 1,000,000%, you will never find someone on the internet saying that Phil was in a sex scandal, Phil was abusive to women in the past. I have never done that in my life. 1,000,000%.
Very weird segue. You realize they don't. Adam and Craig don't have the context for this. They're gonna take this the wrong way.
Well, look, I think this is a great place to stop. Like I said, let's definitely. I'll email you. I won't DM you. I promise. I'll email you, and we'll set up a part 2. I think that there's still a lot to cover, but I know that I speak for everybody when I say we appreciate your time, we appreciate your patience, we appreciate taking the time to allow us to kind of poke and prod. And I know you I had no intentions of this being like an interrogation interview. Hopefully, you didn't feel like it was an interrogation interview, but hopefully you feel like we're fair, because I feel like I said, I try to be fair to me, fair to whoever we're interviewing, and fair to the audience. So hopefully you feel that was the case.
I do. Ultimately, I would hope that once we've had all these episodes of the interrogation, that I can just be a normal guest. I love you guys, man. I used to be a huge Screw Attack fan back in the day.
I love you guys.
2 days ago of a MagFest where we're peeing on Shaq Fu.
I love that not a single opportunity was given to him to allow him to segue into this nonsensical bullshit that he wanted to lead the show
Hopefully
with.
we'll be able to get to that point. I love it for sure.
The bullshit's gonna end after today.
Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. We're going to end the stream here. Once again, make sure you guys subscribe for part 2. But we're going to continue with
before we end. Hold on, I just want to say to everyone who supported today, thank you so much. I don't know how we're gonna handle it. We've been going for 5 hours. This is I had no idea what to expect. It's pretty crazy, but I really do want to say thank you to everyone out there. Who, whether you know our show or not, this is kind of like what they just said. It's not what our show is. We shoot the shit about video games, talk about weird cultural stuff. It's a lot of fun. I feel like Craig and Phil were talking, and Craig wanted to give Phil a platform to basically, make your piece. So I don't know when number 2 will be, but. Normally we read all our super chats throughout it, and it didn't feel appropriate to do that today because I'm sure there's a lot of them that are probably really good super chats, but there's probably a lot of them that are really would throw things to the side. We know about everything that is going on the internet. I feel like Craig did a fantastic job of putting questions together. That was his journalism degree, by the way. I mean, fantastic. He actually used it for the first time in his life. Congratulations, by the way, Craig.
All right, nice.
So thank you very much for your support. I really appreciate you all. All right, please continue, Craig.
Yeah, and once again, we're going to continue with our post show over on, and Phil, you can bounce whenever you like. But we're going to
stick around, man. Listen. Support good people making good
content. Oh my God!
Good people, your other hosts are good people. I would love to do a post show with you guys too if you want. I'm here.
Okay, sounds good. Well, we'll continue the post show over there, over at patreon.com/sidescrollers. You guys can go over there and support the show there. We appreciate everybody popping in.
All right, hopefully one troll subscribes to the Patreon and gets us that footage.
You can have a great show.
Because I'm not doing it.
I want to see you guys tomorrow and join this amazing little positive community we have going on over here. So make sure you guys hit the subscribe button on your way out. Mark it on your calendar every Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock Central Standard Time. So with all that said, remember, people are going to try to keep you down. Don't let them. You guys got a goal. Go get it. I'll see you guys later. Twitch, we're going to say goodbye to you now. Goodbye.
They ended right on time for him.
And all our friends over on YouTube, we'll see you guys over on patreon.com/sidescrollers. So with that said.
Oh, was I too early?
It was too early, but not too gone. We're about to finish now.
I'm gonna get ready to talk about Ludwig with
There we go. Lots of fatalities. Good.
I guess they were on Twitch.
All right,
my wife came in the room.
My wife? Oh, okay. They're done. Okay. See if I can do what I need to do here. All right, am I still being heard? I think I gotta unmute this. Oh, they dual stream? I'm not muted. Leave me alone. Okay, Ludwig has control over me, so I will unmute when he unmutes me. Oh, you can't hear the music. Why can't you hear the music? So I have desktop audio muted, obviously. Oh, hello, hello, testing, testing. Can't hear him. I can't hear the guy.
Let me just Google this right now. Oh my god, what a concept.
Oh, I can hear him now.
Oh, you can hear me.
Okay, okay. It looks like I guess the Chrome instance just, I don't know, it dropped and forgot.
Yeah,
that,
well,
yeah.
it's still in beta. Like they're literally like, oh, you can only use Chrome on this, so it's like they're not really used to these.
That's
they're rolling
working.
it out in beta.
I don't know if you saw it in your chat. So I have myself muted on my instance of my guest star, so you can still hear me, of course. But this takes away my echo. If you mute yourself on your side of the guest star, I should be able to still hear you, and that will take away the echo. Okay, does that? Okay, maybe now I gotta. Oh, I guess I was wrong.
Oh, you just couldn't hear me then?
No, I didn't hear you just then.
At all. Okay. Well, I muted my mic in the guest. No, then I unmuted it. I guess you can't hear me when I have it muted there.
Yeah, I guess not.
How do you raid someone in YouTube? Let's just go send these people off to the Meerkat stream.
Yeah, they don't need to see us fuss over this.
I'll be over on Twitch. Yeah, there doesn't need to be like a straight up clone mirror. Unless it's on Twitch, which is a totally different website. How do you do that anyways? I've never done that before.
I think you need to go to your settings and then allow raids from anyone. Or I think that's if... I think that's
no,
if...
That's if I want to...
That's if you want to be raided. I don't know how to raid someone.
It's not like a back... Okay, host. There it is. It's /host. New channel... What would the channel be? Frick. What do they call that? Would it be just be the @?
I would assume so.
Sorry, this is awkward. Let me put on some music just to make it a little bit less awkward.
I've had chill. I had chill 80s beats here the whole time. I feel like I should apologize. I came extremely late, and then we weren't really able to get any introductions out of the way. And I guess the whole time you had a giant shy guy to the right of you. If anyone was wondering, like, yeah, who the fuck is that guy? Why is he there and not saying anything? Technical difficulties. You have to understand.
Okay.
Damn it, this is complicated. Okay. Maybe it's in the studio dashboard. Yeah, I got Be Awesome one in chat. He says, I heard DSP really badly somehow. God, that was so crazy. Just the, man, I can't
Oh,
even begin to
absolutely.
talk, 'cause I'll never.
Yeah, we have so much to cover. I saw you taking notes, and I don't have them from the start of the interview. I think around early on, Wolong is when I started taking notes. And I was like, you know what? I'm so glad I did. I got a lot here.
Yeah, I think most of my notes are just animal noises.
Yeah, I saw.
Raging.
I got you on the big screen here. You seem kind of not slurp snort.
Yeah,
Okay,
not,
okay,
big
yeah, I don't know.
nod.
Yeah, those are some great notes. I'm over here trying to be like, okay, Adam is bringing up this interesting point. It's like, and Ludwig was like, snort. Yeah, I don't know. No, we got different styles. It's all it's all in good fun.
Shit, I cannot find where to host things. I don't know. Go watch Meerkat. I'm just gonna do a regular outro, and then you can spot me on Twitch. We'll be catching up on a lot of restreams and a lot of people saying stuff.
Oh yeah, I
Say
think.
goodnight, Perry. May the good blood guide your way. Thank you, everybody. I wish I could. Fuck. There were a bit of contributions for sure.
Love the contributions.
Thank you all for sure. I'll make a community post thanking everybody.
And I'm Swollen Dingus on YouTube. Follow Swollen Dingus on
thank you,
YouTube.
Dingus.
Two
Sorry for the
underscores.
Swollen Dingus on YouTube.
Two underscores.
2 underscores. We stream on Twitch. Usually when I'm done streaming on Twitch, I go raid his channel. So
Yeah, we're very positive
you have
here.
that association. So say goodnight, Perry. May the good blood guide your way. Look at poor DSP.
Oh man, I wasn't sure if that was you or Meerkat making that edit. All right. I think we're good. We couldn't go over the whole shebang just like I wanted to, but I think we have Anli on. Ow. Hey, Carl. Hey, Dingus is back. I was here the whole time. Did you guys not hear? Wait. Did you guys not hear me talking with him? Aw, please don't tell me you couldn't hear him just then. Really bummed me out. What was the whole point of the fucking thing? Well, I guess I'm here to be here. Okay, so you did hear him. Okay, thanks. Okay, so that has ended. Okay, big ups. Now, I think I have to do. I think I have to stay on. Oh wait, no, he was just ending for YouTube. God damn it. Okay, I might have to guest star him back. No, we're gonna continue. Okay. let me fire this back up.
Leaks because it's just like he provided absolute. I'm going with 100% trusting the leaks at this point. I was gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. He provided absolutely no proof. Why do people think you're a whale? I don't know exactly. There was an account in the game called They Call Me DSP. Just by that association, it's DSP. Question mark? Can't tell can tell you the actual account name. Of course, he can do it because you're gonna hurt him because the account name is linked to other video games he's played. So, that name was changed to Down from the Rafters. Why would they do it? That person was a troll trying to make him look bad. And he apparently spent not even...
All right, take it easy, Louis. All right, shit, where are we going next? I think Ann was supposed to boot up. Oh my god. Yeah, he's live. Okay. So, Ludwig wants to chill. Fair enough. Apparently this was far more than he could take. We'll have him on another time to discuss the notes we took. Once again, I'm sorry for how this turned out. This is a disaster stream, you guys. At least I figure out how guest star works. I definitely think this went on way longer than any one of us could have expected. But he's gonna send his people my way once he's done. But for now, he just wants to decompress and soak it all in. That said, I am going to talk to Ann later, and actually, he is live right now. You knew it was gonna be good. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to take the L. I thought it was gonna suck. Got the post show link. Sure, someone will send it to Ann.
You guys, once again, hit.
I love the photo that they used for Dark Side Phil. It's quite literally from something from last decade.
Subscribe button. Come join us and be a part of our great little positive community we have going on over here.
I got some more stuff I need to do. Give me a second.
Listening to us over on Spotify or rating, and of course, give us a man on the internet. We are doing an interview format, and this is something that was not meant to happen when initially asked to bring Phil on the show, but it's quickly morphed into that. You know, I've talked about how
I gotta say,
I
my expectations were blown out
20 years ago, and I haven't used it. And there's a reason why I didn't go into that field. It's because it sucks. And journalism is just trash bag of an industry. It's just a huge business, and we can talk about that all day long. But
okay, it has nothing to do with your abilities as a journalist.
Okay, well, but I would like to point out that I am no journalist. I am no journalist.
Okay.
And I think that's the biggest thing. Is I have a degree, but I am not a journalist by any way, shape, and form.
I don't even know why he mentioned the degree then.
With that said, we are going to do our best today. We know there's a lot of questions and comments and concerns, and we're going to touch them all because we've been assured that nothing is off the table today, and we're going to go for as long as we need to go for everyone to feel as good as you can possibly feel, which is next to impossible because we can solve cancer, we can cure cancer today and find out who shot JFK, and it still won't be good enough for some people. And you know what?
CIA.
Easy.
Sorry, I'm good.
Established.
That should give you some kind of a level of indication of how Adam's thinking is. He knows it's the CIA who did it. Come on. I'm curious. How many likes and dislikes did we get? How many? It's gonna be 5 hours. Oh wow, you guys are tricking me into watching a lot of shit. Look at that. 57 dislikes, 1.4K likes. So they did a good job.
Today we are diving in deep. Okay. Well, but I would like to point out that I am no journalist. I am no journalist.
Okay. Hey, get past this.
I'm good.
Established. But with all that said, we're going to go today, and I'm looking forward to diving in deep. And so I guess with all that said, let's get into this. I'm excited to bring on Dark Side Phil. Phil, how are you?
That's
Holy crap.
Phil, the camera's on now.
You guys actually did it. I'm on
We
the
did
show.
what?
I'm on the
You
show.
did it.
I mean,
Wait,
you guys
is he here?
listen.
Bruh.
You guys
I can't hear you.
Oh, is this the brief little bit that I wasn't able to capture?
You guys have had a good run. You've been going for a month. I watched every episode. It's a great show. However,
Man, he's so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed right now. He's ready to take on the world. I like how quiet he is.
on your show. As of today, March 16th, you guys are officially
And I can't boost him because if I boost him, I literally boost everybody else. So it's gonna be ridiculous no matter what.
It's over.
You can't cancel something that doesn't care to be canceled, and we don't really care to be canceled. You can't, so.
We're sponsored by the people out there, so we're good.
Exactly. When you're not worrying about what sponsor you're going to freak out today because you accidentally said something in the wrong way, it's a lot of relief. You can just be honest.
Yeah,
with your
he's showered and
audience, and that's
shaved.
something that I love about-
Oh shit! You know what? I just realized I lost the bet because I thought he was gonna wear a gamer shirt. He just ended up wearing one of his DSP. No, he wore the I can't tell if this is a DSP shirt or if it's the Chicago 2012 shirt. It's something, but it's like a 10-plus-year-old shirt. It's a very old shirt.
What I do on the internet.
Well, let's get into this, man. I'm excited to have you on. I
You
think
didn't
this is
start
going to be
once?
a
Yeah,
really
wow.
telling, hour, 2 hours, whatever it may be, 3 hours,
12 hours.
six days.
Will he
whoever-
come back for a part 2? I think he will. I think they're still on amicable terms. If you thought that ended, well, it did. It was poor. It did.
that you were coming on the show,
It was
I
poor for Phil.
told
It was.
that you should
But in the
not
sense
come on.
that they
I was
would
told
have
not
ever,
to.
if they would ever do
Why
the
do you think that
interview,
is?
if Phil would ever come back, yeah, I think it would come back. I don't think it ended in a negative way
Possibly the most
in
famous
that
guy on the
aspect.
internet. I don't think it's rocket science. People don't like me for various different reasons.
The name of the show isn't most hated guy on the internet. It's just literally Dark Side Phil interview.
They come at me with so many accusations, so many
Bro.
crazy conspiracy theories, and I'm just a small-time guy trying to make content on the internet and make a living doing it and loving the interaction I have with my little
I
audience.
love the interaction.
And every time that I address it, any of the stuff that they say about me, it's completely counterproductive. It doesn't help anything. It just exacerbates worse. So why have me on a show when
It's
people
a
feel
Fallout
like
shirt.
all I'm going to do
Oh, it is a Fallout
not answer
shirt.
the questions you're gonna
Yo, so that means I won the bet. If it's the Vault Boy shirt, then he did wear a gamer shirt, so I fucking won.
ask me, not provide
Hell
any additional information
yeah.
to things I've already said.
Yes.
He's gonna wear a
For fluff
gamer
piece or something,
shirt.
Like you guys are gonna kiss my
Appreciate
butt
the follow.
I'm glad I
2
stuck
hours
to
or so.
my
I don't
guns
think
on
so.
that.
I think this is an opportunity for me to come on a show and be honest, transparent as much as I can. Again, I've already said this up front. I got to protect my family. I got to protect
He's in
my
his
business. I can't be
jammies too.
Showing
Oh
ridiculous
my
personal
god.
information about any of that. But at the same time, the reason that I feel this interview will be different from what they're expecting is because I am going to be an open book. On my streams, I try to curtail the nonsense. My viewers are not there to hear me talk about my bankruptcy. They're not there to hear talk about accusations of spending $100,000 on a mobile game or how I groomed someone in the past. This is ridiculous nonsense. They're just there to listen to gameplay. They want to see me play a video game or talk about news or something. And every time it brings up, oh God, he's doing it again. He's entertaining the trolls. Why is he doing it? So now, this
I
interview
never
will be an opportunity
entertain
for
the
me to
trolls.
Finally, open up about all these topics.
Oh
Nothing is off the
yeah.
table. I've said this to the
Can't
guys
wait
here.
for this.
Ask me anything. I will address every
Ask
single
me
thing.
anything,
Anyone wants to ask
Dad.
me. I don't know how much I can talk about it. Again, there's some legal things going on and everything, but we'll talk. And this will be the focal point from now on. You want answers to all the drama? Watch Sidescrollers from March 16, 2023. Phil addressed it. And if you don't believe him, that's okay.
Oh
Everyone's
man, how
has
fortuitous.
ability to judge whether or not someone's being truthful or not. Right?
Okay,
So you
sure.
can't make someone believe you, but
I hope this doesn't come back to bite him in the ass at all whatsoever.
at least we'll have
We're
one.
like barely
situation where I
10
sat down and
minutes
answered
in.
every
We got
question,
5
you grab me,
hours to
and even if you
go.
don't
Ah!
ask certain questions, I'm probably going to bring up topics that I know people want answers to, so that way it's all out there, and then we can just move on. I don't want to have this crap on my content anymore. I just want to move on with my community and breathe a sigh of relief after today, and I'm hoping that some closure will come out of this.
So nothing's off the table today. We can talk about whatever we want to talk about, which is great.
It gets good fast.
Was Ket's
Oh my
ex
God.
actually abusive?
I
Would not
feel-
be the one to ask
I
about
feel
that.
good about that, and I think that's one of the things that, once again, there's going to be things that we're going to talk about that I feel is, as long as you're honest, and we're going to push you on things, Phil. You need to understand that we're going to push you, and I think, the one thing I
Get
said
my
over and
little
over again
substitute
is
there.
I feel that I'm a fair interviewer.
It's gonna
fair
fill my
interview to myself,
co-chair
fair
for a
interview
minute.
to the person I'm interviewing, and fair to the audience, and that's one thing to keep in mind as we go along here. So, I guess
Could I very briefly just make one statement? before
Sure.
we begin?
No.
I want to publicly
Idiot.
apologize to you guys, to your other hosts, to the G2s, and anyone else who likes Sidescrollers, because for the past 2 weeks, you guys have seen your content derailed because of me.
He literally blamed Craig. He literally, in his dumbass little fucking email that he sent out to Craig, he specifically blamed Craig for all of this shit in the first place? Like, oh my god, can I jump to this? I want to pop this up. Okay, fuck, you guys can't barely see that. He literally points it down at the bottom. It's like, if that's okay with you, I'm still totally down to be on the show, but I know I'll be bombarded with questions tomorrow because you've now spilled the beans. Like, he literally blamed them. He said, you guys spilled the beans. He said that right in this bottom line. But he's like, oh yeah, man, you know, I want to apologize for everything, bro. You should have apologized in that fucking email. You should have never blamed them in the email. Oh man, I want to apologize though. You know, for all the trouble I caused.
I never intended for that. I kind of was worried it would happen, and it happened. I don't control this black cloud that follows me around the internet as much as I try, but I still feel bad about it. It's not your fault that because you decided to have me on your show as a regular guest.
Massive troll W, undoubtedly.
Yeah, I feel like he's gonna get ear gut from the headphones.
As well. It's not just about me. It's about you guys also being able to say, okay, we did it. We had the interview, and can we get back to normality? I love your show. I am a longtime fan of Screw Attack. I used to watch everything you guys were putting out in the 2000s before YouTube was even prominent.
I love Screw Attack.
I've watched every episode of your show since you rebooted it. I'm so upset that this has become about me somehow, and I'm done with it. Like, that's why I want to apologize to everyone.
He still hasn't started his stream. I'm wondering when he's going.
So, Phil, you just killed our show by giving us an endorsement. Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Oh, you're horrible. You guys suck. I hate you. Oh, you're gonna ask me terrible questions today. I really hate you guys.
All right. Well, let's get into some of these terrible questions. And I think this is something that I've heard. The questions that I'm going to ask today, they're a good mix of questions that have been on the internet. They've been questions that I want to know.
Of course, they want to do a second.
Some of your biggest
the money was there, dummy.
To ask you. So they're and I think that's important. I want to get all sides of this. So I think a great starting point for here is when you're streaming.
It's
Phil,
ridiculous.
Who is streaming? Is it Phil?
Hey,
or
that's me.
Phil?
Whew.
Oh
it
man, it depends.
It depends on what I'm streaming. It also depends on what time period you're talking about.
Bruh, is it a character or is it Phil? He's literally about to explain how back in the day he used to play a character. Are you kidding me?
Today, you're pretty much almost getting 100% the real me. Of course, every once in a while, it's funny to over-dramatize something that's going on. I have a segment on my podcast called Old Man Yells at Cloud where, you know, I really ham it up if I say...
Wait, what?
Something that's going on. I have a segment on my podcast called Old Man Yells at Cloud where... You know,
how funny.
That is... Okay.
You know, I really ham it up if it's a dumb topic I'm talking about and
I gotta keep in mind not to go over 12 hours or else I gotta chop up the vid for fucking YouTube. I hate doing that, guys.
You know, I'll always ham it up, but that's kind of my shtick.
I could always highlight it.
I think my actual fans know that, but
it was a shtick.
The internet wants to pretend
it's
like
a shtick. I'm real and honest. It was a shtick. It was a shtick back then. Also, it's a shtick now, depending on whether or not I want to.
It's Putz's birthday.
Which part I'm doing today? I wonder if the Snow Carl segments is a shtick.
Oh my god!
It is, depending on which Phil you ask.
15 years that I've been a content creator on the internet, you would have seen.
Can this gay? Oh, that's not a bad word. We love the gays. But can this gay get any better?
Sonic 06. What?
No way. No way, Soka. For real? Hold on. I want to see that. Hold on. We're going to take a look.
Now we need a part 2 now.
Twitter really quick.
We literally have actually millions of questions for part 2. So guess what?
No, he's just saying I'm done. He's just saying I'm done. He's not saying it as if it's like whatever. But he's getting ready to start I'm now off the Sidescrollers podcast, setting up for my own show. Stay tuned. I can't wait. It's probably gonna be pretty good. Probably gonna be pretty shit. I can't wait.
He gotta go talk.
We're probably gonna focus in on that.
Kat, is it okay if I show Craig my WWE Champions account?
You may be hearing Tevin. I'm sorry if you hear Tevin. I have to go inform him about stuff.
Check with his family. You need to check with his family. To know if he can show his WWE Champions account to Craig.
It was 100% decompression.
You got like 10 detractors in your ear. This is what my life is like when desktop audio is enabled.
He's gonna get like fucking $300. They're all gonna be weird tips.
And when I became an interactive online streamer,
I
realized, wow, wait a minute,
history
I've been doing this wrong the whole time because, like, for 8+ years, I was talking to the camera and pretending like I'm the only one in the room.
What's wrong with this?
I have an audience live watching me. What the hell am I doing? I'm ignoring it. And once I started having an interactive conversation with my audience, it became so much better. The social experience of having meaningful conversations.
I wish I could shut him down with her. Then I could do about it.
Things I'm doing on stream, and so I realized I don't have to be a character anymore. I could just be me. I could just talk with these people and be honest about my feelings about games or whatever. And again, yes, every once in a while there's an exaggeration. Absolutely.
Why can't you do that?
That's part of the fun of it all. You know, we're not all just here to be Mr. Serious all day.
Why do pop-out windows work the way they work? Why can't I just replace the link? Why do I have to do this? Why do I have to go through all this effort?
Technically, I can turn off desktop audio now. Wait, that's a good thing. I should do that.
To get a little laugh or a little rise, but for the most part, I'd say what you see today.
Hello all, welcome to DSP Gaming. Oh my god, you guys, oh we really gotta like decompress after that, right? After everything that happened, everything that went on.
What is it?
Oh my god, he's went live.
Wow.
Like what does it when you say there are times that I
All right, I'm turning off desktop audio because I no longer need
Oh,
it.
DSP starting. Hold up. DSP starting, guys.
Trash man, the 5 bits. Am I ready to give up hating on Phil now? No. But I've never hated Phil, you guys. I don't have any hate in my heart, you guys.
Breaking news. DSP's.
Yeah, speaking of breaking news, how about breaking stream? All I wanted to do was open my settings.
I hope we get
starting.
It's happening again.
As soon as we get on camera. You know what? We're doing a prediction.
I'm sorry, guys. I know you guys wanted to hear the interview, but
and it's gonna be my second one.
I have to hear the
no, don't show up yet.
It's probably gonna be.
No, DSP leave.
Don't worry, I'm guaranteeing it. It's like 1,000,000%.
Okay, I need to pause that.
But it's gonna be
for my own sanity. For my own sanity, I need to pause this.
Like fiddling around in the background.
Oh, pause Tevin.
Now, guys.
The stream is breaking.
Now, guys.
The MSI is beyond itself. And beside itself. What's up, little dude? Okay. Audio. Okay, audio open. Disable this desktop audio. Okay. It's muted. I know it's muted. Leave me alone. Thing is, it's muted. I know. Okay, you should be able to hear him.
Heard that once years ago, and look how that happened.
Wow, you guys are here?
Hello, everybody.
Funny that you guys are here, huh? Everything working with the stream, by the way?
Buddy, yeah, you guys are here, man. Pretty cool, huh?
Everything good? I can't tell what's going on right now.
It's still floored.
What is happening? Let's make sure everything is working. What a day, what a stream, right? Holy crap.
Gotta love how the guy created an entire community.
I'm not gonna capture his chat. His chat.
But I can't hate DSP for bringing this. Yeah, I can. I love you guys.
I don't even have it. Duh.
Go ahead and vote in the prediction if you want.
Chat's not on, can I?
Yeah, it's the guy.
All right, hold on. That was pretty stupid. You know, bear with me. I was just on a marathon stream, right? I also have no idea what happened with my internet during that stream. I have absolutely no clue if I was DDoSed or not.
What?
Because it would have kept happening.
What?
You know, it would have kept happening if it was a DDoS.
Wait,
so I don't know what happened there.
He thought he got DDoSed?
Confused.
What? Whatever.
I'm getting everything open for you.
Whatever.
Right now, and I can talk to you.
Okay, whatever. The shenanigans on this guy. He faked the disconnect. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. It totally wasn't me. I didn't fake nothing. Obviously, I
didn't fake nothing.
I wanted to hang out with them.
Wait a minute.
It just went down. I'm like, what the frick?
Wait a minute. I didn't fake anything, guys. Now, guys. I wonder, should I? Okay. 1 in chat if I should get DSP's chat. 2 in chat if I shouldn't care about their chat.
Jurgen, you were already a troll.
Because I can get their chat.
I was just very nice to
if you want me to.
Now you can leave. All right, ready? All right, everyone, what's going on? I literally just got off the Sidescrollers podcast.
Oh, I'm behind.
To get started.
Okay.
Are we ready?
First of all, it
What's
looks
up,
like
Crim Bear?
someone tipped me. Why did you?
Welcome to the toxicity.
Why did you tip me?
No, it is absolutely not. Absolutely not. I thought
Look how
I was live with Ludwig earlier, but we had a lot of technical difficulties, and because of how we structured the react, we didn't really communicate till at the very last minute, and now he's mentally drained. But he did promise to raid, and I'm gonna, after Anna's done with this, I'm gonna go on, hop on with him, and we're gonna discuss the notes I just took.
I wanted to jump on the show and make it about him. good for him.
Basically, I'm gonna be here for a while.
Though it really didn't make much sense that he was there. Right?
I went extra, and I basically get
it
a nothing out of
Again,
it.
what did I say? He has to be the center of attention.
Besides your positivity, what?
Appearing on the show, like he literally proved it. I don't even have to say anything else about it. I mean, you prove yourself every day, right? Through your actions. He proved it through his actions, correct? So there you go. Okay, so that was a tip that came in like half an hour ago. Thank you to whoever that anonymous tipper was. So let's talk. What do you guys want to talk about?
What do you guys want to talk about, guys? It's just the talk stream. We're just talking. We're just talking, bro. Ain't nothing but something to talk about.
After that, I'll come back tonight with a nice chill. Either just chill stream for 2 hours or like a dragon Ishin, whatever you guys want. It's up to you guys.
Wait.
Stream.
Did he say he was going on? Hold up. Did I miss?
I told you the gameplay was getting felted.
What do you guys want to talk about?
What did he say he was going to?
What do you guys want to talk about? I'm open again. We got another 90 minutes to just chill.
Okay, so he's just going to do this for 90 minutes. All right, cool.
It's up to you guys. Okay.
90 minutes of this.
What do you want to talk about? Disco says Keemstar's a drama queen for real. The reasons I want nothing to do with them, right?
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with them.
Chat about Sidescrollers getting super chats. Okay, goodbye. Any
okay,
I have no idea. Baba Duke says, I don't know. I thought Keemstar was pretty composed. Oh, no one said Keemstar.
Okay, goodbye. Get out of here. Goodbye.
UNFW, you didn't have to do that. But I'm glad you did anyway. The 5 honey bits. DSP felted massively. Massive troll W. I can't say I disagree. Yeah, actually, I can turn off my virtual camera too. We can save. We need all the MSI power we can fucking get.
Avoid talking about that right now. I think it's gonna be
massive troll W. Big ups to the unfun one.
A $50 tip.
Oh shit! Pretty cool. Remember how 18 used to be generous and now $50 is like, thank you. And he just looks at it.
Anonymous $50 tipper says you stood up like a man on the podcast. Respect. Thank you to Oswald for a $50 tip. That is very.
I thought it was
I mean, he didn't leave.
Wait a minute.
You gotta give him that much. He didn't rage quit. Sort of.
I clicked on what? I merged 2 emails. You see how shell shock I am here? I had another email, and I read Oswald from a second email over to the $50 anonymous tipper. Oops. Sorry about that.
What?
So I got a $50 anonymous tip, and I received
we're just randomly doxing people.
I'm very
he read his name.
I was on the show.
He forgot to call him anonymous.
Cups of coffee this morning. 2.
Yo, what?
Which I almost never had, and I was like, oh my God.
That dude.
So Oswald, no. Anonymous tipper.
Oh wow, big ups Oswald.
You know they had a Tevin kill shot in there too, but they couldn't get to it.
I'm so flustered.
Do stuff normally. I'm so like all over the place today.
Dude, he's so fucking shook.
Then I got a $1 tip.
No way.
Who said good job on the show, man.
Oh my God, what happened during this podcast?
Okay, thank you guys. Wow, holy moly.
Yo, I feel like he's gonna cry. Is he gonna cry? Why is he sounding like this?
Maybe.
I sound like Keemstar this whole stream, by the way. So,
he sounds like he has a frog.
Maybe you should have booted up then.
Dude, he hasn't even cleared his throat.
Worth it to watch the interview. I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know. Will you guys tell me? Do you guys think
you decide, guys.
You were there. You were there.
Very intelligently conducted myself on that show.
I don't know whether or not it's worth it, bro. You were the one who was there.
22 months at the ultra supporter level. Thank you, K Styles. And then Crasco did a super chat. I thought you did well, Phil. Thank you, Crasco. Appreciate it.
Oh my God, bro, what's wrong with him?
Age Sicky.
What, dude? I have never seen this version of Phil. This is like a specific version of Phil I never seen.
Appreciate that. So.
I get 90 minutes of
Mick
this.
Says, do you feel it was a fair interview? It felt like an ambush. How was that an ambush? If anything, the only part that
I mean, ambush did. Keemstar was there.
All right.
Wasn't an ambush.
I don't think that the Keem part was like if Keem had come on the show and was like, "Screw you, you're a liar," blah blah blah. It wasn't. It wasn't about that. It was about
Tevin, I know you're listening. Say happy birthday, Putz.
Like,
God, his chat is moving at a snail's pace. Nobody gives a shit over there.
Again, he has to make it all about himself. I don't want to talk about anything. So.
Oh, hey, look, we got a snort.
SD Charger says they should have prepared more, had a timeline, and asking questions in a certain order. I mean, maybe they did. You don't know. Maybe I don't know what they were following there.
He can't really insult them right now. He has to not look like he's petty as fuck. but you can kind of
Showtime
feel
did
the
super chat felt like
energy.
it was a setup, though. How do you feel it was a setup? I don't feel that at all.
I don't feel
I'm the
that
person who
at all.
was
Dude,
interviewed. I don't feel
no,
it was a
I've
setup.
seen this
How
Phil
do you feel it
before.
was a setup exactly?
I've seen this Phil before. This is a specific style situation type deal of Phil. This is the I'm faking it, guys. You gotta believe me, Phil. God damn.
Right?
Right? Thank you, Meerkat Mom. And their viewers for
Appreciate the
joining
follow,
this
Beamer.
absolutely
We
stupid
fucking hate
stream that I'm
DSP.
gonna
You're
be
in the
doing.
right place.
I have not
Appreciate
even
the
looked
love.
at the fucking interview. We're
Well, I'm
literally
upset
looking
with
at
how I
this
spend my
first.
money. First of all, they weren't.
Wait a minute. I just said I don't hate him. Yeah, I have no hate in my heart.
Again, the insinuation is that
I actually appreciate DSP for bringing us all together to shit on him.
then
Right.
you know there's going to be criticism there. And that's
Yeah.
what these people have made this giant semi-fabricated situation around.
Yeah, it was. We can joke that it was a setup, but it wasn't a setup. It wasn't a planned and deliberate setup. It just ended up like that. It just ended up like it was a setup.
I tried to answer as best I could. You know what I mean?
You know what I
DF
mean?
says, don't send the screenshot. It feels like a setup. Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Don't send
It was not a setup.
Don't send a proof, guys. It's a setup. Don't send him the proof. Deny.
I received another tip. Wow. I guess I'm just going to be shouting out contributions.
I hope he gets like
Cooper, who got the
$400 today. That would be
Don't send
so
the screenshot.
great.
Oh, I just read that. No, I didn't. He says, hear about the huge discount Bed Bath & Beyond. No, Cooper. What are you talking about? A discount
I hope he makes like $400 fucking dollars. So he could be just weird.
Mishael
All of
did a
this could be
$10 tip. He says,
weird.
Good job on the interview. Thank you, Mishael. I appreciate that. Again, you know, for me,
Yeah, the
this
slave
is-
joke explanation set the entire
to them, that
tone.
was like a long grilling session. To me, that was like normal.
They didn't make the
You know what I'm
joke.
saying?
He didn't
I
make the
didn't.
joke.
I didn't even feel like I was in the hot seat because this happens every day on my own streams. So
Exactly. He did this for
I want to say he did as
Arturo.
well as anyone could have on that podcast. I'm proud.
Dude,
Must have been
wait.
hard, it was difficult.
Bruh. Remember, yeah, that's actually true. Remember when he ragged on Arturo for not sending, he shouldn't send proof? If he sends proof now, it's like, what? So rules for thee, not for me, rules for me, not for thee? I don't know. I actually don't know. It's very
First live
specific.
confrontation in a long time. I'm sorry.
Very specific.
That you know, people had to be brought into it like Cat. And I'm looking forward to part 2. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah,
I did
bring
reveal
on
some
Cat.
stuff, man. I
Bring
did
on the
reveal some
cat.
stuff
Bring
that
on
no
the
one knew.
cat.
And
Let's
you know,
check
watch
out
the
that
show.
fat bitch.
That's all
Roll
I'm
her
gonna
out
say
here.
about that.
Wheel her out here.
You know, I'm not gonna be talking about all that crap, but you know, that's
You know,
it's sad.
you know,
people that
you
people
know.
have said and done. It's pretty messed
You
up.
know.
Big Papa Phil did a $10 tip. I commend you for doing the interview. I think you're great. You stood up in the face of all the detractor BS. You delivered your defense strongly. I've been a fan for several years. I want the best for
Thank you. Thank you, whatever your name is. I forgot it.
So, if you have a chance to do a podcast and have Keem shop that podcast to sponsors, do it. It would help your family a ton.
Yeah.
Rise above.
Hell yeah.
I don't know about that.
Oh wow, no, I don't want the
without
money.
Keem. As I said
50,000?
live on the
Nah,
show,
fuck that.
I'm okay with doing it. I'm okay with Boogie. I'm okay with Wings. I'm not okay with Keem. So that would be the person that I really want nothing to do with. I don't know if it's worth it at all. It might.
That was
hurt
a slight.
myself more
That
than
was
it
an
could ever help.
actual sneak diss.
Seriously, I don't
An
want to be
actual
Mr.
fucking
Wildcow for the
sneak
rest of my
diss.
life.
He did that because he knew Phil was just gonna deny the money. He'd rather beg you guys.
I got a
It's
$4.20
pretty cool.
tip. Thank you all. You guys are amazing. Radical Justice, good job. Let's get high, bud, with a great animation. Craig seems like a good guy. I hope you have an actual fun podcast. I think eventually we will get there. It might
Oh
just
yeah,
take a
he
long-ass
loves
time,
this.
Right? I think it
He
will. I think it'll take
loves
a
this.
long ass time.
He wants to do a podcast with fellow beggars.
For the
Keep
record,
the Keemstar
I
out
have
of there.
absolutely no idea what happened with my internet. It went down legit.
Now he's
I have
actually
no
worried.
idea what
He's
happened, man.
actually
I was
fucking
like,
worried.
what?
He
And
needs to keep
I don't
up
know
the
if
story.
I don't know what happened with the internet,
No.
I
guys.
have absolutely no clue.
They could have DDoSed
At
me
all.
for a split
What happened
second.
here? You guys know my
They're not
internet almost
DDoSing
never
me
goes
right
down.
now.
If it does, it's like a blip. Basically my modem reset itself.
Bro.
So I don't know if that was a DDoS or not. How was it that it happened then, but then it didn't happen? You would think if someone DDoSed me, it would have happened again and again and again, right? It just happened once.
You
and
thought it
stopped. So
did.
I'm like,
So maybe it's not a DDoS,
it was
Phil.
weird. I really hope it wasn't a DDoS, because if it was a DDoS, that means I now have to go through the painstaking trouble of contacting my ISP to get this fixed. I hope it's not.
He's making
It's not my
imaginary
prediction.
demons to fight right now.
I don't know whoever made the
See,
prediction
Boba
would need to
Spirit,
pay
here's
out.
the difference is why only take negatives away from the key.
I mean, I guess I can pay it out. I'm not paying attention to how much he's making. Dude, it's like a tiny number on my screen.
Trash content. It's bad.
Wait, did he
That's my
say
opinion.
game?
You can disagree.
Hold up, did he say game?
It's trash. It's trash game. It's a trash content. It's
game.
It's bad. That's
He
my
literally
opinion.
called
You
it
can
trash
disagree.
game.
But 1,000,000%. I don't like his content. I have issue with
it's
it.
trash game, man.
It wasn't the documentary that made him dislike. I already disliked him.
Fucking
Then I watched
flustered.
the documentary.
Like how he sobered up post-interview. Why didn't he say this during the interview?
I wonder if he's shaking in his goddamn boots right now, or in his fucking
for Vince. There you go.
pajamas.
No idea what that means.
What the
enjoy your
fuck?
band. And Amrit did a super chat. Props for hanging in there for 5 hours under fire. Not a detractor or a fan, just neutral. Credit where it is due. Phil, thank you to Amrit for a super chat. That's very nice of you.
Man, keep the money rolling. Come on, pigs. We need more. I need to see this dude like in a funny hat.
Maybe it will. I don't think so.
I want to see him in the fucking tits and balls hat. No, the balls and penis hat. I'm sorry, I called it tits and balls. It's balls and penis.
Boogie could be a great. Hope you guys work together. I want to work with those guys. I would do a podcast with them.
I want to work with them. I want to.
I love those guys, you guys.
Mr. Owen says I find Adam annoying and biased. I did not find him annoying and biased at all.
I find Adam annoying and biased. Nice stress burp. It's pretty good.
The part where Keemstar kept saying you were going to watch Lalcal boxing match was BS. Why would I watch that? You guys know I don't watch any of that shit. You guys tell me about it. I don't know anything about it. Oh, you're going to watch it. Keem, again, he's such a giant.
Yo, do the bubble blow. You're almost at 100.
Oh, he's talking about me. Yeah, Keem. Yeah, essentially.
When we get 100 likes, that way he does the bubble blow.
My interview. Now I'm going to talk.
And that way we can just have a weird bubble blow in the middle of this. This would be so great.
That he's like,
yeah,
you're
you
gonna
hit the
watch
100
my
likes.
content. I never watch
Here's
your
the bubble
content,
blow.
dude. I don't watch your content. Even the clips I can't stand. I want to vomit. I can't watch that shit. Sorry that I have more.
He's gonna get paid to watch it. Why are we going over this point?
You know, you're gonna watch that. No, I'm not. I haven't watched any celebrity boxing. Not one piece of any of it.
He's gonna get paid to watch it. I
Before
feel.
Benadryl and Gas X. No, I did not. I woke up early. I had 2 cups of coffee. If you didn't notice, I was constantly
You have Gas
drinking.
X.
And by the way, there was a mute button.
Why weren't you burping?
Okay. In that way that they stream, there's a mute button right on the
Whoa!
screen. You might have noticed I went a few times.
Whoa, you're telling me that DSP figured out there was a mute button and he could mute himself when he's making disgusting noises? No fucking way. This dude's an animal.
I clicked the mute button and then come back because it was
No
right there.
way.
Yeah.
No way. So you can do it for them, but you can't do it for your fans. That's
Would I
pretty
consider
cool.
having Boogie on my show? Yes, I would. If he wanted to come on, I would extend that invitation to him. Adam was on my case from the beginning. I don't think so. I don't know why you guys feel that way.
think
You guys
so.
Are being
I
way more
think
worse
so.
to them than
He's
that.
trying to build.
You have to understand
He
something.
can't be shitting to them.
They are 100%
He can't criticize them.
outsiders to me.
Why is he punching the mic?
Knows me in a casual
And
way
please.
from
He can't
The other
criticize him
guys
for
didn't know me at
shit.
all, right? So they're coming from the outside. All they've heard is the negative stuff.
This
Now
is the
it's my opportunity
fakest
to
shit.
counter
This
the
is so
negative stuff,
fake.
right? So
This is
I
character,
didn't take it in any
Phil.
negative way, man. I thought
This
it was
is
fine.
DSP Space Gaming talking to us right now. I don't believe a
There's
moment.
snakes everywhere in business and jobs doesn't mean you don't work with them when you must to benefit yourself and your family. Again, though, here's what you have to understand is if I went on that podcast, right? Number one, you saw how Keemstar acts. He would literally try to be like, well, this podcast is the most important part of your life, so you got to bend over backwards for me for the rest of your life. Everything you do, you have to listen to me because I've got you on this podcast. I feel like he would hang that over my head forever, number one. And he'd be so controlling. And number two, just, again, if you're on a lol cow cast, you're talking about a show that already the title is a negative association. It's an insult. You're calling me a lol cow. Why am I going to do that, right? Have it be a serious show, not, you know, oh, everyone's going to just sit here to make fun of us all day, every day. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
I received a $20 tip.
Yo, $20. I wonder where that other guy, the guy who gives him $20 all the time.
I thought interviewers were pretty.
Yo, let's get a hat.
Is that who that was?
Let's get him a hat.
Was that Yucko the Clown? Is that from the Howard Stern show? Is
I
that
don't-
who It's a Gundam is? No way, is that him? Or is that a
Yo,
joke?
look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's trying to make fun of fucking Gundam if he can.
Is it really him?
He's trying to find
Yeah,
anything
this is a
he
this
can
is
make fun of
a this
Gundam.
this is a sneak diss
He
for
tries to
sure.
sound like that, right? I don't
He's
know.
trying his best. He doesn't even know. He was
No
ready to
one's-
latch on to
No one's
that.
answering if it actually is Yucko the Clown or not.
He was so ready to be like, ah, man, Gundam's that fucking weird person from a fucking thing that I used to listen to years and years ago that I found the way to make fun of Jewish
It's not
people.
Yucko the Clown. He just sounds like him. What a
It was great. They used to say the N-word over there. I used to bash on the Jews. That's pretty cool. I love them. That's why I watched them all the time. And I based all of my funny, hilarious moments off of that fucking one show, that radio show that nobody fucking watches anymore. And he literally turned his back. He literally turned his back on what he used to do. He used to be all about free speech and shit. Dude sits there and he fucking, it's like
I'm sorry, I
ridiculous.
would like to talk with you. I'm just gonna throw on a hat. Okay?
No hat
cartoons. He does not
vote.
run a YouTube
No
channel.
hat vote.
Well,
Watch him put on the cowboy
it
hat.
sounds like him. It sounds
And he's got the jams.
Okay.
Look at him. 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 Jams ahoy. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We got the jams. We didn't even put on jeans. We didn't even put on jeans. What the fuck? Am I at?
Oh, man.
And An's got 800.
We put on the lost
Dude, it's
set,
dominating. I told you, everyone was going to boot up for today.
Oh,
Do I feel I did well countering some of the claims? Here's the thing.
I'm still wrong about the Nothing Burger shit. I knew everyone was going to boot up and be awake for this, but I thought it was going to be a Nothing Burger. And I couldn't sneed. I was wrong, guys. And you know what? He's got 600 view in Raw, too, for Philly there.
And that's about it. Things that I've never disclosed before. That are issues, ongoing issues with us, right? I really don't wish to elaborate further on. I don't want to tell you about our problems behind the scenes that have nothing whatsoever.
You tell us all the time.
You understand? It's
Bitch
really
broke a shower. Bitch broke a washing machine. Or no, a dishwasher.
Optimus State winning, yeah. I guess it pays not to be a fucking cynical defeatist all the time. Oh, it's gonna suck, you guys. Then you get the gold dust. Ah, I'm getting dopamine straight to my fucking veins.
Whatever you want to do, you know, but at least it's there now, right? At least now there's a definitive answer to all of that stuff, correct? That's right, I gotta represent Grove Street. Drunken Weasel did a super chat with the recent podcast. Is there going to be a part 2? Well, with a part 2, consider talking with Retake USA. No, absolutely not. American Manga Undertaker did a super chat. Keemstar was there. How was it? Basically, Keem came on to argue with me about last year him offering me $50K to be on a podcast.
Argue? Did they really argue? I don't think they argued.
Hey, he went on to argue about, you know, offering $50K to do a podcast. It never happened, man. What? What? Excuse me.
Such
what?
historical revision. They didn't argue.
Podcast, which never happened because he never talked to me.
I don't know.
Basically, he said, "Oh, this was the offer. There was no offer. You never offered it to me. You never contacted me. You couldn't even listen to simple instructions."
You never contacted.
The offer was there, but just because the offer wasn't extended, like just because it never got to that point, that doesn't make it not an offer that existed at a point in time.
If you guys want to ask me a question and you're not contributing, please tag me in the chat. You don't have to contribute, but I do need to see your message.
You don't have to contribute, you guys.
You guys are being awesome and don't have to. Thank you so much.
Keep giving him money. Keep giving him money. Let's see the vest. Let's see a dumbass vest. I want to see the orange vest, the safety vest.
From 1 Minute Man. Good job keeping your cool during a 5-hour interrogation. 1 Minute Man, in a rare move, has spoken. He never speaks. I think the last time he spoke with Christmas, he said Merry Christmas.
Wrong. He used to speak all the time, and he used to give you $21 because he didn't always give you $20. That's what it was, a joke. $21 from 1 Minute Man.
Thank you so much, 1 Minute Man. I appreciate your always staunch support of me and my content. It was very nice of you to come out today and actually say something on the stream. I appreciate that. I mean, are there any questions I wish Craig and Adam asked? There's so many questions. There's so many questions to be asked, right? I don't know.
Can we talk about the questions that you would have wanted asked?
Yo, I gotta give credit where credit is due. You actively showed up on the show, and just like Lana Rhodes, and you took on 3 guys at once. It was a great watch, and I'd love to see more. Mad respect, bro. If he reads this, if he actually reads this super chat and takes it seriously, this is literally a fucking insult. It's a sneak diss saying that he was like taking on guys sexually. Bro. If he reads that, I'm dead. I'm fucking ready to clock out. Please don't actually read it. Don't say it. If you do, I'm dead.
George, no, I mean, are Keemstar and I cordial? I have absolutely no relation to Keemstar, and I have no desire to really talk to him.
Oh, no.
Is that cordial?
No.
Do you really think Keem is going to contact me? Here's the real question. All right, he said on the show, "Oh no, the offer's not off the table, but the offer's off the table." Like, he literally said that. He said, "Oh no, you know, the door's not closed, but the door's closed." He said both, right? So when you say both like that,
both with a W and an L, both like a bowl of cereal. What does that
talking
mean?
out of both sides of his mouth. Again, I don't want to talk about Keem all day. I really don't.
What does that mean?
We got 100 likes. Time for a
bubble blow.
Celebratory bubble blow.
I'm slowing this down. You guys are gonna get an enjoyable half speed burp infused bubble blow. Very nice.
Thank you guys
go.
for the support on this stream. Basically, I'm going till 4 p.m. like usual. All right, so I'll be here till 4 p.m. just like always. And
the money's not even affecting him.
And it's up to you what you guys want to do.
Yo,
do you want to do a like
look
stream
at
tonight? Do you want to do
this.
another just chill stream tonight? I'm down for whatever you guys want tonight.
I'm down for a chill stream,
back.
bro. He is.
I
This
guess
is.
I'll leave it on
I've
this
never
screen.
seen him this affected. I've never seen him this shook. The money is doing nothing to him right now. The likes are doing nothing to him. All of this shit is doing nothing to him right now. It is. Oh god.
By the way, we have over 700 people on the stream right now. I'm so dumb I didn't say this. Welcome to anyone who's a newcomer. We very well may have some spillover right now.
Hey, yo, he's
from
plugging.
that show. If you guys were watching the Sidescrollers podcast, maybe you're even a patron of
Welcome.
Sidescrollers, welcome. Sorry I
You
didn't say
can't
anything.
talk.
I'm being stupid because I'm kind of shell-shocked after the show. This is a 24-hour sub-only mode chat. There's a very good reason for it. It's because if you're not, if I didn't do that, this entire chat right now would be trolls. Okay, it would. So I have to be careful about that. And I have to basically shut down that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So if you like that show and you'd like to join in the chat, you have to subscribe for 24 hours. So please sub to the channel. If you don't like the content in the next 24 hours, unsub. You don't have to stay sub, but you do have to sub if you want to chat. It's 24 hours.
Okay, this is a really good post by Forbidden Math. I haven't seen one of these in a hot minute. DSP prepares for a podcast 2023 colorized. I don't know. This seems pretty good. I like this. I like what I'm seeing right now. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing right now.
Or wait, tomorrow all my content will be regular. Gameplay and everything will be usual, normal stuff. Okay. So Purple Pickle to the super chat, $10 one. Thank you. I gotta give credit where it's due. You showed up to the show like Lana Rhodes. All right, this is some kind of a sexual joke. I don't even know what it means. It was a great watch. I'd love to see more mad respect from the pickle.
Yo, he almost actually said it.
But thank you, Purple Pickle.
He almost said it.
Yikes.
Oh well.
Holy crap. All right.
Yeah, he needs a Karen wig too.
Mr. Oinks, ultimately it's your choice. I don't like the way they conducted themselves. Can we run a poll for which game? For tonight? No, tonight it would be like a Dragon Ishin if we do a game. If not, we can just do another chill stream, whatever you guys want.
Bro, you better do a game.
Do I ever think of the 50K? Would I give Keem a fair chance again?
No.
There was no 50K. Keem never actually went through the process of contacting me and offering it to me. He tweeted on his own account. We had a conversation in DMs where he didn't tell me what
there was no 50K, man.
He refused to call me when
there
he
was no
supposed
money.
To. But this is somehow my fault. I was supposed to drop everything in my life for this guy because he's a controlling egomaniac, which I said on the show. You know, so this is not anything I didn't already say. Let's see here. Well, I think about some of the input I got today. I will. You know, some of the input I'm already implementing. It's funny because they say, oh, but you said you've changed. Well, I mean, I think I have. I'm listening to your input. We're doing stuff we've never done before. I'm trying to change for the better. I'm trying not to bring up drama. That was the whole purpose of going on the show. That's where I was going to address it, right? Get it out of the way, right?
Right?
So
that's a weird nod.
Hopefully, this will kind of be the end of it. I don't know.
Nope. That will never be the end of it.
I received a $20 tip.
Yo! Best time.
Was good here. Okay, let's see.
He's really thinking about how to read this out loud.
Here?
He's reading it. He's proofreading it. He's not sure if he should say it. He's read every single line. You can watch it.
So here we go. They said I don't have to read this, but I can if I want, so I'll read it. $20 tip came in. Listen to this, and let me play the animation when I read it.
All
okay?
right. Let's play the animation, guys. It's very important. Look at me. It's me dancing around in class.
You don't have to read this on stream if it's too much. It's not. You were incredibly too polite. It's fair when you're being a guest, but that was not an impartial interview. It was an interrogation. You say that they were outsiders, but outsiders in a situation like this should not have been preconceived notions about you or your content. Craig's a nice guy, but he believed anyone should be able to spend money on whatever they want once received. They proceeded to grill you about your WWE account, pressing for screenshots like it would solve something. Adam was worse. He actually stated blatantly he does not believe you when you got disconnected. Don't even get me started on Keemstar. I know you're.
Thank you for the resub at 9 months, yeah, I use substitute. I'll be back.
Nope, he can't. He can't, and he can't make a comment to it because he can't stand up to anything against them because he knows how much it rubbed him the wrong way.
I don't know. Again,
he literally can't say anything against them.
It was fair.
He's that.
I can't
he's
make
that
you
lame.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yo, he's that fucking lame.
You believe me. How could I do that? It's weird because they say the pignosis. The what? Am I some kind of a magician? Am I a warlock, an evil warlock? Here I come through the power of the internet. Oh, hold on.
All right, full screen shenanigans. He's
through the power of the internet. I'm using my magical powers now to control your mind and tell you to believe me. Everything I say is true and everything else is false that people say. I can't do that. You know, who do these people think I am? They think I'm some kind of a crazy.
Oh no,
you know,
I'm falling for the
person.
pignosis.
You know?
Yo, somebody's actually posting up the fucking pignosis emojis too.
I don't know the pignosis thing, and then you know, I didn't want if they end up. Let me put it this way: the two best outcomes is that either those guys either believe me or they just don't care. Correct? It's one or the other. So it's one or the other, and they don't have to like me. We're not friends. You know, we're not going to be close personal friends. I'm sure, you know.
And there's
would I like to show up on their podcast again? Yes, I will. I will do it again. But at the same time, you know,
I'm probably not if they don't believe
Jackson,
me.
I felt Craig and Adam didn't really get that the negative stuff is minor from your overall amount of content that you make. Exactly. Here's the thing. They say there's a mountain of evidence. Yes, but I'm a 15-year-long, one of the most...
You're a 15-year-long content creator. You've been on the platform forever and ever, which makes you an old fucking dinosaur. And of that 15 years, you've managed to produce content in which that's managed to piss off people so much, you've cultivated an actual hate mob against you. Because you used to call yourself the king of hate. Yeah, I agree, Phil. 15 years of creating shit content. And what does it mean for you? You've been on your way out for the last 10. You've been irrelevant. And you used to make a lot of really spicy jokes and you now try to walk it back. Well, I'm sorry, Phil. You kind of used the hard R way too many times.
Prolific content creators out there.
Kind of like bites
It's funny
back
because
eventually.
it's like, well, look, we just pulled this recent clip from July of last year. Yeah, and in my opinion, it's a joke that's bad.
Wait, no way. Wait. Hold up. Hold the phone. Wait a minute. Did somebody show him? No, did somebody pull up the clip for the slave trade? Because that would have been the slave trade. Bro, yes? No way! No fucking way! What?
But it's not a joke that's racist. I don't think the joke was racist because I didn't intend it in that.
Wait, I'm gonna hear this again. Hold on.
Yes, but I'm a 15-year-long,
one
of the most prolific content creators out there. It's funny because it's like, well, look, we just pulled this recent clip from July of last year. Yeah, and in my opinion, it's a joke that's bad, but it's not a joke that's racist. I don't think the joke was racist because I didn't intend it in that way. But of course, you could spin it that way if you would like, sure. And the situation is that, wow, we found one thing in the last few years to say Phil does. Now we'll do a clip from 3 more years before. Now the clip from 2010,
Bro. I can literally look up the slave trade joke. Everybody has it. I literally can pull up a video that has 20,000 fucking views. Almost.
Anyway, I promise no one from our family is gonna die.
Wow, a complete lie. What an asshole.
That's far enough.
I'm Sheriff Romero. I guess you must be Vince. Best if we make this quick.
All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling her right off for profits.
You know how much I loved you, right?
All the way to the moon.
That's right. You get scared, you just look up at the sky and remember that, okay?
Okay.
Put the kid in the vehicle. Stay with her.
You see how absolutely ridiculous that whole pause is? It's like a whole fucking 20 seconds. And then he eventually said something to justify what he just said.
To escape.
Yeah, see, what a weird thing to follow up with.
Stay with her.
That's right, she's too valuable to escape. She's worth lots of money. Corrupt, crooked cop.
I have to, punk.
The game had nothing to do with race. The game had 0% to do with race. Nothing. At no point did they imply that the cops are racist or selling children or selling black people off, because the insinuation that you gotta make is this is a black child that's being sold off to slavery. You're either doing it from the aspects of a child, so it's either like horror. It's I don't even know which one's worse. It's hard to really tell on the scale of atrocities, but it's either you're selling them off to slavery because they're black, or you're selling them off to slavery, a different type of slavery, because they're a little girl. And both of which are horrendous fucking jokes if you think about it.
But what if you and Mommy don't come back?
That's insane. That's legit insane. And his take on all of this is this.
It's not a joke that's racist. I don't think the joke was racist because I didn't intend it in that way. But of course, you could spin it that way if you would like, sure.
It wasn't racist. I didn't intend it to be racist, but you could spin it that way. Bro, what was it supposed to be? Were you talking about sex trafficking? Were you actually talking about sex trafficking? I don't understand the context of that joke. I've played that one fucking joke to 2 other random ass people who don't know nothing about DSP or what the fuck I do. Literally, their jaws dropped because it was like, what the fuck is wrong with this dude?
And the situation is that, you know, wow, we found one thing in the last few years to say Phil does. Now we'll
no, because you're spamming and I'm definitely not checking
now.
now.
2010, you know?
I'm not checking.
This isn't.
You're
I
not
need
spoiling
100,000
me.
videos. 100,000.
Okay, you're spoiling me. You're fucking spoiling me. This is the one clip that I'm gonna look at. The one clip. And after this, I gotta watch it legit.
Absolutely. And I'm stupid and I do dumb stuff when I get over emotional. This is not the norm on my streams. People see that clip out of context like you guys just did. And if all you knew of Darkside Phil was that joke, you would hate my guts. You'd be like, what a scumbag. He made a joke about child trafficking. What kind of a horrible person thinks child trafficking is funny? When you watch it in context, it's not as bad, but it's still bad. But when
I
you
don't know.
watch
The context that you explained didn't make it any better. I'll be honest.
That's fine. I agree.
Because
That's fine.
I'm not sure which character you're even like portraying. So were you acting as the sheriff in that situation?
Yes, that's why I did. That's why I did like the accent. Yes.
Yeah, you want to know a big fucking faux pas with this? Mr. Krigler is I wouldn't say a big supporter, but he is pro police. He's not against the police. He's pro like local sheriffs and shit. So if you're trying to make a joke that the local sheriffs are selling children to trafficking rings, he's not gonna support that. He's gonna think that's actually fucking shitty. So if your context was, I'm making a joke on behalf of the
I'm still alive.
sheriffs,
Is he dead?
which have displayed no fucking indication that they're into selling people for slavery, it's going to upset people. And it's
we're into the slave
Adam.
trade joke?
Oh, God.
The negative stuff is the drop in the bucket, but they don't want to believe that. The detractors, they just want to focus on the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the problem is you have too many drops in the bucket, and when the bucket becomes overflowing with drops
hey,
in
Pharaoh
the bucket,
Sans. Sorry,
there's a
you came
fucking
while I was in
problem.
substitute mode.
That's
Hello,
the
sir.
goddamn problem. People tell him every
Dingus, upload
single
the VOD
fucking day,
now.
Phil,
I'm still
there are
live.
too
What are you
many
talking about?
drops in your
Upload the
bucket. You literally
VOD.
make
You want to
way too
upload
many
the 20-minute
jokes. You're
segment
way
where I
too
couldn't
fucking
figure out how to
racist
enable
and
desktop
bigoted.
audio?
You make way too
Is
many
that the VOD
fucking
you
out
want?
of context things that get spun. And then when you get told about it, you say, no, you're being fucking trolled.
The
so I
stream can
can't-
go
I can't
to
take you
11 hours,
seriously.
59 minutes,
Bro,
and
but
then
then
I
what if it's
gotta.
not from
I
trolls?
might just quit the stream and then reboot it. But it doesn't really matter either
Just
way.
saying
I
the
can
whole show
always
was supposed to
stitch
be
the
about
stream.
it. That was the
Basically, if it goes 12
3v1
hours or
before
more,
I
I gotta
it
split it no
wasn't
matter
a
what.
Let's praise
you for
Darkside Phil
stopping
show.
by.
It was supposed to be Phil addresses stuff show. You know, that was the point of me going on there. Originally, it wasn't. It was supposed to be I'm a normal guest. Then it turned into Phil is now interrogated. You know.
Interrogated.
Yeah, there's over 60,000 videos on this channel. Between all my other channels out there, I believe it is around 100,000 videos at this point. I could be off by a few.
Oh,
but I'm pretty sure we're close to
100,000
there,
videos
right?
of actual nonsense.
And none of them mean anything.
Naysayer says when you stream 6 times a week all year, 6 times a week, 6 days a week, 2 streams a day. 100,000
Yeah, a
videos,
waterfall
you're
is just a
gonna have
bunch of
moments
droplets,
stupidity.
Drew.
I have lots of them, right?
I agree.
I'm glad you're here to hang out, Kagome. You think going 5 hours was nuts? Do you want to know the truth? It went by like this. I had no concept of what time it was. 0. None. I didn't know. I just kept going, and I had no idea what was gonna what
Hey, what's
time
up,
was going
Dominic?
by. No clue. Some people are saying
Dark
it was
side
unfair.
filled
If you feel
wild
it was
cow.
unfair, you have the right to feel that way. I'm the one on the show, and I don't feel it was.
Look, he literally cannot fucking deny him.
Let's grab. I need a light vest. It's very warm today, for good reason. Let me grab a lighter vest.
Yo, we're getting a lighter vest. Big ups, Jams. Big ups to Los Santos. And let's see, where we're gonna get the.
You guys like stupid one.
Yeah, let's put on the gold vest. We're gonna look extra weird today. Fuck me.
Oh.
All right,
Gold dust
man.
with the gold vest.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, Keemstar was on the. Were you not here?
Will I go back and watch it?
Yes,
Oh, no,
Keemstar was on the
King Goken's in
podcast.
that fucking chat. King Goken, you
5-hour-long
dumb
show, man. I don't know
motherfucker.
if I'm gonna go back and
I'm
watch
calling
it,
you
quite
out. You dumb piece of shit. You never show up for half his fucking streams, and you finally show up for this. God damn, King Goken, you fucking deserve him. I swear to fucking Christ. Actual fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna start logging to see whenever you're
Let's see
over
more
here
tips
too.
coming in. Wow, thank you guys.
Let me open my window.
Thank you, guys.
Only
Ah,
using Blade
yes.
tip. This is not really them. $3 tip. Love the interview. Crazy conspiracy I heard is that you ran a cult. They say OIC was like a general and Derek was a high priest or something like that. Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you for that. And let's see here.
What's up, Deller? Not that Deller.
To cool down a little bit.
Do I think it's $1 tip? Do you think I defended myself well? Seems like they called you out numerous times. Literally, they said, well, you know, you're saying one thing, but you're not providing evidence. To which I responded, you're right. You know, there's some things that are.
You're right, you guys. I'm not providing evidence. There's nothing I can do about it, you guys.
You're right, man. When I thought there's no risk here, let me just do this or that, and it 1,000,000% blew up and hurt me badly. Okay, being honest, it's happened before. It's documented. This has happened. So you know what I'm saying? Like,
you know what it is that I'm saying?
I'm putting myself in harm's way by
he's putting himself in front of bullets.
Out there of a bank statement or showing my mobile phone or anything like that. I am. Okay, so
he literally has shown his phone multiple times in the last 6 months on front of the camera. He's put his fucking phone on the camera just to show off some dumb little thing that he's gonna purchase. I can't show off my phone, guys. I might be accidentally doxing something. Really?
Right? There's the risk there. It's
okay,
too great.
Sure. What are the Jaspers up to?
They're
being assholes. They were fucking up
some of the questions they asked multiple times, like you answered well the first time, vice versa. Some answers you gave more skirted.
Yes, Adam. I think everyone. If there's one thing to agree, I think Adam did amazing.
He only said we make mistakes, and that
really knocked it out of the park.
I made more mistakes than a lot of people. PS3 Troop says you don't owe them anything. I mean, I don't owe them anything. Absolutely not. I don't
owe them anything.
I saw an opportunity. I told you guys I wanted to be interviewed, right? Well, I got my interview, that's for sure.
Voice is
it was certainly different than I saw it kind of going down, but Butter says you don't want to put yourself in danger for nothing. Exactly right, because here's the thing. All right, here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
All right, being honest.
He's honest this time.
Correct.
He was lying.
We have some newcomers here today, possibly.
How convincing was the disconnect? Not at all.
We're all here. We're chilling, right?
Maybe I was caught by it at the very start.
What happened? Has it affected anything?
Yep.
Will it be positive or negative? I don't know what the net result will
be. Oh, yeah. Has it affected anything? I don't know.
My detractors will never be satisfied. Anyway, Craig said it himself. That no matter what I say and do, they will never be satisfied. Because and from my perspective, they're in it for personal gain. That's why they keep doing it.
DSP, I'm in it because you're a fucking laughing stock on the internet. And I like to laugh at a fucking idiot on the internet. That's why I watch Cyrax get his ass beat. That's why I watch fucking King Cobra eat himself to death, gorge himself to death on dumbass recipes. You're not the first, you're not the last. I will literally laugh at lolcows. Why? Because it's funny. It's literally internet drama. I'm sorry that you're literally a TV show. I can change the channel whenever I want. And you just happen to be on right now. You're the current TV show that's on. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, you're just no more than that.
They love making fun of me so they can keep rolling this popularity train on YouTube. So why would they ever stop? There's situations like that escort saga story. 1,000,000% proven false. They were just on to the next thing. So why do I care?
Why do you care?
But then because I don't say anything, I don't disprove it. Oh, it just continues forever. It must be true. It's right.
So you must care.
But why?
Because you care.
You know what Keemstar said resonates. It sucks that he's right, but he's right. I don't know if I got DDoSed or not. My modem got knocked off the internet.
Oh my
and
God.
Came back in about, what, a few minutes?
Really?
I don't know what happened. And then when I come back
to the DDoS story.
Basically, Keemstar says, well, it doesn't even matter anymore. You had your opportunity. You didn't send the pic to Craig right away. And because of that, now it doesn't matter if you sent him one. Now it's over. You can't anymore. He's right. Then again, it doesn't matter anyway.
Look at him.
Because no one would have believed him either.
Look at him. Look at him.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Look at him.
No one would have believed him either. Even if I send him the screenshot right now, they won't believe him. They'll say he's making it up or he's dumb. He doesn't understand the game. He doesn't get it. Right?
What's up,
I give him more benefit of the doubt than you right now, Phil.
There you go.
I love how we said Keemstar was right about the pretty much the only thing that didn't matter that he said.
Well, you know what I was thinking of doing, but I don't think I'm doing it anymore. Here's what I was thinking of doing.
Here we go.
I was going to take screenshots of not only WWE champions, but also other games that I've played to show him that it's the same account name. And
I was planning on doing this. I was totally going to do this, guys. I wasn't.
But now I'm not going to do it because of the trolls.
I wasn't going to, lie to you guys. I was totally going to do this. I had it planned from the start. You had to believe me, dude. Yeah, I believe you, dude. I believe you 100%.
All the games. So that way, at least if he saw that, he'd be like, he's got an account here, here, and here, and they're all the same.
War Dog Leader, if you paid attention,
there's your evidence.
Here's the other thing, too. For people who keep spamming about he admitted to playing WWE Champions, he's already admitted to that. He actually admitted to it about 6 months ago, roughly. But he's already previously admitted to it when he was like, yeah, man, I play mobile games. I'm not going to tell you the accounts on it, but I play mobile games. I still play WWE Champions. I know. He's said it before. It's just his little wiggle room, his little catch-22, his little bottom line, his little escape route out, is he'll never tell you what the account is. So when he does this little segment, I was going to do this, but now I'm not going to because I'm too afraid. It's just another way of saying you guys could have got something, but now, you know, it's all your fault. Whose fault? Whose fault is it? Is it Craig's fault for questioning?
Yeah, don't worry. Ann hasn't
Adam's
listened. He doesn't know about the Street Fighter Duel shit.
Keemstar's fault for existing. Who knows? Who actually fucking knows? But he's gonna sit there and he's gonna pretend that like he was gonna do all these things. Bro, he pretended he was gonna do a green screen years ago, and look what happened then. He pretended he was gonna improve his fucking camera quality. He didn't do it for years until somebody gave it to him. He likes to pretend he's gonna do a lot of different things. Unless it's actually fucking hand-fed to him, he'll never do these
No,
things.
Ann did not cover the interview. He had work.
Now, you're right. You're absolutely right.
At some point later in this stream, I'm supposed to hop on and... Well, he's supposed to watch it, and then I'm supposed to hop on and cover, talk about the notes that I took with him.
Dark Jackson, I found Keemstar, what he was saying was stupid. Someone could say you Photoshopped. Exactly right. I mean, yes, that's exactly 100%
yeah,
right.
Phil photoshopped it. Okay, sure. Sure, Phil. Literally can show it to
your
him.
interview live. I recommend you and him have a chat. That would be a fun one. We all would support that. I have no problems talking about it. Would you like to know the truth? I've asked Wings over the last several months if he would like to have an interview.
Just watch the interview through Ann. Yeah. If you want, you'll get his fresh take on it.
Oh, don't harass him though. Don't ask him the
his
question.
Fresh live in the now take on it. Yeah, that's one way to watch
show
it.
his DMs.
It is my intention to have some interviews and stuff going on here.
Yeah, this is the Copecast, the post-stream Copecast that he did. I don't think he wanted to cover it. I don't think Ann wanted to cover it because he had gameplay scheduled for the day on Twitch, but now he feels like he has to because of how it turned out.
I feel like I'm at normal speed. No, I'm not.
It's gotta be like this, you guys.
People are actually sending me some nice supportive messages via email, and I appreciate people who are doing it. I'll read those later. Sorry, I can't read those
You can email him from like buttsex.com and just say, we love you,
No,
Phil.
see, here, Babadook, here you go. He says, Adam thought of the possibility as well, come up with a solution. You could do a FaceTime with Craig. Again, there's no point. There's no point because
no point in
people won't believe Craig
things.
either now. That's
yeah, no point.
It's,
I gotta keep the story up forever, dude. It's always a lie, all the time, 24/7. I can never disprove it. He was quick to disprove a lot of shit, but this one thing he won't disprove it. I wonder why. I wonder why. Don't worry. When the account goes dead and it goes away forever, suddenly it'll be okay. Suddenly we can show things. We'll show a fake account then. Guys, I've been playing this account the entire time.
Strudel with 2 cups of coffee and a bunch of water. That's what I'm fueled on right now.
Whoa,
Mr.
strudel
I don't
water.
very much care for drama. Keemstar's a children's entertainer. I prefer game streams. I agree with you. Does Jasper like cat treats? Yes, he does, Willow. You know, theoretically, Wings and Boogie could go easy on each other for a payday. I mean, yeah, but the point I'm making is
what a
it's
set of
such
questions.
nonsense.
I was talking out of the right side of his mouth. His left side of his mouth really doesn't move if you look at it.
Don't like that. You know, I don't. And there's personal risk involved as well. What if one of them has a heart attack during the fight? You know, like, I can't be for that, man.
I agree, Phil.
Is it hard to sit there and talk openly about everything?
Yes.
This way,
yes.
Okay?
He said yes.
Essentially,
yes.
It was hard.
Yes.
It was hard to
be grilled.
Ugh. I had to maintain train of thought and rational mind. Keemstar has a way when he talks, he goes on and on and on so that you don't have a chance to react to anything he's saying. He'll say,
Bruh. Have you ever listened to your own fucking monologues about a question that you get for like $2 from Snow Carl? Have you ever listened to your own fucking monologues?
At one point, then say 2 more points. Oh, okay, you're responsible.
Okay,
Wait, you said 3 points.
sure.
It's a way of talking.
Keemstar only does
way
it.
of talking to try to confuse you. Okay? I felt like Adam and Craig were being very straightforward with their questions, while, Keemstar's a completely different kind of guy. Right? But, was it tough? Was it hard? No. At this point, literally. I mean that. 100%, absolutely, positively, nothing phases me.
You literally read out somebody's name for anonymous fucking tip because you were still fucking frazzled. And you admitted it not 30 minutes ago at the beginning of this fucking dumbass Copecast that you're doing. I'm very all over the place, man. I'm I feel kind of weird right now. I'm kind of like, I'm kind of all over the place.
At all.
Right. Nothing phases me though. I'm not phased.
I've been through everything. So that was like
ethereal side, Phil.
If I was in your position,
yeah,
Phil,
Meerkat found his newest boyfriend.
It didn't take years off my life. I'm cool.
Cool as a cucumber.
Another $10 tip.
Just like with those Latinas at high school.
keep in mind, this is not my opinion. This is a tipper, an anonymous tipper saying this. Keem is a hypocrite, pretending that it's ethically okay to let Wings and Boogie box against each other. Two men who could easily suffer a heart attack doing it. That's indicative of his character. I think you did a great job. Thank you.
That's literally Phil's fucking opinion, though.
I even brought it up.
That's literally Phil's opinion. That's his bidder's opinion.
They need to get help and hope for the best. Shit, both of them have joked about suicide and stuff. It's like, dude, do you not understand how this is wrong?
Phil, you joked about suicide. You literally had a moment where you were talking about the little thing.
Rate it 11 out of 10. I got blown the fuck out, Deller. I was among the crowd of people that thought it would be a nothing burger, and then I got felted as soon as the slave trade joke popped up. You can. Once the VOD for this has come up,
anyway,
you can look at it. Look at my reaction once the clip comes on screen of the slave trade joke. The whole interview shifted as soon as the slave trade joke came on screen. It was like a sixth sense. I realized right then and there that the gold dust was rolling on through, and there was really nothing I could do about it, you guys. So yeah, I got blown the fuck out, eradicated. If Troll Hunted status, Troll Status Hunted was live,
sure, man, whatever.
You guys, I would allow you to redeem it 100 times over. And you know what? I don't care. Because the trolls won anyway. Even if I was wrong. Even if Dingus has to take the rare Dingus L. It was actually a W anyway. And that's not a cope. That's the truth.
That DSP is the same level of Wings. They have not consummated that marriage.
Maybe being a defeatist didn't help. The cynic defeatist. But sometimes you get surprised. You get humbled. You get humbled, and it makes you remember that, you know, this is still reality. Miracles can still happen. Maybe dreams do come true. You know, maybe that clownist fantasy you have in your head of Craig and Adam destroying this dude. Hey, maybe that does have a chance to happen. And you know what? It wasn't the most perfect interview ever. You know, there's gonna be people who have their issues with it, but given the ways it could have gone, it was great. Yeah, I don't really have anything to say. I got my notes here. I know what I listened to. They covered everything that I would have wanted them to cover. And they didn't fall for really any of his tactics that he tried to use on him.
Phil,
they cut through him like butter. A knife through a butter. I'll go over it once I talk to Ann.
He may have lost a little bit of weight, but he just put it right back.
Maybe I'm just starstruck. Maybe this is the honeymoon period. And maybe once I go back and rewatch it, like whenever we watch all the fucking Clippers get their hands on the interview, maybe I'll have a different opinion. But watching it live and in the moment and actually paying attention and focusing and not really doing anything else. I've been glued to this seat for well over.
He was there.
Well, we had the first 20 minutes, 7 hours.
30,000 sub channel.
Yeah, you blew me out.
Less than 5K viewers to promote his own stuff.
Like instant classic, a modern classic.
Makes a whole lot of sense when you think about it that way, Phil. I guess they really do have.
Like this is the shit that
they do.
If the tractor still exists 20 years from now, they're gonna pull up that stream.
They made more than $20,000 of contributions. Will you be seeing any of that? No, and I didn't know that, and no.
No, and I didn't know that.
At all.
Yo.
And no contributions.
Yo.
It's not about me making money. It's not what I want.
Can't wait for the back in time stream in 5 years. Could you imagine? I'm gonna be partner by then.
You did fantastic. Thank you, Danny.
I can feel the
I'm hyping it up.
Jadedness.
You think it sucked, Eric?
20K, wait a minute. Hold on, 20K?
What?
My 20K.
You think all these people would be talking about it if it was a sticky poopy flop?
And then he talks about money right there.
Purple Pickle did a super chat with enough talk shows. We can revive the vest.
You didn't watch most of it? Well, that's why you're acting that way.
So if I keep going on talk shows, I'll keep hitting my vest goals. I'm sure that's what it was about too, right? I wanted to revive the vest goal. There you go. Every stream now, I must hit the vest goal of $150.
Yes mode. Yes.
Yo. This dude is delusional. Actually delusional.
Dad's loving this.
August says, I'm not sure that's fair. Keem seemed to handle himself in good faith. I mean, he handled himself in good faith, but he also shilled. He did, absolutely. Did he have to bring up that fight between the two? No.
You shill your own content, you jackass! I'm a streamer.
He didn't have to bring up the fight. Actually, the fight was a good instrument to segue from the fallout of the podcast to what Keem ended up doing. Actually, the boxing match is a direct result of the DSP not accepting the podcast.
And Craig and Adam fell for it.
You promoted your own dumb shit. You probably promoted your own Reacts content shit.
DSP was on that podcast to promote himself to an audience that doesn't know him. What the hell is this point?
Podcast was 15 minutes for their patrons, so I stayed, and I actually had some more conversation with them. That was not interrogation stuff. It was more fun. So.
I wonder if he's gonna miss the nipple of the bottle and it just spills all over him.
Oh yeah, he's now saying that they fell for Keem's chicanery.
I still have 5
and you fell
hours
for
of
it
video
too.
to survive. I'm gonna skip through shit that I don't want to hear. But if it's all gold, then great.
There will not be any gaming on this
probably
stream,
Minecraft.
No time for that, as you can
I mean, you know, actually play Minecraft instead of commit Minecraft.
Tonight, I'd be down for Like a Dragon Ishin if you guys want that on the late stream. I'm also
Correct,
down for just
correct. You got it, Algernon. This was the whole boxing match was a pivot from the podcast. It's like, okay, I got Boogie and I got Wings on board for something. We're not gonna do the podcast with DSP, but I got them on board. What's one thing we can do with them together? And they're one-on-one, they're 2 people. Oh, a boxing match, dude, that makes sense. Everyone would want to see that, right?
Before Resident Evil 4 comes out. Spartanius one says, do you think Keem will be back for part 2? I don't see why he would need to be. He said his piece, right? If he wants to contact me about doing a podcast and behind the scenes, he will. And that's that. I don't see why he would have to be on a show interviewing me again.
Oh, so is he still open to the podcast? Ah, whatever.
PF, yeah, I know. PF says he's asking about the bank leaks and, you know, the actual identity
Porter,
theft.
why am I getting this game?
Literally never went into the true identity theft story. Instead, it was just the bank leaks, but not just what really happened.
I'm not getting it. Just because you told me to get it, I'm not getting it.
They'll ask questions, and I'll be able to tell more my side of stuff rather than just directly answering questions. I don't know. We never got to a lot of stuff, quite frankly. No, Green Goblin, I'm not asking them for any percentage of donations whatsoever. I refuse. Absolutely not.
Man, this is absolutely. You see how he kind of slowed down.
Tipster giving DSP big ups for showing his fucking face.
Jeez.
Part 2 coming soon. Yes and no. For I don't understand, there will be a part 2, but it's going to be a ways out. Don't expect it in the next few weeks to month, maybe a month or 2 out. It's not going to be, you know, they want to do their own show, man. They just had 2 weeks of drama around me. They're going to likely publicly announce that they're not doing it anytime soon. They want me back. I want to go back, but I'm not going back.
That's correct, Delor. They are adults who can make their own decisions.
April, May, June-ish.
Who the fuck cares? They're gonna have fun and they're gonna make money. For all we know, it could be some wrestling level kayfabe shit. It may not even be a real match. It's not even the main event.
Let's see here. What did the message say? Is it a troll? It's a troll.
I'm impressed with your performance when you openly talk about mobile game addiction. Here we go again. I'm genuinely interested in keeping up with you now. I thought negatively about you for a while. Today you stood your ground as a man that took balls with nothing but the best for you.
Can't wait for that guy to stick around.
Thank you for another tip.
Pretty cool.
Again.
How many subs do you think DSP is gonna get for this?
I said this on the show. I mean, I used to have addiction.
Oh, was the prediction paid out? Was it paid out while I was away? My bad.
Today is the older games that I used to play.
Does someone pay out the prediction? If not, he made more than 100.
Kind of knew that though.
Why was that the prediction? Of course he was gonna make more than 100. I could have told you that. Coggers, if you could pay out.
I don't even know.
Or can't you?
I used to have an addiction. I have an addiction now.
Oh my god! Did you guys both? Did everyone bet? All mods participated.
Why do they say you have delusions of grandeur when you brought up being the most prolific content creator when you literally are? Because Adam doesn't know that. He didn't do research. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that I put out that many videos. Just look.
I'm very prolific.
60,000. Darkside Phil has.
Ah, yes, I'm very prolific, sir.
I can find automated channels that have put out like 1 million fucking videos because they're literally automation channels that put out like randomized videos. That doesn't make them prolific. It just makes them actual content trash dumps. So yeah, you can say your channel. You can say you're prolific, Bill, but I don't think you're prolific for the reasons you think you are. It's not for the sheer number of garbage fucking pieces you put in the fucking pile. It's the fact that it's a pile of garbage.
20,000. Just between there, you're almost at the 100. And I have all these other channels too.
Yeah. Look at
but
that.
they don't know that.
Nice sneak bet. Nice sneak brag. I'm pretty important, guys.
I don't know what you mean, Felix. Are you official guest of Sidescrollers? I don't know what that means. I was on the show. Am I official? I guess I was officially on the show, no? I wasn't a standard guest.
That's not official. That's not factual. You're not a licensed guest. No, it's not real. It doesn't exist.
Most prolific spammer, yeah, I'd agree. Definitely a spammer.
Jeff says, I think when you talk about these things like your struggle with addiction or, let's see here, your mental state around the incident humanizes you. I'm just being honest, right?
So you should be more honest.
Super chat, you're losing money from your show like Wings did with Woody and Kyle from Painkiller already. You skipped out on your own personal camping trip. There you go. Thank you, Purple Pickle, for the super chat.
There you go.
Wonder how long till Purple Pickle gets banned.
PS3 Troop says it's so easy just to go straight to the source and watch your actual streams.
Yeah.
Here we are. We're on my
Yeah,
actual stream.
yeah, yeah.
You see the content.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, this is pretty mild content. I wouldn't brag about this kind of content. Although I wouldn't brag about my content.
Am I going to buy a Beat the Dragon t-shirt? They mentioned it. Was that the slogan they used? I don't remember if that's what they used or not. No, I'm not buying that shirt. Adam says he doesn't trust me when my internet's off. That's fine. He doesn't have to trust me. They don't, you know? Everyone has these subjective ability to make
so hard not to shit on him. He can't say nothing. Right? He literally can't say nothing. And everybody knows it.
I like them, Simon.
He can only talk shit about Keemstar. That's it.
Literally comes out of nowhere, tries to blindside me, and tries to do something, promoting his own
stuff. They could have literally raped, and I'm gonna say this, they could have
Yeah,
literally raped Kat in front of him, and he'd literally just sit there and just do nothing about it. He can't do shit.
When you told me to call you, no, you didn't. You never did. You literally ignored my messages about when to call, or you can't tell what time zones are. I guess I don't know. Can't tell time.
Idiot.
I can't help you with that.
You're an idiot. You fucking idiot. Should have called me. Why weren't you picking up the phone? Come on, Keemstar.
Overwhelming with drama. It is. The truth in life is usually very.
I obviously don't endorse Anli's comments as a streamer on the Purple platform. I'm only watching this for purposes of ridicule and critique.
What do you mean?
Can I drink seltzer on stream anymore? No, I love seltzer. I'm going to continue to belch every day. I think Keem got confused about time zones. I don't think Keem cared. I think Keem feels like he controls every situation in his life, and therefore if Keem calls, I should just answer. No. If I'm doing my daily live stream, I will not just answer the phone in the middle of my live stream and say, this is an important call. No, I'm working.
Why don't you call him?
My work is my work. You guys are my priority when I'm on a stream. Not anything else around me unless the house is burning, my wife needs my help, or, the cops are outside.
He's literally stopped a stream just so he could investigate whether or not there was a truck outside of his fucking house for a whole 3 minutes. You're going to tell me that this dude is going to sit here and prioritize the stream? How many times has he literally fucked with like the AC or the blinds? Or he thinks whether or not there's somebody weird walking around in his neighborhood and he's like went over to the fucking window and he's went outside. This dude literally went door to door looking for his goddamn shrimp. This dude doesn't care about the fucking stream and he's showcased it multiple times on stream.
Guys are what I'm doing, man. Not them. Not him, for sure not him. Mango Jewel Pods, come on. You've already been saying negative things about me for weeks. Now you're going to try to pile on. Come on, dude. Just stop it.
You can't ban him.
Come on, stop piling on.
They've
been saying things like this.
Dude, he's not even showcasing his band skills right now. He is trying to do kid gloves. No, wait, no, he's getting banned. Never mind, he's getting banned.
I managed not to belch the whole interview. No, I muted it. When they're using a streaming program, that your controls are giant buttons in front of you. So when I felt like I had to burp, I muted the mic and then burped and then came back. It was very easy to do. There's a difference between doing that and doing it. I'm like, right now, if I was going to burp, I could go, okay.
Wow. You mean you could do that?
If I'm gaming over here, I can't go do that. And that's what most of the time when I'm burping or when.
No, that's not. You actually pause the game, you start typing out, and you literally look towards the fucking mic and you burp directly into it. That's the problem, Phil. I don't want to look at a montage of you fucking burping. That would be horrifying.
I don't even have a.
And I like watching.
What do they call it? I don't even have a key that mutes me. I don't have a button for that.
Yes.
I just have to click the mute thing on the audio mixer. Like even I can mute myself when I make a noise. A hotkey, yeah. I don't have a hotkey for muting. Even I can do it.
I would do something with Boogie and Wings for sure.
Somebody contact Wings.
We don't need Keen.
Tell him we gotta get this done. See how long it takes for Phil to say no.
Just us doing a podcast on YouTube ourselves would be successful. Why do we need him involved? Why is he gonna take a cut? I don't think there's enough value added there at all for him to be involved.
Let me get Wingo. We need Wingo on this right now.
Absolutely right.
Thank you, Air. Like DSP said, we're not all perfect. We all make mistakes. I learned and changed for the better. Why are you posting clips from 1 year ago? That's like a million years. Look how far back you had to go to find a clip of me eating.
I got $1 tip.
Purple Pickle Yum Yum, you're afraid of anime boobs, bro. Laugh my ass off.
Sell the fappening merch. No, I'm not. I already explained. It was a depressing time in my life, has negative association. I don't like talking about it. My wife doesn't want to hear about it. We moved past it. It's not happening.
Your wife ain't online. Who cares? We can talk about you jacking off. You jacked off. You jacked off and you made funny faces. I'm sorry, Phil.
Dingus exposed.
Maybe you shouldn't have jacked off and made funny faces.
Exposing my dingus? I don't think that's a good idea.
I do not care about the man. I don't know why you keep bringing him up. Could you guys like not mention him anymore? I don't care about the man. I don't want to talk about him for the rest of the show. It's a waste of time.
That's the guy who keeps talking about him.
I mean, when you talking to Keem is literally half the show of the interview you were just on, like, you can't be this dense. You gotta concede that. You gotta understand why people would be bringing Keemstar up, correct?
You know when people make fun of
shit, I
Kelly,
should probably
but
change the
Kelly
category.
at least tries. She at least tries for herself. I don't know about for Wings, but she tries for herself.
All right.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
King Goken, you're here, correct? King Goken has a unique
King
situation
Goken,
here.
please.
He's one of my moderators. I'm curious, what did you think? King
What
Goken?
did you think, King Goken?
What did you think, King Goken?
Dent? I want to know, King Goken. What did you think? Can I get your perspective? He's reading. He's literally waiting for King Goken.
I'm not on my own page. Was the category changed? Do let me know.
What's your opinion, King
Is there a delay on the
Goken?
stream today? I thought I'd set it up to have low latency, but it seems like there's a little bit more latency on this stream. Maybe I set it up wrong.
Schizo
I
mode?
can check that now, though. It seems like I did. It seems like there's latency or something. Like everything's going a little slow. I don't know why that would be. It seems like you guys are reacting slower to me.
Guys' reaction time is pretty slow. You need to be a lot quicker.
That's because he's frazzled. He doesn't know what to
Maybe
think.
they're just kind of dented, Phil.
All right, thank you, Air.
I like there's a lot of
I thought the
messages
interview was
getting
fair, way
needed.
longer than I thought it would. Oh no, I thought it was going to go long. I knew it, man. I knew it was going long.
I knew it, man.
Craig warned me of such. I told him my time was their time, you know? Niana says, I thought it was mostly fair. Keemstar showing up was very dumb. I don't think that they'll have you as a regular guest because they think you're lying to them. There you go. And King Goku says, send them the screenshot. Says,
No, I think they'll have him back.
Send him a screenshot.
You gotta be stupid if you think he's not coming back. Really? Really, you guys?
Nuking so many people's
I
messages
didn't
right
click
now.
it. It's set to normal latency, guys. That's why. I'll fix that for tonight's stream. Apparently, we're not at ultra latency for some weird reason, even though I normally am. It's something changed it. So there is a little bit of delay right now. Sorry about that.
It would have been you, Phil.
Void did a super chat. You think we'd be getting a guaranteed 50K bad? How?
How? How would it be
Void,
bad?
I already answered the question. Why are you asking me the same question again?
How would it be bad, Phil?
Right?
Guaranteed
Why are you asking me the same
50K.
question?
Why would it be bad? Answer the question. You've never actually answered the question of how getting 50K would be bad. You just say it's blood money because the fucking weird gnome is giving you the money. I don't want the gnome controlling me, man. I don't want that money. I don't want that blood money.
Would affect anything.
I want
10 out of
actual
10, I
money.
would not talk to those guys again.
I want beggars money.
Void did a super chat. How would that 50K not help you tremendously? It didn't say. Who said it wouldn't help me tremendously? Again, it's a weighing of short-term gain versus long-term impact. All right, it's dual thing going on. Thing number one, doing business with someone who I don't respect, whose content I don't like, who I feel has made a lot of blood money on the internet and taking payment.
You just said you respected him earlier in the
Apparently
stream.
so. I haven't
The other
even looked
stream.
at the podcast.
character. And people who
And we
only
were
come
supposed to
for
look
that.
at it, but he
Imagine
booted
this.
up.
Imagine if
I thought
I
he
do this
wasn't gonna
lol
boot.
cast, correct? It blows up in popularity. It gets tons of attention, makes money. I make a lot of money. Now, my streams double to triple in viewership, but literally everyone here is a troll. Ha ha, you're a lol cow. Ha ha. Troll, 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 troll. Immediately, we lose what we have. We lose the interactivity. We lose the meaningful nature of my streams because I put myself out there as a lol cow. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You abject idiot.
Whose fault is that?
You abject fucking moron. The majority of your views now, today, are trolls. You think Purple Pickle Yum Yum, the guy who keeps making fun of you for not liking tits and constantly talking about weird ass jokes about you getting railed by 3 dudes, you think that guy is not a troll? He's not a troll because he's giving you super chat money. But then Quasi over here literally gives you $10. You're on your best behavior because all the trolls are watching after your interview. Never had donos and views like this. Let's be real, Phil. I wonder how he's going to react to that, because that's going to happen in like 5 fucking minutes. Dude, he's literally on his best behavior. He can't say nothing about the podcast. He can't say nothing about Adam Krigler. He definitely can't say anything about fucking Stuttering Craig. He's sitting here and he's moping, even though he's getting a whole bunch of money, and he's complaining about fucking Keemstar.
He has meaningful content and meaningful streams, but it's not a parasocial relationship. They're not actually friends. Guys.
that could completely change the way that people perceive who I am and what I do. Right now, everyone makes fun of me as a laughing stock of the internet. That's fine, but I do have dedicated fans. I don't want to ruin that for my fans. I don't want to ruin what we have right now.
Is this good for your fans? Is this a fun time for your fans? You canceling tonight's stream potentially so you could do a fucking talking session, a therapy session. Is that good for your fans who just want to watch you play Hogwarts? Or fucking Like a Dragon? Or any other fucking game? Is this good for your fans? Does Derek want to listen to this? Maybe, actually, you know what? Maybe Derek does want to see this. Maybe Derek wants to see a sad, depressed, old, fucking middle-aged
Derek
man
wants to watch
sit here and cry and complain and talk about
Already
like
know
some
what this was about.
podcast that literally anally raped him. Maybe that's what
Yeah,
he's
the
into.
meaningful
I don't know.
question was great.
I worked 15 years to have this. Why should I throw that all out for short-term personal gain?
Made me think just how many questions they had fed to them.
You know
Because
what
I
it
know
is,
they
I
were
mean?
contacted.
Right now, all talking with troll messages. How the hell do I even do a show?
How do you do a show now?
Right? Do you guys understand that line of reasoning that I'm saying here?
How
No,
does he-
Chris, I had zero clue that Keemstar was going to appear on the show. Zero.
Zero. You thought Keemstar was gonna pay attention?
Yes,
Are you
Big Papa Phil, it was
stupid?
supposed to be called the Lolcow Podcast or something to that effect. It was supposed to be an insulting name on purpose so that people would watch it. That's
How do
exactly
you
what the
know?
premise of the show was.
How do you know? There wasn't a fucking offer. But your own words, there wasn't an offer, Phil. How do you know?
So voice, I think
Yeah, how do you know that was the final
You know how
name?
he
No
does
offer
that?
was
It's like,
pitched.
oh, wow,
There was
like,
no
he
offer
was saying
made.
he was gonna be a
So how are
Lolcow
you so
podcast. Well, there
convinced
wasn't
that
an
that was
offer,
going to
Phil,
be
so
the
how can
final
you make that
name?
statement? Well, he was saying it was going to happen, so he was also saying he was going to pay you 50K. Oh, but he didn't put an offer down. Well, bro, which one is it? Do you believe him or you don't believe him?
Stuff off, selling off. I can't read it. It went off the screen.
Which one is it, Phil?
Green Goblin, I don't really care about Review Tech's personal issues. I don't know why you even bring that up on my stream. What does that have to do with me? I'm not Review Tech, nor do I care about his issues.
Clearly,
I don't care about Review Tech, you guys.
When did I last have pizza? I think my wife and I made one of those.
Oh my god.
Pizzas the other night.
Why are we doing this?
I don't know.
Whoa, oven pizza. Pretty cool.
Very pertinent question.
Well, this is the caliber of questions you get from your chat, Phil. You don't want to read the actual questions. You're reading dumb questions like pizza. Big ups oven pizza. Look at him.
All right, Jade. I'll see you hopefully tonight. If we do,
All right,
if we do
Jade.
Yakuza,
Shut up,
See you
Jade.
later, man.
How was he
Thanks
able
for
to
coming
catch
by.
Jade's message? Was he
Probably only
spamming?
stopped there for a fucking hour.
Yeah, ask him pizza questions to deflect the subject. Ah, yes, pizza. I love pizza.
The whole day to decompress or not,
Squeeze
I have
pizza
idea.
banana.
I guess we'll have to see how it goes. Maybe I'll do a poll during the break.
I believe we're gonna do Mario
Who the
Kart
fuck
tomorrow to
needs to
decompress.
decompress?
God knows I'm gonna
Crazy
need to
idea about
decompress
sponsors,
after
I'm sure
tonight.
shilling is a good point. Yeah, I mean, but Savoy.
Ah,
what do you
yes,
mean?
the
What does that
24-hour
mean?
dingus
His point was
speed up.
just, if you're with Team, he'll get you sponsors.
Oh
That's
God,
the
is it
show.
gonna rain?
It wasn't like, oh, he can get you sponsors for your stuff. It was
Help!
Do you see?
Do you see? Do you see what it is that I am saying currently?
The interview gave you more respect for you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh man, look at all this
thank you.
false
Fair
praise
play,
he's
whatever,
getting,
easy to quit when you
bro.
join. I could, yeah, I-
I love all this false praise he's getting. He has
Yeah, Hurricane
700
Dinger round
motherfuckers currently
2.
watching. 100%, million%, 1,000,000,000,000%. You're gonna have like a dwindling amount of viewers come 24 hours from now. He's gonna have 250 people after break from fucking Harry Potter, and he's gonna have 200 to 300 motherfuckers on a Like a Dragon stream the next day. I don't know why he's pretending, because these people aren't gonna stick around. They're just not. These people who are giving him like little false positives and shit, little ass pats and shit, they're not gonna care. They're not gonna stick around because they never do. Not even King Goken sticks around. He literally is here post drama. The dude is never around to mod for your dumbass chat.
could have backed out at any moment.
Nobody's ever there.
Again, I have been through it
Very
all.
curious that
I'm
King
not afraid of
Goken
anything.
comes like
the
on
drama.
today of all
Literally
days.
trolls at this point.
What are you, out of your mind?
Right there on time for the gaslight.
Let's see here.
Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see.
Better or worse depending on weather, humidity, other factors. It just so happens today I didn't have it. I thought I might have had it because I did wake up early and I thought my body would react badly. So what is the big deal about this?
Because you snort into the mic all the fucking time, and it's fucking annoying.
Okay. Okay.
Nobody likes
Yummy.
that. Nobody fucking likes that. Except fucking mentally insane people. And me. But that's only because I'm mentally insane at this point. Nobody enjoys that. So Phil, it's not the question of whether or not you have postnasal drip. It's whether or not you can control the urge to snort by simply muting yourself. put a noise gate, do anything to better yourself.
The post-nasal drip, the snorting. That's like making fun of someone because it's something they can't help, right?
I think I hear the rain with my headset on.
Dick, man.
If someone can explain to me how awful this thing is, you know what I'm saying?
You know what it is I'm saying? He says as he snorts. He literally did a little miniature snort. Look at this.
Thing is, you know what I'm saying?
That's a little mini snort that he did right there. He pulled it in and he swallowed it.
You're afraid of anime boobs. Yes, I'm terrified. Dark Viking says I saw
he held back the snorts for the most part for the 5 hours. Makes you think if the snorts were forced the whole time.
All right, thank you for that.
Theo theory?
Lane Ludwig says, what's the difference if everyone already labels you a lolcow? Because there's a difference in how you portray yourself on the internet. I put out legit content, in my opinion.
You said that you were playing as a character. I'm literally like 10 minutes into your fucking dumbass interview and you said you were playing a character. And you had to define that and you couldn't define that.
All right, I'm not putting out... If you look at this stream right now, look on this stream, besides me putting on a hat and a vest, which doesn't matter, it's just still me under it. What exactly is lolcowish what we're doing right now?
You're addressing drama and you're not learning from any of it. You're sitting here and you're being like a weird individual.
Oh, don't say you want a pizza, Tevin. He's in my ear at 2%. Because then you're going to make me want a pizza.
You're literally a video game player. You stream video games and you're wanting to cancel so you can decompress over a fucking interview that you said was no big deal. But it frazzled you so much you were reading out people's names even though they were anonymous. The thing that you can't even see, right? But then you were able to see it. It's so weird. It's so dumb. It's so specific. It's so peculiar. It's so everything. It's so DSP. Right?
Freaking out, reacting like it. Every once in a while, I do something stupid over the top.
They didn't say part 2 had to be immediately.
For the most part, if you look at my content today, it's nothing like that. If I do a lolcow cast, you're
and we love DSP
creating
clips.
that
Get out of here.
environment. Everyone will just say, well, he's on the cast, you know? And that's it. Now you're the joke, right?
Oh, wait. I got Phil on Tevin's stream in my ear, and I'm responding to that. Sorry. Like, why did Dinkus say that? It's because I got 2 different guys in my ear at varying percents. That's right. I love men in my ear.
Phil need that help? Phil was talking about how he needed help for those 2 big bills.
You want pizza too? Shit. I mean, I had it the other day. The New Yorker pizza. I was not impressed.
So far, right as of now.
Yeah, 2 guys at once in my ear for hours on end. That's actually how my whole life. My whole life now, every day, is just 2 guys in my ear. Even when I'm not streaming. Hint, hint, hint.
Everything that I've worked on for 15 years just for the sake of short-term personal gain.
You literally wear a fucking clowny vest and a clowny hat.
The dingus mean by that?
$150 fucking. You've completely broken down what your stream used to be, which was video
at least I'm
games,
doing Mario Kart stuff.
Money and about
yes, we're making single-player trophy progress.
You've got to be kidding me.
I completely forgot every time they dropped a new wave that you're supposed to get the trophies for them in single player.
He doesn't want to be a clown, but he's
I've only done
literally
these
a
in
fucking clown. This
multiplayer.
is the definition of clownish behavior.
Dude, it's like free content to sink your teeth into.
He just can't accept reality.
Brainless gameplay, as they say.
But again,
he's
it's
delusional.
Short-term game versus long-term perspective. What's the point of getting a short-term help if it dries up within a year or whatever, right? It's a one-time deal or whatever. Maybe there'll be some residuals on the show. But what's the point of doing that if then all my streams are ruined? I can't even do a normal stream anymore. All my hardcore fans who literally support.
Where do we side on the next Splatfest? I think if Shiver picks Nessie, I'm gonna go with Nessie.
Saying he's a lolcow, joking about disgusting stuff. I can't put up with it. I'm sorry. Putting out the meaningful stuff for you guys is way more important than a quick payday.
That was a weird
thing to admit. I want to hear that again in normal
The whole
speed.
podcast was weird things to admit, Ann.
Won't stream anymore. All my hardcore fans who literally support me through it quit because they're like, I don't want to. I can't. It's ruined. Every time I go to Phil's streams, there's a bunch of trolls saying he's a lolcow, joking about disgusting stuff. I can't put up with it.
I think he's speaking hypothetically.
Putting out the meaningful stuff for you guys is way more important than a quick payday.
Is he talking about a fictional reality or is he talking about now? Because that's kind of like how it is now. That's a weird thing to really say, Phil, considering your current circumstances. I don't know if you should have said this.
You see, that's my take.
I don't know.
DLX did a super chat.
Ah!
Narcissistic.
The train hit me.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a problem, Phil. You act like you're poor, but you're not poor.
I respect your reasons for holding up morals. I mean, really, it would help you with taxes. That's why I think you're not thinking.
Yeah, you're not thinking.
Trust me, I was thinking. There was a lot of thinking going on.
Yeah, and my thought process was I need the beg.
You think
harder.
Josh is gonna cover this tomorrow? This podcast? Probably, right? He fucking hates the DSP sub forum, but I feel like he's got no choice.
I don't think your fans would leave. I think they would. I think what's happened is we've now, over the last several years, we've created a community here on DSP Gaming, and now we're growing a new community over on DSP Reacts, correct? And this is a community that is the reason I do this. As I said on the show, and I said this with you.
Kiwi Farms Josh,
I love what I do.
the dog
Okay, so why
guy.
not just quit? I don't quit. You want me to quit doing what I love because
I'd listen to him more on Twitch if he didn't say the F slur a lot. I don't have any problems with you guys, but Twitch does.
This is nonsense. You see? Why would I quit? I love it too much. So if it means successful at what means? By getting paid by Keemstar, now everything's ruined. No. That's not success.
Doing this forever.
That's changing. It means
I want
that's like saying,
Phil to be around 10
General
years
Electric,
from now.
I
love this. This is a great show.
Electronics, ovens and things. Well, we failed. I'm gonna become a finance company now. Do you want to see DSP Finance? We could do that. You want to do DSP Finance?
Yeah.
It'd be a bad idea to have me handle other people's money when I can't handle my own well. But I'm just saying, you see the point I'm making here? A lot of people have issue with that. Like, why would you change? It would essentially mean I'm changing my entire business model to being something different. I don't want to be someone different. I like who I am. And I would be more successful if people would just leave me alone. But as Adam said, they will not. You're right. So it's either I move forward positively, I ignore the nonsense around me, and I just keep striving to be better, personally for myself, or I give up.
And you know what the best part is, Phil? Because you're so deluded and you're such a lolcow, you will never do the former. You will never actually move forward positively. It'll always come back to the trolls. You can never ignore any of the negative attention because this is quite literally how you make your business. Majority of these have been troll tips and troll donations, and you know what? And they literally have been giving you ass pats, and they're not going to be around later on. That's
So what's it
pretty
going to
cool,
be? Is it going to be push forward?
Keep doing this. I love this. This is a great way to respond to everything.
Quasi, you get a
Let's see
super
here.
chat. You're on best behavior because all trolls are watching. Never had donos and views like this. What are you talking about? You think 700 views is the most views I've really think that, huh?
Bro, you have been clocking in sub 200 views on your day stream.
I was thinking about early fucking streams.
He's actually delusional. I was waiting for him to read this out and just hear how he's gonna fucking react. He has had no.
Oh yeah, for sure, Jay Frosty. I'd be gone yesterday if I
support.
streamed Josh.
Nobody talking
Look,
to him.
Josh or
Nothing. His
Ralph,
chat hasn't been
if you
moving
want to
at all.
send me
It's
Josh or
been
Ralph
dead.
stuff to react
And
to,
this is the
like
first
for a
time
video
in
redeem,
quite
that's
literally a
cool.
year and a
But
half
yeah,
where his chat
Cyrex
has
do
been
this goes back to
moving, and he
Cyrex.
had active
But
viewers.
please pre-screen what you want to send
And this
me.
is how he responds to
Like
it.
Eddie did that with the Cyrex video, as awful as that was. But those guys, I don't mind reacting, but
Who doesn't watch the stuff, right?
people like
That's what I mean by
Ralph deliberately.
delusion.
Ralph will deliberately drop
If you
N
cannot
bombs
accept reality,
unexpectedly to
You could
felt
tell it
people
flat out to
restreaming
his
him.
face, bro. This is like the
I don't
most
wanna take that
popular you've
chance.
been for a hot minute. Yeah, man.
Again, I
went
don't
past
care.
it at the
I
desk
don't give a
before.
fuck
Bro, you haven't
about
had
the
this
words
kind of
themselves,
viewership
but
unless there has been
Jeff
drama.
Bezos does.
There was drama.
So does the new CEO. I hear the old CEO stepped down today. What a reality we live
I
in.
can't wait.
There you go.
I can't wait. It's going to be
No, what's funny
literally
is
a
maybe
week from
Quasi
now.
is a first-time viewer for real. Maybe he only watches the detractor stuff. He's like, oh, you're just being nice now because, you know, all the eyes are on you. Actually, no, this is a normal stream for me. This.
Like, you look at this. You see how quickly he went back on this, by the way? He was like, oh, wait, maybe
The
this
Game
guy's
Award
actually
never
a
hurt anyone
legitimately new
allegedly.
person. He literally goes back and he's like, oh shit, I was shitting on him.
You think
Let me take it back. Let me take it back
Would
right
Phil
now.
say that? It's all just words, you guys.
To believe.
Big up Trashman, the 5 bits. They have to believe. Yes! And he says 7 hours down, 10 to go. I can't. Well, I can go over 12 hours, but I would prefer not to if I can help it. But at this rate, I feel like I'm gonna have to, and we'll have to split the squad.
Yeah, these idiots.
I'll
pay
have
bills
to stay
until
up
they
extra
start
late
leaving.
and use a
Yeah,
highlighter
there's less
function.
people paying your bills.
At least I woke up on time. I set the alarms for 7 a.m. and I woke up at 7. But I let time get away from me.
Johnny 5.
If I could redo how I set up the stream, I would have set up the guest start first, because you're able to do that. But I was kind of
Look at that
rushing.
one guy who said that you took 3 people's inputs like a champ, like a porn star.
And I'm
They were like, "Ah,
I'm
you're
glad
in
if
control."
people appreciate it to restream
He took
anyway,
those 3
and
inputs
whatever
like a
else is
champ,
gonna
though.
happen in this whatever stream it is. We got gameplay, we got a restream, we got me adding stupid tertiary commentary that isn't needed, and I got a notepad of notes here.
You know, it would have to be we go on there, we're insulting each other, we're pulling stunts, you know what I mean? You know, that's not who I am. if it's a serious podcast between three guys,
You just walk away. It's what I do.
Who the hell's gonna listen to that?
I'm already in the fucking dump, trash man. To put a spin on a phrase.
I'd have earplugs.
Ain't nothing I can do. The good thing is tomorrow's boot up. I'm gonna boot up late. It's gonna be an after dark, so I'm gonna have not a full 24 hours, but basically the maximum amount of time to decompress, and then that stream itself will be decompression on top of that.
Personal risk and all this stuff.
Josh is cool, dude, but man, his streams can be a downer. Yeah, a lot of them can be black pills about society, especially whenever he covers the alphabet community.
People that are going to support you and give you money only care about you acting like goddamn clowns.
No way may want you to live in a different community, but he's entertaining. See, look, you gotta have a good spirit about it.
From being an actual prolific content creator.
What's Josh's channel? Mad at the Internet. That's what it is on YouTube.
Adam had a lot of passive aggressiveness.
I think his avatar is just an icon that says MITI. He streams every Friday.
I don't feel like again, that was the premise of the show. Do you not understand what the premise of the show was?
It's kind of why I schedule my Friday streams to be so late, because Josh starts in the afternoon, and I always catch Josh whenever I'm able to. And then you got the Kino Casino in the evening time. So I kind of put the Kino Casino on the big screen while I'm streaming. Sometimes I restream it, guys.
Like a Dragon. I'm gonna actually vote for Like a Dragon. If you want to be a fucking troll, if you want to be an actual troll and you want to vote for anything in his fucking dumb shit, you should vote for Like a Dragon, because he shouldn't have time to decompress. He should just play a video game. Because that's also what a fan would do, and a fan would want. And if people want him to fucking do 2 hours of decompressing, it's literally worthless content. I'm not going to cover it.
Always give him a pass because the perceived clout he has, under the circumstances you handle him well, and ignoring him is by far the best option. Exactly.
It's literally the dumbest thing if you vote for to decompress.
Yeah, vote for Like a Dragon.
I don't know why Keemstar appeared on that podcast. There's two reasons. The first reason is because he wanted to promote his fight between Riggs and Boogie. And there was
he shouldn't be allowed to. He shouldn't be allowed to catch his breath. If you catch my drift.
If Keem didn't care about me and it was no big deal, he never would have went on that podcast. It had nothing to do with him. Nothing. He would have said, oh, it doesn't matter. No big deal. The dark side will ignore me. He can't stand it. Again, when you're an egomaniac, right? When you're an egomaniac and everything is about you.
True.
Literally, when someone doesn't go along with you and what you're expecting them to do, like drop everything and talk to him. Oh my God, that's a slight. So now he's like, well, how can I exert my dominance over this guy again? Let me appear on his podcast show and dump a bunch of stuff, right? He proved it with his actions on that show.
There's more to Keem out of your mouth.
I'm snorting disrespectful to viewers is easily avoidable. It is not easily avoidable at all. If I have post-nasal drip going down really badly, and I don't snort, I will cough repeatedly. And when it's bad, it will drip down my throat non-stop. And if I don't snort, all you will hear is me coughing the entire stream. If you don't have it, I received enough likes for a second celebratory bubble blow.
Oh shit, okay. 2 bubble blows. Look at that, he's not a clown, and he doesn't do stupid stuff. Hell yeah, very sensual.
Thank you, everyone, for the support. I have about 20 minutes left before I have to go for dinner, and I'll be back later tonight.
We're still behind 10 minutes. This is kind of lame. I kind of wish I didn't pause so much, but there was too many good moments.
Or just another kind of talking. I'm not sure what we want.
This is why I also don't want to. I want to ignore every single time you guys send me a DM. Because if you do, then it's just going to delay everything.
The best person is you feel there's a subset of people who are trying to gaslight you, being overly positive and critical of the advice. Create Adam work getting. I don't know. A lot of people in here, I don't know what that means.
Wait, gaslight? Wait, you gaslight every day and you don't know what it means?
It's like moments like this when he says something, he reads out somebody's normal shit. The thing that I'm saying.
The best person is you feel there's a subset of people who are trying to gaslight you, being overly positive of you and critical of the advice. Create Adam work getting. I don't know.
Dark side failed a wild cow.
I don't know what that means. A lot of people in here saying they're agreeing with them. I don't see that. Again, and I disagree. I think that the show was fine. If I'm the guest on the show, I was the guest, and if I was okay with how it went, why wouldn't you be? You can formulate your opinions however you guys want. I thought it was good.
I can't wait to see
that's what I was going for. You know, the interview was already up to watch. They made it live. It's an archive. There you go. You can go watch it right now on Sidescrollers. Check out some of it. Check out some of it during the break, right? No, we're not doing Wolong. We're not doing that showtime. No, we're not doing Wolong today. Sorry. And if anything,
sorry,
guys. Main daytime stream tomorrow. We have to try to finish Hogwarts. We're like,
what do you need me to blow bubbles? So we're gonna grab it and blow the bubbles.
We're 2 streams away from finishing Xenoblade. We gotta finish Xenoblade, you guys.
From Swagonito, I enjoyed the interview. I think you're correct. A podcast with Boogie and Wings would not be successful without silly loud call crap. Keemstar was very disingenuous as usual. Great for you for doing that. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Swagonito.
We still have a beer hat prop. Why do we still have this? Fucking Modelo. Get out of here.
Big Papa Phil says your review on other podcasts would be as valid but pessimistic. For you together would be very popular and there'd be many legit fans. No one's saying there wouldn't be. I'm just saying it wouldn't be $1 million show like Keem is trying to push it. You know, no way.
See here.
It would have to be antics. It would have to be drama and antics constantly. It could not just be 3 guys talking about video games. That's not going to be popular. Okay? And again, if I do the show and Keemstar is involved, I would be beholden to Keemstar forever. Forever. Because then he could even tout, I was the reason. I pulled you out of the situation you were in. So you're going to do what I say forever because, yeah, you're beholden to me. Do you understand? And you don't think that's the kind of guy he is? That's exactly the kind of guy he is. That's why I would not do that. You see?
DSP is going to hate the next boss and will long set a bunch of instant kill attacks to get you if you stand in front of. Oh shit. I still don't think he's gonna quit it because he's way too close to the end. The money's coming in. The money came in today.
There's your bubble.
It's the only game he's making money on. Big ups, LaQuisha. 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 I don't even know if that's a real name.
Okay, you can't complain.
Sometimes I felt it was a setup. I'm positive they came laying in the cut. They had Gundam pre-recorded. They had a ton of detractors pre-recorded, and they played 1. That's all they got to. Time ran out. They were probably going to do a segment of it, and yeah, that did not work.
Oh.
Trolls got owned, dude.
Troll L. We couldn't hear the Tevin recorded message. And if only they had a part 2.
I gotta figure out next time if there's a way to show stuff on the show. Like I know that I watched the Sidescrollers podcast, and I know Adam sometimes is able to bring in stuff. Like he's able to bring in.
Yeah, he certainly brought in a lot of stuff during today's show.
I had experience with that streaming service, and I was like, man, I wish I had known. Maybe I could have brought some stuff in. You know, I don't even know how to do that. To look at it.
Regarding our bet, there is still a chance that he can play Metroid and do the Elden Ring run because so many of the games he's playing are finally coming to a close.
While you're streaming, it's unprofessional to drop what you're doing live and answer a phone call. Spent years on the channel, I feel like they didn't respect that. They said, what's so important you couldn't answer the phone? Yeah, it's called my job. That's what was so important. Sorry, I can't drop my job. And again, I didn't even know that was him. I didn't have his phone number or anything, so I had absolutely no idea. Did I just screw that up? No, that's correct. I had absolutely no idea if that was even him calling me. You know, he
the fuck else would call you?
He just called and missed call. Again, there's so many things. So cool wow. But because he's
2 hours chatting to decompress is winning. I hope you guys love that because I'm not covering it.
You said, hold on. You said if you send a screenshot to Craig, no one will believe it. I don't necessarily agree with that. Detractors will never change their minds. You don't know if it would help your image by having a person who seems pretty likable and trustworthy, has a dedicated viewer base like Craig vouch for you. You literally have no allies or anyone with an audience who would defend you online. Huh? You mean right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, because no one knows. No one cares. No one fucking cares. No one cares about WWE champions but my detractors. Why do they care? Because that's the gravy train for them. That's exactly why. It's the.
Always at the
Not all of them make money.
Train for us, you jackass.
Ah, yes, I'm just swimming in dough because I occasionally talk about him playing a mobile
money
game.
because you're tossing it away on WWE
Fucking Ann is rolling in dough. Tevin is swimming in it. Well, Tevin's probably
People
swimming in it.
used to just talk about how bad you were doing in video games. That used to be funny as fuck. And then they found out you just literally piss money away. It doesn't make me a fucking dime. It literally makes me nothing. I don't shill the fucking game. You know, that's what I should do. I should get a sponsorship from WWE Champions. That way I can say that I'm actually legitimately...
Yeah, contrary to popular belief, I don't get checks from Vince for talking about WWE Champions and how Phil sometimes plays it. And by sometimes, I mean all the time.
Just like what Phil's doing right now.
Sounds good. We got 10 minutes left. If anyone has any final things you want to ask, anything you want to say, any contributions, anything, now would be the time.
I think he's just about getting ready to leave because Ann's behind.
We all know you're the secret millionaire. I wish I was a fucking millionaire. Get out of here. Fucking millionaire.
I'll see you tonight, Willow. Sounds good. In the future, would I consider a complete run of Dino Crisis from PS1?
Nope.
Maybe. I've played it before. I don't know why that's being asked now. What's for dinner? A Mexican bake.
Why was that
it a question time?
There was no golden opportunity to debunk everything.
Yes, there was.
It's never happened. There was no perfect opportunity to do this.
Yes, there
no matter
was.
What I said and did on that show, the hate wouldn't continue. It didn't matter.
You said the show, the entire point of the show.
I think it's okay. It's a good time killer game. It's exactly what it is. It's, you know, by the way, it's a superb amount of content you get for free. Like I said, I've spent.
Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! It's free, guys.
The freebie packs or whatever.
It's free. It's free.
Show us your bank statements.
I played for free, guys. I played for free. It's free.
I'm sure.
charge packs. You know what I mean? And I've been playing it, and you get a lot of free characters and everything. I'm not going to talk about it at length or tell you my account or anything about that extension. You know exactly what would happen. I mean, let's not be stupid here. Right?
They didn't ask about that. They asked about the gameplay.
It's not even like Street Fighter at all. It plays nothing like Street Fighter. It's like one of those tap, like Adam said, almost like a tap RPG. We don't have to tap. It just auto plays itself. It does. It auto plays. You build your team. You build your order of like what order they're going to fight, and then the game just plays. You don't have to do anything. It's interesting, but that's Street Fighter. I don't know. It is cool to have a bunch of Street Fighter characters in a game like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's cool to have a mobile game where all your favorite Street Fighters are in it, and you might or might not get them, but it's cool to see, like, the Street Fighter, and they're portrayed pretty accurately. Like, Zangief will do a spinning pile driver, and, Dulcine.
Yeah, that was the thing that if you were paying attention as he was, like, spitting out all that information, low charge packs. What he's saying is that there's, like, if you purchase anything, it doesn't cost a lot of money. Which you can be like that, but you got to remember something. He's admitted that he's playing mobile games, which he's admitted before. He's now admitted that he's playing the new fucking Street Fighter mobile game. He's now also admitting that there's some low charge packs, which he probably has bought a couple of packs, right? So when did he do it? At what point would he have done it? During the time in which he said that he had no money and he had to pay fucking 2 big bills? Or that he had a whole bunch of money, but it all went away so he could pay for really, really dumb shit? Like a new controller and a new monitor and a new TV and a new Xbox for his wife, his fat ass horse? At what point are we supposed to believe that he bought these packs, huh? Think about it for a second. You actually don't even have to think that hard to say, hey, wait a minute. That's actually pretty fucking scummy if he's buying anything on that game, if you really think about it. But it's Phil's money. He can do whatever he wants. Yeah, it is Phil's money. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. That's why you better keep giving him the money. Keep giving him the money, you fucking idiots. It's only going to keep this stupidity going. I want 50-year-old Phil. I want 60-year-old Phil streaming.
I would die for
asking
60-year-old Phil.
asking
Still
for
doing
payments
retro
so he can pay
redemption
off his
runs of
fucking
games he's
weird-ass
played 10
bills
times
where it's
over.
like, busted him.
All right,
Please,
here
I
is
need
my
this.
Resident Evil Director's Cut 5th playthrough.
That's kind of neat and kind of, in line with what you would
The
expect.
last time I
from a
played
Street
it
Fighter
was
game. It's not
20
like they
years
knew
ago.
the characters were or anything. They actually nailed it, but it's nothing to write home about. That's a game that's like, I want to talk about Street Fighter Duel. Okay, do it once ever. There's nothing else to say. You know what I mean? It's boring. It's grindy.
It's boring. It's grindy. Why do you play it?
I got $11.55 tip.
It's boring. It's grindy, but we still play it. Interesting.
Podcast would be great.
Interesting.
You guys naturally produce comedy. No extra shenanigans needed. You did well in the interview. This is coming from a detractor that does want to see better things for you. Honestly, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, the tractor. You guys are awesome.
You
Yeah.
detractors are awesome. I agree, Phil.
Yeah, we are awesome. I love you guys. I love all of you guys. I don't have no hate in my heart for nobody. Look at that. Even Phil loves this. The love is being returned.
All right, a few more minutes.
Ah,
guys.
yes.
Man, I gotta pee. I did pee between the streams. Man, I gotta pee again. I drank 2 bottles of non-carbonated water. 2 bottles.
Whoa,
I am
water.
like about to burst.
Hey, fucking Book Herman was right. He did switch bottles.
You're telling me that this dude drank non-carbonated water, something that he can get for free out of the tap? And he did so in front of a fucking stream so he didn't have to burp all the time? No way. What else did he do?
Do you guys think we should just do a normal stream tonight? Let's do a poll in the chat.
Normal
We're gonna
stream.
do a poll right
Please,
now.
normal stream. Please. We need to catch up.
Like a Dragon or Oblivion on the late stream. Saturday we're doing my React stuff.
We need to
It's all
catch
normal
up.
schedule for the rest of the
All
week.
restreamers and trolls and detractors need to catch up. We don't need 2 more hours of coping. We need to catch each other up.
I wonder how many people are gonna be like so confused that there's
So
no podcast,
confused.
I don't know. Maybe
The
Derek will
podcast
be
happened. It just wasn't on your channel.
I know that without Like a Dragon and Oblivion are gonna continue. I don't.
Why didn't he stream it? You know what?
Okay. He's
Why
trying
didn't
to
he
tell
stream
people
it?
that he should decompress.
We're definitely leaning towards a decompress stream tonight, for sure. It's like 56%. So.
Yeah, I guess you guys get cucked.
Will you guys come back for the decompress stream? Is the question. Will you just come and chill with me for a couple of hours and talk?
No, thank you. It was already pretty gay right now. I don't want to listen to any more of it. Thank you for asking. I'm shell-shocked, dude. I'm still shell-shocked. Tip me some more. He
Yeah,
made
it's
a
looking like
good
another
amount of money. I was
Q&A
betting 300. He was really close. Oh, you don't know who Deller is? Big ups, Deli Belly. You know what? Why didn't he stream it? Even if it was just...
Can I pay to see you fight Keemstar in a boxing match?
I don't know. I really don't.
You guys are something else.
I really don't know why he
take
doesn't
someone's block
do
off or someone take
anything.
my block off. That's what you want. You want DS pugilist.
We're gonna need UNFW to fucking boot up at 2 a.m. to cover the fallout of the night stream.
Yeah, we're not doing that anymore, sadly.
And you know what? We still got his reaction Saturday. Oh my god. Big ups, Hate Army. Hate underscore Army is here. I heard you covered the post show. Good job. Thanks for taking the hit.
The money buff's pretty high.
I'm sure you can write it off. It's expendable.
No one wants to be an event with me because of the trolling. Unless it's a lolcow related event, no one wants to collab with me. Did you know that? That's very much the case. Okay.
Yeah, $5 business
case,
expense.
Several years ago, when people wanted to collab with you with shit like Monster
I was reacting to the interview with Ludwig, but we had some technical difficulties, and with the structure of how we wanted to do it, we actually wanted to take notes and all that, and not really talk over him, just let Phil speak for himself. We're here for like 5 hours, and we didn't really reconvene like we planned.
And video games.
We took the mentally drained L.
And you just sat there and you chilled. You chilled.
7-hour video? Holy shit.
Because it was really weird and awkward. Those are some great streams, by the way. If you ever want to go back,
I'm supposed to hop on with Ann later, so I can go over my notes and we can kind of discuss the happenings.
Kekken is normal compared to DSP, because DSP
Big ups, Hate Army.
So the bar is really fucking low. But if you want to watch the wildest
Oh no, I was just joking, UNFW. You don't have to.
What the fuck was it?
You said you weren't planning on doing it. I'm joking. Look, I'm not. Look, you're not beholden to me, Ree. Like I'm not your fucking whipping guy. I don't whip people, you guys. No, you know me. I'm just fucking around.
God. And there was that one stream that he had that
you recorded the whole thing plus Patreon post show, damage control stream. Big ups. You're gonna have to keep recording though. We have another 2 hours tonight.
He was just a shy,
if this poll fucking wins through.
Autistic individual.
By the way, Dinger, I'm officially a Twitch streamer now. Let me give you a follow.
And DSP thought it was a troll.
Ladies and gentlemen, follow Hate _ Army now. He's officially a Twitch streamer. And one day he will eat the delicious triple Dinger, Tevin, and Ann Lee raid, and everyone's gonna love him.
He just had a speech impediment. It was like a little dented. Come on.
You know, the next time you're streaming? For sure.
He never came back.
Oh my god, thank you, Simon, for becoming a channel member. We are now at 4 o'clock. Guys, it's time for me to say goodbye.
No, Shaipa, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. No, please don't take me serious. Don't boot up if you don't want to. Oh, Dingus said I had to do. No, I'm talking just to hear myself talk.
Tomorrow will be Hogwarts and Like a Dragon, which is what today was supposed to be.
Oh man. Well, there you go. Your stream has been, your plan has been shitted on.
All right, well, guys, thank you.
$250? Thank you. Very chill.
What is this loud booming noise outside?
Shell shock over.
Holy shit.
I'm not playing a game. They actually bothered me staring at the webcam the whole time.
We got hail?
Whatever you guys want to talk.
We have hail! Hail! Hail!
What? Wait a minute.
There's hail outside!
Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait. Hold the phone. Hold the fucking phone. Hold the fucking phone. We're gonna do the level 1 podcast? Really? So, the level 1 podcast is generally you don't have anything to talk about until the game starts. But now we're just not going to play the game and we're just going to talk about shit that you don't want to talk about, which turns into overglorified Q&A.
Long con successful. Oh, man. It's been a while since we've literally had a hail outside.
I can't stand this. No.
Shit.
No, peace, don't restream it. I'm not restreaming it. You all are gonna get fucked. You're all getting fucked
Big ups
in
Turbo
the ass.
on the follow.
You're all getting fucked in the ass. Every single one of you. I'm not gonna listen to this. This actual fucking nonsense. I'm not listening to it. Nobody should listen to it. You're all banned.
Oh, what is happening? Big ups Gisto on the follow. Masakatron on the follow. Frog in a tuxedo. Thank you for the follow. Whoa, you guys must really want that shot.
Actually, that's pretty good, I think.
All according to plan.
Because then we can actually talk. We'll talk certain segments you guys like, but then we'll have big.
Hello, you guys. Welcome to the cool zone.
Let's do that. All right, that was a good idea. Thank you, Wolf, for super chat. Probably would be good to play a chill game. We're gonna have a chill stream tonight. Tonight, 6:45. Level 1. Well, the stream starts at 6:45. Then we go to, then we go to the late night stream around 7:15 will start with the level 1 podcast. All right.
Peace, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it, Peace.
That's a first.
Don't fall for it. They're all trying to trick you. They're trying to trick you.
Sidescrollers edition of the level 1 podcast.
Big ups, Can You Feel the Sunshine? Positive follow.
Yeah, Jesus, hell yep, let's do it. Sounds good to me. Sounds like a plan. That was a good plan. I don't know how I came up
Thank you, Almighty Tevin, for the successful shill segment.
Thanks for watching. See you tonight.
And it's Putz's birthday on top of that.
And yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Oh my god.
For being a good audience. Thanks for watching their show. If you did watch it,
Oh, Drag. You were already following.
I hope that you guys will join me.
Thank you for the long con.
I hope you guys will join me tonight, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. See you then. Peace out, guys.
The lean in, the manual.
Big ups, Can You Feel the Sunshine?
Later. What an absolute ridiculous fucking.
I agree, and this was ridiculous.
Decompressed stream? It's just,
do you feel decompressed? Are you guys feeling the sunshine?
Dislikes and a bunch of likes. That's pretty cool. Hey, look at that. It got a lot of views too. 2.9K. I've had those kind of views before. Those are pretty good. Okay. Let's watch the rest of this.
Oh my god, is Anne really gonna watch the rest of the interview? Hell!
Why would you interrupt too much? If the internet has changed, right? There was a point. You are correct in saying that back in the early 2000s, into the, when you kind of rose to prominence, there was, you took your personality and you put it a little, it would exponentially make it a little more over the top. But the internet has changed to authenticity. People want to get to know, and I don't disagree with you there. But
it's still hailing out.
And it's almost like you're sending mixed signals to your audience, and most people. They haven't watched you for 15 years. The idea of saying like, hey, I've been on the internet for 15 years. You should know how I act. But the reality is that most people see you through clips, through Twitter or YouTube, and they don't know you. So regardless of how long you've been on the
I'm gonna remind people one more time. Look at the pinned comment if you're wanting to know what my feelings were for this interview. Because here's the thing, chat. I actually haven't seen a single bit of this interview. We're literally 15 minutes in, and this is the first 15 minutes I've watched. I have no clue what's going on.
Completely organic reaction.
So I'm actually experiencing it for the first time. And for some of you, you probably are experiencing for the first time. Some of you for the second, maybe even the third time. We have 5 hours of content. I'm going to skip through some of it. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see.
Internet. I mean, I've been doing this forever, and the vast majority of people watching right now have no idea who I am. So, you treat every viewer like a potential new viewer. So, kind of walk me through that, because I do think that's kind of, like, provide me with an example of what DSP is versus Phil.
Sure. Right now I'm playing a game. It's called Wolong Fallen Dynasty. All right. It's one of these games made by Team Ninja, not FromSoft, but it's very much meant to be like a From Software style game, like Dark Souls or Bloodborne or Elden Ring. It's ultra challenging. Things are going to kill you with 1 to 2 hits, right? In my opinion, this is my opinion, it's not very good. A lot of people disagree with me. They love this game. Okay? I don't like it. I think that it's a cheap knockoff. I feel like it's very wonky. It's not polished. I will say those things in my content.
No, Anne was working. Anne had to work today. I promise you, if Anne was open, I would have even invited him to this little watch it with me and Ludwig. But no, he had to work.
Over the top persona kind of coming through.
Yes, he had to work, you guys. So you get an organic reaction from this guy.
I can't wait.
So I'll ham it up every once
in a while. Let me get some candy.
I don't hate the game. I don't hate the game.
I need some sugar or something.
They tried to make a good game.
I'm feeling low energy.
I don't think it's great, but you'll go over the top every once in a while. Now, just
but is that just something that Phil would do? Also,
right.
Well,
I don't know when I can leave.
Phil wouldn't be like, for example,
you're gonna be here for a minute.
Do you really think that I'm?
You're gonna be here for a minute.
It's a big deal.
Yes.
Everyone gets triggered by games. I mean,
I get triggered exactly, and I allow that to flow freely. A lot of people put a filter over what they say and do.
I prefer Phil-ters with a PH.
They're trying to say, I want that sponsor. I want that opportunity.
Hashtag ad.
Myself on the internet. That's why a lot of people don't like me, because they don't.
Bro, you filtered yourself when you played that dumbass ELO hell. What are you talking about?
Truthful reactions. They want Mr. Marketable, Mr. Smiley.
Bruh.
When I say things like,
I never filtered anything. I've never been, Mr. Marketable.
Do you think that game companies are happy about it? Of course not. But.
But Phil, hold on. Like, do you think that they're really? Do you think that those game companies are like looking to establish a relationship with like they're not? I mean, the reality is that these companies are looking for streamers who stream to 5,000, 10,000.
A lot of power.
As opposed to a couple hundred.
I'm watching Anne react to the interview for the first time.
Whether it's you saying or DSP saying it,
they don't care.
I think that if people were watching to see those over-the-top reactions, I think they were watching for that a decade ago, and I really mean that, right? Like so look, I had a character named Evil Craig, right? And Evil Craig was meant to be the essence of just the internet troll, right? I did it for 10 episodes, 12 episodes, whatever it may be. And I stopped doing it because I realized that I was growing an audience of people that were negative and trolls, right? And it's funny. It was funny, and it was so silly. But by you starting with the idea of saying like, look, I'm going to overreact big, I think there's two prongs to this question. Number one, if people were really watching to see your over-the-top reactions, don't you think they'd be making clips of that instead of other clips that they were making, and those would be going viral? And number two, if you're really not enjoying the game, why play it?
Oh man.
Why play it in the first place?
That's a great question.
That's
something that's
man.
actually
But start with number one though. Start with number one.
Start with number one.
If people were watching to see your over-the-top angry reactions, don't you think they'd be clipping those as opposed to clipping other things?
Yes.
In truth, yes. I don't know what they clip because
you
I
do
have so
know
much
what they
stuff on the
clip.
internet about me that I don't really watch a lot of it.
You do.
Oh,
know
I gotta
what they
update the
clip.
pin message.
From my viewers or in the chat or whatever. No, I understand what you're saying totally. Case in point with Wolong, there's totally some people who are turned off by this playthrough, and they're like, I don't want to watch Phil play it because he's gonna get angry and he's gonna turn into this rage ball that we don't like watching. We like seeing the real Phil. At the same time, there are people, but I've told my audience, I don't like this game. I would like to move on. This kind of does meld into the second half of your question as well. I've been very transparent with my audience about this game. So I don't like it. I feel like if I'm going to play a FromSoft game, why don't we just do a second run of Elden Ring, a new game plus run? And a lot of people are down for that. And
I hope that's
no,
sarcastic, hate army.
like seeing you rage. This has been a part of your shtick for
It's the
15
only
years.
fucking
This is
stream
a
of
lot
his anyone gives a
people
fuck about.
seeing more attendance on my Wolong streams.
Which is why I
and I'm
think he's
getting
not gonna drop it
honestly,
anymore.
More support on my Wolong streams because they want to see that rage come out of me, as opposed to me playing a bunch of games where I'm more laid back and relaxed and chill. I have a bunch of those in my rotation. That's my core fan base will show up for that and support it. But you will always get a different group of people. That really, I feel, is one of the reasons why I'm still here 15 years later. I have different audiences. I have one audience that'll come and watch me be the real Phil, the relaxed Phil. I just sit back, I'm chilling, I'm playing a game. I'm not gonna rage. The game's, nothing really too challenging, right?
All right, I think I can call it, guys. If you're expecting Kirby, it's not gonna happen today. I'm sorry.
Now it's time for that old Dark Side Phil to come back out, and now a whole new audience shows up.
I'll run it back
It's funny
another
because you'll
day.
Watch one of my streams, you'll say, "Well, Phil gets around 200 to 400 viewers a stream." Okay, but in reality, when you look at my metrics on YouTube or my analytics, actually, those are like thousands of different people. One stream gets 200 viewers, the next stream gets 300. Those are 500 different people. Because people.
I could play Kirby, but it would. I would be distracted. I wouldn't give it the justice that it deserves. The justice that Kirby deserves.
By that
I'm gonna
logic,
need
I'm
today
getting thousands and
to
thousands
take
of
it all
people
in,
for all
and then
my
tomorrow
dumbass
is just gonna be
streams. It
me
happens all the
drained and
time.
needing to decompress.
I don't like to go by that metric.
The
but if you
guy
wanna go
needs
by
to
that metric,
decompress,
I'm
and then
getting
I
thousands
need
of
to
people
decompress,
too.
and I'm
It's
sure
kinda
everyone else
stupid.
does too. I'm
By
not
that
going to
logic, I've had,
bed.
like,
No,
fucking
dude, it's
almost
like
4,000
it's
people
fucking
watch
it's
DSP
barely
play,
night.
Fucking Oblivion. It's dumb. Don't think about it like that. Some people just watch multiple times. Come on.
If I were
But are they sticking?
No.
Are they staying though? Because
No.
if you have 500 people come in and they're just kind of coming out, that's actually bad for the algorithm. That's bad.
Yes.
You want people to stay and subscribe, and you have these new people coming in because they want to see a new game, not necessarily because they want to see.
God damn, did I mute
right?
myself?
They're interested in the game, not necessarily you. If you're playing.
I was trying to reach for my empanada.
Do they stick around, Phil?
Oh, did I mention I had empanadas? Because I do.
Not back in the day. How about now?
And I have a
got
tasty,
metrics.
tanky drink.
You literally got metrics.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, it's barely 6. Oh no, it is 6. It's barely 7. I got a whole night ahead. I'm not doing anything
If I wanted to
else.
see it in the analytics, all I have to do is see the retention time. The
What kind of stuffing? Sweet potato.
Because you can have that. All of that shit is in your fucking metrics. that
I
you
used to
have.
only like pumpkin filling and sweet potato filling, but as I've grown older, I've taken a shine to pineapple
That way
filling.
I can make a
Let's be-
point.
I know some of the things we'll probably talk about today. One of the
It's
reasons
really
why that
stupid.
happened. Trolling
Because you
activities,
have
false
watch
copyright
time
strikes,
hours,
kick
but
my
each
channel
one
out
of
the
your
algorithm.
pieces
So
of
today, it doesn't really matter
content
what
Kinda like the
have,
cheese ones,
like,
but those ones are way too
Overwatch
greasy.
time,
A little bit
too.
of spite, but as for audience
Oh,
retention, it really depends on what I'm playing and
we
who
did
cares.
cheese
There's some people that
tamales.
don't care what I play. I could sit here.
Yeah, we did
and play
cheese
video
tamales the other
hardcore,
week,
you got your hardcore,
and they
you
were
can totally
good,
people show up, right?
Exactly.
but
Right,
I
put
will
way
get
too many
into a play
jalapenos in
a
them.
rage-inducing game or a multiplayer game where
Here's what you can see. If you actually pay attention to your fucking metrics, if you actually look at this shit, here's the things that you should be paying attention to, which DSP does not pay attention to at all. When you look at each one of your fucking videos or your streams, you can look at how many views you
Yeah,
got,
I can't handle the
what
heat.
the watch hours were.
I got a
if
little
you got
baby
any
tongue.
subscribers from it. You can also
My
see
whole
how
tongue
frequent
jiggles.
everybody fucking chatted and where the peaks were.
You got yourself carrot
You
juice,
also
really?
see
Is it because I
when
was recommending
those
it,
people were
or just
there
a
and whether or not they
coincidence?
dip
Big
off
ups.
And where they dip off. And then finally,
Not
you
a real
can see
Mexican.
the average view
Yeah,
duration.
looking at my skin
And your
tone could
average
tell you
view
that.
duration is something like fucking 5 minutes. that means nobody's paying attention. This was a 2.5.
What are you planning
hour
on
stream.
streaming
I
here,
had
Hate
people
Army?
that were there for on average.
We're gonna see Hate
25
Army
minutes.
gameplay.
It's shocking to think about that for a 2.5 hour video that I was able to.
Or is it just gonna
retain
be like
people for at
restreams
least
of what,
a
like
fifth
double
of that.
streaming?
But this dude can't admit to any of that, and he can't show any of that. Because
My
if he
stream
showed
Elden
it,
Ring
would
runs
probably
level 1.
reveal that
I
people
see.
don't stick around for
It's
half
probably
the shit
easy
that
for a
goes
YouTuber
around.
detractor
Like,
to
they
come
just
over to
don't.
Twitch to just do the
People dip
gameplay
out.
that
That's just
people
what
might
it
not care
is.
about on Twitch, and then do DSP stuff on YouTube. For me, I got like the opposite issue. I already do the gameplay and my DSP stuff here, and I've been tossing around the idea of a potential Dingus YouTube stream, but I don't even know what that would entail. Because the gameplay should be done here, or it's appreciated more, I feel. Why would I boot up on YouTube to say DSP sucks? There are like 20 people on YouTube already who do it better than me.
I would not be okay with that.
Maybe I should just like do a restream IO of what I already do. But that might make the MSI cry. The MSI was crying today, just from what I was doing.
It does carry over, Shion. I'm not.
So I had 2 instances of guest star and some other stuff open.
Of the King of Hate. That was something that you
I think if I had tits
created
open
or
for this stream,
whatever it is, your thing,
the entire
King of Hate,
MSI would have just given
kingofhate.com and all
up.
that stuff.
What are you now?
And now you're Phil, right? But do you feel that
Maybe some
do
AI
you feel that
generated
still follows you
content.
around, this idea of
Maybe.
built around, like, look,
Get a
James
second
Bond, and you're a
MSI.
video game nerd. He's clearly a character. People know that there's your video game nerd, and then there's the character. But your
It's sitting in a
perception is
box.
that there's this.
It's
there's
waiting
this
for the day the first one gives
hate
up.
around you, this negativity around you, right? Do you think that that
Dingus
has followed you to the
YouTube
point
daily
where,
rap.
you know, regardless of if they're coming to watch
Maybe
you,
some sort
Phil,
of
or
secret
DSP,
stream, because
that,
the following I
that
have
is
here is
a negative detractor for you because of
positive,
the whole hate moniker.
but it's also to a point where we can't have secret streams because everyone would know about them. But I can do secret streams on YouTube at like 5 in the morning.
Everything else, he's just gonna rage on his stream and just hate everyone, and that's never what it was. Anyone who does 5 seconds.
Oh, that's kind of funny, Hermit. That's actually
Maybe
kinda
if we
funny
ever
if
have
you
to do
talk
a
about
writing
that.
stream again,
Because
those
if
could
he
go on
did,
YouTube.
Then I want to see what his answer is.
I don't
What
know
is
if
he
I want to
king
do
of
another
hate?
writing stream, to be honest.
Back then, it was a really weird situation because Street Fighter wasn't big like it is today. Street Fighter was on the downturn.
I'd delete
There
that
were no
VOD if
new
I
fighting
could.
games out.
Not
So the
really.
way to get attention on the competitive Street Fighter community was building up.
Don't talk about the writing
Right.
stream. The writing stream where I did pretty much no writing, at least compared to what I would usually have myself do in a given day.
Let's fast forward, right? This has been well established. This is a decade ago. Let's talk about today, though. Like, do you feel that this has followed you around? Do you feel that people? Do you think that the King
Am I
of
on the
Hate
third page
moniker
now?
is still relevant?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if you were here for the writing stream, if even for like a second, but the writing stream, I didn't start at chapter 1. I started in the middle of the story, but the rest of the story for that current draft doesn't exist yet. It's just going off the concepts I have.
King of motivation, Phil.
I pretty much have the outlines for them, but I for that current draft, that was a new draft, the 6th draft, the infamous 6th draft of the novel. I started in modest. No, no, that's not the. In media res. I started in media res, as they say. There's a chapter in the middle, but the beginning, what came before and what came after, don't exist yet.
You're absolutely right because people say
I just write better like that. I feel more comfortable when I start in the middle of the action. I don't know why. I guess I just feel more comfortable.
Hey, yo, hold up.
Okay,
Look at that,
go on
look
in.
at that.
Look at that. He's having so much fun. No, I think I feel more comfortable believing that my readers or whoever fucking looks at my work.
Look at that eyebrow raise the moment he just.
Like, I think they're
processed. Wait a minute,
intelligent enough to
racial
put the
joke?
pieces
What are you talking
together,
about?
basically, and understand where and why, and what's going on, and basically, you can understand the background by just gleaming. It's context clues, essentially. I have troubles starting a story and ending it,
When you climb to the top,
but I'm sure
of,
that's
like,
not
the
exclusive to
hate
me.
mountain and claim to be the king of hate. Don't you think it's?
Oh, you were
almost
there for the whole thing. Well, thank you for your
inviting people
support.
to try to take you down. You know, you said that you made that your thing in the Street Fighter world, and then as time went on in the YouTube.
Yeah, like
realm,
Dark
that's what
Souls. Yeah,
you
Dark
were,
Souls
I guess,
doesn't
made your
fucking wave the plot in your face. You kind of
position
piece
on
it
the internet
together.
to know you're the king of hate.
Yeah, yeah, you guys. My story is Dark
Come back at
Souls.
you and try to use that same kind of vibe, and you know, I've seen plenty of clips of
Dingus writing the
shit
Dark Souls
throughout
novels.
past couple
The
weeks.
area that I
Right,
decided to
right,
start
so
writing in for
I'm
the
still
writing
kinda new
stream,
to
I
this
guess, would be
realm.
equivalent to a
And,
Dark Souls kind of
you know, I've
place.
seen-
It's basically
I've seen the way sometimes that you
the
and of course,
Underworld won
this
the
is what
vote, so
people
that was
share,
the arc that I
right?
wrote
So
about.
what I've seen is kind of letting it get the best of you in some cases. Where
The annoying thing about that stream, whenever I go back to it, is that I knew that I could have written more, but my issue is I don't proofread after I write something. My proofreading is while I'm doing the writing, as I'm writing it. So that's why it takes me so long to move on to the next sentence, because I'm proofreading as I'm writing it, so that by the end I know that I've already proofread it, because I proofread the lines 1,000 times over before I fucking finish the book. I do that with my short format stuff too. I don't do the proofreading after the fact. It's probably smarter, maybe, but it's not for me.
I 100% agree with you, Adam.
Can we not have stream dips?
And even then,
give it a sec. Give it a sec.
Even then, I'll still take a look at lines a dozen times over before I publish something.
We had a minor blip.
I do publish stuff on the side, you guys. You guys just don't know where.
No, I'm gonna replay the last fucking 30 seconds. That way you can listen to it and.
Or at least I did at one point.
It's
been so long, so many years. I can't. It would be disingenuous of me to say that I still do it.
In some cases, where you're letting that.
And then we have the positive dingus streams with you guys.
On the internet,
I'm having fun with that. But you know, that time takes away from writing too. And then you have other stuff in reality that takes away from what you want to do.
By being the king of hate and making that your thing, it kind of was like, all right, well, if I'm gonna dish it,
that's why you proofread after the story is done. I don't know if you can call it autism. It basically is. I can't move on. It's autism. It's what the fuck is the word? Self-consciousness. I don't feel comfortable with it. That stream took a lot of guts for me. I was very. I wasn't embarrassed, but I was very shy about it. You saw a side of me that I don't think you guys see often. Like the mask was off, if it was ever on to begin with. I'm being real now. I'm always real, you guys. I'm not a character. You thought Dingus was a character? No, he's like a real. There's a real human attached to this voice, you guys.
Now, fast forward 2.5 years after I started on YouTube, I lose my job. Oh crap, what am I going to do? Can I monetize my YouTube presence? I guess I can. But now I'm the king of hate.
Yeah, more sensitive side of the dingus. Basically, like you pulled back the foreskin, and you got the side with all the nerve ends.
And so it's been rough. It's been rough. I'll tell you this. 2 years ago, well, excuse me, about 1.5 years ago, I had a revelation. I was like, I have to move on from my past in any way that I can. I have to try to get rid of this moniker. This is something that people were actively using to weaponize against me. They were going to businesses.
Stop.
Them, you have a bigot.
Look, when your name is Swollen Dingus, like, where do you think you are?
From 15 years ago.
Right.
Something I did today. And they would say, he's the king of hate. So I said, I have to stop this. I have to get rid of the website.
That's the thing, Coggers. It's not the first draft. It's not. One of the drafts was lost forever. The other 4 I have on this hard drive or this SSD.
Have you changed the look
That's
of your
5 drafts, and the new one that we did for the stream is the 6th draft. I've been sitting on these concepts for at least a decade.
Because you're still going under the, still the same channel, still DSP, still Darkside.
And sure, they've evolved, and it's basically not even the same story that it was when I first envisioned the characters, but it's basically the same story.
Of Phil. So what have you done to change that? Because it sounds like you're saying,
if I could change how I do the writing streams, I guess I would just write. I would just write, and try to minimize the time wasted at the beginning, looking over errors, and then maybe towards the end of that stream, we would have a segment where we go back and look at what we wrote, and then do the proofreading. Because if I waste so much time on a single sentence, we won't really get anywhere. If I just really haphazardly kind of hash out what the chapter should be, then I can go back and look it over, and then kind of maybe even fill in the details.
No.
Like, did you? Because you're still going under the. It's the same, still the same channel, still DSP, still Darkside Phil. Like
new chapter, 3 guys in my ears.
Done to change the perception of that.
Maybe
it's been a consistent line the entire time. Of Phil. So what have you done to change that? Because it sounds like you're saying, well, what was?
We still have to get there. Okay.
Up until 6 months ago, I still looked like shit. I'll admit that.
Random short stories that tie to your book. Honestly, that's not far from the truth.
Banana.
I said my inspiration was like
everything I'm doing.
Well, I know
You
it's
listen to feedback.
kind of cliche, but it has the same structure as an Alice in Wonderland or a Wizard of Oz, where it's kind of there's a overall goal, like Alice wants to get home or Dorothy wants to get home. They basically share the same goal, but there's an overall goal. But there are many disconnected episodes that don't really affect each other. But it's like stuff that the hero experiences on the journey to the goal. I kind of have that. It's not about the goal, but it's about the journey kind of mindset.
That it wouldn't work. These trolls,
which is a collection of short stories. Well, ship that too then.
They don't want to believe
Yeah, a collection of interconnected short stories or episodes, as it were. And maybe some of them matter, maybe some of them don't. But it's all a part of the journey to the end, wherever it's the destination, as it were.
So I have tried to change and do better things and make more laid back.
Not a Kingdom Hearts plotline. Well, actually, you could argue Kingdom Hearts is like that too. How many of the Disney worlds in Kingdom Hearts matter? Like when you go to Lion King Land in Kingdom Hearts, does that affect the greater story? Really? No, it's more like Sora goes to Lion King Land and has an adventure. They live out the movie or something. That's kind of my mindset.
There's still jokes that are made that.
But I guess I'm more.
That don't necessarily. They don't fit today, and I want to play one for you. Just kind of get your reaction to this. Okay, so this is yeah. So you know where this
I don't
is
even
going.
want to
I
say
wanna watch
coherent
this so
because
we all
that's not the word I'm
understand
looking
what's
for. Basically, more connected. But still, you could hypothetically.
You're selling it right off for profit.
This is the part where the interview got really good, by the way. Disconnected, isolated, individualized episodes, but they're all connected, really. If that doesn't make sense, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Stay with her. Right, she's too valuable to
Canterbury Tales, that too.
Lots of money.
Okay.
Yeah, a journey about journeys in the journey.
So what's going on there, man? Like, let's talk about that. Like, how does
what's going on there, man?
When you see that, how does that make you
what
feel?
What a
quote.
Thinking?
Do you regret that saying that? Like, is that edgy humor?
Well, first of all,
honestly, it's like a lot of shonen too.
I don't know if Adam's ever seen that clip before. Okay?
It has different arcs.
What do you think the joke was there? I'm just curious. What do you think I was trying to joke about?
That you're selling that girl to the slave trade.
Okay.
That's what it sounded
example,
like.
One Piece.
Okay. Now, from what reference are you think? How can I say this? Okay, I'll approach it from the detractor perspective.
Okay.
From the detractor perspective,
I want to hear your perspective of what you meant.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll do both.
It's pretty obvious what the detractors mean. Like for me, that would have put me on the detractor side because it sounds like you were making a joke about selling that little girl to the slave trade. How is it not that? Like, what did you mean?
Oh no, that's absolutely that's the joke. But there's a difference between saying that's okay and it's funny or the ridiculousness of the situation. See, you just saw that clip completely out of context, correct? You don't know what's going on in the game right there.
Okay, explain the context then.
That sheriff is a corrupt sheriff. He is actually orchestrating a situation to try to murder people inside a building to protect his secrets.
Don't worry, I'll listen to this. I'm done with my tangent. Thank you for listening.
Everyone thinks the sheriff's a squeaky clean guy. So this is being revealed throughout the plot of the game. He's a scumbag, right? So the joke is this guy's such a scumbag. He's saying to the dad, I'm going to save your daughter. Give me your daughter. Let's take him in and rescue her. But in reality, he's such a scumbag. He'd probably do something like that. He'd probably, traffic people.
It's a stretch.
That's the joke. Now, is it a joke that's acceptable by today's standards?
No.
By 80% of people, probably not. I agree with you.
Do you think that's a joke? Like, do you think that's a joke acceptable by any standards? Like, I don't.
Even a decade ago, 2 decades ago, 3 decades ago.
And it's like I just want to hear your thoughts on that because I think there's edgy content, then there's inappropriate content, and we've all been guilty of edgy content before, So.
I think it's dark humor. It's definitely skirting the risque. Okay, not to say that I've heard much worse, obviously, from other people, but that doesn't make it okay for me to do it. I know that. And there's especially with what's following you around, your reputation, right? Do you think that if the light truly went off in your head to say like I gotta change, don't you think it would be like, well, maybe I should bite my tongue on this one? I may be thinking it, but how about I bite my tongue on this? Yes, I 100% agree with you. And it's a working process. It's something that has to happen naturally over time. It's not something that can be a switch that's flipped because, again, I was someone who's done this for 15 years back in the day. That's what people came to watch. That's the content they wanted from me. That's what got me popular on YouTube. That kind of ridiculous.
So why do you produce
unacceptable, over-the-top, dark humor joke? Okay.
Why
today it's not acceptable. I know that. But the thing is, those jokes still click in my head. I absolutely should have not done that joke. I will tell you that right now, 1,000,000%. You know, but it's a working process. And here's where you have to have some kind of an air of fairness.
Look at this, Air. You get to watch the interview after all.
All right. I've been doing this for 15 years.
Okay.
I've been doing
15
it
years
full-time
again.
for a job since 2011.
All right,
I do it
helicopter.
6 days a week, full-time.
Helicopter.
6 days a week I'm here, full-time streaming. I have over 100,000 videos on the internet. Okay?
Whoa.
People will always find something that moment of weakness, that stupid thing that I said, and I know, stupid Phil, why the hell did I make that joke? But once it's out there, it's out there. And all you can do is apologize for it, say you're going to do better and try not to do it, and move on.
You didn't apologize for it, jackass. For all of these dumb clips, you didn't apologize for any of them because you said you didn't do anything wrong. You did everything correct. That's the problem with you, Phil. You never apologize. You know that it was wrong and you still did it anyway. And now you're just looking for some kind of forgiveness. Fuck you.
Now, there's a reason why I'm on this show today. Okay? This is what, March 16, 2023. And you had to show a clip, one random clip from last summer.
Last summer.
Last week, the last month. You showed something from the one moment of weakness. Whenever
that was a million years ago.
On the internet, it gets hyper analyzed, looped in with a microscope and blown away. This is what Dark Side Phil is. Have you watched the last 5 years of content I put out? There's probably, okay, yes, I'm a human. I make errors, absolutely. And I'm stupid.
Look at him.
I do dumb stuff when I get over emotional.
He's
this
confused.
is not the norm on my streams.
He used to always say, well, it's like from a decade ago, and it's literally from a year ago, and he's literally trying to find any way out of this. Because he knows it's a bad look.
We know what you did last summer, DSP.
He's gonna say 3 years from now. It's like, well, it was like almost 5 years ago. It doesn't matter anymore. But you can clip him from like something from last week, and he's just being a fucking tool and a piece of shit.
People see that clip out of context, like you guys just did. And if all you knew of Dark Side Phil was that joke, you would hate my guts. You'd be like, what?
Hey,
what a
it
scumbag.
probably
You
did
joke about
defend that
child
joke.
trafficking. What kind of a horrible person thinks child trafficking is funny? When you watch it
You.
in context, it's not
Literally
accurate,
you. That was the joke. The joke was that it was funny.
The context that you explained didn't make it any better, I'll be honest.
That's fine. I agree.
Because
That's fine.
I'm not sure
that's
which
fine.
character you're even like portraying. So were you acting as the sheriff in that
Yes,
situation?
that's why I did. That's why I did like the accent. Yes.
I don't know. I think that like in a situation like that, like we live in a society now where like, look, I understand that going into this interview that literally every second of this is going to be analyzed, and Adam understands that and you understand that, right? But literally everything you say, there's a camera on you at all times, especially when you're a live streamer, and I mean, for somebody who does this for a living, I just feel like you have to be able to bite your tongue at sometimes, and you need to know better. I mean, you said it yourself, the switch was flipped, and I understand that. I totally understand. I am very forgiving of mistakes, right? But when there's a pattern of these things, that
It's
go
not a
back
pattern,
over the
though.
course of time, like it's no longer a mistake. It's a it's a continuation.
It's like
so,
he's being talked
I don't know. I
down
think
to,
look,
like by a teacher.
if you're saying that I'm also a
Yeah,
big believer
man,
in
I
taking
know.
people at their word.
I did bad.
Right? Up until their actions show different. So you're saying that over the course of since that joke, you've been pretty squeaky clean, and you haven't made inappropriate jokes like that are that edgy, I guess.
Look at him, 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 look at that, look at that. He asked the follow-up question that is actually pretty good, which is, okay, have you done anything since then? And he knows he can't say no because it's definitely happened. And look at this.
Here's the thing. I don't want to say that because I'm here 6 days a week full time. That's a lot of my life. And I guarantee you, if I say
dude.
man, yeah, that
I
was it.
changed.
Great, that's all I remember.
I've changed, you guys.
Tossed out right now on the,
Gotta believe me.
I understand.
And that's the problem is when you are 100% on the internet at all times with the amount of content I put out on the internet, they will always find another example or whatever. I am actively trying to change. What I will say is this. You would be challenged in the last maybe 2-3 years to really find a running pattern of me doing really bad jokes like that.
You said the N-word like 2 times. You called somebody a retard. You said the black pack joke. We literally have somebody in chat.
People
right
needed to
now
hound
that's
him more on
named
that one, Hate
Black
Army. He probably doesn't even remember it at
And
this
on
rate.
that black pack joke, there's technically another joke as well about I don't want to talk to all these other white people in here. Like, there's all sorts of weird jokes you've done. Does he forget how he was doing the Southern
Yeah, I don't think.
Baptist racist
Unless he
kind of
had a
shit
reaction
with the
to
whole
it that I
KFC
have forgotten
Does
about
he
or
forget
overlooked.
that he did that?
He didn't really.
That happened within
That
the
kind of
last
came
2 or
and
3
went,
years.
and I don't
There's
think
a
it
lot
should
of
have.
weird things that he's done.
Okay, maybe you'll find a few. I'm definitely a flawed individual, but you're not gonna find it as like you wouldn't say, oh, here's 47 times within a year that Phil did that. I know for a fact he's a scumbag, right? You'll find one time here, one time here, one time
Stationary
here, and
thing
then
only got traction because the stream got taken down for it. Well, it's like the slave trade thing got attention, and it didn't take down a stream.
But the thing is, they do it anyway. It doesn't matter what I say.
But he gets to say the N-word 3 times during Ishin.
In your brain, you know, was off, so that you made that joke. Like, do you have it in there that it's like you thinking like when you said that you're like maybe that was too much, or you were just free flowing, and that's just kind of you.
Slave trade wasn't a mushmouth thing. That's fair.
Oh shit. Yo, he just realized what the question was.
I don't have a racist bone in my blood,
God,
man.
I just realized that Adam basically said, "Are you just normally a racist?"
If I'm streaming and a joke pops into my head, and I feel, oh man, that's probably too much. Today, I usually will not say it. Usually.
Yes, I usually won't say it.
Ding dong die.
Ding dong die. Ding dong dingus.
Like what that was.
Yes.
Was a momentary lapse because I've done it for so long. I get this weird observational humor in my head, and you know my brain.
Yeah, observational humor. That's what we all call it.
Right?
I'm just observing you guys.
Like it's. I don't know. Like, I'm not one to like. There are people who make, like, there are comedians who make jokes and they're edgy and such like that. I guess. Do you fancy
I'm just
yourself as a
observing
comedian?
factually,
Because
sir.
You're telling me that people come
no.
to your streams to watch you, rage react to streams and things like that. I don't necessarily, and I don't know. I'm asking, and I think there's probably a better question for your fans. Are they coming to watch for those edgy jokes, or are they coming to watch you rage? Because I don't know, man. It doesn't.
I don't know you guys.
Doesn't fit. You know,
No,
that's
I agree
really.
with you. I agree. I actually agree with you today. I should not have made that joke. I know that. Today,
I know
you're
that, you
100%
guys.
correct. 15 years ago, 10 years ago, it was a different climate on YouTube, and people were looking for that. That's who I was, and now I'm not.
This was last year, you said?
That was probably so.
Oh, this
last
music's
year.
fitting
it
for
just
this
feels like
segment.
a big leap from going.
Go
from a
in,
sheriff
going
who
for the
is, like,
kill.
trying to
Get
kill
him!
people to seeing a little black girl and thinking slave trade. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
now you said it. Now you said it.
Look at the attempted gotcha. Gotcha.
Bill, you said it, you
Gotcha.
See what?
You said black girl.
It was on
That's
screen.
correct. That's correct.
That's correct.
And herein lies the problem.
What?
I didn't think that. In my
It doesn't
mind,
matter. It doesn't
you're
matter.
right. You're right.
You're right.
I agree with you.
You're right,
In
I
my
agree.
mind, I didn't even see that. I didn't think that. That
Okay.
the joke was, this is a scumbag sheriff. He's literally lying to everyone. If he's going to traffic someone for profit, I wouldn't be shocked. It wasn't. She's a black girl going to the slave trade.
Look at their faces right now. Look at their faces. They're so fucking confused right now. They're like, wait a minute. Something doesn't seem right about this. You're saying it's not about the person's race.
I just
then
see
what is
humans. I just see humans, you guys.
it? What is it, Phil?
And that's stupid of me. Why the hell did I not make that connection in my head? Because I'm stupid.
Okay.
You know, I admit that I'm dumb.
I don't know if I believe that.
You don't have to. That's fine.
Okay.
You don't have to believe me. I can't make you believe me. I didn't think of it at one moment.
This dude is so lame. I agree. You don't have to believe me. I agree. Well, why are you here? Why are you here? Why are you there? Why are you there if they don't have to believe you? Why are you there? Because you got set up. Well, you weren't set up, but it turned into something that people could argue was a setup. But I don't think he was set up. He's just stupid.
It's even worse if you think about
And he
it.
said
if
he was
made the
stupid.
A joke about age and gender, because if he's saying, "Here's an underage little girl, we're gonna sell her into, sell her into slavery," bro, that's not any better. I'm gonna make a joke about a little girl being sold into sex slavery.
Whatever qualifiers you want to apply to it, it's just it's
Bro,
bad no matter
really?
what.
I don't know if PD, especially after Epstein, I don't think that's the joke we need to be making right now. If it's not about race, it's about her being a little underage girl.
Coming up, folks.
Right. Let's talk about this. So it seems like your biggest
Will,
detractors are some of your earliest fans. They were fans who have turned into detractors. Why do you think that is?
So, I mean, this might be a long answer. My fans will know it, but again, I've been doing this for 15 years.
Oh,
My first
15
5
years.
years that I did it.
I haven't heard that
all right,
before.
I had absolutely no effort to make it professional at all. I was being a jackass on camera, okay? And I didn't even have direct capture. For 5 years, I was having a camera pointed at my TV. Everything looked like junk, okay? But it was a joke. It was like, I don't care. I'm just some normal guy filming games. I'm terrible at them. I make risque jokes. I'm swearing at them. That was the shtick. That's what everyone liked back then. And then, basically what happened was after doing it for about 4 to 5 years, someone made a video, and the video was called "This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 2."
Hey, big up
this was
Steve
a
AJ.
playthrough I'd done on Metal Gear Solid 2, where I did my usual shtick. And my usual shtick is, oh, I suck at the game. Is it my fault that I suck at the game? Of course not. It's the game's fault. It's Hideo Kojima's fault. So I blame him. I insult him massively during the playthrough. I'm just raging at this game constantly. My viewership loved it. But someone made a parody video essentially taking out the moments of me doing that.
This is how you dong play. This is how you dong play. This is how you dong play.
Basically the cringeworthy moments. They made this montage, and it blew up with popularity on the internet. Okay? And essentially what happened was all of my shortcomings as a content creator for 5 years, these things that people like, now became, oh, Phil
they just
is not like his
all the funny
contemporaries. He's not
parts,
putting
right?
effort into his content. He's just a jackass. Look at him. He's a joke. So now let's make fun of him. And what ended up happening was people would take every playthrough I did moving forward and make a "This Is How You Don't Play" video about it. And my fan base turned on me. Admittedly, if you would like, I'm not going to go into a giant explanation.
So your fan base turned on you because of a video that somebody else did highlighting, like, if that doesn't make sense, Phil.
Did you get bitter when that happened? Because when I hear
yes, I was so increasingly bitter.
That you were a content creator. Did you like add that into your shtick, as you say?
Yep.
I don't think so. I think what happened was I reacted so bitterly to it. In hindsight, today I look at it and I'm like, that was an opportunity. I could have taken that and run with it. I could have done my own, or I could have highlighted those and laughed at them. But instead, again, it was a different climate. Today, everyone who makes content has all these methods of making a living, correct? We have Patreon, we have crowdfunding on our streams. That didn't exist back then. Back then, I was someone who had a full-time job, and the job was putting videos on the internet with monetization on them. That was my
So this was after 2011 when you lost your job.
Oh, correct. Yes, I lost my job in late 2010.
At the helicopter company.
For about 2 years when This Is How You Don't Play.
Don't say the helicopter, please.
And basically, the way I saw it, and this is, now I know this is stupid, I thought people are stealing my content, man. If someone takes my content,
they're stealing my content, man,
together and only shows the worst of me, that's going to highlight myself and my business in a very negative light. That's going to make me look like crap. And instead of people laughing with me, now they're going to laugh at me. And therefore, that's theft. I outright said this in my videos. You stole my content without my permission. How dare you? This is bad. This, today I realized how dumb that was. Many years later. And let's be honest, the bubble was going to burst on ad revenue on YouTube one day anyway. I don't think that was ever going to last forever, but I was an idiot. I thought I actually went 1,000,000% bitter against it. And when that happened, people saw that change in attitude of me. Wow, Phil used to totally just not care about anything. Now all of a sudden he's always bitter about people joking about him and stuff. And that just goaded them on to do it.
So the answer was yes. You changed the way in which you approach content, and that bitterness became part of you. So the answer is yes, Phil. You became bitter. Because that was the core question of what Adam asked you.
More and more.
Well, that's what you just said right there. So you're admitting that you added this bitter.
And Adam, oh my God, thank the Lord. Thank God for Adam. So he didn't get lost in the sauce either. He remembered what his question was, because Phil just goes on at length.
And has no idea what's coming.
So the answer is yes.
He has no
idea.
idea.
Said no, but it was yes.
But initially, like 2 minutes ago, you said that's when they turned on you, before admitting that you actually were getting bitter. So don't you think that like that kind of correlates? Like maybe it was that moment when you didn't own up to the fact that people were making fun of you, being this king of hate.
Thank God he's got it on 1.5 too.
My shit. I'm fucking pissed about it.
It won't be a full 5 hours for him.
Like, well, who the fuck is this guy? You got to own it. If you don't own it, then like why should then you're just a joke.
And really gets lost in the sauce when he does long streams. Remember when he got drunk on the Super Bowl stream?
Correct.
Yeah, I totally want to handle. You can handle me, dingus. The fuck?
My reaction to This Is How You Don't Play directly fueled the fire for more people to keep.
Is it still hailing?
And to escalate further.
How is it still hailing?
Phil's a bad gamer.
Oh, it's regular right now.
He has on YouTube because he has no production quality. He's a rager. There's no. You're not gonna watch a Dark Side Phil playthrough and get any kind of.
I got a real rager right now, guys.
Because he's not
a real rager.
To watch him rage and make bad jokes and stuff. But it became, instead of watching his raw content to reward him with ad revenue, watch the This Is How You Don't Play video so he doesn't get paid for it and just make fun of him instead. And my reactions 1,000,000% fueled that. I will admit that. Now over the years, it got worse and worse, and that's, I'm sure we're going to get into how it wasn't just about
doing pretty good so far.
Everything else under the sun, and we can talk about how that evolved.
I gotta eat crow because Craig actually looks like he's doing a good job so far.
I can't even call him Krug. I was gonna call him Krug.
So you feel that
Krug and Grug. I can't even do that. I have to call him Craig.
Played your fans into becoming detractors.
Yes, and it's not all of them, but absolutely back then, I saw people who had been longtime supporters and fans disappear, only to years later crawl back into, as someone who was crapping on me.
Like Rob on Wheels. Yes.
And this is I'm such an idiot. I admit this today. After 15 years of doing this, you realize how you change as a person and how you can see from a different perspective. My mentality was, I'm the popular YouTuber.
Needs to update the stream title. Yeah, I think I'm at the maximum amount of characters though, so I actually can't change it from Krug to Craig, or it's over the character limit.
What a dumb attitude to have. What an idiotic attitude.
I'm the
Everyone knows
popular
that you
one.
need to actively be listening to your viewer
What's up,
base
DJ Filthy
and
Rich?
and working with them to create a product that's
It's
meaningful
me.
to them.
I'm popular.
How many dongs up would I give the interview? 2 dongs up. I mean, I pretty much share what everyone else is thinking. They did a good job. It wasn't going to be a perfect interview, but for what could have happened and how it could have went, yeah, it was pretty great.
Right? But in reality, they were all correct. They were 100% correct.
Most of it was stuff we already knew, but there were some bombshells there. Like, we didn't know he played the Street Fighter mobile game. That was a meme, and it was like it was a Theo theory that, oh, what if Phil plays it? But we didn't have any, I don't think we had any acknowledgement. No, wait, I think he had brought it up. Someone had brought it up to him, but he didn't really comment on it. But now we know for sure that he plays that mobile game, in addition to some others that he didn't concede about. Anything else like, oh, of course I played WWE Champ. Like, we already knew that. But stuff like Street Fighter Duel, we did not know about. It was theory at best. It was schizo theory.
Or someone else who originally was like the first Let's
But no, DJ Filthy Rich, I liked it. I mean,
back then when I started on YouTube,
I knew Adam was gonna be bad cop, but even Craig wasn't soft at all. Sometimes they went soft on him, but only to keep him from potentially leaving. Like the whole segment about the camera was on the whole time, that was obviously, it was placed strategically there to kind of cool off, chill out. Because they had been talking for like an hour up to that point, purely about stuff that was making him uncomfortable.
What do you mean?
Well, we just talked about
They had to really pump the brakes there.
My commentary was like 90% sexualized content. It was making fun
You
of
strike while the
people
iron's hot, but if you strike while the iron's too hot,
that today you don't say that
it's gonna
stuff.
cut
That's
and run.
stupid. That's dumb. That's lowbrow comedy. But back then, that was a big part of my content. I watch now. I couldn't even stomach watching stuff that I did in 2008 to like.
I liked when Keem stole the show and gave the exclusive about the Wings fight.
Yeah, he was just there to promote his fucking fight.
Yeah, and now he's gonna get more people who know about the fight.
I guess my thing is, what have you done? So you've had these light bulb moments, right? You said you had one last year. You had one, 2012.
Yeah, I honestly think they were shocked by a couple of some of the stuff Phil said.
Gameplays that are. The big difference for Phil was Phil could play all games, not just fighting games or Call of Duty or whatever. What has changed? What are you doing differently now in 2023 that you were doing that you weren't doing in 2013 when you had this realization? Because it sounds like you're doing the exact same thing, Phil. It sounds like I'm the guy who plays different games, and occasionally come to my channel to get some sort of a shock value joke, right?
Not more, idiot.
Okay, wow. Geez, first of all, full-time streamer I wasn't back then. I was just a YouTuber. Now I'm a full-time streamer, 6 days a week full-time, mostly gameplay. Now I do React content as well. We'll talk about that in a second. Those jokes I don't really make anymore at all. Now, when I turn on a stream, it's about having a relaxed social conversation with my live audience. I have people who come by who are regulars now, who I recognize in the chat, and I can talk with them, and as if they're a friend. Okay, back then I didn't know anyone. Maybe I knew people who helped me with moderation and stuff, but I didn't know my.
He said he knew his regulars, his regular supporters.
It's like a friendly community. It's a totally different vibe watching 2023 Darkside Phil than 2013.
What am I doing? This shy guy here.
Having that now when I play a game, it's a community effort. I'm playing Oblivion right now. I don't know anything about Oblivion. It's the first time playing it, but people help me with the game, and because of that social aspect, the game is.
Look at him try to segue to the gameplay. Pathetic.
That wasn't what I was. I was a.
Yeah, the possible restream. Only if the possible co-host is okay with wanting to watch that.
There's definitely moments of rage that come back.
I think Ann said he wasn't interested.
Watch a stream today.
We can watch it with Juzzy, maybe. Fucking Juzzy. The Juzzy collab.
A stream of mine. And at the end of the stream, they'll say,
Can we please talk about video games now?
No.
Been into
I don't get it. I just watch a 3-hour gameplay stream. None of the stuff that people say about
none
you
of
just
the
happened
stuff
in
that
the
they
stream.
say
In fact, it was
is
very
there.
relaxing. So what just happened?
Yeah, how many of those people
They
exist?
highlight the moments that are the shortcomings.
Poor Eddie, though. Eddie said he wasn't going to watch the interview live, and then he was right here with us for almost the entire duration. He was like, I gotta go to sleep, you guys. I don't want to watch it. And then he was right here anyway.
I hate React content. Reacting.
Just when you think you want to get out of there, they pull you back in.
They just want to hear you react to random stuff from the internet. They want to hear you talk about a new stuff. Why would you think that's bad? And then you know what? Let me give it a shot. I started doing React content. People love it.
You know what? Do you think Blooper was watching this? Press 1 if you think Blooper was watching this. Press 2 if you think Blooper did not watch this.
And how many people actually give to you?
One?
He's tricked himself into
that
thinking
was
that
quick.
Reacts are the future. Reacts were the future
80
10
side.
years ago. How long ago was the Fine Brothers? I feel like
You're down
that's
with
quite
watching fat
literally
people
been
fight?
almost a decade ago. It feels
Maybe
like
we can get like a panel.
But DSP's
A panel of
adopting
judges.
a model of streaming and making content that's like way over.
All right, baby, place your
That's on me
bets.
for years being an idiot and saying dumb shit on the internet, and now I try it and it works and it's more relaxing and it's fun, it's interactive with my audience. That's the difference. Is that I've now become a more laid back guy. I want to put out
2018.
meaningful content for my people every day. There's a difference between I did one rage
feels
inducing
like
thing
it's
everyone laughed at
forever
and talked about it
ago.
versus wow, I just put out a 4-hour
But he's
stream
like so late
and
to the
people told me that
party.
they were able to separate from their daily lives and relax with me and
Look,
have a good time. That's more
Greg knows that he's been going on way too long. He's been talking way too much. He's given a long-winded answer, and he's trying to like interrupt him.
meaningful to me than getting one rise out of a stupid joke.
This is the way you can interview him. Like you gotta
What is a,
stop him.
What's a day like for you? Like when you wake up, what is your average day like? Walk me through.
We
a
already
day
knew that.
of
We know this already.
Like when you from the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep.
Let's hear it.
Usually I don't wake up. Usually my cat wakes me up.
Usually I don't.
Yeah,
wake
prediction
up.
betting
My cat
on the
wakes me up.
rounds. How many rounds do you think they're gonna go,
Phil's
guys?
usually dead.
We'll have like one round, 2 rounds.
What
Maybe it
time?
can be a Worski knockout. You knock him out in 27 seconds.
What chores?
Yeah, this is one of the nicer questions.
So time wise,
We're pumping the brakes. Gotta pump the brakes. Gotta confuse them a little bit.
I get into the office usually between 10:30 a.m. I'm setting up for my stream for the day. I'm reading news off of Twitter to try to have news stories for everyone to talk about on my podcast, which I do every day. My stream
So last second Twitter news. That's pretty cool.
usually goes on by 10:45 a.m. my time. We do a little bit of pre-stream, get some people on the stream for about 15-20 minutes, play some music or whatever. And then I do what I call the Level 1 podcast. This is about an hour to an hour and a half long show where it's just discussion. And it could be a wide variety of topics, whether it's my gaming schedule for the next week, whether it's special events coming up, getting feedback from my viewers on how you like the things I'm currently doing, news stories, all kinds of stuff. This is something I just started about a year to a year and a half ago.
Look at him.
that I didn't used to do, and I realized this is
He's
meaningful, I should
detracted
be doing my
himself.
content. So I do the podcast. Usually the podcast ends around 12:30ish Pacific time. Maybe take another few minutes break, then we start with gameplay. So we'll do about a 3 to 4 hour gameplay stream. Games are, as we talked, a wide variety, and I have a set schedule I do every day. I'll post it up everywhere on my socials so people know what I'm doing.
It's 3 hours of gameplay, not 4.
That gameplay will usually run about 3-4 hours. Then when that's done, I have to upload all that content. So, another half an hour roughly setting up uploads or whatever. And then usually I spend if my wife's home from work, I'll spend about an hour with my wife having dinner, running errands around the house. Again, depends on the...
Running errands around the house. He doesn't even know how to fake doing shit in the house. He's literally saying, I'm running errands around the house. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? He literally forgot that he's talking about his day-to-day, not his what do you do on your day off. Because he loves to use the errands excuse, but you don't use errands around your house. You're not running a fucking job for your cat to deliver a pail of water. That's not the errand.
Day where anything I can squeeze between streams, I'm right back on stream again around 6:30. I'm in the office again, and I'm streaming again for another 2 to 3 hour gameplay stream. The late night streams are more chill streams. What I say is the daytime streams.
And now he's over explaining the night stream. So he over explained the day stream. Now he's over explaining the night stream, which that wasn't even part of your question. The question was, what is a day-to-day schedule for Phil is? And basically it's just wasting people's time. He's even wasting their time by answering the question in such a long-winded manner. And he wonders why this was a 5-hour fucking interview.
Time to sleep.
Let's say there's a major new game coming out.
Oh shit. Big ups, Ludwig World Order. The rate with a party at 32. What's up? Thank you for the collab earlier. And big ups to the people coming in. We have Ann Lee giving me the second time I've seen this interview and the first time he's seen it. What? Zergloo. 7 months of dinging, let's go. Thank you for the resub. 6 months with a total of 7 months. Again, Ludwig, I have to apologize for being late and not being able to even make it in time for the stream introduction. I had many technical difficulties with the guest star shit, and then by the time I figured it out, they had already started talking. I had to disconnect the stream, I had to boot back up, enable desktop audio. Very rare dingus L. Very, very embarrassing, I gotta say. Everyone here was cool about it though. But I couldn't help but be concerned about what are the Ludwig people thinking? Like they're probably thinking, who the hell is that red shy guy? Why does he have a shy guy there?
He can't tell you what a chore was. He legit can't tell you.
That's okay. You know how it works now. They didn't want to talk during the interview anyways. Yeah, I get it. It kind of worked to how we wanted it to be set up. I do have notes here. I think Ann is going to allow me to come on later so that I can talk about it with him. But damn, at this rate, he's in for a hoot. He hasn't seen any of this. Local GameStop restock Metro Prime Remastered. You got a copy? Hey, big ups. But yeah, I had the setup and everything, Ludwig. I had look at my little setup. It's like a newsroom. I had your guy kind of chroma keyed here next to me, like we're newscasters. It was supposed to be cute.
Grocery shopping, doctor's appointments, running errands, everything you
More errands.
by the way, that's the
Yeah, that's why I have the substitute plush here. Your VTuber was supposed to go here, and he did go there. We had walked the night there. But after you clocked out, I put the substitute plush there.
Like the most healthy lifestyle.
But thank you for being a good sport about it. I'm sorry it didn't go how we wanted it to.
He's thinking he's agreeing.
If you want to run it back for anything else, I'm down for it.
Do you feel?
Yeah, at least we know how it works.
Lucky day.
And the people who donate to your streams are enabling that lifestyle. Do you feel that?
But there you go. Yeah, it is in fact your lucky day.
He's thinking, how do I respond?
So you're saying through people showing up and supporting my streams, they're making me work more. Is that the question?
Maybe you have a,
hopefully we can do it again and not have everything break. What I figured out is that you can get the guest star stuff set up before either of us even go live. So if we do this again, I would probably recommend doing that, just getting that set up right away, and then just having us mute, then boot up the stream, do our little intros, and then unmute, and then we can kind of sidestep all that.
Yes.
Almost. I mean, I've been doing
yes,
YouTube for
it
about
is.
3 years.
It actually is.
At least we know it works. Like I said, it doesn't really work when you got 3 or 4 people in a room. I tried to do it with Ann for Mario Kart, but then you need to run like 4 instances of guest star.
You know, you're clearly very much like watching it and
no, he is not.
It's in beta. It doesn't even work in Waterfox. Oh yeah, you do use Waterfox
at all. That's not even close. I wouldn't.
It's an interesting feature though. Tevin used it for a collaboration with playing It Takes Two with Miso Corny. He's used it with other people as well. It's a neat feature. It definitely works great now that Google Hangouts isn't a thing anymore. I know you don't use Discord, so it's like, hey, you know, if I ever want to talk to you, there's a method to do so. It's got some kinks to work out. I think my suggestion would be for any kinks that need to be ironed out. How about so we just have to make it so we only got to use 1 instance of guest star, not 2 instances. I'm getting it together. I feel a little ashamed because I felt like I was supposed to be there, like I was late, even though I woke up on time, and then I couldn't get everything set up. We were supposed to like talk for like an hour before the thing even started.
Okay, fair enough. I've talked about this many times over the last
I'm overreacting, obviously.
If you could improve anything your life.
Somehow
You guys know I'm a perfectionist.
He's gotten quieter and quieter as the stream has progressed, because he's leaning back further and further away from the chair. So I've been having to like decrement how loud the music is.
It was fine. I stood there and looked pretty. I didn't show you the starting soon either.
Because it's just getting softer and softer. He's just backing away.
All right, I'm gonna briefly cut away. Look, I had the starting soon. You had the dancing ladies, and you had the Ludwig.
Since we got married, can't afford it. You know, and I'm sure stuff will come up. Yeah, I went through a bankruptcy because of really bad choices in my past and a combination of online trolling, ruining a lot of my financial income with my
Yeah, your Mario Kart main, as if you would pick anyone else.
A lot of stuff for me.
Speaking of Mario Kart, I'm like you, man. I'm drained. I need to decompress to something.
I really am.
And I'm guessing we're gonna do some single player Mario Kart in the bottom left. I had what did I have here? Underneath the gameplay. I think I put.
I want to make something very clear here.
Where is he? Yeah, I had the guy hiding here.
The reason that
Yo, he literally remembered that fucking not pre-stream. It was that post-stream. It was the post-stream that he did where he was like, "Phil, why are you acting like the victim?" And
but it was fun.
I am the victim without saying I am the victim, because that's basically
for sure. We'll do it again.
The victim, because he is the victim.
A lot of the things that happened to me over the years is because of me. I know that. I'm a flawed.
Thankfully, the lady looked pretty, and no one had any questions about it. Who the fuck is that fucking shy guy? What?
These people will do something horrible to me or my family that ruins financially things for me. This has happened several times over the last few years. It was 2 years ago. All right, there was a light at the end of the tunnel. I was still on Twitch. This wasn't when I was full-time.
Do I have Mario Party Superstars?
I've been streaming on Twitch for 4.5 years.
It's a Nintendo Mario game. I'm pretty sure I have it. Yes, there it is.
We're going good. I said publicly to my audience, guys, this is great. You know, the bankruptcy went through last year. That's not great, but that took a lot of financial burden off of me. If things keep going how they're going, I see a light. I'll be able to improve my business. I'll be able to maybe take time off, spend time with my wife, reduce the amount I stream. This will be outstanding.
Take that, losers.
My trolls took the King of Hate mantra, which we just discussed earlier, and they got me kicked out of the Twitch partner program because of it. Now I've been with
the trolls can't do anything to me because the trolls, all of their fucking submissions, they go right into the trash every time they make a complaint about me on Twitch. That's the difference between Twitch and YouTube. And then he's like, yeah, man, the Twitch people, they listen to the trolls, and the trolls are saying I was a horrible fucking King of Hate, which I was factually. And I had a lot of things that were labeled the King of Hate. I actually had merch that said King of Hate for multiple years. Okay. And they called you out for being a King of Hate, and then it somehow or another got Twitch to say, hey, this dude's pretty bad. Okay, sure, Phil.
Twitch partner program for 4.5 years.
Sure.
Twitch had no issue with me. Twitch, knowing who I was in my past, the kind of content that I put out and everything, willingly took me under their partner program. They signed me up for promotional opportunities. They had me promoting different things on their stream stuff, and then they actually.
Is he talking about the optional bounties?
So I'm not kicked off Twitch, but I can't make money on Twitch anymore.
What
I didn't catch that at first. Was he talking about the optional bounties?
You can make money. You could just be an affiliate.
Yeah, he can become affiliate. They cover this later. Don't worry.
The amount of lies.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Ann is so concerned. Don't worry, Ann. They cover everything.
Bro, you didn't get kicked
off. Nothing to worry about,
you
guys.
Off the partner program. You can join back in the partner program now. It's been over a year, but you don't want to because you know that how volatile it is. And you don't want to go to the affiliate program because you know you're going to be stuck there for a while.
Adam made a great point.
He would rather stick in YouTube,
saying that maybe being an affiliate is actually better for Phil. He can get multiple slices of that pizza pie rather than being beholden to a Twitch pie.
YouTube fucking content creator anymore. You see how weird it is? He used to be a fucking YouTube content creator. He moved over to Twitch. Said that Twitch was a business worth like built off a bank. Comes back to YouTube, jumps back over to Twitch saying, YouTube is not conducive for my business. I can't make money off of it. I'm just making nothing on ad revenue. Makes money off of there, then jumps back over to YouTube saying, Twitch kicked me off. I can't make money over there. I got to go back to YouTube where I can't make money. Then what ends up happening if he gets kicked off of YouTube, where he ends up having like,
you know what the super horn should do in Mario Kart? If you get hit by a blooper, just send the blooper away too.
Are we going to Trovo? Where are we going after this?
We're going to Trovo with GPM, baby.
Tim is about to make a good point about the affiliate partner thing. Oh my god.
What did they do? What do you feel that they did to you to get you removed off Twitch specifically?
They organized a campaign. They did it, and the thing is, these people are so. Everything they do, they try to do publicly, so that way they can get a laugh out of it or at least get credit for it. So there was an
I don't recall Phil answering the 5K a month for business expensive question. That's because he did it. He listed personal expenses as business expenses, which I know everyone caught.
Jokes from back then, which I've already publicly apologized for, and I don't do that.
Adam was on top of that shit.
I've grown from it.
Well, I just saw a bad clip from a year ago, so that's pretty recent.
Correct. That's correct. And again, I'm
it's
totally
great.
Fallible.
Oh, that's great. Totally fallible. Yeah, you see how he did that? So he couldn't use that excuse. Wait a minute. Hold up. I gotta rewrite the story.
I make mistakes from time to time, okay? But for the most part, that's not me anymore.
I know, but
yeah, the legal and medical expenses, which are legal and medical expenses, not business expenses.
But I'm just pointing out that
remember that for sure. Don't worry.
2021
we're definitely gonna get into that.
When you just told me in 2022 you made a joke, so this was after they'd said this, and you're making the same kind of like inappropriate jokes.
That's right. You're correct. That's right. That's right. Nod.
He put 2 and 2 together, and now Phil's like, wait.
Yes. Yes. You're right.
He's right.
What was the point of the?
After
I don't even know.
Off of the
yeah, you're right. You're right, guys.
After I got kicked out of the partnership program on Twitch, I made the joke after the fact.
Right.
Yeah, Phil.
It's like every time he nods and say, "Yeah, that's right." It's like you're taking an L. You're a walking L.
Did you learn
What was
anything?
the point?
No.
this interview, quote unquote interview, or like a fucking, you're putting them up to the wall. What was the? You're not debunking anything.
That's what got this happening. And by the way, it wasn't just the Twitch partner program. They basically did this exact same thing to all these different businesses.
He agreed with them. Yeah, he did, which was why it was so great.
Here's a bunch of bigoted, racist, sexist, horrible jokes he's made over the years, and they compiled this into like a montage. And they basically had hundreds, if not more, people pummel these businesses with it.
God, but Phil's audio was so quiet and so low. I kind of want to raise it, but then Ann is going to get louder. And Ann can't raise it on his end, or the other interviewers are going to get louder.
Did Twitch tell you that? Did they say that to you?
No.
Twitch told me, here's what I we launched an investigation into your
The sheet of paper was crazy where he just listed things, right? As soon as he walked off screen, I knew, okay. I think the paper's coming in, and then I heard the paper. You could hear the paper before he brought it into the camera focus.
Slurs. Hateful slurs. He even gets the fucking meme wrong. Harmful slurs. Big
Harmful
ups
slurs,
harmful.
as if basically I'm saying really nasty racial or things that I do not say.
Yeah, missing dollar amounts too. Not even I look at my financials like that. That's not an own on Peace, Phil.
We can address it individually if you want to, but the way they're portraying.
Even I don't fucking look at my financials like that. Well, maybe that's why you're where you are, Phil.
100 years ago, Craig's like, 100 years ago? No, wait a minute. We haven't been alive that long.
Like what? I was under site for 4.5 years making money. You never had an issue with it. Now you find something from the past.
Yeah, Phil, Twitch people, they don't pay attention to all of their partners and affiliates. They don't, honestly. Or shit, I would have been gone ages ago. I've had streams where the N word may have been said in a video I was watching. They just don't have a lot of human moderation to be staring at everyone all day.
Christian, and they're proud of it.
Yeah, different strokes, different folks. Sometimes you get away with stuff, sometimes you don't.
I've never received any kind of
He just doesn't get it.
Everything I'm doing according to Twitch terms of service is fine.
He thinks as soon as he signed a dotted line for the partnership that they saw everything he's ever done.
Mr. Bluebeard.
They know all about his history.
Fucking strike. I've never gotten a strike before.
Why doesn't Twitch look into my behavior from the future?
This is fourth one.
All my past actions are unforgivable, and therefore you can't make money on our site anymore.
Did you go to them?
Yeah,
and
terms of
bring them,
service.
you know,
Sorry.
Did you explain to them this comment was
Sucks.
made? Have you had any sort of
If Twitch paid any attention to me, I could be banned, and I'd understand. Okay, yeah, I watched some bad videos, and they said some no-no words. I watched a Ralph video, and he lip-slipped the R fucking word or the F slur, and I didn't know he was gonna say it. All right, fair enough.
We'll start there.
Okay. And by the way, it's not just Twitch. This happened to several other businesses.
But to him, it's like, oh, you fucking, you took away my livelihood.
But basically, these businesses, the way that they approach it now is
same TBH. Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't really have a defense for that. I know you watched that Wingo video where they just said the hard R. I think it was that song. Like N stands for ba 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 ba.
What you did and how to remedy it. Because if you're telling me I did something
thank God he didn't get hit for it. But yeah, I mean, we wouldn't really have a defense for shit like
I
that.
tried reaching out to the legal team of Twitch, and essentially we have no obligation to have further contact with you.
It's all right. All right, fair enough.
Come back in 365
Come follow me at trovo.com/swollen_dingus.
Okay, so can you still be an affiliate?
Yep.
Yes, he can.
Nope. I was completely out of the partner program.
Wrong.
So
Why
it's
did
been
he
a
say
year. Why
no?
don't you
Are
try
you
to rebuild
stupid?
The affiliate side of things and
The
try to
affiliate side of
reapply.
things.
And I mean, it's been how many years now? I mean, and if you go the affiliate, so if you go the affiliate route, I mean, being a partner on Twitch, and let's be real, being a partner on Twitch, it allows.
He can never say yes or no. He did say no just then, but it was for an actually wrong thing.
You can't share your content in multiple places. You have to
What's
be
up, Billy?
exclusive on Twitch.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yup. Technically, being an affiliate, you got a couple more advantages than you do being a partner.
I see. That was the point Adam made. I honestly hadn't thought about that point. It might just be better for Phil to be an affiliate if you think about it.
Your net as wide as you possibly can, and grow your audience as much as you possibly can. I don't know, like, why not do that?
Well, I've told you one half.
He has no answer for this. He knows this would be a better route for him.
Twitch had basically.
I love how Ann caught it too.
Shut down my business entirely for things I never did.
Okay, that has no relation. They can shut you down now on YouTube.
Strikes. Let me tell you about these times I got hit with strikes.
Streaming a game, and my stream just goes offline right in the middle.
It's weird that he's like this, because honestly, Twitch is more lenient than YouTube.
This is my first time.
Company that I was
The shit you can watch on Twitch and get away with it. Meanwhile, if you do it on YouTube, you get like a dozen people crying about it. You get so many emails over shit on YouTube.
I'm like, wow, like, I hope it goes away. Eventually it did, but they left me with basically no avenue to really fix this issue besides going to their support and saying, you know, what are you doing? Do you actually have confirmation this is real or not? Then at the same time, okay, that I got kicked out of the Twitch partner program. I decided
that's another thing I took notes on, Crin Bear. Every single question, he needed to set the scene for it. Everything needed history before he could answer the question.
I had a Patreon. People were sending me tips, you know, direct donations, as you call them.
It was obviously deliberate to get him lost in the weeds.
More power to it, because if I can, now
we couldn't just talk about a thing. No straight answers, unless they were fucking incorrect.
Oh, you said a racist term. No, I didn't. And then
what did they say you said? What did they say that you said?
Synthetic man?
Was the N-word, but I don't know because
yeah, he's probably gonna. He's no doubt it will have heard of this.
Did you say the N-word?
Which is weird because Synthetic Man and Phil share a lot of. They share a lot of opinions.
And then like an enemy attacked me, and it was like a jumble of words that just happened to maybe
no,
like that.
You didn't even get attacked, Phil. You weren't under attack by anything.
Pull it up.
You really
Pull
weren't.
up the clip.
You were just picking up some items, and for some reason you read stationary N-word, and it just kept going.
If you were not listening in context, you might say, "Oh my God, I heard it out of context."
Adam should have pushed more on this.
You know, and it could happen to anyone. And then they mass submitted. My trolls mass submit that to Twitch. Oh, he said the N-word. So now I get kicked off of Twitch temporarily. My whole stream gets shut down.
Proper. You should have sent Craig the clip of this Returnal moment, or maybe the Metroid moment. The fact that there are so many moments at all. Shit, send them the Ishin moment.
Or stick up for myself. We don't have to.
Don't worry, this is what part 2 is for.
So now I'm out money that I was making for a living. Now you can shut down my stream at any time for something I didn't even do, and then I have to go out of my way to correct your mistake because you're an unprofessional business. I mean, and I was there for almost 5 years building a community. I had so many people who loved me being on Twitch, and I lost a lot of.
The Ishin moment is just mush mouthing, but it's still funny. He says some Japanese names and gets them mixed up. It sounds like the N-word, and he says it 3 times.
Look at him.
There's no discoverability on Twitch either.
Yeah.
Why do you want to even be a streamer anymore? Like, what is your?
He claims in an Returnal moment that he was being attacked by an enemy. Yeah, he was. I remember that, and I haven't seen it since it happened. He was looking at a weapon description or something. He was menuing. It was a menu segment. He was not being attacked.
If you're facing this, like,
well, he's being attacked by the fucking trolls.
And, like, your relationship with your wife and your family to just stop doing this for a little while.
Fellow Raiders, hate _ army
Get a job,
has started Twitch streaming allegedly.
Look how things are going.
He actually streamed the post show that was on Patreon.
You know, don't you think that maybe long term things should change? And at that point, that was around 2019. Before the bankruptcy.
I'm bringing up the clip, McDougal.
I kind of agreed with her. I was like, yeah, look at this. You know, I'm trying my best. I'm trying to.
I want to get through this. If we keep doing too many pauses, I'll never get through this.
No matter what I do.
Big ups, Benjamin. Can someone give me the rundown? Impossible. Impossible. Besides, again, he admitted to WWE champions, and he admitted to a Street Fighter mobile game.
Why can't I just live my life like everyone else?
That one we were only theorizing and joking that he was playing, but now we know for sure.
A lot of things changed.
Trolls were mentioned. They played a clip directly from It's a Gundam where he made fun of him for minutes straight. Hey, Greedy Gup.
A lot of things were going really bad for me. YouTube had really started to just totally hate me. I was getting, all kinds of horrible things were happening to me behind the scenes. My personal life was falling apart as well. This is before I met my wife, by the way. And I didn't know what to do.
5 hours. They went for 5 hours.
I have so much debt in my name. There's no way if I quit YouTube, if I'm gonna get a 9-to-5 job somewhere, I'm gonna lose everything. I'm gonna lose my house.
The Gundam clip was great, but I really wish we would have got to heard the Tevin clip. I don't know if Tevin recorded something, but he sent them a question.
Then getting a 9-to-5.
That's 50% of it, I would say.
Tevin streamed last night doing Resident Evil 4 and talked about how he had a question explicitly for Craig. Craig emailed his business email. He emailed the Tevin business email on behalf of It's a Gundam, who told him to email Tevin. And Tevin sent him one question. And it was a question worded and framed in such a manner that no matter how Phil answered it, Tevin would leave that question with a win. And it was regarding the Halloween of 2018, or whatever the fuck it was. The criminal Halloween.
And growing up and maturing. I'm 40 years old. I'm not some teenager or 20-year-old.
Hopefully we can hear that question in part 2.
My audience today is not the same audience I had 15 years ago. Now, if you look at my
2019?
Analytics, right?
How time flies.
You'll notice I get almost no teen viewers. Almost like less than 1% of my viewership are teens. It's people in their mid to late 20s, 30s, and 40s. Why? Because now you come to my content and it's chill, fun. You know, every once in a while the rage comes out.
Just hearing the detractors' words to Phil's face was so good. Yeah, even if it was tangentially. Like, Gundam wasn't there live, but it's definitely the closest we'll ever get in the now, in this modern era, of anyone talking trash to Phil.
By the way,
Gundam really put it in. He really put it in his all there. By the end, Phil had nothing. He looked uncomfortable, and he was like, "Okay, yeah, is that all? Is that all?"
What is meaningful?
And then that fucking lame slide at him at the end. Is that the clown from the Howard Stern show?
Your audience is your friends, right? You feel like
bro, your 10-year-old audience hasn't seen the Howard Stern show.
I've seen clips of you say that you know your audience is not your friends, right? So like, are they your friends or are they not?
How did he react to Gundam? He just sat there and took it like a bitch.
Clips I've seen.
He had nothing to say until the very end. Is it done?
My audience are not.
Is it done? Is he done? He keeps talking.
Super important behind the scenes stuff in my life. You know what I'm saying? At the same time.
He tried to get a W on him, and then on his own stream, he tried to score on him again.
This right here, this laptop, this chat is my
link to the Gundam clip. I don't know if anyone has it up yet. If Hate Army makes any clips today, that is at the top of the list to do.
Hi, how you doing? Your coworker.
Bro, I got coworkers.
I'm sure someone has it. It's fucking Gundam.
I got a lot of people to talk to.
People come in and out all the time, and that's
this dude has one dude to talk to, and that's Cat.
Today, it's more meaningful what I do.
And a bunch of fucking Derek's in his chat.
Phil, I love your content because I got to laugh today watching you rage. Today it's like, Phil, let me tell you something. Something horrible.
Yeah, it really got to him.
I came by your stream. And I hung out with you for 2 hours today. You were playing.
It was that silent kind of seed. Like, and you know he's seen detractor videos before. It's not the first time he's seen a detractor make fun of him to his face,
dude,
over the internet.
I had a terrible.
But to see it live is
a terrible thing.
A different kind of gold dust.
We talked a bunch and we had fun.
Going to make it short of my reaction. Downloading the whole thing now takes a minute. Yeah.
Time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. I couldn't hear you on the call, but of course I was able to see your reactions. So whenever you started flailing your arms, I could kind of make a. Oh yeah. Ludwig's kind of going crazy, I think.
That it kind of makes it sound like you didn't really pay attention to them or their issue. I don't know. You could take it different ways.
I hate and all the shit that gets thrown at me every day. That what I'm doing is meaningful. I don't. Since I've become a full-time streamer and I've taken
it's like the planets align
and the content I put out rather than just making dumb jokes, I feel like now this is the best time of my life because I'm helping people. I don't know if that's crazy or not.
Yeah, Benjamin, it's in the last 30 minutes.
It helps me.
Look at him.
What I mean, it's like kind of reciprocating back and forth.
He had his mic muted and typed on a notepad. Okay. Yeah, I know he wasn't talking through the whole thing.
I think that every streamer has a relationship with their audience that's unique, right? As somebody who's doing it, I
gotta say props to the notepad action again, Ludwig.
You guys are chat. And
I got it on the big screen. I'm over here trying to take real notes, and that's not to demean your own notes, but Ludwig's notes over here is like snort. I don't know. Nod. Whatever. You fucking suck, Phil.
I'm gonna treat you guys nice.
And I'm over here like Adam deflects. Craig is not a big YouTuber.
You're not my Derek's.
Yes, Keemstar was on the podcast. The Keemstar.
You're gonna tell me a story while it's like in the middle of stream.
I'm over here like Adam proceeds to give Phil an out. Phil refuses to take the out.
But at the end of the day, I can't be an emotional.
I'm over here acting like it's an assignment.
I can't be.
There's gonna be a test on this at the end of the class.
I can't be the solution that you're looking for.
But yeah, Benjamin.
I really am not.
Keem and Phil had a face-to-face.
And never liked you.
And Phil the Snake fucking clowned on him as soon as he got back to his safe space.
It's like
how did he react to Keemstar? They kind of butted heads.
At the same time,
but they couldn't really argue.
What it's like with the whole.
But as soon as it was back to his stream,
and shit, it's like, yeah, like I like having fun and hanging out and getting a laugh with you guys. That's what it is. If somebody tells a dumb story, I'll listen to it. And I'll try and remember things. I try and remember a lot of things. I really do. I don't remember everybody's names, but I remember like
it was inevitable that Keemstar was gonna fucking know about it. I didn't think he would pop in, but
that's how
it reminds me of the Mundane Matt thing. When Mundane, if some of you recall, when Mundane Matt got exposed, Keemstar was in on that stream too.
I'll be your
You know how he got in? Because he's fucking Keemstar.
Anna's being toxic.
Hey, I'm Keemstar. Give me the link.
What I'm trying to say is you shouldn't rely on somebody who's a YouTube personality or a streamer or anything to be your friend.
Remember when Wings lost his PSN? You know who was in on that?
I'll be as
Keemstar.
friendly as I can, you guys. That's why
These guys can't do anything without Keemstar finding out. You guys think he doesn't care, but he does. He pays attention.
We watch dumb shit, like bum fights or anime with sexy ladies and shit.
Yeah, the gnome knows.
Just hanging out with folks. I don't like doing behind the scenes crap because it's kind of lame, and I don't like to get into the drama unless it's about like this dude over here.
I didn't think Keemstar would come on. I just knew that he was gonna talk about it.
Was that you, Adam? Was that you toasting? Okay, just making
Well,
sure.
you were talking about a relationship with the audience, you know, and
Right.
just giving him.
What's my favorite color?
Okay, just making sure.
It's
so,
almost like a navy blue. Almost.
But it seems like
maybe
your
royal
relationship
blue.
is a little different when it comes to, you know, you're very open that you are funded by your audience, right? You said
You didn't think they would get him to talk to Phil.
you don't
That's
want
the thing.
sponsors.
It goes back to what I was saying. Keemstar,
Right.
Keemstar literally just has to say, "Send me the link," and he'll get on. He'll get on the call. I've seen it too many times. I just didn't think that it would happen. I just thought he would talk about the
What's wrong with
interview.
having sponsors compared to, like, if a sponsor is going to come and pay you
I should have,
$500 to talk about, you know, whatever their product is.
I should have
wouldn't that be
anticipated
better than having to rely on crowdfunding
Yeah, Benjamin,
or
you
your
missed
audience
out.
on a day-to-day basis?
It wasn't the perfect interview. It never was gonna be. There's always gonna be people who have an issue with stuff like this. Like, oh, they didn't ask him about this. They didn't press him about this. But I'm satisfied. For what I expected going in, like, yeah, why wouldn't I be?
We'll make this weird.
But at the same time,
God damn it.
and again,
I'm
this
just
is
being
something that
real.
people will bring up that feels stubborn. You know, I agree. I have always, in the 15 years that I make content,
I think DSP, for whatever reason, just really didn't want to bail, so he dealt with it even though he coped and deceived the whole time Keem was there. Yeah, he couldn't really leave. He tried to, whatever you want to think about the DDoS play.
No snorts.
He attempted it, if you want to believe that he faked that.
Minutes, and I don't think I've heard a single fucking snort the entire time.
Yeah, it's almost like he does them on
I don't know if
purpose,
he's
Ann.
doing mini snorts and then the mic just can't pick it up because he's leaning so far back because he's so uncomfortable.
X-Files team.
I have seen no visible snorts. I've heard no visible snorts. There's no.
I think
face touching,
DSP kind of
nothing is going on. Not a single burp. Nothing.
It's a hospitality thing. I think he allowed Keem to come on,
and that's what it is.
because
but
he
he's
had
being
no
so
other
subtle about
choice.
it.
Like, it's not his house.
everything they possibly could, every aspect of what they do is.
When you're on someone
Wish
else's
you could be
stream,
like this.
you kind of got different. Gotta you gotta like wipe your feet before you come in, right? You gotta have some manners. I think that was his kind of approach to it. Like, well, I can't tell you not to bring him on.
Because there are times where you say, look, hey, I really need, you know, I'm in a really tough spot now. I got this coming up, and on the same screen you have a tip tracker. You know, it's the same type of thing. Like
They probably would have respected him if he did say no, though.
Revenue on the stream. I don't have any problem with that. That's done by millions of streamers, but it's the idea of saying like, hey, I'm in a really tough spot right now. I really need you guys to help me out. And in your words, you know, I'm going to be eating, you know, lunch meat sandwiches, right? Like, what's wrong with lunch meat sandwiches sometimes?
There's nothing wrong with lunch meat sandwiches. I eat them a lot. They're delicious. No, I see what you're saying. For the tip tracker,
There's nothing wrong with lunch meat sandwiches, you guys. Until you have to eat them on your day off.
Because if I didn't have to track tips, I wouldn't have to count all stream. I could just focus on what I'm doing with my audience.
See, this goes back to the thing that he was making fun of Peace about. Making fun of. It wasn't really a dig anyway, but even I don't track my financials. Well, maybe if you did, maybe you wouldn't need to have a tip tracker that people make fun of every day.
To look like an idiot, and I'm okay looking like an idiot for them. I don't care. What do I, you know, I'm
Guess what? Tracking his financials is more stuff he has to do after the stream. So why do that when he can do it during the stream?
There's a tracker on the screen. Okay, big deal. I'm not going to sit there and talk about it constantly. If you watch a 4-hour stream I put out, yes, every once in a while I'll, hey guys, it'd be great when you get some more support on the stream or whatever today, and then we move on, right? And I'll hit it upon it a few times during the stream. Some people say I hit upon it way too much. And I understand.
I still think he doesn't remember anything he says. Lunch meat sandwich comment went right over his head.
But
When
there's a difference.
God, there was a moment.
That a stream is being done because someone is.
There was a moment where they joked about something, and Phil looked at the camera dead, like he didn't understand that it was a reference. I don't think it was the lunch meat sandwich. There's a joke later on. They do a joke, they do a bit.
Sounds like projecting right now.
And he just doesn't say anything.
You just said a few minutes ago.
It's projecting.
I mean, in all sincerity, man. You're
trying to remember what it was.
It's projecting.
The reason why you still do this is because you can make more money than a 9-to-5 job, right? And it's
the camera was on the whole
That's a
time.
pretty big hack,
They
you know,
they
and,
say Adam says the
I don't know,
camera
man,
was
it
on the
just- it
whole
doesn't
time, and
seem-
DSP looks at the camera like he
it seems
doesn't
like
understand.
when you're asking your audience for
And then
money
it kind of
consistently, what
segues into the
Adam and I
incident,
have
and then
both worked
he
with people
silently
who, like,
understands
the
that they have
worst thing to do
transitioned
is-
into the
is
incident
value-
segment.
is
That's
look
what
at
I
your audience
remembered.
as a dollar,
Yes!
right? And and this is
Yeah,
something
yeah,
that
Shaiva
I don't have a whole
remembers.
lot of, you know,
He
I've let
says,
companies over
"Why?
this,
Why
right?
did you think the camera was
and
on the whole
this is
time?
something
Why
that
didn't
I
you
don't-
notice?" And he just
I don't
doesn't
agree
get
with
it.
them,
Like he's
but I would say
silent. He
that
just stares at
when
the camera, and
money
then they
comes in, when
laugh,
you
and he
reach
kind
your
of
goal,
laughs with them.
say you reach a goal and you put on
That
your
was
invest or
like,
whatever. How are you
wait a
taking
minute,
that money
that was
and
the
are
biggest
you-
incident of your
are you
life, and you
reinvesting it
probably
into
see
your
comments
content?
about
Are
that
you
every
reinvesting it
day.
into cameras? Are
You don't
doing
understand
special
what that
streams
in the
outside
moment
of,
what that's referring to.
outside of
no way,
just your day-to-day gameplay stuff.
Yeah, it's level this.
What value are you adding by people? I mean, I get you have to pay bills. I get it. Right?
What is meaningful
value
content?
Are you adding to your audience's experience to further that
None.
meaningful relationship that you're offering?
None.
Yeah, we've had big goals. Like for example,
Now this was better than his
if we hit
quartering
monthly
interview
members
by
goal on
far.
YouTube, if we hit a sub goal on Twitch. Now instead of just doing our normal routine gameplay, I do an interactive event with the viewers. We'll talk for a series of weeks. What do you guys want to see? Do you want to see a big react event? Do you want to see?
You hear that? You hear that little segment there too? Taking away the monthly goals is like a change.
Is it just you watching stuff or?
Oh, a react would be, for example,
Deep
let's
cut.
say there's a
Yo.
Yeah, I just watch
long-form
stuff, man.
documentary that people really want to see me react to. It's for 2 hours, right? But for me to react to it, it's going to take like 3-4 hours. Well, that's going to take a major chunk out of my normal schedule to do. You know, people also don't want to get backlogged on the games that I'm playing. But you hit that event. Now we're going to do special things. You know, this big react event. It's separate from all my other content. A lot of times it's
Read the
hyped up. We
pin
set
message
special
or the
things around
rotating
it that I normally
message.
wouldn't
That'll
do.
answer your
But yes, some of that
question.
money gets reinvested. I have a series. I know this sounds stupid, but my fans love this. It's called Feasting with the King. Basically, I order a meal and I eat a meal.
That
with my
feasting with the
audience. They think it's
king is
funny.
gonna come
They think
back
it's
to
funny
bite
me. I
ya.
look stupid. They say I look like I'm in pain when I eat. They like making fun of me, right?
When you
But-
say the king,
You're still using the king moniker, I see.
Not the
Well,
thing you hate, that's the thing.
It doesn't matter. You say the king, and you know that's what it was. So people are gonna make that.
And you're right. You're correct. You're correct. Nod, nod, nod. You're correct. You're correct. Ah, yes.
Feasting with the king, After King, two of those shows or events that I do
He's
that
having
have
so
a
much
king
fun with
moniker
this.
that I probably should try to phase out or rename. But when you have things that have been running for so long, people actually have pushback. Like, don't change it. We love it. It's been like that for so long. Those are my true fans saying that, not my haters. You know. But you're right. You're right. I agree there.
You're right. You're right. You're
But
right.
anyway, no.
You're
yes,
right.
I try my
Another
best
L.
to invest, you know.
I should have had an L
How is
counter.
it-
Well, like I just said,
I
doing
guess
something
that was
above
on
and
their
beyond.
stream,
I'm gonna
because
So that
order
doesn't
going
cost any
through.
money though. You know, doing another stream.
I had a fucking
Reacting.
bombshell
That's just making
counter.
more money.
I think I got to
Correct, but then,
4
you know,
things that I
ordering
considered
a giant meal
bombshells.
that normally I wouldn't order. You know, I'm talking ordering 2 entrees instead of getting DoorDash.
It is their stream, right?
Ordering of a giant meal that normally I wouldn't order. You know, I'm talking
Yeah, it is their stream. It's kind of like fucky on this part.
ordering 2 entrees instead of getting DoorDash. You're talking $50-$60 out of my pocket that I normally would not spend. You know, it's not
Right,
budgeted, but because,
right.
you know,
The
it's a
amount
special
you
event.
are
And
going to
I know-
get
I
for
know what
reaching
you're
that
saying. What
sub
you're saying
goal is
if
supposed
you
to
have these goals
cover
every
for
day,
the
where's
expenses
money
of the
go?
food,
Would you really like to know?
right?
Yes.
You really want-
It's
I mean,
not. It's not. Honestly, it's not that we are asking. It's that you, I feel like the people out there that have been supporting you that now have turned against you because they feel you lied to them or you saw them as dollar signs, and that's all that they were to you. It's like I feel like they want to know most.
Well, then let's talk about that. Let's talk about that for a minute, right?
Set it up.
There was a, you know, you went through bankruptcy, right? And that's pretty public.
Ah, yes,
you went
the
through bankruptcy, and there was this, the $5,000, you know, business expense thing has been talked about by your detractors quite a bit. They say, what could you possibly be spending $5,000 on? Look, a month. You are a streamer who streams, you know, by your own schedule. You're active 12 hours a day.
I
doing
can't
this,
believe they
right?
let them get away with
And,
this too. We
Everybody
never
already mentioned, you
itemized
said,
the
like, you
5,000.
didn't fix the set at all. It's been
Besides
just a
kind
shoddy
of
set for most
tacitly
of your-
admitting that he
over a
committed
decade of
perjury
doing
and
this.
and
Right.
that it was
So
all his tax
there's
guy's
this
fault. I
thing
have a
of
lot of it in my
what do your
notes.
business
Basically, what I
expenses
wrote
look like? I mean, I've
was
done this
a
for
lot
long
of it
time.
was
The
him
business
pawing
expenses are your initial
responsibility.
cost of setting
No,
up
it
your
wasn't me.
camera, your
It wasn't me.
lights, and
It
that's
was a
it.
tax
And
man.
after that, it's
If you want to
your,
dip, you can
your,
dip.
your cost
Internet
is your
bill.
time. Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure. Like I can't tell if it's their stream or not. I really
Is your
can't.
time, right? And so walk me through. What does that look like? What is it specifically? You know,
Is
there's
it
this
their
$5,000.
stream? Okay, 100. Okay, we're gonna just let me make sure. I'm gonna fucking refresh this, just in case like something's weird and something's going.
It's $5,000 business expense every month. So
Yeah,
Oh, of course.
was
He
it
did.
like
He did.
this
Even
on
if he
theirs?
did
It is
itemize
their
it,
stream?
it would just come to the
Oh
same
my God,
conclusion.
it's like it's bugging the shit out of me because I can't not hear it, and it's so lame. Wow, they got a lot of fucking views out of this. 19K. Holy shit. All right, big ups. It is their stream. It was like this when I was live. Okay. All right.
I can't call him Craig anymore.
Okay, so
I really
first of all,
can't. I tried to call him Krug, Krug and Grug, but I can't. He wasn't soft at all. He's not stuttering, stammering Krug.
I believe it's from my
He's gotta be Craig. Bumbling Grug can stay Grug though.
No,
you guys probably know more than me because you've probably been inundated with this for 2 weeks. While this
I
I'm so
don't.
far removed from this.
I want to hear it from you.
I think again. I'm just speculating. I think what happened was when I filed for bankruptcy, a lot of
Adam's like, I don't know anything about it. I want you to explain it, you idiot.
information goes public. And so if they look at a public filing, I guess there's certain information that's made public. I don't think it's all your tax returns. I think it's like 1 year's worth or something. And I guess there was a number that was thrown out there that it looks like Phil spends $5,000 a month on business expenses.
I got you, big
Now,
Google.
Number one, I don't
Number
do my own
one.
taxes. I have a tax guy to do
Pawning
it.
off responsibility. It wasn't
Here's
me,
what I
you
do.
guys.
Yes,
Alright,
I knew.
I
I'll be
figure right now
leaving
'cause
this
I'm
up.
working on it right now for this year. What are considered expenses that a tax attorney wants to know you're spending every month?
Yeah.
Geez. Your mortgage,
Geez,
because if you work from home,
geez.
I guess that's part of it. I don't know. Again, I'm not a tax guy, but
I
maybe
don't
it costs your
know.
mortgage. All of your utility bills that apply to you operating the business. Correct.
Hold on, Phil, you've been doing this for 17 years and you don't know what your business
The
expenses
invitation
are.
to
You
come
don't know
back
what
rubbed
to
me
get
the
tax write-offs
wrong
on
way.
and stuff. I mean, like,
Even though it was
what?
probably just a display of graciousness that won't pan out for
I
some
don't.
reason.
I give it all. I pay a lot of money to a tax guy. I have a giant, spreadsheet of data that I provide.
It would be
They work
stupid
out,
to
'cause
not
everybody's
have him
different,
come
I look at
back.
the tax laws change and stuff, and they figure it out.
So
I
of
give them all the
course,
data. In
with
fact,
how much
just got
attention
email
they
from
got, it's like the most
Yo.
attention
Just
any
data
episode
for
of their
this year's tax
podcast has
filing
ever
already.
gotten.
His
Of course
chat
they'd
was
want him back.
Their chat
Phil
was
acts like they
nuts
Phil acts like
during
they
this
don't want him
match.
back.
Get
Wrong.
them to it, and they do it. So, what you're
Of course they want
here's
him
the thing.
back. He gets
Do
them
you-
so much views.
I'm tempted. I'm really tempted on
Would Phil
putting
accept
up
the
their
invitation, though?
chat because it was just flying. Mudahar was in there, fucking just going off on him. You can only use a
Debatable.
percent of your mortgage, not the whole thing. Mudahar's in there.
A review text bitch ass was in there
Do
too.
it. All right, cool. Shit. What do we want?
I'll give him this though. He had a good super chat.
That was awesome. Oh shit! I can't. Fuck.
Like we're gonna wake up tomorrow and we're gonna see Ralph tweeting about it.
Really dumb way to do
Flamenco's
this.
probably gonna tweet about it.
Oh my god. Okay. I think I know how to do this, but it's gonna be really fucking stupid, and I don't like this idea at all. What's this one? What filters do I have on this? Color key. Okay, we just need the color key. So we take. My god. Okay, we'll just take.
Yeah, flamenco. Gross.
thing, and we'll.
Gator's gonna
activate
do like an Anime Boomers
that.
podcast covering
No,
it.
we need that. We don't need that.
All right, guys.
We'll just do a window.
Welcome to the Anime Boomers podcast.
We'll call this other chat. All right, we'll call it other chat, and we'll take that. That'll be the window. That'll be okay. We'll get rid of that. We'll do this. We'll put a filter on it really quick.
Look at this dude working on the fly.
Copy.
Keemstar still going.
That did not work because I. Did
I
not
was
copy it.
calm and respectful as possible to DSP on
Well,
a
that
live stream
guys.
today. I thought we had a decent, possibly even
Geez,
productive
that guy.
conversation.
I'm
Now
gonna
people
second
are sending me
name
clips of
handle.
him on his own
Second
channel
name
and just talking shit about me again. This guy doesn't learn
that.
anything.
Do this, then take only the chat portion. Think all of this down. Oh my god, this
Thinks
is
Lummox
so,
will cover
this
what
is so
Wingo thinks?
stupid.
Absolutely.
Not even gonna get it. Well, actually, we'll get it.
Fucking
but
Wingo
kind
was
of.
restreaming.
We're just gonna have to put it somewhere. Okay, we're gonna shrink it down a little bit more.
Yeah, man, we're gonna restream the
And
DSP
Do
interview.
it like this, and then we'll take our chat, and it'll be like this.
We're never gonna get the Jordy collab with Jordy and
I think
Phil
this will
now.
work.
He was siding with
This
Keem the
kinda
whole
works
time.
out. I don't like how that's doing it though. Perfect. All right, and then we can blow it up a little bit. There. All right, we can have their chat on as well. This does this work
Who's
for you guys?
DSP?
Is this okay? Is
Really
this
paints how
overwhelming?
irrelevant all this
Way
shit
too
is in the
small?
grand scheme.
Bro, how big do you want
But also,
it?
fuck normies.
The problem I'm gonna have is like no matter what, it's gonna be like that.
Oh, shit.
Enhance. But you guys
Drove
are
into a
asking for too
thwomp.
much. We're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it. Let me see. I can shrink it. I can just remove their profile pictures. That way we can just see it like this. And this will kind of blow up a little bit more. There we go. It's perfect. It's not perfect.
It's better than what I put up.
It'll have to work, guys. That way you can see the speed in which it was going.
Everyone, we're really going to get to the meat of it. Is this WWE Champions bullshit, which I
Enhanced scam.
You love how he was the first person to say WWE Champions, not the interviewers.
Because, like, I'm trying to put myself in your shoes, and I'm trying to think through
while you're piecing it together, you know, building that up. I just want to remind you, Phil, like you said at the beginning of this stream, you want this to be where people can go to finally like.
Of course, Craig's pumping out the clips. He just got the best fucking interview of his podcast's existence.
This isn't for us. This is for the people out there that are like, what about the $5,000 a month? You know, so you know, what about WWE Champ, which we'll get into. Like, what about these things?
WWE Champions, guy.
This is your chance to now say, all right, it was the freaking business expenses, whatever. I mean, it was the mortgage, it was this. I don't know if that's actually considered a tax write-off. I don't want you to get in trouble, but I don't know. It just feels.
No, I see. That's the thing. Again, when I went to that bankruptcy, oh my god, that was. The
person who is messaging me, can you DM me really quick on Discord so I can confirm?
With me being a public persona, and there were things you can do, I guess, to protect from online harassment.
Secret
DMs. Oh, yeah, I know, because I need to be 100% sure.
And so when all that went public, that was the most drama-filled bankruptcy hearing ever. The judge was inundated with thousands of messages from haters about
Appreciate it.
But anyway, let me answer the question first, and then we can get to anything you want to talk about there. I would assume that the expenses are including everything that I do. Okay, that's related to the business, and that could include mortgage, any insurance that I'm paying that relates to the business.
Oh, he showed the doubt meme.
And/or
I don't even care about that.
Legal costs, and what I'm talking about is my tax attorney, but also other attorney and things that I've been involved in over the years, which maybe we will get into that today, or maybe we won't. I really can't talk too much about certain things. We'll get to that, about identity theft and stuff. I know it's the first time I ever mentioned that, you guys. So
love you too.
Among other things, you know, all the normal things in a month.
Platonically.
Utilities and all of that. It adds it up. Here it is.
What?
All of a sudden, I'm being accused that was a lie or something.
Yeah,
Here's
sure.
what I can say, because I'm not going to sit here.
We
and
love
go back
Ann
to the 2010
too.
Tax return and say, here's what my accountant said or whatever.
Right. This is from 2010. That's $5,000 a month.
Oh, excuse me. Did I say 2010? I meant 2020. That's totally my fault. I meant 2020. This was my bankruptcy was 2020, so I think tax return that must be references like 2019, something like that. Okay. Here's what I know. Because of the amount of trolling that happened to me, this judge that was involved in the bankruptcy hearing was attacked online with so much shit. I had to go into meeting after meeting with both my bankruptcy attorney and this judge. Hours of work. We went through line item by line item.
Yeah, the
all
identity
of my
theft lie
expenses.
is just
I had
so
to explain to a judge who has no idea what live streaming is.
Don't worry, Ann. It's gonna get even crazier.
Single expense and line item and rationalizing what it was to my business. This is this, right? You know, and it took so much work. At the end of the day, after all that extra work and time and money that had to be put into my bankruptcy, it went through. The judge understood. I showed them everything. If anyone should see line item by line item what my business expenses are, it should probably be the judge who's going to make a ruling on if I should be granted bankruptcy or not, right? That's the government, a government representative, correct? They saw it all. They went through all of it, and at the end of the day, they said, this all makes sense, approved.
But in the vast majority of time, winners in bankruptcy experience.
Mudahar said it best. He's dodging the fucking expenses because he's not listing out any of the expenses. He's just saying the judge looked at it and approved the $5,000. Bro, what are the $5,000? Because I don't see it.
Once again, it's pawning off responsibility.
Right.
You think anything's wrong with the $5,000? It's the judge's fault for signing off on it. Not his fault.
Why do you have to go back to the well, going back to your audience, and ask your audience to
it goes right back to how he is when he says, like, you guys wanted this. You guys told me you wanted this. You guys voted for this.
Great question. Thank you for asking it.
The judge approved this.
We just talked about
damn it, I drove into the gap.
What happened with Twitch. Okay, so the bankruptcy goes through around mid to late 2020. I'm relieved of all this revolving debt that I had in my name, but there's still debt that remains. There's still my mortgage. There's still my car payment. There's still taxes. And taxes is a big thing because for years there, I was not able to pay my federal taxes properly. And
you couldn't pay them, or you didn't prepare to pay them properly. There's a difference. Because
I thought you said that you paid a guy to do your taxes.
I do, correct, to file the taxes.
Because I think the one thing that people need to understand.
Adam is like, wait a minute, no, so hold on, something ain't right.
Is that you are acting as an independent contractor with YouTube and Twitch.
Adam
and
got
whoever,
him with
right?
confusion.
So when you're paid, when somebody gives you $1 super chat, YouTube takes 30% of that, right? And so you get 70%. That 70% then needs to be taxed by Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam comes in and they take however much of that. So by the end of it, you could be getting anywhere between 50 cents of that or 35 cents of that, depending on what your revenue is for the year. And you're the tax brackets you're in. It sounds like, Phil, that you didn't necessarily plan accordingly for that, and you didn't save your money to ultimately pay. And if you have a tax person to do this, a CPA, which is for any online creator, that's like the number one expense is having a CPA to do your taxes. That's the number one thing, because going through and that's extremely important. But your tax, like, has your tax person ever came to you and said, hey, you should probably prepay your taxes. You should be paying quarterly instead of having one big lump sum at the end of the year. Because that just seems really irresponsible for somebody who works online and has done so for 17 years to have a tax person who hasn't suggested that and haven't had you prepay.
Do not, please. That my tax guy is great.
Okay.
He I have an estimate of what I should be paying, not even quarterly, monthly. Like, basically, can I make this monthly payment? And some months I can easily make it no problem, and other months I can't. I have to pay less, depending on the income that I make that month.
But that income is based off of your tax for that month is based, and your quarter and your year is based off of the revenue that you're making that month. So if you make $10,000 that month, then you're going to be $2,000 in taxes, whatever, however much it is, right? So the money is already in your account. So why would you have trouble spending? Why would you have trouble with that? I'm really having a hard time following this, because if you have the money, it's either being spent before it's time to pay taxes, or I don't know. I don't know. Please walk me through it.
Whew, okay, so I have two revenue streams. One revenue stream is very much
Big ups to Popeyes for the fuel up.
income that I get from my viewers.
And hello, Log of Power.
On edge, yeah. I'm kind of on edge. I'm like
income that I get from YouTube. That's ad revenue.
I got my hand on my my face,
daily I get tips,
and I'm like, oh
and that
shit.
essentially
There's
is
a
the money that I'm
specific
using
face.
today to pay some bills.
Dan is in
Really
oh my
specific
lord
face
mode.
that I'm doing right now. It's very
all that kind of stuff.
specific.
The YouTube money that comes in behind the scenes is what I use to do all my ongoing recurring payments, my mortgage, my car, health insurance payment, whatever. Here's what's happened, okay? The bankruptcy happens. Great. End of 2020, things are looking up. I'm actually getting
The bankruptcy
popular on Twitch.
happens.
I'm starting to make
Great.
good money. I announced to my audience in early 2021, hey guys, guess what? There's a light at the end of the tunnel. You guys are
I thought you said there wasn't a light. Oh, there was a light and the
It's
troll
looking
sucked
like if
away.
you keep this going this year, not only for the first year in many years, because now the bankruptcy's over with, now I can pay all my taxes properly for the first time in a long time. Because my problem is, you have that much debt and everything. I couldn't do it. It was my fault. I was in financial ruin. All right, 2021 things are looking up, and then what happens? They get me kicked out of the Twitch partner program. They shut down other revenue streams for me that I can't really talk about. Later on that year, identity theft, which we might not get today. I don't know if we're talking about that. That's a huge-
What do you mean by that? Stream elements? He can't talk about stream elements? What other revenue streams were shut down that he doesn't want to talk about?
So now I went from I'm good to
Or can't
I
talk
immediately
about.
have lost a revenue stream from Twitch.
What?
I have to go to YouTube. I'm making way less money on YouTube now than I was on Twitch. All that money that was going to make everything even, I'm good to go now, is gone again. I'm
And
way
he is
reduced income again.
dodging this
So you're right.
question so
Because it
hard.
just- now, nothing else adjusted. My mortgage still exists. My car still exists. All those regular expenses still exist, and now I'm making way less. So this is a running pattern, and I hate this shit. Every time I'm like, I feel like I'm getting ahead.
Only
happens and
Phil's.
screws me over. I'm serious.
No,
It's
wait,
all
that's a pasta joke. No, I repent.
Why not
I take it back. I didn't mean that.
And just do something different. I'm not telling you what to do, but like if there's
I washed
if
my
you keep
tongue of
running
this
if you keep
fucking
running
bit.
into a wall, eventually you need to take a different direction, right? And like I love that you love what you're doing right now, but if you're still struggling with this so immensely, at a certain point, don't you need to like self-reflect and say like, look, man, I'm running into this wall fucking 5 times. I should probably not be doing this or change.
The only
my
interesting
approach.
part of this interview was the Kev part.
I hear you. And like I said, I had that conversation with my mom in 2019.
There may not have been a lot of real bombshells, but there's a lot to glean from
But
the
you don't wanna
interactions
commit to it.
here, even psychologically, emotionally, possibly even
Major factor.
spiritually.
It sounds like it is the factor. I mean, it sounds
Yes.
like you're just spending the money as it coming in instead of saving and preparing for the next month, where it might not be as profitable. So that you could be like, I'm saving. Maybe I'm not gonna buy that new game. Maybe even though it's probably a write-off because you're doing it for business, doesn't matter.
Right.
It seems like you just gotta start saving money. Maybe be a little smarter for the future. I mean, I'm not trying to like lecture you.
Oh my
on money,
God.
but it seems like you.
No, you're
I'm
right. You're right,
telling
you guys.
I'm telling you, what saves it? Craig is doing an okay job. Like I can't even give him shit for this. He's asking follow-up questions. but goddamn.
I told him Craig was doing a good job this afternoon. He did not believe me. He was doubtful. The skeptic and.
Because Craig is doing the follow-ups, but Adam is doing all the pushback that needs to happen. It has to happen. Oh my God, this is why I told you, as long as Adam's allowed to be on, you have a shred of hope that this can be fixed. I've been saying this over and over and over again. And yeah, he does look scared because he's like, he got caught out. He doesn't know what he's supposed to answer now.
Seems like you need it, so.
Yeah, I need... What I need, and I've said this before, I'll just say it.
Sure.
Choke it
I
up.
need like a year, and here's what I mean by
Nope.
that. I need 1
You can't
year
get a year.
to
Not
make
allowed.
content and not have my trolls fuck with my income.
It's never gonna happen.
I agree
Never.
with you. I now agree with you. I know that now. But that's what's happened is every time something happens, that screws my income again. Well, wait, here we go. I worked my ass off. I changed who I am. I'm a different kind of content creator. All the things that they had issue with me. This is why they do it to me right there. We don't like Phil for this. Okay, I'll change all of
Yeah,
that.
good cop, bad
No,
cop
still
was
do it anyway. Ruin
that's
his
a good
income.
way of putting
So
it.
why change? Why change? What's the point? It's not doing anything.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just stay the person that you were and that you are, whatever?
Because I changed
instead of, like,
mentally,
trying
you
to, like,
guys.
adhere to people on the internet. Because the people on the internet are gonna hate. The haters are gonna hate. Like, who fucking cares? So what's the point? You're doing it for nothing.
I
Exactly!
understand what you're saying. At the same time, I feel like that a lot of the changes have been very productive. I like I said, now
Why
I love
even
what I do for a
bother?
living. I didn't before. I didn't.
Productive
I actually
changes like
genuinely
taking
wanted to
away
be here every
monthly
day.
goals.
My
The
audience is
changes
fun. I
are
wake up in the
taking
morning
away
energized, ready to go.
things.
I used to wake up in the morning like, oh, I gotta go play games and film again. That was a horrible mentality. Who wants, I treated it like any other job. This now I love it for the last 4 or 5 years. But I hear you. But yeah, if I were to quit YouTube, let's say right now, cold turkey, I quit YouTube. I can't find a job out there that's gonna pay what I'm doing now. You know, in addition to that, there's always the factor that I've been out of the job market for a decade. Who's going to hire a 40-year-old guy that hasn't done anything besides,
not with that attitude.
For 10 years?
Nobody with that attitude, though. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
So, it seems like you're already defeated, not even worth trying. So you're putting yourself in this hamster wheel.
I
that
already
Craig was
tried,
mentioning earlier.
guys.
It's just like there's no option. This is it. So I have to grind. I have to do this. And like that sounds miserable to me. Even though you say you're having fun, it seems like you're just trying to convince yourself that instead of actually it might be true. It might be true, but these two things could be true also. I'm just pointing that out what I'm seeing.
And I agree.
I'd like to kind of continue on with that.
I
The idea of,
agree.
like,
Correct.
do
Yes.
you have
Yes,
a
I am
business
broken
plan?
on the inside.
Do you have what it looks like what your business looks like in a month from now? Do you have a business plan for a year from now?
No.
You have a tax guy who runs your numbers, but are you saving money? Because it doesn't sound like you are, because just based off what you're saying, and it very much sounds like you're going to be doing this when you're 60, right? And if you want to be doing it when you're 60, that's fine. But this doesn't seem very forward thinking. You know, when you seem like you're living day to day as opposed to thinking about long term. And dude, you're 40 years old, and at a certain point, you got to look at things and say, like, well, do I want to be doing that? Like, will I ever have enough money to retire? Will I ever have enough money to not do this? So walk me through that. Walk us through that. The idea of, like, and it's okay to say you don't have a business plan. It's okay. It's like, we're putting it all on the table here, Phil. And if you don't, that's fine. Just kind of walk me through it, man.
Currently, do I have a business plan? No. Have I had business plans in the past? Yes. And
No, that's not the answer. That's not. Do you have a business plan? No. But in the past, I had them. Well, what the fuck were the business plans? Keep doing this?
every single one of them has been destroyed by my income over and over. To have a plan, a long-term plan, you have to know at least what the stability is going to be today, and depend on a little bit of that stability. And it sucks. Like Adam said,
over there.
YouTube, Twitch, any kind of online content creation is a constantly fluctuating thing. Tomorrow, everything could be turned off for all of us. We can't even stream, right? It could be a new law that says we can't do it anymore. In which case, then I guess I am bummed.
Random extreme out of nowhere. It's just such a stupid point from the drive.
When every month is different. When it looks like
fucking
exactly
1 month from now, we could all just be jailed for being streamers, I guess.
And he even admits over and over again, I worked it out with my mom. We were going to fucking do something. I was going to have to change. I was going to have to make different content, blah, 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 blah. And he never mentions the 10-year plan. I wonder if they ever bring it up. But DSP has referenced his mom over and over and over again, talking it out. Well, what the fuck did you do with your mom? Just eat her pierogies and say, okay, man, thanks for the money? Dude, she's like, you got to get a job. She said you got to get a job. Everybody's been telling me he needs to get a job. His fucking fans have been telling me he needs to get a job. And now these random ass people, one of which he worked with and another person that's just an innocent bystander on the internet, who has made a successful career compared to Phil, is telling him, yeah, maybe you should consider getting a job.
to my life. Oh, here's what I'm making every month. That's exactly what was happening in 2021. There was a series of months, like the first 3 months and 4 months of the year. Things were going great. I had a business plan. Here's what I want to do. Let's do this for a certain amount of years. Let's expand. Let's improve the setup.
Can't even
Let's
say
try
what
new
it
things.
is.
Let's do this.
He can't even say what that business plan is because he knows it's fucking made up. DSP has never had a business plan other than let's just keep it going. Let's keep the gravy train going. If I continue streaming for another 10 years, maybe I can make it. Well, I mean, he's making it. He's surviving. But how many more years can we continue with this dumbass business plan that doesn't exist? Because let's be real, the business plan has always just been let's keep doing the same and hopefully it'll work out.
And then if it keeps going, you get to the next stage of the business plan, right? And what happens? I lose my partnership, identity theft, income's destroyed. Now what do I do? Business plan's gone. So how can I set a plan when these people won't allow me to even have
You've never
any level of
had a
stability in my life, even
plan.
for months
You know what you
because
do?
of the stuff that they're doing.
You make another business plan.
Yeah.
You move forward.
Thank you. Adam with the actual sensible reason. How can I have a business plan if they keep destroying everything? Bruh, make another plan. Make another fucking plan.
You move forward positively. You should have said positively. You forgot to say that part.
What choice do you have?
Right.
The only choice is to make a new one and continue moving forward.
I agree.
Like,
I will not
I
be
agree.
beaten by
Yeah.
these people.
Yeah.
what you just said sounded like
yeah,
you
nod.
You were.
were.
No,
You have been
absolutely
over
not.
and over again.
One of the
I'm
major
letting you
things-
know. I'm letting you know what you what you had just finished with. You know, I had a business. He asked what your business plan is. He was like, I had a business plan, but they kept shitting all over it. Like that was your response instead of this is my business plan, right? You don't have a future vision. I think that's what
Oh,
Craig
I
was
do.
going
Okay,
for.
okay. I spoke. I do have a future vision. The problem is, if I fully explain it, they're gonna try to ruin it.
What?
How do you ruin a business plan?
What?
How can you ruin ambition? Ruin things that
Excuse
haven't
me?
even happened yet.
If I reveal my future plan, they're gonna ruin it. Bro, how? Your future plan is to keep doing this. What did it say? Exactly. What a fucking insane answer.
You understand?
That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
No, it's not.
I'm sorry
It's
about that.
actually
Do I have an
not.
idea of what I'd like to do? Yes, I know exactly. Actually, I have steps in place.
Easy
to know
money.
Exactly what I can do.
Yeah, you've been
to make my
you've
future
been
plan.
out and
I don't
about.
want-
He
listen,
got
I don't want to
roasted.
be here on stream every day saying to people, toss me a few bucks. Oh my God, that's
They
the worst
destroyed
thing.
him.
Effing do it. I don't
Raked
wanna say,
over
hey,
the
kid, you do this,
coals.
That's obnoxious. I just want to play games and chill with my audience.
I just wanna
And
play
this is the
games
funny
and have
part that
fun.
detractors will never mention. Before
Wow.
my income,
It took him
kept
that
getting
long to
screwed
fucking
over
do this?
all these different times by them and
Oh,
by
well.
my
I
choices.
guess
It's
he
not just
finally
them, it's
did it.
also my bad choices that did this. I never had any kind of crowdfunding. It was always just Phil's making a living on YouTube via ad revenue. I had no sponsor.
That's super chat. Phil doesn't know how to save a dime. Also, he starts work at 11 a.m. Most of us work.
And don't
out,
worry if you missed
have
it.
or
Ann hasn't
appointments
seen this
before,
either. He's
work
watching
at
this
8
for
or
the
9
first
a.m.
time.
Because
Could
that
not
is
catch it
life.
live.
Phil is a child who never wants to grow up, which is correct. DSP is a perpetual, eternal child who is absolutely refused to grow up. The dude is 41 years old and acts like he's fucking 4.
I didn't take any money, extra money from anywhere. I wasn't asking my fans for crowdfunding. Everyone else was. I wasn't doing it. It wasn't until the revenue started to get hurt by that I decided to do crowdfunding because everyone told me to do it. Right now, my income's ruined over and over by these people. And what's their number one critique of me? You beg too much. I wouldn't beg if you didn't keep messing with my income. The only reason I have to do it is keep
messing with
ruining my financial income. You keep ruining it for me. So how can I have? Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Phil. Begging for money is never a good look for anyone.
I agree. I agree. I completely agree. Nod. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I can't dispute it.
Okay, then look.
All right, I guess you're a beggar then.
Look, the idea of like going on stream and saying, I really need help for these taxes. I really need help for whatever. I got a big thing coming up. Trav, can you please kill it with the chats, please? The biggest thing, and people asking, is this live? Yes, this is live, right? Of course it's live.
This is live. A whole
you had an
body
opportunity
jiggles.
with Keemstar and Drama Alert
live
to
like
go
I
on,
do
to go
every
on there
night.
for
They didn't even believe it
for
was
being on
live.
to go on
There's
this
no
podcast,
way he's
right?
getting
He's
roasted this
agreeing.
hard
He's
live.
agreeing.
Why not?
He's agreeing with it, by the way. He's agreeing. He's like, yep, 50,000, 50,000, yep, 50,000.
Do that.
He's nodding his head.
That's a giant amount of money. And yes, there's taxes attached to that. It's after it's all said and done, it's probably 30K, right? But why not just say, okay, I'll take your money and I'll spend a couple hours on your podcast, and that would clear up so much of your financial burden.
Okay, Keemstar story. Here we go.
Here you go.
But just answer that question.
Look at him.
I don't wanna hear the
Look
story.
at him. Look at him.
They
Look at
won't
him.
let him. They
Look
won't
at
let him
Drake's like,
reframe
I don't want
it.
to hear the fucking story.
They
Don't
won't
give
let
me
him
the goddamn
recontextualize.
story.
They
Give me
won't.
the
They don't want to
answer.
do it. They don't want
I
to
just
let him
wanna
do
know,
it.
why would you not?
They were really good about
Because
not
that's
letting
what
him do that.
you've been told a story that's not true. I have to tell you what actually happened.
Please.
So
wait, so this is the reason why Keemstar jumped on, because DSP was gonna tell a lie, and he went on to clear the fucking record. Oh, that's why. That's why DSP was actually fucking mad. It wasn't the fact that Keemstar was there. Keemstar just went in to clear the record. Oh, okay.
There's a history with Keemstar where, you know, over the years, this guy's a horrible reputation on YouTube. You know, everyone knows it. I'm not gonna crap on the guy here, but just go look on YouTube. You'll find out all about
crapping
him,
him
the
right
things he said he did
now.
to people and things over the internet. I've had a little bit of history with him, a little bit, but not a lot, you know. And basically, he had been pretty nasty to me a few times, tweets and things like that. What it is people will ask me something on a stream. What do you think of Keemstar? And I'll be like, you know, it's not just Keemstar. It's a lot of guys. I don't like these drama YouTubers. I call them misery brokers. Okay? What they do is, if you have a bad day, they're having a good one because you had a bad day. What kind of content is that? To me, I feel that's the worst kind of content. You're benefiting from someone else's
Everybody's like,
drama
fast forward, get him out of here.
Definitely one of those people in my eyes. You can disagree. That's okay. That's what I think of the guy. Okay. So I said this one day casually. He starts insulting me and everything on the internet. So we have a little bit of bad blood.
Oh, anything but that from Keem.
All of a sudden, it was last year. Okay. Unbeknownst to me.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's
right, Expand Dog. Technically, he didn't step forward with the offer.
Craig knows. Craig emailed.
Even though he wouldn't answer the call.
Contact me. Let's talk. Let's figure out. You know, it's a business relationship. No email, nothing. Okay.
Hey, that's me.
He's sitting on his Twitter and he's making public tweets.
Twitter?
Someone tell Darkseid Phil I want to talk to him right now.
Twitter?
Contact him. Tell him I need to talk to him. There's $50,000 on the table and he needs to contact me right now. First of all, is that how you start a business relationship? Is you scream on your Twitter to have someone come talk to you?
Yeah.
If he has something to offer me, should he not contact
As
me?
drama brokers?
Bro,
yeah.
Did you not do the very exact same shit for every time you needed money? For every time that you wanted a fucking interview?
What are the beg tweets for?
Anytime you wanted any kind of
Aren't the beg
response
tweets
to
exactly like
from,
that?
Burger
Just
King?
your own
You
branding?
literally you hop on Twitter to complain about a goddamn sandwich. The corporate for a franchise store. I don't want to hear this whole, well, do you hop on Twitter to start a conversation?
Yes.
Bro, do we hop on via email to start a conversation? That's kind of lame too. Oh
do you
my
use Twitter for what it is intended for?
Because people come to my stream to tell me.
Look, Craig's fucking done with
So
it.
to answer your question, I think that in a traditional environment, no, that's not how you start a relationship. When you deal in the space that Keemstar does and kind of the drama, like look at me space, yes, that is how you would start it. Because you throw $50,000 on Twitter, people go, whoa. You know, yeah, I want to get this attached. So
you can tell that floored in.
Traditionally, no, but we're not dealing with Coca-Cola. We're dealing with Keemstar, right? And
Yes!
that's what he does for a living. So
Exactly!
he wants to put eyes on his product and drive interest. So I
You're
would
not
say,
dealing with a
yeah,
traditional
he did do it the right way
sponsor.
in his world, in his interest.
It's the same thing as the people making a this is how you don't play a video game. It's the same shit. They're using your, I don't know, for lack of a better word, clout to make content.
Ah,
and
yes,
they
the
worked.
Phil ankle
So
biters.
Joaquin did it, and you know you're doing that same thing. You're bitter that he's not approaching you respectfully. You know, you if he actually wants to get you on his stream or whatnot, he maybe should have reached out to you. But you know, he's basically using you. It's like the right thing would be is to use him back.
Exactly.
Right, right, and if there's 50 grand on the table, what better way? There's no way he's gonna make 50 grand back off an interview with you. Like, why don't just take it, cash the check, and then you're golden.
Okay.
Or even if it's 10 grand, even if it's 5 grand, even if it's $1,000, like, why not just be like, yeah, I'll take it, sure.
Okay, let's continue because this isn't what happened actually.
Please.
It wasn't an interview.
So explain that part, because you know, I just want to know about that. Like you said, that's not what happened. So what did happen?
Correct. So eventually, I had to DM him on Twitter to even get his attention because he wouldn't contact me. You know, I learned it from drama on my stream. Everyone's drawn up drama on my stream. He wants to talk to you. So I DM him, and he's like, "Call me right now." I was like, "I can't." You know. Just tell me, what is this about? You know, I'm streaming, I'm busy. Just let me know what this is about.
You did do it on a stream.
I'm serious. I had to go back and forth with this guy so many times for him to just tell me in a DM, what I'm interested in is I want to do a show with you. I want you to host a show. This was not an interview for 2 hours. This was some kind of like a big project he wanted to be involved in. I don't know exactly what. Let me explain. So he says, well, I don't want to talk about it in a DM. We got to have a phone call. I'm like, okay, that's reasonable, right? Let's have a phone call. Here's my number. Here's when to call me. I'm available at these times of the day.
It was reasonable. A phone call was reasonable, but also I wanted it in writing.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on in this guy's head.
Yo,
all of a sudden, I'm on streams. He starts calling me
fucking
when I'm on streams.
rewrites.
I'm like, is he? I don't know what's going on again. So I DM him.
Don't worry,
again.
Gan.
Hey,
Don't
so
worry.
basically, it's like
Game's on the
stupid
way.
Telephone phone tag.
I was watching the whole time, you
Talk
guys.
about what he wants to offer me when I'm available, right? So at that point, I'm like, let me figure out what this is. And I talked to my wife about it. And we sat down and we said,
what?
sounds to me like he wants me involved in a project. I don't know what it is. And my wife says, you know about him, right? I was like, of course I know about him. Everyone knows about Keemstar. And we talked about it seriously. And we're like, right now, $50,000, if this was real, would be hugely helpful for us. It would put us, back, jump ahead, almost square.
No, you guys don't get it. You call the manager when you want the job.
This fucking liar.
You got to do what's best for you.
Yeah.
You got to do what's best for the business. You got to do what's best for.
Okay, I'm gonna assume that when Keemstar comes in, he's going to dispel all the retcon. But bro, DSP was constantly complaining. You need to email me. I don't want a phone call. You need to email me. I'm busy at all times of the day.
Hey, don't they say you gotta aggressively call the manager if you want the job? Hey, what's the status on my resume? What's the status on my resume? Can you check out my resume for me?
You told me to email you, and I said that was.
I sent my information in, guys.
Holy shit.
We'll get back to you.
Everything, everyone's good interest, and if this were someone who I felt had my
that's true. He had to unblock him to talk to him in the first place.
Had the history that he has, I probably.
Yeah, I wonder why Keem was yelling, demanding to talk to Phil.
And then everything he does is for his own personal gain, and it doesn't matter how much he hurts you, as long as he's still benefiting from it. Okay, there was no offer to me of being on an interview for $50,000. That's a lot.
All right, we're gonna get there. No spoilers.
Okay. And just for if it sounds like there's miscommunication here.
Yes.
Right. If we were to get Keemstar on the show right now and kind of walk through this, because I'm very intrigued by this, right? I want to know more about this project. Would you be open to that?
Absolutely not. Not after all the stuff that happened after that.
Okay, so you would not be open to talking to him right now?
I never want to do business with Keemstar. Not after the things I now know about him. He said and done. Absolutely not.
Yo, he's running.
Okay. Then I'll delete my tweet that I was about to send asking Keemstar to come on the show. I didn't send a tweet out, just so you know. I was going to.
Here's the thing. You could say it's a difference between short-term gain and long.
Big up,
right?
I feel like thank you for the advertising.
With that guy in the long term.
I watched the interview already, and now I'm watching again.
He wasn't
reacting
serious
to another guy watching.
I've seen documentaries on this guy. It's factual evidence that he creates.
I don't want to worry about. I don't want to talk about Keemstar. I want to say you should use that mentality towards money. It seems like, you're holding him on that, but instead in your own world, I'm just saying it's just gonna help you out. I feel weird because it feels like I'm like lecturing you, but I'm just like, I'm the type of person. My friends call me an honest asshole, and I'm cool with it. Like I don't mind. I'm blunt. I'm freaking vicious sometimes, and it just seems
absolutely not.
Really
I don't want to talk to
Keemstar.
To
that, so
no.
Need your props for sure.
That's just
so
who I am. So I just
that's where they all got the meme just to say, "Oh man, you did a good job, Phil. Good job, ass pats." Because he was like, "Yeah, man, they were complimenting me and everything."
Just feels like.
No, I take no offense from anything, and I appreciate all of the input. I really do. Having conversations like this can only help.
Well, so how do you
I don't know about that.
Idea of
it helps us
not taking Keemstar's money, but taking it from your audience, who you may not know. Maybe they're slinging crack. Maybe your audience, you don't know where the money's coming from, right? And they may be getting it morally in a way that you may not agree with morally. How do you square yourself with that? Maybe that I think everybody. If you have a sizable audience online, you deal with people who are favorable people, and you also have some unfavorable people in your audience, right? And they may get money from other ways. So how do you square that in your brain with Keemstar versus unknown money?
I don't equate the two. Like, Keemstar money is, I'm taking money for a direct project that apparently is going to be a long-term business relationship with this guy. I'm associating myself with a guy who I don't respect, don't like the content he puts on the internet, versus...
here's one thing I'm disappointed in. They didn't name Derek.
My crowdfunders are the people
Derek was not named.
15 years later. I'm a small-time
he
guy,
absolutely should have been named. He should have been blasted. There should have been... Derek should not even have existed after this interview. DSP should have been shamed into kicking him out. That post-stream should have been the end of Derek.
It's mostly income coming in from streams, ad revenue from people watching ads, all of that. This is a question for you guys, too, I guess. This is interesting.
We couldn't even get a sit-down with Derek. Like, all right, guys.
For your viewership, correct?
Derek, I'm gonna wag my finger at you, Derek.
I would hope that they're all upstanding individuals, right? You always want that, but you don't know what they're all doing, right?
Sure.
Do you micromanage your G2s and say, well, there's someone who's nice on my stream and they come by every day, and I just found out, I went to their Twitter to find out that they're a horrible person. They say racist things on their Twitter all the time.
Yeah, the headphones throw me off.
If someone came to you and said that, would you say, oh, I gotta ban them from my community now because they say things on their own personal Twitter?
No, it's censorship.
Yeah, that's censorship, and I don't agree with that either. But I do think that it starts and stops with expectations, right? Your expectations.
Of course. Greg had Derek in his head. He looked at. He saw his chat. I don't know if Phil saw the chat.
Lighting up with Derek.
Should act, how somebody should interact with other people in your chat.
Derek.
How you
it's
are
Derek.
the flag bearer of how what the community should be like, right? So I think ultimately your community emulates the host. And
that being said, I do say I absolutely
love that
understand.
Yeah, there is a point there, Kuromazawa. I suppose that's true.
Yes,
personally,
they still did a good job. If you look at it from that perspective, they kept it.
I don't respect. And
pretty much exclusively on Phil. I guess you could have some people argue it went too far if they were to attack someone.
Yeah, I mean, I get that.
Drama alert! I tweeted.
So, well, let's kind of let's kind of dig into this a little
He
bit.
saw
Right?
it.
So
He saw it.
where's the line, right? When you have, let's just say you have a community member that you know via their Twitter. Let's just say they are.
Yeah, that was
coke,
a Tim Pool
right?
segment.
They're selling illegal drugs, whatever. Don't you want to be like, hey man, like, I'm not into that.
This is why I prefaced the very start of the stream with the Adam clip about him talking about Tim Pool, because I knew from that moment, and him being on here, because he's also on Nerdrotic's podcast too, so he tangentially knows about Phil in certain ways. He has resources that can tell him whether or not this is bullshit or not. So there's a lot of people that have told him a lot of
exactly.
things. But I know that Adam, like, he knows what bullshit is, and he knows when people are being money-grubbing assholes. And he knows DSP is, like, showing off way too many signs of being a money-grubbing asshole. So that's why I said that there was no way this was going to work unless he was there. He had to be on here.
Like, there's visual evidence of them doing something bad or at least alluding to something negative, something that would be shunned in a normal society, right? But you know they're a part of your community. And once again, they're coming into their community, potentially bleeding that into the community. I don't think you censor them, but maybe have a conversation about it.
Mm-hmm. I agree. It's.
Do you?
It's a line of, is it influencing you and your content in your community or not? So I think we're going towards a certain topic. I don't know if there's a particular person you may be referencing, Craig.
I'm not going to reference any specific community.
He knows nothing about
Adam. This is not about.
That's why it was good. It was a good call.
Okay. Good. I like that. Good
actually
there.
Address something real quick.
Hint.
So Keem actually just tweeted and responded to what you just said, and I want to hear your thoughts on it. I'm going to read his tweet. Keem, he said, DSP is lying in this live interview. I called Phil at the agreed times, and he ignored my calls and claimed later he was at work. He ignored my calls for $50K up front. For the Low Cow podcast to stream to under 200 live viewers, begging for them to pay his rent and his utility bills. Both Wings and Boogie agreed to Low Cow podcast. The only reason it didn't happen was because of DSP. Thoughts? Response?
It's a blatant lie. He called me when I was on stream. I looked at my phone when I was on stream, wondering why I was getting a phone call.
So he did call you.
That was Keemstar calling me when I was on live streams. It's just blatantly false. I gave him the times. I said there was time frames between streams he could call. One day I actually sat here for an hour in my office after a stream waiting for him to call, and he never called.
Well, if it's not true, he's gonna post, when you were streaming and the phone call, and if not, then it's pretty easily provable.
Yeah, that's fine.
So,
he never.
there
I'll
it
tell you
is.
right now.
Yeah. It's pretty. It's provable.
The times that we talked when he was available, to my knowledge. So that's all I can say. And then after the fact, here's the thing. I just wanted to have the conversation.
Here's the thing, you guys.
I have issues with the guy and the content he puts out. So at the very least, knowing it's in my family's best interest to have the conversation, find out what the conversation is about, at least to find out.
Stop the cap.
But he wouldn't even have a conversation. So if the conversation doesn't take place, of course I'm not gonna say. If you can't even have the call, how on earth could you ever enter a business relationship with someone for a big amount of money, for a big commitment of time, or whatever it was gonna be? It just didn't make any sense to me at all. So that's why it never happened.
Okay.
And by the way, Boogie, I've talked with Boogie behind the scenes. He really wanted me to be on the show, but I told him personally, I can't do it, man. I can't do anything with Keem. I just can't do it. I can't be involved business with what he stands for. It's kind of like the same thing. I know this is going to sound crazy, all right? I'm the kind of guy that if I can help it, I won't shop at Walmart. Okay? Why?
Weird segue.
I hate that company. The company has destroyed small businesses, little towns.
You have an iPhone,
Bro,
Phil.
You said you don't shop at Walmart because of the people that are there.
What did he mean by that, Dan?
You literally said because you don't like the clientele. You hate going there.
Who are the clientele at Walmart, I wonder?
Oh my god. And this dude is the same dude who picks up Walmart orders. Chad, if you've been paying attention to his day off segments, like 8 months ago, he literally said he went to Walmart for the first time to do an online order pickup. And ever since then, Cat's not been going with him. He's been doing online order pickups more often than not. So he's being a liar right here. And he's being really weird about it. He could save money by going to Walmart. I don't want to go to Walmart. Walmart's got all those weird people over there He does the little weird eye squint and everything.
Finger munch.
Yeah, those people.
Right? Now, everyone shops at Walmart because that's the best price. If I can help it, I won't. Once in a while, I go there. But for the most part, I can't. That's the kind of guy I am. Maybe that's a huge flaw with me, right? But I'm not going to take money. I would feel like taking a paycheck from Keemstar. It's kind of like blood money. That's money he made.
Blood
on the backs of
money.
People, drama content he put out, people he's hurt to earn it. I'm not going to do that.
Like blood diamonds?
Did you start your career on like drama and hate?
But not as people. I will say this. I never.
Wait.
If I could help it.
Wait.
Like drama and hate?
Drama content he put out, people he's hurt to earn it. I'm not going to do that.
Didn't you start your career on like drama and hate?
But not as people. I will say this.
Did you start your career on drama and hate? And what is Phil's answer?
No.
I never. If I could help it.
The people in the Street Fighter.
If you could help it.
Community, like that's who you said you were targeting.
Oh, okay, that's different. And here's the thing. You're right.
Here's the
deal.
totally.
How's that different? Look at his face. Look at his face. How's that different, Phil? You son of a bitch. I was about to answer.
It's no different because I've changed now. I will agree. And
I changed now.
I'm different now, you guys.
Yo. Look at his face.
I'm sorry, you sound like the abusive ex-boyfriend trying to get back with his girl. I've changed now. Don't worry about it.
Adam, so you're talking about.
Look at him.
I'm just.
This dude's losing it.
Funny, like,
it's not that serious, Ed. Calm down.
Now that line.
I'm changed, you guys.
I don't know, overused by.
I was an online
people.
troll in the Street Fighter community. Absolutely, there was online harassment that happened. Absolutely, I've learned from that. I've been through it myself now.
You can hear Ed slapping his legs.
Audience to actually troll people, to do drama against people. That's so.
It gets better.
I would never do that for personal gain
Yo,
anymore. Ever again.
It gets better.
So I feel like I'm taking money from other people who've been hurt in order to benefit. I can't do that.
Have you reached out to anybody that you feel that you wronged in the Street Fighter community to let them know that you changed and that you're sorry?
Did you?
The people from back then, I would have absolutely no idea how to contact, but I have publicly said things.
No, you haven't.
I did a react to the download.
Don't worry, they debunked this. This is debunked too. Calm down. It's gonna get addressed.
Where's Triforce? I'm gonna get Triforce.
And I admitted publicly to how bad I was back then, what an awful person I was, just to get over in the Street Fighter community. There's people back then that, for no good reason, I trolled them. For no reason, I'm just an asshole. And I apologized in that video. I mean, do you want me to name names?
Well, sure, yeah, because I want to know who's so hard to get a hold of.
What's his name? Shady K. I don't even know if he's even around anymore in the Street Fighter community. In the early 2000s, I destroyed this guy for no reason, no good reason. I don't know, I latched on to people because look, the more I make fun of this guy or the more I try to attack these people,
yeah, they're looking for him.
And it caused so much drama. We almost fought at Evo. It's so stupid. Now I look at it, I'm like, boy, that was dumb. What kind of dumb shit was I thought I was a pro wrestler. I thought, oh man, I talk shit. You're gonna have
You're looking for him
at fighting game championships. It's the dumbest shit.
Right. So
is this long Tran?
I don't know. You tell me, because that's the thing. Like these people are not hard to get a hold of, and his DMs are open. So like I feel like that's pretty disingenuous to say, it's more like you don't want to put forth the effort in saying that, I'm going to say this publicly, and it's a big blanket to cover all the things that I've done wrong. When if you know that you've done things that you regret, you should probably reach out to people and say like, hey, I'm sorry for what I did. I'm sorry for what I said. Because the reality is that on today's internet, it's not impossible to find these people. It's very easy, and it just comes down to like a little bit of effort. And I'm not saying that you're not, but I'm saying that maybe there's an opportunity to provide a little more effort.
You know what, Craig? I never even thought about it like that. Here's why. Little mini story. When I was in high school, I was bullied a lot. Okay, and years later, one of my bullies actually contacted me, like probably around that time frame when I was in the Street Fighter community.
I like how it took
online,
all of 15 seconds to pull up that profile.
We gotta stick together. I'm just kidding.
No, he basically said, I'm sorry for what I did to you in high school. Like I think back on it now.
I'm the victim. Me,
I realized what an asshole I was.
Ah, yes. I am the eternal victim. DSP the guy.
You don't have to worry about it anymore. And that was it. So, to me, I'm so far removed from those days. We're talking 20 years ago. Does this guy care to hear from me 20 years later in a DM?
Yes.
Never even crossed my mind, but you know what? You've made the point. And now I'm going to have to think
about it.
You
made the point. You convinced me. I'm convinced now.
Who possibly I could maybe reach out to. He's definitely probably number one. Because that was one of the people who, man, for no reason. It was just every day hammering that guy to the point where at the end of Evo, we had a grudge match on stage. And then when it ended, I wanted to shake his hand. And he was so upset, he refused to shake my hand. Because I had trolled him so badly on the internet. He basically was like, irrevocable harm that you've done to me. I'm not going to shake your hand. You're a piece of garbage, right? Now I look at that and I'm like, I probably would have felt the same. Because I've been through that shit. I'm on the other end of the trolling now. And now I get it, right? But you're right.
Well, I think
it makes sense.
What you're talking about, you're talking about growing growing as a person. I think those are things
No
that,
fucking way
that
he's
people,
contacted
you can
him.
absolutely learn from. You know, and absolutely should learn from.
Lip
And
service,
those are
this
things
all
that are
was.
incredibly
Lip
important to do. And to answer
service.
your question, does he want to hear from you? I guarantee he wants to hear from you. He doesn't know he wants to hear from you. These people don't. But
That's a good
taking
point there
time
too.
to
That
just
he
say,
doesn't
"Hey, man,
know
I messed
that
up."
they want to
It's not
hear
a bad
from
thing.
him.
It's not a
Because
bad thing.
people
you know?
don't know what they
especially
want.
if you know you messed up. Like people said, "Oh, Craig, you messed up," but I don't know why I messed up.
Maybe
They
he's
just-
got
they just
some
point the finger,
lingering
you know?
hurt inside that he never got over.
It's me every single day on this
That's right.
show. With
It's been a consistent theme with Adam. He's always pointing his finger. But you really messed up. All right. Oh, wrong way. There we go. I'll say this.
Don't point your finger at me.
I'm
One
not pointing
day-
any fingers. No way.
One day, when
All right,
Anne's on his
let's
old
continue on.
fucking
All right, so we
haunches,
made mistakes. We're gonna attune for
he's
them.
gonna go up to
We're
Rydrake and
um,
apologize for everything.
Let's
I'm sorry,
go
Rydrake.
into WWE champ.
It's
oh no. Okay,
WWE
number one, how
Champions
much
time.
okay, how much does anybody want to like guess? Do you think DSP will do an apology? Like, do you feel
no.
like DSP will do an apology to this long tram guy or whatever? I feel like we might get one, and he may like do a public thing. He'll do like a public tweet and add him, and that'll just be that. I feel
Probably
like we're
a
gonna
tweet,
get
if
one of those.
anything.
And he's gonna do it, and he's gonna get it over with, and he's gonna feel like he's done
If
something.
part two is coming, if part two
wow,
is
you
coming,
guys have no faith whatsoever. You guys suck. No faith, no faith.
all right, I gotta get.
I'm
into
gonna
this.
believe in Phil. I'm gonna believe in honest Phil. Phil has been honest and true and been telling us no lies for the past 15 years. And every single one of you are fucking darn dirty trolls. And he's the true and honest gamer. You fucking idiots. You no life trolls.
Yes.
Sure.
Let's talk about this because this has been a consistent theme with all the detractors. They want to know about your experience with this game. Just a real simple yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
Do you currently still play WWE Champions?
Yes.
Yes.
Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Hold up. Here's the thing before you get your panties in a bunch. He's already admitted this before. About 6 or 7 months ago, he admitted this. This was already known stuff. We know that, and his wiggle room through all of this has always been, you don't know what account I'm on. But he's already admitted this. This is not new information. Keep that in mind.
Yes, you do.
We're telling you to wait for
Why
it.
are you so why are you so
got to have faith,
hesitant
man.
to talk about that or to talk about WWE champions? And we'll start there.
Oh, why am I hesitant to talk about WWE champions? Well, the thing is, I wasn't at first. I did talk about it publicly years ago when the game first came out, very innocently. Talked about playing it casually. That I was a fan of wrestling. This is a game that I played. Over the years, every once in a while, I will casually mention a mobile game I'm playing or whatever. But, it's nothing that I would think that my audience would be super interested in to hear about me. What mobile games I casually will talk about them. That would be like something I would mention on my podcast. Oh, let's talk about I'm playing a new mobile game today or whatever, right?
Yeah,
But
man.
what's
Let's
ended up
talk about it on
happening
a level
is,
1
over the years,
podcast.
every little thing that I mention that's not directly related to my content or my business, what I'm doing on stream, somehow gets twisted into something distorted or messed up by my detractors to make me look bad. And this is a prime example
Yeah, the
of them,
small Adam smirk.
in my opinion, and you can disagree, trying to orchestrate something. Well, just one of the many things, because we can go through a lot of the things they've done that have been completely disproven. But this is one of the things that I never went out of my way to disprove because it's stupid. It's ludicrous.
Can I ask you, Phil? Have
Sure.
you ever spent money on this game?
Of course I have, yes.
Have you spent a lot of money on this game?
Good question is, what does a lot mean?
Anything over $100 is too much on a mobile game. So
Probably when the game first came out, yes, I spent over $100 on it. That was
Okay.
2017 when it first came out. Trust me, I'm versed on this game now for all the wrong reasons. So yes, in the first year.
For all the
Wait,
wrong
just
reasons,
flex
but
on
you
how
don't
good
have
you
an
are at the game.
addiction.
No.
What's up,
I
Pray
said
for
I'm
Rock?
versed because I have to know
Pray
about
for
it
Rock.
because they're freaking put me in conspiracies
Pray
about
for
it and
Rock.
shit. It's ridiculous.
Okay,
I
well,
want to know.
You're here
Doesn't
so
matter.
How much
late,
money
but
have
I'm
you spent
glad
in this
you
game?
are.
Do you mind saying?
Sit down.
Total, I couldn't tell you. It's definitely.
Anne's
total
watching
under
this for the first time.
$1,000 over
I'm
the
watching
years
this
it's
for
been
the second
operating.
time.
Okay,
It's like
not
I'm getting
over
slapped with a
$1,000.
fish.
No,
Because that's not what people think.
That's
They
correct.
think,
Oh,
they
I
think
know.
that you're some sort of a
You're just
whale
in
that
time
game.
for the
Oh, I
killing
know.
blow.
I've seen every. I haven't seen every video. I've heard it
was
all.
amazing.
First, it was like thousands, then it was 10,000, then it was 20, then it was 40. Now it's 100, I think. 100,000 supposedly I've spent on this game.
Well, we started talking about it.
Oh,
and
let me
instantly
tell
went
you
into just
something,
attacking other people.
brother.
Like, you don't have to like your detractors. Like they may deserve it. I don't know, but we can have this conversation without even bringing them up.
Sure.
Right? We'll bring them up if they're you're saying you're instantly going to they're making up shit. But you do play this game. You have spent money on it, and I think what's happening is when you're begging your audience for money and then complaining that this King's Feast is too expensive for a $60 meal, and you're stressing for money, and then putting money into a game that is a mobile game that is, I mean, let's face it, mobile games are not necessary in life.
Nope.
Spending any amount of money on a mobile game. I've never played this WWE. I don't even know. I saw like a picture of it, and it looked like Candy Crush or I don't know what the hell it is, but it just feels like they feel like you're just using them to like using your audience, and like I don't want to be used. I personally, I don't like feeling used. I've been used by people in the past, and I don't have time for that in my life. So when people are watching someone online and supporting them, and then feel used, like when you say you beg too much, and you're working on that.
You've seen the interview, just catching the deep dives. I find it interesting.
Even
was
talking
willing
about
to share
this
info
other
about his
game
wife having a
that
restraining order.
they believe you're a whale in.
Then sharing
why
his
do they think you're a
username on
whale? Where are they getting
Yeah,
this?
very interesting. Don't worry, we're not. He's not at that part yet, but that is a good point.
Over the years, that
why don't you go dox the restraining order she has on him?
Apparently, at first it was that
pretty much. It was pretty much a call for people willing to go do that.
Which is also your Twitter handle.
That's correct. And so just by that association, they're assuming that's me in the game. Okay. Now, for what
It
I'm
was like daring them.
after that,
Well, why don't you go find this
they're gonna
restraining
ask
order?
on a stream or whatever? Is this you? And I said, no, that's not me in the game. It is not, by the way. That is not my account in the game.
What is your account in the game?
Kat has a restraining order on her
say.
old ex,
If you're gonna
allegedly,
say why.
and we did not know
Because
that before today.
Back when I signed up for that game in 2017, there had never been any drama around mobile games or anything like that that I've been involved in. No one ever asked me the question of what's the name of your account. I have an account name on basically my Apple device that kind of crosses over a lot of different accounts, okay? And if I were to tell you information about my account, these people will absolutely use that to hurt me. They will try to use this data to get into other accounts. They will probably try to commit identity theft, impersonate me with Apple. I can't do that. I've already been through that.
So on the record, you're saying that
Very
account,
suspicious.
They call me DSP is not you.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, okay, but here's the thing that I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around, right? Because apparently that name was changed later to Down from the Rafters, right? Why would somebody, if this is a troll that is a whale, right, that in this game, why would somebody let's say after this was brought to your attention,
It's Dark Side Patrick, guys. It's not Dark Side Phil.
All this money
it's
on
coincidence.
this, right? And they know it's being, it's being tracked in this game. Why would they change the name if they're just trolling you with they call me DSP, this name? Why would they then change the name if it's just a troll to begin with? What's the point? I'm trying to wrap my head around this idea here.
Oh my god, I cannot wait to hear Phil's rationale behind it, because this is every thinking person's like understanding of this. If they're there to troll DSP, which let's just pretend there's some rich fucking detractor that just really wants to fuck with DSP and just makes an account under his name, Phil, why would they change the name of their account if they want to fuck with you? I don't even know if I don't even know if I'm properly braced for this answer. So let's hear this answer.
Sure. Apparently, there's a couple theories. Theory number one is, like you just said, this person was actually a troll who was trying to make me look bad, and that was the theory until the name changed. But I agree with you. That doesn't seem to make sense, does it? Why would you try to change your name if you weren't, maybe, and again, this is me just guessing. I have no clue because this is not me. Maybe this person was a legit player. Maybe it was a fan of mine. Maybe it was, who knows? Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's complete chance. This is not Dark Side Phil. This is not DSP Gaming. This is they call me
Dark
DSP.
Side Patrick.
Again, who knows? You're right. That's the point.
Who knows? I cannot look into the hearts of man.
Or whatever. It was one name that I use on a Twitter account. So maybe this legitimately was someone who was playing the game.
It wasn't Phil Burnell. It was Phil Bennigan.
Here's what I can tell you.
His first name wasn't even Phil. It was Perry Bennigan.
My actual account name was going to get out there, and they were like, I just told you guys, they were going to try to harass me or change, harass my Apple account, hack my Apple account, whatever. I reached out.
I gotta say real quick, if whoever
it was Dark Side Perry
changed it to whatever the hell they changed it to, why haven't you changed it to some?
That's what I'm about to say. That's exactly what I'm about to say. I asked they have the help chat or whatever. I asked them. I said, listen, this is happening, and I'm really afraid. And they told me they don't do that. I was like, what? Yeah, we don't do that. We don't do name changes. I said, there's evidence that there is. They wouldn't do it for me. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe this person, because of the level that they spent supposedly in the game, because they're a whale. Maybe the company was solid because they keep spending, and so they did it for them. Apparently, you can't just change your name. There's no option in the game to change your name. I've tried. It's not there. And you contact support. They say we won't do it.
He knew exactly how to change the name because he went directly to it, which was go to chat. Because yeah, you can't change your name to what you changed it to because it's over the character limit of what's allowed. I don't know how many of you guys know, you probably know the story, but there's probably like a small amount of you who don't know the answer to this. The name Down the Rafters exceeds the character limit allowed in the game. You're not allowed to have a name that long. DSP knows the way he was able to get around that, which he needs to put out a support ticket and go through their help process. That's the only way they can change it, which is why he brought that up as the first story. And that's not a very well circulated thing, but that is how you do it. And I can vouch for it because they don't allow you to do the name change when I tried to do it. And TJ Gamebox had to go around asking about it too. Yes, Down from the Rafters. But you can't make your name that long. It's too long. You have to open up a ticket for it, which is what he just said. He had to go through a chat and ask about it, and they don't allow it, which is true. They don't allow it unless you're a big spender and you make a big stink about it, which is what they did, and that's how he got a new name.
Okay, look, there's a lot here. There's a lot.
What's
here.
up, Ghost MC?
Look, I'm
how much of this have you seen?
Once somebody gives you money, you can do what you want with the money.
It's been quite an evening, I gotta say.
I think that we're here to put all the cards on the table here and work through these.
You're here
things.
at the perfect time either way.
So when you play this game and you have this whale that has the exact same Twitter handle that you have, that is pulling this elaborate.
Yeah, you got to remember this.
Oh, you got the frog cast?
You can't even pretend
right,
this is some random asshole. The exact same handle.
I couldn't, of course, I was over
Twitter
here, so I couldn't see how Frogger reacted.
Wouldn't
I'm sure
even be
Frogger
a
loved
first
it.
because he's had other accounts like this. This is not a first. And he's bragged about playing the game before, so it's not like it's not new. In fact, I guarantee you, if you probably went back
really
in
knocked
the
it out of
past
the park.
for 6 years ago and you asked him, "Hey, what's your handle?"
One thing I really
on
wish they could have
there so I
done
can see
is
what your account looks like.
go more
He
in on
probably would've told
Derek.
you, they call me DSP. And you can't even say,
Listen,
well, they
this
call
is
me
to a
DSP.
new
DSP is such a
audience
common
that
thing.
doesn't
But no,
really
it's
know
not.
this stuff.
The only things that you're
I
going to get
understand
out
why
with
they did
DSP
it.
is going to be either Darkside Phil, Desi Sri Pradi, which is a musician out in India, or you're going to get Digital Something Processor, which was a thing.
They
for the
alluded to
Super
Derek,
Nintendo.
but he was
Like,
not
that's
name
all
dropped.
You're gonna
Like
get.
it was the part where
That's
they were
just
talking
it.
about crack dealers. That's an
Oh,
obvious.
you can't
It's an
even make the
obvious
argument,
Derek.
"Oh, it was just somebody
Derek
just
without
fucking around."
saying
No,
Derek.
DSP is very specific.
Elaborate troll on you, right?
If that's what it was, I don't know.
Right, but and I hate to bring this up. But I'm going to because I feel like it needs to be addressed.
Yeah, DPS maybe.
People have been very aggressive with you.
Ah,
to the point
yes.
Where they have
DPS
leaked
gaming.
things from you, right? And that's
Dude, I
obviously
love
not cool
mating
at all.
Tracer.
It's ridiculous that somebody would go to that length, and it's honestly upsetting.
Digital
But
signal
it's out there,
processing. Okay.
right? And there have been, according to these leaks, there have been.
Nah, that was a Derek analogy, but
dozens,
I get your idea
hundreds
too.
Of transactions to.
They didn't want to. They couldn't
to
say
the Apple
guy
Store.
who looks at porn
Some
on
many
and posts
over
about it on Twitter
hundreds of dollars,
constantly.
that have been there. Were those your transactions?
No.
No.
What?
Wait for it. Wait for it, and keep going. Don't pause it. Keep going. It's gonna
Yo,
get
look at
better.
Okay, no, we're 7. That's 0.75. No, I want you to look at his face when he fucking answers that. I want you to look at his face.
That had been there. Were those your transactions?
Nod. Nod.
Does that look like he's telling the truth?
No.
Bro. These are your leaked statements. They have multiple entries for purchases to iTunes. Were they your purchases? It gets better? Are you? No. How?
So those were not tied to you at all.
No. Those, okay, the bank leaks. Now we have to get into the identity theft thing, okay?
Well, let's just talk about the bank leads first.
Well, they're tied to that.
Okay.
You know what I mean, like they go hand in hand. Those bank leaks.
Explain it then.
Sure, the bank leaks are not accurate. That is not my account.
Do I think he's gonna do a part 2?
So it's
Actually,
the person who
yes.
took
I would
your
be
identity
surprised if he
was
doesn't come back.
spending money
You think
on
that
the
they've
officer?
already extended the invitation? They want him back. Look at how much attention they got for this. Would Phil go back for another part? Well, it would look pretty lame if he didn't do it.
That's not my account.
I don't think he has a choice.
I've seen
But
a lot of issues that happen with
if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I've been
summer,
wrong about
but
shit
they
before.
use that to run with some kind of this crazy conspiracy theory and say that was me, and it's not.
Nani the fucking wait, hold on. Are you serious? Wait. You're kidding me. His excuse, his rationale, his ace in the hole is, bro, those weren't even my transactions. That's not even my account. It keeps going? Bro, okay, I'm going to tell you something, all right? When I listen to like 2 hours, I have those audio clips, so I don't know if they ever went down on Kiwi Farms, but I still have, I think, like 17 of them. It's a lot of them. And I stitched them together initially to do the robot lady talking, or no, dude talking to robot lady video.
Yeah, many people thought this would be lame, so
I had to
who
listen
knows?
to about like an hour of it. I listened to when the dude went to take a shower, when he got back, when he was farting, everything. He farts twice in that video, in that audio leak. And here's the other thing too. I pointed out specifically, and other people did as well, there's an easy way you can prove it's Phil. Because the same day that he admitted to getting the stupid, dumbass chicken sandwich, the one that he keeps showing on stream, this is the chicken, oh, look how messy it is, blah, blah, blah. That messy-ass chicken, you can actually look into his records, and it showcases the day in which he made a Burger King purchase that equates to 2 fucking meals.
You know how many Burger Kings are in the country? That could have been any Burger King, guys.
You're saying that this account
debunked,
that is not yours, that had thousands of dollars of fees to the Apple Store consistently.
Yeah, think about that too, Ghost MC. He made a lot of money from that Codecast he went on afterward.
In the game that we're talking about, WWE Champions.
Get braided a little bit, and the dents will come through.
Play. Just so we're
why
all on the
wouldn't
same
he go
page,
back?
You're saying that is not your account at all, and they were unsuccessful in hacking your bank account.
They did not hack my bank account. They did not have access to my bank account.
It seems awfully convenient.
And
right.
just right.
That's not awfully convenient, but that's the truth.
You can understand how us looking from the outside in looks at this and raises an eyebrow and doesn't quite buy it, right?
To me, I mean, from an outside perspective, who doesn't know anything, would look like you had to go and
he's
file
super
for bankruptcy.
nervous. He's
you had
rocking.
all these issues and people calling you out for
He's
spending
taking
way
a
too
drink.
much money on this game when you should have been saving for taxes. And then, you know, this shit comes out and you're like, you're freaking sweating. You got to freaking do something about it. It's like, oh, I was hacked. That identity theft. Like maybe the identity theft happened. I'm just like painting a picture for like these people on the internet that hate you and are trying to convince the world of what happened. And then, like Craig said, I mean, you are playing it. It is your username. There are all these bank statements that actually correlate perfectly with this game. I'm leaning more towards that side of the story because it makes more sense. I mean, you needed an out. You have money issues and have had money issues for a while. Yep. And it's just like,
I think that's crazy, man. Look at me. I'm on hour 10 over here.
This story
God
has
damn
not
it.
died out like every other one is because this is the one that
I'm fucking insane.
I really don't have a way to prove my innocence without further exposing myself. You understand?
Do you have a police report for the
a police
identity
report?
You don't.
Oh,
you
no.
can redact certain things.
I do not. I don't have a police report. Geez, how do I?
Did you not go to the police when your
Good
identity
point
was
about the
hacked?
6-hour
No,
gameplay
I
stream.
went to all my financial institutions. I went to the credit.
Just
bureaus.
felt the day and
You didn't go
night
to the
stream.
police,
Just do
though,
a
when
6-hour
someone
stream.
stealing your identity. Why wouldn't you do that?
I didn't even think to do it. I don't think. What would they do about it?
What they do about it? They're the fucking
Try to
police.
get the person and arrest them for stealing your identity.
I mean, I guess maybe, but here, okay. I guess what I got to do is tell you a little bit more about all the crap I've been through.
Oh.
I have contacted the police about the harassment. No, listen, I have contacted the police about harassment over the years.
It gets better still.
Years later, when someone was actually doing tons of fake transactions against my PayPal account that were all fraud. They were actually fraudulent credit card transactions. I contacted our police here, and I had a big conversation, and they said, listen, I swear to God, this is the conversation. We don't do that. We don't have an online task force for this stuff. They said the only thing we deal with is human trafficking. That's it. That's all we can do. Here's the number to the FBI if you want to call them. But unless you're talking about ginormous sums of money being talked
So
about.
you did contact them or you didn't?
Not about identity theft. I contacted them years earlier about other issues.
And you talked to them about identity theft?
I talked to them about a lot of different things that had happened or could happen. And they
But why would you have talked to them about identity theft years earlier if none of that was even happening to you?
Well, I don't know if we specifically said.
Oh,
you know,
no.
identity theft. Like I said, there was a case.
Oh
where,
no, it's falling
First
apart.
of all, I received death threats.
Exposed.
Pretty serious death threats. Someone saying they're going to come out to murder me with a gun.
That's a completely different subject.
Correct.
Right.
And I contacted them about that. And while I was talking to them, I also brought up PayPal issues that I was having with fraudulent transactions and other things. And they basically said, we don't handle that. We can't. We don't have the capacity. Local PD doesn't care. You have to go, if you want to go to the FBI, but they even said, here's the number. If you ever get into something really bad, you're afraid for your life or something, call us 911. Outside of that, anything else, it's, big transactions or whatever, like you lose $1 million, you call the FBI. That's it. So I didn't think, I didn't file a police report about the identity theft because I didn't think they could do anything. They told me years previously nothing's going to happen about it.
Well, it didn't seem like you were talking about identity theft with them, so.
Well, so let me ask this, right? You addressed the bank leaks on a stream.
God.
Why? If they're not yours, why? Why did you feel the need to talk about the bank leaks if they weren't yours?
Well, what do you mean by that? Are you referencing a specific stream that I did?
No
Just
way.
in general. I mean, if somebody hacks an account and they say this is Darkside Phil's bank account, right? Why don't you say, well, it's not mine? What are you even talking about? And I did. Okay.
I'm sure
I did, you
I never said
guys.
that was my account.
Then how come?
I never denied it.
And this is the internet doing what it does.
Oh, God.
There's been matchmaking based off of your life, going to restaurants, big events in WWE champions, things like that line up perfectly with this bank account. And I think I said it's your money, dude. You can do what you want. I don't care. But why? If we were in the court of law and somebody was to bring all this evidence in front of say look, hey, there's a bullet here. Here's the gun that he used. It has his fingerprints on it. This person is dead because this person pulled the trigger, and the other guy's like, no, I didn't do it. Well, there's clear DNA there, and I think that's the thing.
Okay,
that I'm
but
really
you didn't
struggling
see him
with
do
here,
it,
man,
so he didn't do it.
It just
Debunked,
seems
case
like
closed.
If you would just say,
yes.
yes, it was my bank account. It was really fucked up. It aligned with all these things. By the way, I play WB champions. I have a hard time quitting it. Those games are addictive. And you just kind of said, yeah, these things are accurate. I think people would just be like, okay, and they'd be cool with it. But it just seems like you keep digging and digging and digging. And I mean, walk me through this because there's just evidence here, mounds and mounds of evidence. And that
right,
say,
you claim that it was someone else, but why do a lot of the things on the bank statement actually correlate to things that you actually did and paid for?
Right, and the only evidence that you're putting out is, well, no, it's not, or that's a lie, and just walk me through this, man, because
Oh yeah, over here, yeah, we were talking about how it basically felt like good cop, bad cop interrogation.
I just want to walk through this here, man, because it doesn't make sense.
My jaw is just open.
So
I can't.
Specifically, you said a couple things there. First, you said big events in the game correlate to money being spent on the account.
No, I don't think he meant in the game. I think he meant in life.
Well, in life and in the game, apparently there's special events that happen in the game, and it's a certain character's released or whatever. I don't know enough about the game, right? I didn't do a deep dive into the game. Just
Demeanor, stop taking pictures of me.
Hey, it's like you see this on any game, Call of Duty, Apex. For this time only, you can buy this character, or whatever. That's all. I'm just trying to walk through this, man.
But here's the thing. I don't know specifically what you're referencing. I guess what you're saying is there's transactions
intensify. I can't help it.
Proven that I spent money on. How would that even be proven? What does that
mean?
Well,
I mean, maybe you went to a restaurant and you said, "Hey, I'm going to go to dinner tonight," and then there's a transaction at a local restaurant for an amount that may add up to a couple people dining at a restaurant. You know what I mean?
No.
That's all. Like I said, I'm just trying to walk through this.
Wow, the Burger King reference. Even he can't believe it.
If I were
it's going to be the chicken sandwich.
Hearing the story, I'd be like, he's probably lying.
Killing blow.
I don't know how to defend. Again, I don't know how to defend myself without.
I agree. Yes, I agree. Yes, yes.
I wish I knew. I wish I knew I could explain those transactions. I'm trying to figure out how I can tell you from my perspective what really happened that summer. And why?
I'll tell you. Here's something very easy, very simple, very simple. You have my email, and this is a small ask. It's also a big ask. You can say whatever you want. Will you? And you can say no, and I'm totally fine with this. But just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
No.
Can't do it.
And vouch for you.
Yeah,
He can't do
I'll
it.
vouch for you either way.
He can't do it.
Kind of risk I don't want to say. Here's the thing. I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to.
He can't do it.
You know, and I not say that I think you would do anything with it. I don't.
I think you got to look at what's to benefit more than what's to risk.
You have no idea.
You can dismantle the trolls.
How this is going.
I do. I see it. I'm well aware. I have chat up. I mean, I know. I mean, people have been tagging me relentlessly since it was announced that you were coming on the show. And I didn't know who you were. I'd never heard of you before. Before this moment when Craig was like, hey, so do you know who DSP is? And I'm like, no. What's the deal? And everyone's like, oh, we got to freaking tell Adam who DSP is. You know, it's like, I see the amount of attention that you get in a negative light, right? So, like, I understand. That's why I'm like, I kind of understand that you don't want to be too.
Can you believe it still gets better?
In public already, because as there's a lot out there. So, you know, but you're in a pickle, man, because the internet is a fucking pulse, and it's a new brain that humans are still learning how to adapt to. And right now, there's a big chunk of the internet that has a target on your head. And, you know, you said it multiple times that you fucked up. You held your hands up. You said, I didn't handle this right. I fucked up multiple times. You did this and that. So it's like, if you want to remain on the internet, which you seem to enjoy streaming, you like what you're doing now, which is good. I'm glad you like what you're doing. But it's like, if you want to move in a direction that's going to alleviate some of these haters, anything might help. Obviously not giving them more ammo, which, I mean, I've grown to trust Craig. Of course, you know, don't tell him I said that. But, you know, I think that would actually do more for you than you think. If Craig came out and was like, all right, guys, he sent me the proof, and I can confirm to everyone that his account is not, they call me DSP, the whale account. You know, like
or the other name, Down from the Rafters.
Or what it changed it to, yeah.
Right.
Like,
What is the likelihood? What is the likelihood that Phil would somehow or another work his way around getting like Cat to do a screenshot, something like that? Oh, you can easily tell. There's no way. He can't. No, he couldn't. Even if he did that, think about it for a second. Even if he had a secondary account, there's no way on earth he could fake it, because we can all look it up online. Think about it. If he gave up a stupid ass account and say it was this one, all you got to do is say, all right, Craig, plug it into this and see how long it's been playing. You could actually just figure it out. The playtime will give it away. There's nothing he can do about it.
You should have had a secondary account on fucking Ket's phone, like
Adam,
I
look,
originally.
Before he gets away with it, just simply do this check. You don't even have to give it to us. Don't give us the account name, but do this check and see what the playtime is. And if it's something suspicious, then that ain't it, Chief. That's how you debunk it. That's 2 steps ahead. He had a separate account when the game first came out. Yet the playtime would give it away. Yeah, exactly. Playtime will give it away. If he's not playing on it, then it's not it. We could tell this when the special cards were bought. Yeah, that is true. It'd be super hard. This was so exciting. Yeah, this is fucking ridiculous. And we're only like halfway through.
At this point now, it's like, it's almost suspect that you're not wanting to just do whatever you can.
Yeah, again, I hear you. If I was sitting in your position right now, I would feel exactly the same way. But just the levels of shit.
Yeah, well, it's that mindset that got him here.
Craig would. I don't think he would. But
I have no interest. Phil, I want to be really clear with you, man. And just like this, we were talking about this. I have zero interest in making you look bad. Like I think there's a tremendous opportunity here for you to be humanized to a lot of people who don't see you as human. You know, and to err is to be human.
I said it's that mindset of him thinking he'll never get caught that got him here.
There are certain things here, man, that I just
in the hot seat.
You know, they don't add up. And you're saying, hey, if I was in your shoes, I'd be saying the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. I don't know, man. It's not connecting. It's not connecting. I'm trying to help you out.
If
here,
he wasn't
really
being a sneaky individual, maybe they
so
could have had a boring podcast talking about what games they like to play.
Else to be said then, you know, because.
Could I bring up one point about these bank statements?
Sure.
So I've seen limited amounts, because here's the thing. You guys just said, why do you bring it up on your stream? I only bring this kind of stuff up on my streams when someone else brings it up, and there's like, it's such a loud fervor on the stream. People are talking about it. I'll address it. Okay. I did look into it. I saw some of this supposed bank statements that are mine.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple things there that don't make sense to me. All right. Number one, if this is me, okay, there's a bunch of transactions on there, I guess, from like pet stores, okay? And people are like, well, that's because Phil has a cat. Yeah, but those transactions are like big. You're talking like hundreds of dollars a week or something like that. I have one cat. Now, again,
that's not it, Phil. And I hate that he's trying to pull this stunt where it's like hundreds of dollars a week.
Yeah, man, you got some amazing LED lights. You really made some nice changes.
In fact, if you want to be
DJ
really
Filthy
super
Rich,
specific,
you wanted this to be so much more.
There are payments,
and it was anything but
bank statement that points to local area, like local water municipality payments that he would have to do, or like his garbage bill. It's on there. If you listen for it, like there's one that's like Seuss Creek or something like that. It's all on there. I don't know. Craig picks up on. Oh no.
he said, she said. It's not going to prove my innocence. But everyone knows I have one cat. He's been on the stream all this time. I don't have a secret herd of dogs in my basement. I don't even have a basement. So we're, some of the transactions in that I've seen don't make sense at all per what it's funny because you say circumstantially, some of these transactions could be yours if you went out, and ate. Okay, you're right. But some of them also don't make any sense. Like, okay, there's a bunch of transactions on there that say iTunes. Okay. Now, I don't know, but here's the thing. The narrative that they have put out there about me.
Is he really about to pretend the iTunes thing doesn't work? Is he actually about to do this? No way.
Is that I'm begging and shilling to my viewers. The viewers give me tips every day, and that money goes right into WWE champions. Correct? Like that's the narrative that they say on the internet. If that's the case, why are there bank transactions for iTunes? Right? The money is in my PayPal account.
672 fucking super chatted. Let's talk in Phil's chat, no slow mode. Fucking get out of here, 672. You fucking dent.
Why are there bank transactions for iTunes? It doesn't make any sense. Why would I take money out of a PayPal account that I have, that I get my tips from, transfer it to my bank account where then I take a hit because there's a transfer fee anytime you transfer money from PayPal to a bank account. So I'm taking a big financial hit on that money. Then I'm making transactions in the game off the bank account. Why wouldn't it be made out of the PayPal account? That doesn't make sense to me. It makes no logical sense.
Well, there's a lot of things that haven't made a whole lot of logical sense here, Phil. I mean, let's just be real. There's a lot here that doesn't add up, right?
Well, isn't the iTunes like where the microtransactions from games get charged?
Yes.
So
Yes, it is. That is where it gets charged. It all gets just labeled as Apple iTunes, but that's because that's what it's classified as. It's the same way whenever I like pay into my stupid boat game. It goes to, what the hell is it? The Google Play Store. It's just literally a payment to Google. I'm not buying a Google card. I'm just paying into Google.
It would make sense.
It would make, no. You're correct, but the point I'm making is the money's in the PayPal account. So if there,
yeah, but hold on, I know what you're saying. But on PayPal, you can actually use PayPal, and you could click use balance or use your bank account, and it'll just pull the money from your bank account, but using PayPal as the payment service. So that's irrelevant because you can just choose where the money's coming from on PayPal.
Okay, I see what you're saying. What I was going off of their narrative, and their narrative is every day I'm begging my audience for money. It goes to my PayPal, and then I immediately spend that on WWE Champions.
Just slightly.
I didn't believe that narrative, but it does seem that you do get money and you just spend it on the things that need to be spent on instead of, planning for taxes the next month or whatever.
That is absolutely correct. Yes.
Right, and or things that aren't necessary, which could include WWE. Not saying that it is, but it could be.
Do you feel that you said you still play the game? Do you play any other mobile games?
Yes.
Do you feel that you're addicted to them at all?
No.
No?
I play them casually. I play them, for example, I'll be off the stream and it's night and my wife and I are watching a TV show. And as we're watching the show, I just open it up. And, these mobile games are not big narrative experiences. They're just like kind of busy word game grinding games, right? You mash a little bit. You do like Adam said, this stupid WWE Champions is just a freaking puzzle game like Candy Crush. It doesn't take a lot of intelligence to do them. They're more like,
do casual players pay just under $1,000?
No,
I feel like you elevate your level when you actually put any money into it. But then when it goes over $100, you kind of elevate from casual to all right. I'm one of the core players.
This all started because you guys probably don't know the full history. This all started many years
ago.
The
herd of dogs in the basement. The basement I don't even own, you guys.
I was playing a different WWE game. It was called WWE Supercard. All right.
You spent a bunch of money.
Spent a lot of money on. I will tell you guys this. I can't tell you the exact. I got addicted to that one. Everyone knew it. I talked.
So you
about it on
have been
streams.
addicted to mobile games.
Yes, I have. I've publicly admitted this. That I spent way too much money on that. And there was another one that was called Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle. That one as well.
I like how he's trying to pretend like he has a hard time remembering the names.
I was spending too much money on it.
What was
at that
it?
point, I
The
stopped.
Marvel
I cut
one.
off. I stopped playing.
The Marvel Future Fight. Future Fight.
Completely. When I saw what I was doing, I stopped myself from doing it. And then, I've casually played other mobile games over the years. And basically what happens is with mine, and I know you guys are going to say you're changing the narrative. Please bear with me with this.
No, it's not helping your case at all, though.
I know, but I'm being
I know
honest.
you guys. It's not helping at all.
I'm not. It's not helping my case, but I'm being honest. Dude, you're not being honest though. You're not being honest because you weren't honest back then.
You guys, this is all public record. I talked about those games in the past. And
Adam looks so fed up.
These detractors, what they do is they find a narrative and they stick with it. If I can dispute it or disprove it, or if it gets somehow disproven, then they drop it and they latch onto the ones that they can't, that I haven't been outright been able to disprove. This particular one, they've been looking for something to get me on for years and years and years, and every single
yes, they're so desperate for the W.
This is the one I can't find a way.
Use Craig. Send him a screenshot.
I haven't found a way to do this without putting myself at personal risk up to now.
Bro.
And so this is why the narrative is continued. Even though there's been so many different things.
Bro.
There's people who make videos about WWE champions that have made entire exposés about me in the past that were completely disproven. They don't care about that.
How are they disproven? How are they debunked? They needed to hammer on that. How are they debunked? What was debunked about those videos? Don't even address it.
I'm so done.
I publicly admitted to everyone, I was addicted to them. I spent too much money on them. I'm done with that now. And then I casually, people at one point, like 2017 when this game came out, asked me, are you playing any other mobile games? Yeah, I started playing this one. And every once in a while I mention it. I think the last time that I actively had admitted that I had played it was 2019. I'd said that I was on a plane to Connecticut to get married with my wife, and I played it on the plane. And then people use that as you still play mobile games, you're still
Because that was recent. That was 2019. Okay. Well, I mean, it's 4 years ago.
You say
but
you play the game.
Come on, we're in that kind of period
although
where
you have been
2019
addicted to
feels
mobile
like it was
games in
2
the
years
past,
ago,
right?
even though it was actually 4.
I'm just going to lay this all out.
Time
in front
is
of us,
moving
right?
too fast,
So,
you guys.
You used to play a mobile game that was WWE related.
Yes.
Okay. You were addicted to that game. Fast forward, new game comes out, right? You play that game, and by the way, you separated yourself from that game because you knew that you were addicted to it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Usually in the case of addiction, just usually, there's some sort of intervention in life. Some sort of intervention.
Yeah, this is DSP's intervention right here.
Friends, family, or just personal.
DSP.
You look inside yourself and you realize something needs to change, right?
Right.
You're spending all your money.
You're addicted to these games. I've already asked you this, but I just feel like once again you have transactions that line up with major events. I'm getting DM pictures of you. Of your Discord, your Discord handle in the WWE Champions Discord, right? I have, and
he never debunked that. So he never addressed the Discord.
Make it make sense. Like this doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. I have such a hard time believing that there is a group of people that are so hell bent, this evil plan to make you look bad that they're willing to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on WWE Champions just so they can make you look bad. I don't buy it. And once again, there's an easy out here, Phil. I'm offering you the easy out. All you got to do is just take a quick screenshot. You can email it to me.
All you got to do is hold that L. Just hold it, man.
The detractors move on, and everybody goes, okay, you know what, and we all move on. That's it. It's very simple, man. And we want to make this happen. Like I want you to be able to move on from it. I want the detractors to be able to move on from it. I want the internet to move on from it. I want all the WWE content to be done. Like it's there, man. It's there. Like let's make this happen. Like, and then we all move on, and we can start talking about other things.
Okay. Like I said, I'll think about it. I gotta see how I can do it, and
how I can
again,
do it.
I'm not gonna 100% agree to it, but I'm very strongly considering doing it.
Oh.
Let's see if we can do it before the end of the stream. We have a captive audience here. They want to know, right?
Oh, no, hold on. I told you I'm not even doing anything with my phone or anything on the stream. I'm definitely not doing it today on the stream.
Bro.
It's just, you gotta understand there's liability here. This is not just a discussion.
Doing
what?
What?
Wife, everything here. If
the
account gets out, that's a lot of stuff that now can be compromised.
Okay. All right. Look, like I said, family, I get it. Right. Totally understand. Okay. And then when you decide that this is something that you're comfortable with, you can email it to me. The email will only be seen by me, not anybody else. Okay. And I will delete it immediately after. And I will, I will serve as your confidant in this process. So, all right. Well, I don't really know how to move on from this. I don't know. I just feel like there's this mountain of stuff here.
This is not like Arturo. This is somehow worse than Arturo. this is somehow or another worse than Arturo, because not only is he lining it up for a T-ball response, but DSP doesn't even pretend to like give the lawyer speak. He's just saying, I can't do it. I'm gonna put my family at jeopardy. He just straight up can't do it. Oh my Lord, have mercy.
And it just,
Phil, I gotta show.
Look at all those tabs.
This is how you don't game. I think you need to own it, man. I think you need to fucking take back what they took from you and just fucking lean into that, dude. Fuck them. You know, I mean, just do what you want to do. Do you, man. But like the best thing to do is be honest and own up to whatever, right? So if you truly,
he's leaning in.
You said multiple times you don't know what you could do. I think Craig is
I
giving you a good out.
At, his
if you
want
to use it, like I understand you got to like think about it. That's fine.
And people were fucking
again,
with
we
him.
didn't even get into the identity theft stuff of what's happened to me, and that, you know, that's why I'm so afraid. It almost ruined me, you know. And that's what I mean. Even just doing this is a risk.
Like as pointed out in the chat, several people have said like the charges to your bank account or to the bank statement that is not yours.
The alleged account.
That is not yours. They include, you know, shops that are around where you live, you know, and restaurants, and like that just seems like. Once again, Phil, help me out, man. Like, we're looking at an account that just so happens to be around where you live. That just so happens to be shopping and dining where you're at. That just so happens to have your a social security number that is extremely close to yours. I mean, that's how they access it. Not you know. Like I said, we talked about how we totally disown that. That's ridiculous, but it's out there.
4 hours of sleep. Think how I feel. Probably gonna be here for another 6.
You know, the screenshot. I send you a screenshot.
No, Keemstar has not hopped on yet.
This is, you know, this is not what he said was true.
Can you believe we're probably barely halfway through the interview?
Okay. Thank you, Dragon Slayer, for this video. This is very pertinent. All right, this is actually very pertinent.